The legendary Apothecary, reborn in his youth. A lover who sacrificed everything, impacting his entire life, a valiant brother who met his demise on the battlefield. The world fears the allure of demonic beauty, and old acquaintances continually emerge by his side. He possesses but a single objective, to live a life devoid of regrets. In this lifetime, he shall vanquish the proud and eradicate his foes. In times of revelry, he shall indulge in the spirits of the martial world. In times of confinement, he shall be ensnared by captivating beauty. With the strongest alchemy and unparalleled medicinal arts, he traverses the realm, gazing down from the heavens with unparalleled pride. Where am I? This was Jiang Fan's immediate reaction upon awakening. He gritted his teeth against the pain of his injuries and struggled to crawl to the nearby riverbank. As he gazed into the water's reflection, he was momentarily transfixed. The image on the surface revealed dark hair and eyes, with a strikingly handsome face, defined like a sculptor's work, youthful yet undeniably charming, appearing no older than 14 or 15. Rebirth? As he regained his senses, these two words surfaced in his mind. In his previous life, he was revered as the Apothecary King, dedicating himself to arduous cultivation, ultimately gaining extraordinary strength. Yet, fate is immutable. He had missed too much and left behind countless regrets. Surveying his surroundings, he turned to behold the sheer cliff before him. This is Longza County. This is where I was cast down the cliff by Qiao Qinyu at the age of 14. If I have truly returned to that time, then linger. With a flicker of hope in his eyes, Jiang Fan fixed his gaze upstream. Soon, a young girl appeared, glancing back occasionally. Jiang Fan trembled with a surge of indescribable excitement. Pointing towards the west, he laughed maniacally. You scheming fools who plotted against me have inadvertently aided me greatly. When I return, we shall settle our scores. Upon seeing the injured Jiang Fan, the girl rushed over, her brow furrowed in concern as she examined the laughing youth before her, her eyes filled with surprise and caution. Hey, are you all right? The girl was as beautiful as a blooming flower, her teeth like polished shells, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Jiang Fan managed to rise, gazing at the familiar face that had haunted his mind countless times. Forcing a smile, I am better than ever. The girl frowned. You're on the brink of death, and you say you're fine? Jiang Fan was genuinely elated. The person he owed the most to in his previous life stood before him. She was Gu Linger, the beloved daughter of the head of the 10,000 Medicines Valley. Without her, there would be no Apothecary King. Suppressing his overwhelming emotions, he asked, could you spare me a sprig of mussel grass and a 5-leaf lotus? You actually understand herbalism? I have healing potions, which are far more effective than those herbs. Healing potions take too long, just give me the herbs. The girl scoffed. You truly don't know what's good for you. Despite her words, she produced 2 sprigs of herbs from her hand, cautioning Jiang Fan. These 2 herbs are incompatible and cannot be consumed together. At least a half hour should pass between their use. Jiang Fan said nothing further. He took the 2 herbs, tearing off pieces and placing them in his mouth. Gu Linger's face turned pale as she grasped Jiang Fan's arm. Are you insane? I told you they're incompatible. Taking them together could kill you. Jiang Fan smiled, pushing her hand away. As long as I control the dosage and proportions, they will become the finest healing remedy. Do you think I would seek my own demise? Under Gu Linger's anxious gaze, Jiang Fan ingested the herbs, and their effects were immediate. Gu Linger grasped Jiang Fan's wrist, channeling her vital energy to assess his injuries. Stunned, you're really healed. This is different from what my father said. Just as Jiang Fan was about to explain, Gu Linger suddenly turned, her brow furrowing. They are coming? Jiang Fan frowned. Someone is pursuing you? She glanced back. Just a bunch of idiots from the Wan Poison sect. Do they think they can catch me? They must be dreaming. Turning back to Jiang Fan, she remarked, you are quite interesting. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. The girl departed swiftly, and as Jiang Fan watched her retreating figure, his heart swelled with tenderness. He murmured, 3 months hence, when the Longza Lake's secret realm opens, we shall meet again. This time, I shall not miss my chance. In this life, I shall protect you well and ensure that such tragedies never occur again. Wait for me. Before long, several disciples clad in black robes appeared upstream. Upon spotting Jiang Fan, one approached with a fierce glint in his eyes. Without waiting for him to speak, Jiang Fan pointed towards a cliff. Not lifting his gaze, the one you seek has climbed up. The man looked at Jiang Fan in surprise, perplexed by the youth's calm demeanor. If we find out you are lying, it will cost you your life. With that, the group swiftly began to scale the cliff. Watching their retreating figures, Jiang Fan's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he muttered, Next time we meet, I shall eradicate every last one of you. Jiang Fan was not at peace. He had truly returned to his childhood. Though still weak and lacking in talent, he was the Apothecary King. He vowed that in this lifetime, he would leave no regrets. Sitting cross-legged, he sought to expedite the effects of the herbs, channeling his consciousness within, and his entire being trembled. Within his energy sea, he discovered a floating page, shimmering with a radiant glow, igniting Jiang Fan's elation. This was the treasure from his previous life, the fragment of the creation of heaven and earth technique, specifically the alchemy chapter. It contained illustrations of myriad herbs and rare treasures. Capable of detecting nearby plants, no extraordinary rarity could elude its perception. The legend spoke of the creation of heaven and earth technique descending from the heavens, coveted by beings in ancient times, ultimately severed by the last great power, divided into 9 parts and scattered throughout the universe. It was because of this fragment that Jiang Fan had been betrayed and killed by others. To his astonishment, it had accompanied him in his rebirth. Jiang Fan earnestly communicated with the fragment using his consciousness, sensing the surrounding area, and several ordinary herbs appeared in his mind, albeit limited in range. It seems my current strength can only exert a fraction of its capabilities. Once my realm rises, I shall unleash its full potential. Calming his mind, he recalled an important matter. He must return to the Jiang family as soon as possible. This was the greatest regret of his previous life, as he had been sent to recuperate at a nearby hunter's home by Linger, missing the chance to see his mother one last time. However, recalling the current circumstances of the Jiang family, Jiang Fan's expression turned icy as memories flooded back. This was the Li Hua dynasty within the Ziwei continent, where the strong held dominion and the Jiang family governed a territory within the dynasty. His lineage was thin, guarding the frontier alongside several other branches. Although they ruled a single county, they were regarded as local emperors, a prominent family. This was Longzi County. Jiang Fan's status was not low. He was one of the heirs to the current family headship. Though he was the biological son of the family head, he was born of a maid. Coupled with his lack of talent, he faced scorn from a young age. However, his mother was exceptionally beautiful and astute, deeply favored by the family head. It was precisely because of this that many sought to use him to undermine his mother. After being humiliated by his relatives as a worthless, illegitimate child, he finally erupted in resistance, enraging his half-brother, Jiang Zhenglong. With the help of his cousin Xiao Qianyu, humiliated him before casting him down the cliff. Jiang Fan seethed with anger, his wounds having healed sufficiently. There is still some spiritual energy left within the fragment. Let me use this remaining spiritual energy to reshape my body. It should suffice. The fragment floated within Jiang Fan's energy sea, and suddenly, the spiritual energy erupted. Various flames surged from the furnace, engulfing him in flames, as if his flesh were being torn apart, causing him to want to curse. He fought to control the flames, sitting cross-legged in place. Surrounding plants were instantly reduced to ashes, the temperature soaring to unimaginable heights. For an entire hour, the flames consumed him repeatedly. He became noticeably thinner. All impurities within his body refined away, leaving a radiant aura enveloping him. As he continued his body refinement, that aura merged into his flesh, returning to its essence. But at that moment, Jiang Fan's body suddenly cracked and then shattered, the flames roaring fiercely, and soon he was reborn within the flames, remolding his spiritual form. In this world, to embark on the path of cultivation, one must refine their qi, strengthening their bones and sinews. This represents the initial realm of physical refinement, divided into 9 stages: internal energy, blood energy, bone energy, vitality, true energy, explosive energy, physical energy, essence energy, and spiritual energy. A further breakthrough would lead to the second grand realm, the innate realm. At merely 15 years of age, having only achieved bone energy, he found himself in a somewhat embarrassing situation. Within the Jiang family of Longzi County, the youngest adept of the innate realm was but 16 years old, named Jiang Yueyao. She was regarded as the most talented disciple of the past century in Longzi County. Sent away from Longzi County to further her studies, her future was boundless. She was the cousin of Jiang Fan, holding a status that was undeniably superior, highlighting the apparent disparity between them. After a period of tempering, his consciousness had significantly strengthened. He forcibly suppressed the last remnants of spiritual power from the alchemical text, allowing it to gradually nourish within his energy sea. With his physical body now tempered, he was ready, After stretching his limbs, he began to scale the cliff above. Just as he was about to reach the summit, a sudden tremor of his spirit alerted him to a message from the remnants of the text. A medicinal herb lay a few meters to his upper left. Jiang Fan turned his gaze in that direction and noticed a protrusion. He swiftly climbed over, discovering a golden spiritual mushroom growing in a crevice of the rock. To think there exists golden sun mushroom here. Finding other auxiliary herbs to concoct the universal elixir would be an unparalleled cultivation medicine for the physical refinement realm. This spiritual herb must not be touched by hand. He tore a piece of cloth from his attire, wrapping it around his hand before carefully plucking the herb, wrapping it again, and placing it in his bosom before continuing his ascent. After 2 hours, Longzhi County came into Jiang Fan's sight. Gazing at this place, both familiar and strange, a smirk crept upon his lips. I have arrived. He proceeded towards the Qin family. Yet, the once bustling Longzhi County appeared eerily quiet. The marketplace was desolate, with every merchant displaying white lanterns at their doorsteps. Jiang Fan sneered at the sight. Recalling how he had returned to the Jiang family after recuperating from his injuries in the wilderness, he remembered how his mother had been on the brink of death, and his own funeral had already been conducted. Due to the mourning, the gates of the Jiang family were tightly shut. Jiang Fan approached the entrance and kicked the door open. A Jiang family disciple, who often trailed behind Jiang Zhenglong, looked on in astonishment. The gates of the Jiang family had been kicked open, a significant event in Longzhi County. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Fan seized him by the collar. With an icy expression, he stared down at the disciple. Where are Jiang Zhenglong and Xiao Qinyu? The disciple struggled to break free, although his cultivation level surpassed Jiang Fan's. Having reached vitality, he was taken aback when Jiang Fan's finger pressed sharply into his shoulder. A jolt of pain coursed through him, rendering his arm numb. You! Jiang Fan struck him across the face, the sound echoing sharply as 2 of the disciple's teeth flew from his mouth. Speak no nonsense. Where are Xiao Qinyu and Jiang Zhenglong? You! Another slap silenced him, Jiang Fan's gaze unyielding. Xiao Qinyu is in the southern courtyard with Jiang Fenger. Jiang Zhenglong is in the ancestral hall with the matriarch and the family head. Once more, Jiang Fan's hand struck, this time with such force that it knocked the disciple unconscious, leaving him crumpled on the ground as Jiang Fan strode away. Jiang Fan's formidable return left a group of Jiang family disciples dumbfounded. It seems Jiang Fan is no longer the same. Jiang Fan made his way directly to the southern courtyard, prioritizing Xiao Qinyu over Jiang Zhenglong, indifferent to the fact that he was the matriarch's nephew. Within the southern courtyard, Fenger sat cross-legged in meditation. Nearby, a young man clad in white, exuding charm, fanned himself with a folding fan while casting a smile at Jiang Fenger. This man was Xiao Qinyu. As Jiang Fan's figure appeared at the entrance, he stepped forward deliberately. Sensing an intruder, Xiao Qinyu furrowed his brow. He was accustomed to being unchallenged in this space. However, upon recognizing Jiang Fan, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He wished to conceal the matter, otherwise the family head's wrath would be upon him, and his aunt would be unable to shield him. It's you. You're not dead. Jiang Fan remained unperturbed. You appear to be the one with a fleeting fate. Xiao Qinyu glanced sideways at Jiang Fenger, still deep in meditation, then redirected his gaze to Jiang Fan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Fool, if you aren't dead, we'll send you on your way once again. Jiang Fan chuckled coldly. Idiot! Xiao Qinyu lunged forward, intent on dispatching Jiang Fan in one fell swoop, unleashing a lethal strike. The Xiao Qianya's steps were swift, reaching Jiang Fan in an instant. His expression twisted in rage, palm poised to strike down upon Jiang Fan's head. This blow, infused with all his might, could shatter stone. Perish! Yet Jiang Fan remained unmoved, his demeanor remarkably tranquil. As Xiao Qinyu approached, he suddenly felt his left leg weaken, stumbling and crashing to the ground. The gathered energy dissipated in an instant, leaving him bewildered, as if he had lost all strength in his body. Jiang Fan stood there, having accomplished what seemed a trivial task. Panic-stricken, Xiao Qinyu stammered, What have you done? Without a word, Jiang Fan crushed one of Xiao Qianya's legs underfoot. Accompanied by a scream of agony, the other leg soon met the same fate. As Xiao Qinyu struggled to turn over, Jiang Fan stood before him, silent, his expression menacing. Jiang Fan, my aunt will not spare you. In response, Jiang Fan's foot met his face, blood gushing forth, leaving Xiao Qinyu uncertain how many teeth he had left. Qiao Qianya's cries startled Jiang Feng'er from her meditation. She covered her mouth in disbelief at the scene before her. Seeing Qiao Qinyu, now resembling a battered mess, call out for help. Feng'er, save me. Jiang Fan is trying to kill me. Your words are tiresome. With that, Jiang Fan crippled both of Qiao Qianya's arms, rendering him unconscious. Jiang Fan smirked. Not even a morsel of soul-reviving powder can sustain you. But fear not, you shall not die, just yet your breath may still prove useful. Jiang Feng'er trembled. Is it truly you, Jiang Fan? Jiang Fan bent down, lifting Qiao Qinyu like a lifeless dog, his clothes unblemished by blood. In high spirits, he flashed a grin at Jiang Feng'er. He shall no longer trouble you. With that, he turned to depart, his next destination, the ancestral hall, bringing Qiao Qinyu along. Jiang Feng'er stood there dumbfounded. It was undoubtedly Jiang Fan, his aura unmistakable, yet he felt as though she were witnessing another person, leaving her in disbelief. As he exited the southern courtyard, several witnesses beheld Jiang Fan carrying the unconscious Qiao Qinyu toward the ancestral hall, moving without pause. Jiang Fan had no desire for anyone to alert the others. He wished to catch Jiang Zhenglong unprepared. During his return, he had not been idle, given his current realm. It was evidently impossible to intimidate the Jiang family with sheer strength. But who was he? He was a renowned alchemist, and alchemy was his greatest skill. The soul-reviving powder, originally a calming incense, had been infused with various herbs and reconstituted thus, upon its application. Those below the innate realm could not approach him. Qiao Qianya's blood dripped steadily, his breath faint, uncertain how long he could endure. Fortunately, with Jiang Fan's speed, it took merely 6 or 7 minutes to traverse from the southern courtyard to the ancestral hall. Before reaching the hall, the sound of chanting could be heard from within. Jiang Fan produced a packet of soul-reviving powder, casting it upon Qiao Qinyu before delivering a swift kick to his side. The lifeless Qiao Qinyu was propelled into the ancestral hall. The powder dispersed like dust, and Qiao Qianya's breath continued to wane, evidently nearing the point of no return. Who dares disturb my Jiang family? Who is responsible for this chaos? At the entrance of the ancestral hall, a figure approached step by step, causing a gasp of surprise. It's Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan remained composed as he reached the threshold of the hall, where individuals lay scattered on the ground, some with slightly higher cultivation struggling to maintain their stance, none of whom were masters of the innate realm. Without a thought of greeting, he made his way to Jiang Zhenglong beside the main chamber. Jiang Zhenglong trembled violently, on the verge of collapsing, yet still managed to scold. Impudent. Jiang Fan, how dare you behave so rudely in the ancestral hall? Do you wish to be punished by the family law? In the next moment, Jiang Fan delivered a swift kick to his face, sending him flying far away, crashing into a candlestick and landing heavily on the ground, struggling but unable to rise. At that moment, Jiang Fan's father, the family head Jiang Tianhai, entered the hall. Observing the scene before him, he furrowed his brow. Poisoned? The matriarch, Qiao Qingzhu, stood beside Jiang Fan. Her cultivation was commendable. Witnessing her beloved son being struck down, her expression twisted in fury. You little bastard dare to be so disrespectful. You. Slap. Jiang Fan struck her without hesitation. Shut your mouth, you wretched woman. Qiao Qingzhu was momentarily stunned. She had never faced such humiliation in her life, especially since marrying into the Jiang family. You little bastard dare to hit me? I hit precisely you. Slap. As Jiang Fan prepared to strike once more, a hand suddenly gripped his wrist. He attempted to break free, but it proved exceedingly difficult. A sense of dread enveloped him. A master? Then a male voice sounded from nearby. Xiao Fan, cease your foolishness. Jiang Fan recognized the voice. It belonged to his stern father, who had no demands of him. Many years ago, when Jiang Fan was schemed against by the main wife and expelled from Longzi County, Jiang Tianhai discreetly arranged for his protection to a distant medical center, thus altering the course of his life. However, after years of separation, a pang of discomfort arose within him. But he quickly steadied himself. Regaining his composure, this matter was far from over. He cleverly redirected the force, breaking free from Jiang Tianhai's grip, retreating several steps. His father was slightly more powerful, having one foot in the later stages of the innate realm. Jiang Tianhai was astonished, unable to comprehend how Jiang Fan had escaped his control. The soul-calming powder had little effect on a master of his caliber. Regrettably, there was no time to prepare a stronger antidote for Jiang Fan. How many can you protect? With that, he dashed towards Jiang Zhenglong. Jiang Fan pulled him down, forcing him to kneel. Despite maintaining clarity, Jiang Zhenglong could not fathom the situation, feeling utterly powerless and distressed. Jiang Fan seized him by the throat. "Release him," Jiang Tianhai interjected. Jiang Fan's gaze was cold as he tightened his grip on Jiang Zhenglong's neck, lifting him overhead. The latter struggled in vain. Qiao Qingzhu attempted to rush over, but stumbled and fell to the ground, glaring up at Jiang Fan. "Release my son." Jiang Fan regarded her with a knowing look. "Release him? He had Qiao Qingyu cast me off the cliff. How shall that be accounted for? You sent people to search for me, yet none ever reached the cliff's base. How do you explain that?" He then glared at Jiang Tianhai. "Outsiders see the entire matter clearly, yet you, as the family head, turn a blind eye. Is this how a father behaves?" Jiang Tianhai looked at Jiang Fan in astonishment, momentarily speechless. "The king of hell does not accept me. Let me return to settle the score. Qiao Qingyu is one, and Jiang Zhenglong, this waste is the second." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Fan used his other hand to snap Jiang Zhenglong's arm. With his throat constricted, Jiang Zhenglong wanted to scream, but could not, his face turning ashen. Jiang Tianhai remained motionless, holding Qiao Qingzhu, sighing as he addressed Jiang Fan. "I do not know what you have endured this past month. You seek justice, and I will grant it. First, release your brother. Is he even my brother? Merely a waste. What justice can you provide me?" Despite his words, Jiang Fan still disabled Jiang Zhenglong's arms. He then struck Jiang Zhenglong's vital point, discarding him like a dead dog upon the ground. With his vital point shattered and his cultivation ruined, he was rendered utterly useless. Before returning, Jiang Fan had already resolved that Qiao Qingyu would pay with his life. Although Jiang Zhenglong was not a good person, he had not sunk so low as to kill his own blood brother. In the future, he could leave Longzhi County, but how would his mother face the Jiang family? Qiao Qingzhu collapsed over Jiang Zhenglong, glaring at Jiang Fan. "You actually crippled him? Why so malicious?" Jiang Fan observed her coldly. "A waste is merely theta waste. To speak of malice? I am not even a fraction of your worth." Everyone in the ancestral hall turned their gaze towards Jiang Fan, unable to fathom the events of the past month that had wrought such a transformation in his demeanor. Jiang Fan grasped his ancestral tablet, crushing it and discarding the shards onto the ground. At that moment, a maid rushed in, stunned by the chaotic scene within the hall. Jiang Tianhai commanded, "Do not enter." The maid, standing at the threshold, anxiously reported, "Head of the family, it is dire. The second matron, she is not long for this world. The physician advises us to prepare for the worst." Jiang Fan froze. The second matron was his mother, Mo Rong. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Tianhai exited the ancestral hall, heading towards the second matron's courtyard, with Jiang Fan closely following, leaving the hall behind. Once Jiang Fan departed, silence enveloped the ancestral hall. They felt weak all over, momentarily unable to recover upon seeing Jiang Fan leave. They collectively exhaled, relieved. Was that Jiang Fan? It should be, and he hasn't even mastered the qi condensation. I wonder where he acquired such potent medicine. Its effects are astonishing. It seems he must have encountered great fortune this past month, turning calamity into blessing. It appears the Jiang family will soon become lively. Lower your voices. The situation remains unclear. It is wise to speak less and tread carefully, lest disaster befall us. The speaker cast a glance towards Qiao Qingzhu. The others nodded in agreement, understanding his implication. Chapter 3. Wanzhen Lu following in his father's footsteps. Memories of this deeply cherished relative flooded his mind. In Longzhi County, he was among the foremost experts, teetering on the brink of the late innate realm. Jiang Tianhai never looked back. He was a stern father, as he always had been. He inquired, "What is the matter with the poison?" Jiang Fan replied calmly, "The effects of the medicine will dissipate in half an hour, posing no threat to them." He continued to question, "What kind of potent drug could incapacitate those beneath the innate realm? Who provided it to you?" Jiang Fan had prepared his response. "An elderly gentleman rescued me and took me as his apprentice. Once he completes his current affairs, he shall guide me in my training. This medicine was a gift from him. A pharmacist, you say? You are fortunate indeed. Alas, it seems Rong may never witness your growth." At this juncture, they had reached the courtyard of the second madam. Jiang Tianhai continued, "I have sought out many doctors in recent days, yet Rong's condition has shown no improvement. A few days prior, I dispatched a message to the Jiang residents, requesting the finest pharmacists to be sent here, but it will take several days for them to arrive. I never anticipated." Jiang Fan frowned. What use is there in speaking so much? He pushed open the door and stepped into the bedroom, where a woman lay on the bed, pale and exceedingly weak, yet her beauty was captivating. Jiang Fan's heart trembled at the sight of her. This time, he would not miss the chance to avoid the pain of losing a loved one. Mo Rong's gaze was somewhat unfocused, but upon seeing Jiang Fan, it sharpened, evoking a pang of sorrow within him. She attempted to lift her hand, but found herself unable. Jiang Fan grasped her hand. "Mother, I am well. I have returned." "Fan, heir, is it truly? Do not speak. With me here, you will surely recover." Jiang Tianhai stood by, watching the scene unfold. At a loss for words, Jiang Fan tightened his grip on her wrist, furrowing his brow. Glancing aside, he noticed a half-bowl of unfinished medicine. The doctor stood nearby, head bowed, not daring to meet Jiang Fan's gaze. Jiang Fan took a sip of the medicine and promptly spat it onto the ground in fury. He rose and seized the doctor by the collar. "You poisoner? This bowl contains a mixture of over 10 poisonous herbs. Are you seeking death?" The doctor shook his head repeatedly. "It has nothing to do with me. Please spare my life." Jiang Fan tightened his grip, on the verge of eliminating the incompetent physician, but was halted by his father. Jiang Tianhai glared at the doctor. "Is the lady poisoned? It is not merely due to stagnation." The doctor, sensing the murderous intent, hastily replied, "Please spare me, head of the family. I was compelled. The lady's life was threatened. I sought only to protect myself." Jiang Fan kicked the doctor, sending him sprawling at Jiang Tianhai's feet. He charged out the door, heading straight for the Jiang family's pharmacy. The doctor scrambled to his feet, repeatedly bowing in apology. Jiang Tianhai, suddenly realizing something, hurried after Jiang Fan, concerned about the potential consequences of his son's wrath. On the way to the pharmacy, Jiang Fan passed the ancestral hall and glanced over. Several doctors were huddled around Xiao Qinyu and Jiang Zhonglong, with Xiao Qingzhu anxiously waiting nearby. However, the effects of the soul-calming powder had not yet worn off, leaving her in a weak state. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, her expression twisted into one of malice. "You dare to come here?" Jiang Fan noticed that several elders had joined the gathering, all of considerable strength, 3 of whom had reached the innate realm. These were the Jiang family's elite. He boldly approached, seizing the doctor's wife before any of the experts could react. "You vile creature, you poison my mother. Hand over the antidote." The Jiang family experts stared in astonishment at Jiang Fan, utterly unprepared for his audacity in their presence. "Release the doctor's wife," one of them commanded. Jiang Fan paid them no heed, glaring at Xiao Qingzhu. "Deliver the antidote." Xiao Qingzhu's face contorted with rage, venomously declaring, "You have crippled my son's cultivation. That wretched woman must pay with her life. Do you think you can save her? Dream on. It is a concoction of over 10 poisons, and there is no antidote." The onlookers were left speechless. Though they had speculated, none anticipated her outright admission. Jiang Fan's voice turned cold. "If anything happens to my mother, I will ensure you pay dearly with your life." He then delivered 2 resounding slaps to her face, turning away to cast her at Jiang Tianhai's feet. "Let us see how you will provide justice." Without further delay, Jiang Fan stormed towards the pharmacy. The manager was urging his subordinates to tidy up when Jiang Fan burst in, startling him. Upon recognizing Jiang Fan, he expressed surprise. "Aren't you all ready?" Jiang Fan interrupted. "No time for idle chatter. Prepare me the following herbs." He listed over 10 herbs, including several exceedingly rare ones. The manager shook his head vigorously. "I must remind you, young Master Jiang, without the head of the family's orders, the pharmacy's herbs cannot be distributed at will." Jiang Fan, uninterested in further discussion, kicked the manager aside and charged into the inner chamber, where the herbs were stored. He sniffed the air, quickly identifying the locations of the various herbs. Just as the manager rose and attempted to intervene, he saw Jiang Fan already clutching the herbs, emerging from the room. You have some nerve." But in the next moment, Jiang Fan seized him by the collar, pulling him close. "Why is there no dragon claw root?" The manager was taken aback, unprepared for Jiang Fan's assertiveness. "The dragon claw root is a spiritual herb. How could we possibly have it here?" Jiang Fan pressed further. "Which member of the Jiang family possesses dragon claw root?" "I do not believe anyone does. We have no pharmacists here. Even if we had spiritual herbs, they would either be sold or given as tribute. If you're truly in a hurry, you might check at Wanjun Lu." Jiang Fan recalled Wanjun Lu vividly. It was a grand commercial establishment, renowned throughout the Li Hua dynasty, with immense influence and wealth. In his previous life, he had dealings with them. Moreover, Wang Jinlu had a presence in Longzi County, operating beyond the reach of any single faction, and even the Jiang family dared not offend them. After relieving the manager of his treasure pouch, Jiang Fan let him go, turned back, and selected several herbs before striding purposefully out, determined to visit Wang Jinlu. The treasure pouch possessed a small compartment, making it convenient for storage. Hastily traversing the marketplace, he made his way to Wang Jinlu. The establishment was lavishly decorated, its grand entrance welcoming visitors from all directions, yet rarely encountering trouble. Donning a cloak from his treasure pouch to conceal his identity, Jiang Fan wished to remain unnoticed by Wang Jinlu, as he was not yet ready to attract their attention. Fortunately, the establishment was known for accommodating all manner of guests, regardless of their appearance. Such was the essence of Wang Jinlu's audacity, indifferent to one's identity, focusing solely on profit. A welcoming attendant swiftly approached. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you today?" Jiang Fan lowered his voice. "Prepare a room with a furnace for me. Additionally, I require dragon claw root. Let those with authority come find me in my room. Right this way. We will arrange it as swiftly as possible." Once the door closed behind him, Jiang Fan approached the furnace, retrieving several herbs from his treasure pouch. He murmured, "In my current state, I cannot refine pills using qi. The impurities in this mundane fire may affect the quality, but matters not. They want to be able to discern the difference." Jiang Fan activated his spiritual sense, enveloping the herbs in a mundane fire. He then observed as the herbs spun at varying speeds, gradually transforming into powder and coalescing together. In a mere 3 minutes, 9 crimson pills emerged at the center of the flames, gathering into one. The fire was suddenly suppressed back into the furnace, and Jiang Fan swiftly swept the 9 pills into his hands before placing them into a vial on the table. Before long, a knock interrupted him, and a jovial man with a small mustache entered. "May I assist you in acquiring the spiritual herb, dragon claw root?" Jiang Fan nodded, remaining silent. The man maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Indeed, we have a specimen of dragon claw root available. Provided you possess sufficient funds, the transaction can be made immediately." Seated at the table, Jiang Fan pushed the bottle of elixir forward and spoke in a subdued tone. "I possess no currency, but this should suffice to exchange for a dragon claw root. Additionally, I require 2 frost orchid plants and 1 9-core grass." Bartering is not an uncommon practice here, especially with elixirs, whose worth remains far more stable than mere currency. In this world, alchemists are exceedingly rare, rendering elixirs exceptionally precious, whether for cultivation or breakthroughs. Elixirs are indispensable. They are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each containing 9 grades. Many high-quality prescriptions have been lost to time, and those that remain are closely guarded by major factions. In this remote region, it is rare to encounter mysterious tier elixirs, as only esteemed alchemists would deign to visit such a place, receiving respect wherever they go, even the humblest of alchemists. Hence, it is often said that to possess an alchemist is to possess wealth. The bearded man picked up the vial and said, "Please wait a moment. I shall consult someone for an appraisal." With that, he exited the room. Jiang Fan was unperturbed by the possibility of being deceived, for the Wanjin Tower had built a reputation worthy of trust over the years. Shortly thereafter, a knock on the door was heard, followed by a melodious female voice. "Am I disturbing you?" Jiang Fan replied in a low voice. "Come in." The door opened, revealing a woman clad in luxurious garments, exuding an alluring charm. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, who was wrapped up so thoroughly, she paused momentarily. Holding the elixir that the bearded man had taken, she sat opposite him and began, "This elixir is somewhat peculiar. Our appraiser could not identify it. They only discerned it to be of yellow tier, grade 5. However, the usual yellow tier, grade 5 elixirs hold less value than spiritual herbs. Though the dragon claw root is but a common item, I believe you are well aware of its true worth. While this elixir is classified as yellow tier, grade 5, its efficacy is equivalent to that of a grade 4 primordial elixir." "What of that?" The woman was taken aback. Elixirs that achieve such effects are referred to as secret concoctions, and their recipes are often lost, shrouded in the alchemist's esoteric knowledge, making them exceedingly rare. "May I ask if you have more of this elixir? If so, Wanjin Tower would be interested in purchasing it long-term, and we would ensure you are generously compensated. Jiang Fan raised a hand to interrupt her. Let us discuss that later. What are the items I requested? Chapter 4. Provocation. The woman did not respond directly, but smiled. I have but one question. Should you answer it, we can forego the appraisal and finalize our transaction immediately. Jiang Fan remained silent, knowing that too many words could lead to misfortune. Noticing his tacit agreement, she queried, "Did you concoct this elixir yourself?" Jiang Fan nodded, acknowledging her inquiry. The woman, now satisfied, produced a box from her sleeve and slid it across the table towards Jiang Fan. "This is yours. I am Han Qinxue. Should you return, feel free to seek me out. I look forward to our collaboration." Jiang Fan coldly nodded, took the box, and departed without delay, for he had no time to linger. After his exit, Han Qinxue smiled to herself. Intriguing. That hand resembles that of a mischievous spirit. I wonder which esteemed master-esque disciple this is. When did such a figure emerge in Longzhi County? Jiang Fan soon found a blacksmith shop where he borrowed some mundane flames to refine the elixirs. He hurriedly made his way back to his mother's residence, not daring to pause even for a moment. Upon arrival, he found his two maids pacing anxiously. His mother, usually kind to them, now appeared pale and weak, their eyes red with worry, yet powerless to assist. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, their faces brightened. "Young master, you have returned." Madam Shi. Jiang Fan placed a reassuring hand on one maid's shoulder. They had grown up together, and she had always treated him well. "Do not worry. My mother will be fine." He rushed to his mother's bedside, discovering her breath faint. He quickly placed the elixir in her mouth and used his vital energy to guide it into her body, bit by bit. After a few minutes, her complexion regained some color, and Jiang Fan finally sighed in relief. The maids broke into smiles, with one exclaiming, "I shall inform the head of the family." Jiang Fan shook his head. "Not yet. He is likely very occupied at this moment." 3 days later, news spread through the Jiang family that the matriarch had been sent to the secluded Jing'an Garden, where she would remain for 3 years without leaving. Jing'an Gardens serve as a confinement space for certain family members of special status, where they would be sent after making grave mistakes, with some confined for decades. Though it bore a pleasant name, it was essentially a prison, albeit far more pleasant than most. The matriarch's confinement was unprecedented, and the outside world buzzed with speculation. Unaware of the true circumstances, Jiang Fan's mother had awoken but required recuperation. Her spirits were relatively good. The Chao family sent people to stir up trouble, leading to a contentious standoff, ultimately resulting in them taking Chao Qinyu's body away. It seemed the matter had reached a resolution. Yet Jiang Fan had undeniably become a topic of great interest. In the following days, he seemed to vanish, as if he had evaporated from existence. During his time at Wanjin Tower, he had procured 3 additional herbs, all for the purpose of this secluded cultivation. He had gathered the spiritual herb golden lingji from the cliff, and with these 3 ingredients, he could refine a yellow tear, Grade 2 elixir known as the 10,000 Spirit Pill. Wishing to elevate his realm before the opening of the Longzhi Lake secret realm, he sought to enhance his capabilities as much as possible. His current level of cultivation would greatly assist in controlling the flame during the refining process. Jiang Fan had prepared a Dan furnace and high-quality Baiyun wood. Given his present cultivation level, he required these aids and a bit more time to refine this Grade 2 elixir. In the realm of elixirs, the 5th grade within each tier serves as a watershed. Surpassing this threshold exponentially increases the difficulty of concoction. As for Grade 2 elixirs, most alchemists would likely not produce more than a few throughout their entire lifetimes. Many alchemists, devoted to their craft, neglect their cultivation, resulting in shorter lifespans, as concocting elixirs demands exceptional talent and diligence. However, truly powerful alchemists are typically not weak themselves. Otherwise, they would struggle to control various flames and maintain the mental focus required during the refining process. Jiang Fan, revered as the king of elixirs, possessed extraordinary achievements in alchemy. Yet despite his high level, his combat prowess remained rather modest. Otherwise, he would not have met such an unfortunate fate previously. This time around, Jiang Fan vowed not to repeat the same mistakes. In his secluded cultivation space, Jiang Fan sat beside the Dan furnace, not daring to let his focus waver for a moment. The 10,000 Spirit Pill had been refining for over 40 hours, nearing completion. His forehead was slick with sweat, and his eyes remained fixed, fearing that a moment's distraction could ruin his efforts. The distinction between success and failure lay in a fleeting instant. Jiang Fan held his breath and concentrated, suddenly tapping the furnace. The flames instantly split into two streams, and the three elixirs began to take shape between them. After a few breaths, Jiang Fan struck the Dan furnace with great force. Bang! The lid of the furnace burst open, revealing 3 golden 10,000 spirit pills resting within. As the flames gradually extinguished, he had successfully refined them. Jiang Fan let out a sigh of relief, lying back to rest for a moment before rising again. He consumed one of the 10,000 spirit pills, sitting cross-legged to absorb its essence. His body, having been refined by the spiritual energy from the scrolls, would not encounter bottlenecks in the body refinement stage. With these 3 pills, he could significantly elevate his realm. Soon, his entire being trembled as if inflated like a balloon. A vast surge of energy rushed into his dantian, and before long, the vital energy began to circulate on its own. He felt a scorching sensation in his dantian, as though the 10,000 spirit pill were detonating within him, infusing his veins and bones with resilience. His strength surged continuously, and the energy rapidly expanded in his dantian, forming a formidable aura in an instant. Before long, the first wave of true energy manifested within his meridians, yet the power of the 10,000 spirit pill remained abundant. For a full 3 hours, Jiang Fan cultivated, manifesting 4 distinct auras. At the moment the 4th aura took shape, the last remnant of the 10,000 spirit pill finally dissipated, with the final traces of spiritual energy flowing into his dantian. Jiang Fan slowly opened his eyes. The efficacy of the 10,000 spirit pill was astonishing. It seemed the remaining 2 would suffice to elevate him to the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. Regrettably, he could only consume 1 every half-month, lest the effects diminish. He aimed to reach the innate realm before the Longza Lake secret realm opened. Having made up his mind, Jiang Fan gathered his belongings and departed from the secluded cave, making his way back to the Jiang family estate. However, shortly after his return, a sudden beam of light descended from the sky into the Jiang residence. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. That is the communication banner. He hastened toward it, curious about who would go to such lengths, for the value of this spiritual treasure is considerable, and it can only be used a few times. Upon his arrival, he found a crowd of disciples gathered, along with 2 elders from the family, engaged in animated discussion. The banner fluttered, its inscriptions glowing with brilliance, clearly visible from a distance. The golden character for Jiang confirmed its origin, coming from the Jiang Manor, the headquarters of the Jiang family. The message commanded the release of Chao Qingzhu and Jiang Zhenglong, with no dissent allowed. The endorsement bore the great seal of the Jiang Manor, along with the name of a woman, Jiang Yueyao. Jiang Yueyao's status in the Jiang family had been steadily rising, and she had even been taken as a disciple by a prominent figure within the family. In the Jiang Manor, her standing was likely even higher than that of Jiang Tianhai. Yet, no one had anticipated her to wield such influence. A mere communication banner was enough to overturn Jiang Tianhai's decisions. Jiang Fan navigated through the crowd, directly approaching the communication banner. In front of everyone, he seized it forcefully. Someone hurriedly exclaimed, "Young Master Jiang Fan, this is a command banner. It must not be moved without the head of the family present." A command banner? Since when could Jiang Yueyao issue orders to my father? Who does she think she is? With that, Jiang Fan summoned his aura, inscribing over the writing on the banner. He boldly struck out Jiang Yueyao's words and replaced them with 2 characters, "Dream on." He then signed his name, infused it with spiritual energy, and tossed it into the air. The command banner transformed into a beam of light, soaring back toward the Jiang Manor. Jiang Fan turned and departed, utterly unconcerned with the reactions of those around him. An elder furrowed his brow, remarking, "Just now Jiang Fan actually displayed his aura. This it must indeed be aura. Otherwise, he could not have left his mark on the banner. In just a few short days, this boy has truly turned the tide." Over the next 2 days, Jiang Tianhai found himself in a quandary. Jiang Fan's actions had caught him off guard. The command banner of the Jiang family was being treated with such disregard. Yet, he felt a tinge of relief. Had Jiang Fan not taken such measures, would he truly have had to release them? Where would the justice lie? In just a few days, Jiang Fan had progressed from aura to form. Jiang Tianhai attributed this to the master behind Jiang Fan and marveled at the prowess of this figure. That afternoon, the command banner reappeared. Jiang Fan, upon discovering it, promptly headed to the banner reception point, which was even more animated than 2 days prior. The disciples were eager to witness how this prodigious young woman would respond. Jiang Fan has privately seized the command banner. He deserves execution. If he is not punished, when I return to Longzhi County, I will execute him. The endorsement still bore Jiang Yueyao's name. Her mother was a member of the Qiao family, and being sisters with Qiao Qingzhu, it was no mystery why she acted this way. Once again, it was Jiang Fan who boldly pulled down the command banner. Just based on that, Jiang Fan's provocation was palpable as he returned the banner to the sky. The journey to the Jiang Manor from this point would take at least 3 months, and by then, he would have no reason to worry. Even if he returned now, Jiang Fan had his ways to cope. His actions undoubtedly left the Jiang family disciples in stunned silence. Challenging Jiang Yueyao, how arrogant she was. In their eyes, Jiang Fan's actions bordered on suicidal. Yet, several elders appeared contemplative. That night, they summoned Jiang Fan, hoping to resolve the matter before it escalated further. Otherwise, if Jiang Yueyao returned, the situation would become quite troublesome. However, Jiang Fan did not show up, sending a message through a maid. If Jiang Yueyao returns, I will escort her to Jing'an Garden to reunite with her aunt. Upon hearing this, his mother leaned against Jiang Tianhai, filled with concern. I hope nothing happens to Xiao Fan. He seems so changed upon his return. Jiang Tianhai chuckled now. That is more like my son. He must have a powerful figure backing him. After being suppressed for so long, this is merely an emotional release. Though somewhat impulsive, he still maintains a sense of measure, so there is no need to worry. I hope so. I certainly don't want my son to encounter trouble right after his return. The one behind him must be a formidable alchemist. His cultivation is also rapidly advancing. With a bright future ahead, perhaps he will soon enter the innate realm. His mother quickly inquired, does this mean he should be sent to the Jiang Manor for training? The father shook his head. He has his own plans. Let him decide. According to what he said before, he might leave with that master. We should refrain from interfering. Leaning against her husband, his mother chose to remain silent. Chapter 5. The Young Prince Longzhi Lake. Legend has it that a sacred beast was born here. A black serpent transformed into the sacred beast, the ink dragon, after hundreds of years of cultivation. Before hastily departing and leaving behind a secret realm for future generations to explore. This secret realm opens once every 100 years, and very few are privy to its exact opening time. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan was well aware. Although he had not attended the last opening, he had watched as the young geniuses from 100 miles around gathered there, feeling nothing but envy. With just a few months until the next opening, Jiang Fan was here to seek a primary ingredient, not a herb, but the tendons of the dragonfish. Dragonfish are exceedingly rare, valued even higher than spiritual herbs. These fish thrive in dragon chi, and since a sacred beast has emerged from Longzhi Lake, it stands to reason that such fish exist. This time, Jiang Fan aimed to concoct the 9-star pill to aid in his breakthrough to the innate realm. While reaching the pinnacle of a major realm is possible through understanding and perception, the assistance of a pill would unleash the hidden powers within him, fully activating his 100 bones, thus achieving a perfect breakthrough. This would greatly benefit his future cultivation. The 9-star pill is indeed a rare treasure. Should it ever be available for sale, it would undoubtedly be fiercely contested by various factions, fetching astronomical prices. After all, a solid foundation is paramount. The dragonfish tendon is the primary ingredient. While others might be substituted, this one is irreplaceable. Jiang Fan sat cross-legged at the lake's edge, channeling his consciousness to the remnants of the creation chi scroll. With such a vast expanse of Longzhi Lake, searching for dragonfish would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, with his elevated cultivation, his perception of the remnants had significantly improved. The remnants emitted spiritual energy, expanding their search radius gradually. Information about various herbs began to flow back to him. When the radius reached 30 meters, it ceased to expand further. It seemed that his cultivation greatly influenced the effectiveness of the remnants, resulting in such a limited detection range. With no other choice, he decided to dive into the water. Stripping off his outer garments, he plunged into the depths. The remnants remained activated. As long as dragon fish entered the detection range, he would be able to catch them. Longzhi Lake is several dozen meters deep, and Jiang Fan swam for quite some time without any success. The lake's surface was shrouded in mist, and something vaguely approached in the distance. Taking a breath, Jiang Fan submerged, peering upward. A boat glided above, measuring over 10 meters long, its ownership unknown. Just as Jiang Fan hesitated, he suddenly froze as the remnants signaled the presence of dragon fish, 3 in total, directly below him. Jiang Fan swiftly swam downward, producing a piece of white meat, the ideal bait for dragon fish. The flesh of the red-crowned snake, an excellent supplement for them. He released the snake meat, allowing it to drift down. Jiang Fan dropped several pieces, then focused intently on the depths below. Soon, 3 dragon fish, adorned with golden scales, charged forth, quickly devouring the snake meat before darting away. However, they did not swim far before their movements slowed, eventually flipping over and losing consciousness. Jiang Fan had laced the snake meat with a potent drug specifically for dragonfish. He hurriedly swam closer, just as he was about to grab the fish. A large net descended from above, capturing all 3 in one fell swoop. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed as he looked up. The boat on the lake had returned unbeknownst to him, and the net was theirs. Grasping the net, he realized it was crafted from a special material, resistant to destruction. Determined not to relinquish the dragonfish, he pulled the net upward with him. As he neared the water's surface, Jiang Fan released his grip, opting instead to swim to the other side of the boat and surface. Moments later, he heard laughter from the boat, belonging to a young man. Indeed, dragonfish. Huh. Our long journey here has not been in vain. We've been at this for over half a month. The young prince exclaimed, all 3 fish have perished. How can this be? These were meant as a tribute for my father's birthday. It is said that dragonfish hold the potential to transform into dragons. How could they simply die? He pondered whether he would have to present dead fish to his father. Dragonfish, born of dragon energy, should not easily succumb to death. Yet, it seems they have been poisoned. The young man furiously retorted, nonsense. We have not seen a soul in half a month. We have been pursuing these 3 fish. How could anyone have poisoned them? You must have carelessly killed them. Your Highness, while we cannot deliver live fish, this dragonfish is as valuable as a spiritual elixir. I believe His Highness will appreciate it, one of the attendants said, as Jiang Fan produced a pouch of tranquilizing powder and tossed it onto the boat. Your Highness, it's dangerous. Several guards shouted, raising their hands to shield themselves, but the powder exploded, causing everyone on the boat to collapse. The young prince, however, remained unscathed. Astonished at the scene, likely protected by a magical artifact, Jiang Fan boarded the vessel, calmly stating, you have overreached in your attempt to seize my dragonfish. The lead guard was on the brink of the innate realm and was about to consume an antidote. Jiang Fan approached and kicked the pill from his hand. The prince, of similar age and cultivation, shouted in outrage, you audacious peasant, you. But before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Fan was upon him. The young prince sidestepped and began to retaliate, but Jiang Fan's movements were deft. Each time the prince struck, Jiang Fan would intercept and target his joints. In mere moments, the young man stumbled and knelt in disbelief, unable to muster his strength. A most peculiar sensation. Jiang Fan stepped forward to collect the 3 dragonfish and prepared to depart. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned back toward the young man. This fellow possessed a commendable protective artifact. It would be a shame to waste it. The lead guard, witnessing this, seethed, how dare you? Do you know who we are? How can you act so brazenly? Do you wish to die? Who you are matters not to me. Jiang Fan replied, rummaging through the young man's belongings. Soon enough, he uncovered a delicate necklace, which he promptly donned around his own neck. Without the protective artifact, the young prince slumped against the deck. My master is the youngest son of the Duke of Guangnan. You cannot afford to offend us. Return the necklace and apologize sincerely. And I assure you this matter will be forgotten. Otherwise, the guard's tone was threatening, but Jiang Fan merely observed him with an amused expression. Do you know who I am? He asked, and the guard, perplexed, shook his head in confusion. Jiang Fan delivered a swift kick to the young prince's face, sending him sprawling before the guard. He despised being threatened, regarding the guard with disdain. You do not even know my identity, yet you dare to threaten me? Fool! With that, Jiang Fan made his exit, leaping into the water and swiftly vanishing from sight. The Duke of Guangnan held a certain standing within the Li Hua dynasty, though not as prominent as the Jiang family. Jiang Fan was aware that the Duke ultimately fell victim to internal strife, hence his reluctance to engage. To concoct the 9-star pill, he required specific herbs, most of which were available at the Jiang family pharmacy, though a few rare ingredients could only be found at the Wanjin building. It had been a while since he last met with Han Qinxue, and he prepared 2 bottles of 5th-grade pills and set off to visit her, maintaining the same guise as before. Upon his arrival, Han Qinxue greeted him. "We have been eagerly awaiting your presence. Your pills are truly extraordinary, just as you described. They have opened my eyes to new possibilities." Jiang Fan placed the 2 vials before her and presented a prepared list. Upon glancing at it, Han Qinxue was taken aback. "So, you intend to concoct the 9-star pill?" she inquired, astonished. Jiang Fan replied, "It is no surprise that Wanzhun Building's steward possesses such knowledge of medicinal formulations." With a charming smile, she responded, "I humbly accept your praise. However, the 9-star pill is exceedingly rare. Hence our headquarters instructed us to keep a close watch on it, which is why we have this recipe." After explaining, she continued, "Once you finish crafting the 9-star pill, do you intend to part with some for us at Wanzhun Building? Name your terms. As long as they are reasonable, we shall not haggle. I will send my apprentice tomorrow to discuss further. First, provide me with the materials I require," Jiang Fan stated. Han Qinxue agreed, "Of course. Please wait a moment." Once he obtained the necessary herbs, Jiang Fan returned home that evening, extracting the dragon fish tendons. He then personally prepared a nourishing soup in the kitchen, delivering it to his mother's room. This soup was a potent tonic, and any pharmacist witnessing it would surely scold him for wasting such precious ingredients. In high spirits, Jiang Fan reflected on how smoothly everything was progressing, having entirely altered the course of his fate, which brought forth memories of the past. He stayed up late conversing with Mo Rome before finally departing. The following morning, Jiang Fan swaggered into Wanzhun Building, instructing a servant to summon Han Qinxue, claiming his master had sent him to discuss matters. Upon seeing him, Han Qinxue was visibly taken aback. "I had no idea that young Master Jiang was a disciple of the pharmacist. It seems the people of Longza County have underestimated you." Jiang Fan stated, "No need for pleasantries. Here are the items my master requires. 1 9-star pill in exchange for 3 types of spiritual herbs, September flower, passion fruit, and a black-toothed beastess inner core. Prepare the items and have someone deliver the message to the Jiang family. My master will come personally," he instructed. Han Qinxue remarked, "The pharmacist certainly knows how to pick his items." "No problem. Young Master Jiang may return home and await news. We will ensure everything is ready within a month." Jiang Fan nodded, sipping his tea before bidding farewell to Han Qinxue. Meanwhile, in a small town approximately 2 days' journey from Longza County, a group had been lingering there for an entire day, comprised of the young prince's entourage who had been robbed by Jiang Fan. In a modest inn, the young prince had just regained consciousness from his stupor, his face contorted in rage, sporting a bruise shaped like a foot. Kneeling by the bed were 9 guards, with the one who had fought against Jiang Fan positioned at the front, head bowed in shame. The young prince seethed. "Who is responsible for this? I demand to know who that scoundrel is. I will have his life. We are still investigating. I have dispatched someone to inquire around here. I believe we will soon uncover some leads. Please, Your Highness, do not lose your temper. How dare this ignorant fool challenge me? If not for Steward Liu being summoned back by my father, I would have crushed him with a single hand. Fools, get out and find him for me. I want him torn to shreds." Chapter 6. The 9-star pill. The 9-star pill is classified as a 2nd-grade yellow-tier elixir. The recipe is not particularly difficult to obtain. Otherwise, the steward of Wanzhun Building would not have recognized it so readily. Logically, this elixir should not be exceedingly rare, given that Xian-tier pharmacists are not uncommon among great powers. However, even Earth-tier pharmacists face a minuscule success rate when attempting to concoct the 9-star pill. The reason is simple. The 9-star pill is derived from ancient recipes, and its successful creation demands not only materials, but also the right timing and location. Many pharmacists, fearing disturbances while refining pills, choose to enter seclusion. Yet, this is precisely the taboo when creating the 9-star pill. One must ascend to high mountains and select a time when the stars are particularly radiant. Attempting to refine it during daylight will surely result in failure. These taboos are documented in the Qian Kuan Zhao Hua Ju Kenwan under the section on alchemy. After selecting a site in the wilderness to refine the pills, Jiang Fan hastily ignited the furnace, seizing the cover of night to commence his work. As the stars twinkled, Jiang Fan gazed skyward, rapidly identifying the brightest stars and arranging his materials accordingly. With his aura manifesting externally, he continuously infused the alchemical furnace, suppressing the flames, which gradually shifted in hue. Jiang Fan focused intently, seemingly channeling the power of heaven and earth, as well as the force of the stars, grinding the materials into a fine powder, suspending them in their respective positions. He directed several flames to continuously roast the ingredients. The dragonfish tendons were the first to be added to the furnace, enveloped by the flames, as Jiang Fan meticulously controlled the heat, leaving no room for error. Every half an hour, a particular substance would be infused into the alchemical furnace, merging with the gradually forming elixirs. Unlike the Wanling Dan, which had taken Jiang Fan several days to concoct, the Jiuxing Dan was distinctly different. The 9 celestial bodies in the sky had to vanish before the elixir could be completed. Only then could success be assured. As the final ingredient disappeared into the furnace, dawn broke. Despite his elevated realm, Jiang Fan was drenched in sweat, his energy fully expended, reaching the limits of his stamina. The stars gradually dimmed, heralding the imminent arrival of daylight. The furnace opened of its own accord, flames expelling 5 elixirs, one of which instantly turned to ash. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. One failure. It seemed he had been a bit too hasty. Perhaps if he had waited another half-month, success would have been more attainable. What a pity. He collected the elixirs, extinguished the flames, and stowed them in his treasure pouch, erasing all traces before turning to leave. Half a month later, someone from Wanjin Tower arrived. During this time, Jiang Fan had consumed a second Wanling Dan. In this brief period, his realm had again ascended, cultivating his spirit and stepping nearly into the innate realm. Upon consuming a third Wanling Dan alongside the Jiuxing Dan, he would undoubtedly break through into the innate realm. Outside the Jiang family gate, a finely crafted carriage emblazoned with the character Zhen stood still. A captivating woman, Han Qinxue, stood beside it, gazing with a smile at the Jiang family entrance. It was quite rare for Wanjin Tower to send someone for a visit, and even more unusual for such an important figure to arrive in person. Han Qinxue held a significant position at the Wanjin Tower headquarters, and her enchanting beauty captivated many admirers. Her presence at the Jiang family drew numerous curious glances. How stunning is Han Qinxue, who possesses the audacity to keep her waiting outside? Uncertain, the family head had already dispatched someone to invite her in, but she graciously declined. Is it possible we have guests? Has this stirred the steward of Wanjin Tower? As many remained puzzled, Jiang Fan emerged from the gate. Upon seeing Han Qinxue, he was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here in person? Such a grand display. You could have simply sent word, and I would have come myself. Han Qinxue giggled. Her charm undeniable. How could I convey the sincerity of Wanjin Tower in such a manner? With that, she approached Jiang Fan, linking her arm with his, "Please, my lord." Jiang Fan was unreserved, stepping directly into the carriage while Han Qinxue followed closely. However, this brief interaction transformed entirely in the eyes of onlookers. Some Jiang family disciples stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What had Jiang Fan done to garner such attention from Han Qinxue? Why did she disregard the family heads standing yet treat Jiang Fan with such deference? It seemed incredibly peculiar. Was there a deeper connection? No wonder Jiang Fan had been so ostentatious lately, even disregarding Jiang Yueyao's reputation. It appeared he had secured favor with Han Qinxue. But what could Han Qinxue possibly see in Jiang Fan? His looks? Laughter erupted among the crowd. At that moment, a young man approached, watching the departing carriage with a scowl. Humph. As if Jiang Fan has the capability to pursue Han Qinxue. What arrogance! Hearing his voice, the Jiang family disciples turned to look. One teased, who might this be? Oh, it's the young master of the Qiao family. What a pity that Jiang Fan returned and caused such chaos, slaying your cousin Qiao Qinyu, while your matriarch was confined to Jing'an Garden. It seems your Qiao family hasn't fared well. Laughter erupted once more. The Qiao young master cast a cold glance at them before turning away, his eyes filled with malice. In his heart, he vowed, Jiang Fan, you won't last long. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Jiang Fan savored tea while Han Qinxue observed him intently. Seeing him in a new light, Jiang Fan broke the silence first. Are the items my master requested ready? Han Qinxue replied with a smile. Though these 3 items are quite valuable, they're not exceedingly rare for us at Wanjin Tower. However, we did encounter some delays on the way. May I inquire if your master successfully crafted the Jiuxing Dan? At the mention of the Jiuxing Dan, Han Qinxue's anticipation was palpable. Jiang Fan set down his cup. Since my master asked for you to prepare in advance, he is undoubtedly confident in producing the Jiuxing Dan. However, he is a man of humility and would appreciate it if you could refrain from disturbing his peace. With that, Jiang Fan produced a delicate vial and handed it to Han Qianxue. She accepted it, uncorked it slightly, and inhaled deeply, her face lighting up with delight. It truly is the Jiuxing Dan. The fragrance is so pure, far superior to any I have encountered before. Even the Jiuxing Dan from Wanyao Valley pales in comparison. Your master's skills are remarkable. Jiang Fan regarded her with curiosity. It seems you possess more than just knowledge of the formulas. You have a keen sensitivity to the properties of elixirs. Han Qianxue nodded. Please don't misunderstand, my lord. I do have some understanding of pharmacology, primarily for assessing efficacy. However, when it comes to rare medicines, I am at a loss, as with the previous elixir. Jiang Fan's gaze deepened with meaning. The ability to discern the quality of elixirs with just a sniff is not something most can achieve. Are you a pharmacist? Han Qianxue replied modestly. You flatter me. My lord, my ascent to this position is due to some talent, but I am far from a pharmacist, as I have no affinity for flames. Jiang Fan shook his head. What a pity you lack the fire spirit root. Such a remarkable talent squandered. After that, he fell silent. Han Qianxue secured the elixir, observing Jiang Fan until they reached their destination. Outside Wanjin Tower, she earnestly invited him in, but Jiang Fan had no intention of entering. Just deliver what my master requires. And I must be on my way. Han Qianxue did not press further. Through their interactions, she understood Jiang Fan's character. Soon, she personally brought out the items. After Jiang Fan accepted them and turned to leave, Han Qianxue grasped his arm. He turned back, puzzled. Is there something else, my lady? Nothing. I look forward to our next collaboration. Jiang Fan nodded. Should the need arise, I will seek you out again. Han Qianxue presented him with a piece of spiritual jade, leaving him astonished. This was the highest token of Wanjin Tower, reserved for only a select few. Yet, he was bewildered that Han Qianxue had the authority to bestow such a token, indicating that she was indeed an extraordinary individual. Henceforth, he resolved to remain vigilant. He feigned ignorance, accepting it without uttering a word of thanks before turning to depart. As he walked away, Han Qianxue crossed her arms, her gaze imbued with profound significance. A sly smile gracing her lips. How intriguing. It is hard to fathom that the Jiuxing Dan emerged from such a young talent. It seems that Longzi County has birthed an exceptional alchemical prodigy. The foolish son of the Guangnan king must surely be seeking him. Upon returning to the Jiang family, as soon as he entered the gate, the steward approached him, clearly having awaited his return. Young Master Jiang, the family head wishes to see you. Since Jiang Fan's recent tumultuous return, his status had risen dramatically. Even those who privately scorned him dared not show it openly. Upon learning that Jiang Fan had been summoned by Wanjin Tower, Jiang Tianhai instructed the steward to wait at the door. Wanjin Tower was unlike other factions. Establishing a connection could greatly benefit the Jiang family. Seeing Jiang Fan, Jiang Tianhai was taken aback, rising to stand beside him and grasping his arm. Jiang Fan felt a gentle power surge within him. His father was evidently testing his progress. Your energy is fully developed. How is this possible in just a few days? Jiang Fan had prepared his explanation. My master provided me with some supplementary elixirs for cultivation, which expedited my progress. Jiang Tianhai released Jiang Fan, exclaiming, This is all your fortune. No wonder you regard Jiang Yueyao so lightly. Now, tell me about Wanjin Tower. Jiang Fan smiled. There is nothing much to report. My master simply asked me to engage in a transaction with him. Why would Wanjin Tower concern themselves with me otherwise? That Han Qianxue has considerable background and is quite astute. You must be cautious. At the mention of Han Qianxue, Jiang Fan was intrigued. If she has such connections, why come to Longzi County? Jiang Tianhai chuckled. Although Longzi County may seem remote, it is not as dire as it appears. Here lie several treasures and hidden realms, though they awaken only after long intervals. The mission of the Jiang family of Longzi County is to await the emergence of these locales. Wanjin Lu has dispatched young individuals to manage affairs here, undoubtedly having received some intelligence regarding the imminent unveiling of a treasure site. They have arrived early to seize the opportunity. Jiang Fan suddenly comprehended. Indeed, Wanjin Lu possessed such capabilities. It seems they have already learned of the impending activation of the Longzi Lake secret realm. After their conversation, Jiang Fan left several bottles of elixirs with Jiang Tianhai, which could assist in his cultivation. Although their grade was not particularly high, they should yield satisfactory results for Jiang Tianhai's current level. Having been given a second chance at life, he wished to avoid the anguish of separation. His mother needed his father as protection. Initially, Jiang Tianhai intended to refuse, but Jiang Fan had already departed with swift strides. He needed to prepare some defensive measures post-haste. Who could predict what the morrow would bring? Chapter 7. Domineering the Longza Lake's secret realm was on the verge of opening, and it would soon attract a plethora of prodigies. While there were opportunities within, dangers were inevitable. Thus, an array of strategies would prove beneficial. Ever since the last communication, Jiang Yueyao had not sent any updates. Jiang Fan surmised that she would not easily surrender. Indeed, tranquility was short-lived, as trouble soon arose in Jingen Garden. In a single night, a significant number of individuals confined there vanished. Among them were Qiao Qingzhu and Jiang Zhonglong. The guards reported that nearly 30 experts had infiltrated Jingen Garden, including 3 of innate realm mastery, and the guards were utterly incapable of stopping them. However, when asked about the assailants' characteristics, the guards were at a loss. Jiang Fan left the Jiang residence and made his way directly to Jingen Garden. Upon his arrival, after a half-hour journey, he found the place unusually tranquil, not at all resembling a site recently besieged. 2 guards at the entrance were engaged in jovial banter, prompting many thoughts in Jiang Fan's mind. Approaching them, he seized one by the collar. What transpired last night? As their eyes met, the guard's gaze faltered. Young Master Jiang, yesterday. Jiang Fan interrupted. Spare me your trivialities. I want to know if the attackers were from the Jiang family or the Qiao family. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a gathering presence behind him, and there were numerous individuals. Jiang Fan, you worthless fool. Do you truly believe that returning to the Jiang family with a few tricks will alter your fate? This is Longza County, and my Qiao family is not to be trifled with. You have crippled my child's cultivation. Today, you shall pay with your life. The speaker was none other than the formidable matriarch, Qiao Qingzhu. Jiang Fan turned to regard them, noting that many bore signs of nasal congestion, evidently wary of the previous soul calming powder. Among them were 2 innate realm experts, all hailing from the Qiao family. The 2 Jiang guards were taken aback by the situation. One hastily exclaimed, "Madam, you did not say this yesterday. If anything happens to young Master Jiang, we are doomed. The family head will not spare us." The matriarch scoffed, "Withdraw at once. I assure you, I will protect you. If he dies, who would expect his mother to seek retribution? Moreover, it was the Jiang estate that ordered Jiang Fan's execution. I shall bear any consequences." The guards exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. They were acutely aware of Jiang Fan's recent upheaval within the Jiang family, where he now stood in high favor. The thought of perishing here was unfathomable. Jiang Fan remained silent, his expression calm and unyielding. The guards, gritting their teeth, clasped their fists toward Jiang Fan. "Young master, we can only protect ourselves. We apologize." With that, they retreated into Jingen Garden, sealing the gates behind them, effectively cutting off Jiang Fan's escape route. Qiao Qingzhu sneered. "Little wretch, let's see how you squirm now. I shall twist your head from your shoulders and present it to your mother." One of the Qiao family experts whispered, "Qingzhu, do not waste time. Delay may spell disaster. Resolve this swiftly." In an instant, apart from Qiao Qingzhu, nearly 30 members of the Qiao family surged toward Jiang Fan. He surveyed the approaching adversaries with disdain, his tone laced with derision. "Fools, simply blocking your noses? Not a single one shall escape." With that, his gaze fell upon the Qiao expert who had spoken earlier. "I shall make an example of you." Jiang Fan advanced rather than retreating, meeting the innate realm expert head-on. With a flick of his wrist, a blood-red elixir materialized in his palm, shattering instantaneously and dispersing into the air. Soul-severing. Though the innate realm expert sensed Jiang Fan's formidable prowess, he was confounded by the disparity in their realms and could not fathom that Jiang Fan could truly turn the tides. Yet, the moment their energies clashed, the expert was met with a blinding haze, and in a heartbeat, Jiang Fan had vanished from sight. Before he could regain his senses, an excruciating pain struck him as a blade pierced through his torso. Jiang Fan's form slowly reemerged, standing before him, leaving the expert bewildered. As his inner power surged forth, he lunged at Jiang Fan. His hands morphed into claws, disregarding his injuries. unleashing a titanic force that struck Jiang Fan. But Jiang Fan's figure dissolved once more, leaving the expert in utter disbelief. "Something is amiss," he exclaimed, retreating hastily. Too late. Jiang Fan's voice echoed beside him. In the next instant, he felt the world spin, and when it stilled, he beheld Jiang Fan standing beside a headless corpse, a sight all too familiar. His eyelids grew heavy, merging into a final slumber as life ebbed away. From a distance, Qiao Qingzhu's eyes widened in shock, rooted to the spot, witnessing the unfolding scene. Over 30 individuals had charged toward Jiang Fan, yet in a mere exchange, he effortlessly claimed the head of the innate realm expert, bloodless and swift. Before darting toward another foe, she sought to warn them, but no matter how she shouted, her voice fell on deaf ears. All she could do was signal for reinforcements. Jiang Fan showed no mercy, swiftly severing the second head. The two innate realm experts had scarcely unleashed any formidable power before meeting their demise, an occurrence most peculiar. This technique, originally devised for the Longza Lake's secret realm, was known as the soul-severing pill, capable of sealing one's senses and inducing hallucinations. Jiang Fan had only concocted 3, with the primary ingredient derived from the black-toothed beast's core obtained from Wanjin Lu. Utilizing this pill at his current level allowed him to combat foes of a higher tier. However, against late innate realm masters, its efficacy diminished significantly. The two before him were merely early innate realm practitioners, and thus they fell victim almost instantaneously, allowing Jiang Fan to dispatch them with ease. In a matter of minutes, every one of the 30 or so assailants had been slain by Jiang Fan, none escaping. In his previous life, he had witnessed an abundance of life and death. Those who took lives were invariably met with death themselves, and he showed no leniency. Qiao Qingzhu's complexion paled. For the first time, she felt fear. Everything appeared surreal. Jiang Fan had undergone a transformation, his aura striking terror into her heart. Standing amidst the pile of corpses, Jiang Fan fixed his gaze upon her, causing her legs to weaken, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. The sounds of battle faded, and tranquility enveloped Jingen Garden. A guard cautiously peeked through the slightly ajar gate, seeking to ascertain the situation outside. All he could see was Jiang Fan's silhouette among the fallen bodies, leaving him utterly astounded. As the gates of Jingen Garden swung wide, 2 guards gasped in shock, scrambling to kneel beside Jiang Fan, trembling in fear. "Young Master Jiang, we were blind, please punish us." Jiang Fan's voice was icy. "Confine the matriarch to Jingen Garden and pursue Jiang Zhenglong with all your might. Should there be any further mistakes, there will be no mercy." "Yes." The 2 guards hastily rose and rushed toward Qiao Qingzhu, intending to escort her back to Jingen Garden. Regaining her composure, she bellowed, "You have audacity. This matter is far from over." However, the guards were already paralyzed with fear by Jiang Fan's iron-fisted demeanor and chose not to engage in further dialogue. Swiftly apprehending her and leading her back toward Jingen Garden, Qiao Qingzhu struggled, and one guard retorted, "Madam, we have no desire to make this difficult for you. In matters of victory and defeat, it is wise to cooperate." Jiang Fan uttered no more words, casting his gaze eastward, sensing a powerful presence approaching rapidly, exuding a force even greater than that of his father, Jiang Tianhai, an expert of late innate realm. Just as Qiao Qingzhu was ushered into Jingen Garden, a figure materialized in the distance. It was an elder, his hair white yet youthful, a fierce demeanor etched across his brow, radiating an intimidating aura. Upon witnessing the corpses of his kin strewn about, the elder erupted in fury. "Impudent wretch! You dare slay my Qiao family members? You seek death. Even the heavens cannot save you." The old man, Jiang Fan, was aware that Qiao Sanyang, the head of the Qiao family, originally only possessed mid-stage innate strength, but it appeared he had recently made a breakthrough, greatly enhancing his power. Jiang Fan frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this could prove troublesome. After his breakthrough, he may possess the strength to contend, but currently, there is still a considerable gap. His father should have received the news and would be arriving soon. Qiao Sanyang's aura was fully locked onto Jiang Fan as he approached step by step, his eyes radiating ferocity. Jiang Fan's hand, concealed behind his back, clenched a pitch-black pill, which he was reluctant to use unless absolutely necessary. The cost of concocting this pill was too high for him at this stage, with a very low success rate. He had only one left, reserved for desperate situations. Jiang Fan had no intention of retreating. He was prepared to fight if need be. A considerable number of onlookers had gathered from afar. Although Jing'an Garden was not located in the city, it was not particularly remote either. The clash between the Jiang and Xiao families was indeed unexpected. How had Jiang Fan managed to kill so many members of the Qiao family? It seemed that Xiao Zhan and Xiao Qinghai, both innate experts, were among the slain. They had only just arrived and witnessed the eldest lady of the Jiang family being captured and taken back to Jing'an Garden. What on earth had transpired? Xiao Sanyang was far too formidable. Why hadn't Jiang Fan fled? Was he courting death? Xiao Sanyang's imposing aura radiated dark energy, a manifestation of the Qiao family's technique. The black cloud cover. This old man clearly showed no signs of relaxation. He was a cunning fox, and Jiang Fan's ability to slay so many must have involved remarkable tactics. He did not wish to grant Jiang Fan the opportunity to turn the tables. He continued to advance, his rage boiling. Even if Jiang Tianhai were to arrive today, he would not be able to save you. Jiang Fan stepped forward, ready to engage. Suddenly, a figure interposed itself between the two, momentarily startling them both. They had not sensed any approaching presence. It was a woman, clad in exquisite attire. Her figure alluring and familiar. Han Qinxue. She turned her back to Jiang Fan, facing the imposing Xiao Sanyang without flinching. Young Master Jiang, I shall protect you. Let today's events end here. What do you say? Her tone was calm, as if discussing something trivial. She seemed oblivious to the corpses scattered around them. Jiang Fan's lips curled slightly, and the pill in his hand vanished into his treasure pouch. A commotion erupted among the distant cultivators. That was Han Qinxue of Wanjin Tower, and she was determined to protect Jiang Fan. What extraordinary merit did he possess? Xiao Sanyang roared. Does Wanjin Tower intend to meddle in our affairs? Our Qiao family has suffered significant losses, and you dare to turn a blind eye? Do not be so overbearing, Wanjin Tower. And Qiansu smiled at Jiang Fan. Young Master Jiang is my friend. I cannot simply stand by. She then turned to glare at Xiao Sanyang. You are well aware of the cause of today's turmoil. Of course, you can continue, but you will bear the consequences. Xiao Sanyang seethed. Han Qinxue, do not push your luck. Han Qinxue remained unperturbed. And if I do, so domineering, truly tyrannical. She exuded an air reminiscent of a queen. Han Qinxue was indeed difficult to fathom, and her actions piqued Jiang Fan as curiosity further. Xiao Sanyang glared at the corpses strewn on the ground, nearly losing his composure, for his most valued son lay at Jiang Fan's feet. Ignoring Han Qinxue, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, do you intend to hide behind a woman? Saptebuit, inata realm Jiang Fan stapad bazida, Han Qianxue. Raising an eyebrow at Xiao Sanyang. Old man, your Qiao family seeks death. What is wrong with me fulfilling their wishes? If you wish to continue, I would not hesitate to eradicate the Qiao family, erasing them from Longzi County. No one expected him to be even more domineering than Han Qinxue. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sanyang burst into laughter. Arrogant child, you think you can? Jiang Fan pointed to the corpses on the ground. Is this the extent of your Qiao family's experts? Bring as many as you like. I shall slay them all. Even if you were to take action personally, it would be the same. Han Qiangsu interjected. Young Master Jiang is not only my friend, but also a distinguished guest of Wanjin Tower. I hope you understand the situation and refrain from bringing trouble to your family. Xiao Sanyang felt apprehensive towards Han Qinxue. Although he was filled with rage, the Qiao family had built their current stature over generations, and he could not afford to destroy it without losing face before his ancestors. If it were merely Jiang Fan's words, he would not have cared. However, Han Qinxue's statement forced him to reconsider. The Qiao family could not afford to offend Wanjin Tower. Moreover, Han Qinxue's status was far from simple. A deep murderous intent flickered in Xiao Sanyang's eyes as he glared at Jiang Fan. This matter is not over. I wonder how many times Wanjin Tower can protect you. Today, I shall give face to Miss Han Qinxue. I will have my people retrieve my kin's bodies. We shall see what comes next. With that, he dissipated his aura and turned to leave. The onlookers hurriedly made way, for no one dared to provoke Xiao Sanyang. Among the crowd, someone whispered, what on earth has happened to Jiang Fan during this time? Why is Han Qinxue behaving like this? Who knows? But it seems that the rift between the two families has widened, and Longzi County is bound to descend into chaos. Jiang Fan regarded Han Qinxue and clasped his fists. Consider this a favor owed to you. Han Qinshue covered her mouth and smiled softly. Young Master Jiang truly astonishes me. Your methods are indeed remarkable. However, Xiao Sanyang will not let this go easily. You must plan ahead. Jiang Fan glanced in the direction Xiao Sanyang had departed, his expression icy. The Qiao family is not worth my concern. Han Qinshue nodded, having discerned Jiang Fan's extraordinary nature. She continued, now let us discuss another matter. In less than 2 months, the Longza Lake's secret realm will open, and I would like to invite you to join me. If you return safely, it will serve as repayment for my favor. How does that sound? Jiang Fan was taken aback by her revelation, but felt it unwise to refuse. No problem. Just inform me in advance. Han Qinshue glanced behind Jiang Fan. Very well, let us settle on that. The head of the Jiang family has arrived, and I do not wish to become entangled with too many people. I shall take my leave. Jiang Fan nodded, allowing her to depart alone. He could not ascertain the depths of Han Qinshue's strength, but it appeared she possessed a protective treasure of considerable quality, as was fitting for her status. Turning back, he saw Jiang Tianhai approaching swiftly, scanning Jiang Fan up and down. Upon confirming he was unharmed, he sighed in relief. However, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the corpses on the ground. Child, what exactly transpired? Jiang Fan recounted the series of events to his father, including Han Qinshue's intervention, without omitting any details. Jiang Tianhai's fury ignited upon hearing this. This is outrageous, he declared, striding directly toward Jing'an Garden, instructing his subordinates to disperse the onlookers. Jiang Fan decided to leave as well, returning to the Jiang family and resolving not to venture out again. Until he broke through to the innate realm, he would focus on alchemy and cultivation in the safety of home. Jiang Fan mused, just the late stage of the innate realm. Once I break through, if you do not come looking for me, I shall seek you out instead. Meanwhile, on the way back to Wanjin Tower, Han Qinshue was accompanied by a slowly materializing figure, cloaked in black robes, obscuring their appearance. The voice was hoarse and sounded somewhat aged. Miss, will you not give that young man a warning? The people of Guangnan are heading to Longza County. Han Qinshue shook her head. Jiang Fan is even stronger than I had anticipated. Let him face some challenges. Our debt of gratitude will hold greater value. Just keep an eye on him. Indeed, the young lady is indeed thorough in her considerations. Han Qinshue replied calmly. He is far from ordinary. I informed him of the Longza Lake secret realm, and he remained unperturbed. Either he is a complete fool, unaware of the implications, or he has already known all along. He undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. You should also pay attention to him. There may indeed be someone backing him. Understood. I shall take my leave. With that, the shadow dissipated entirely, as if it had never existed. Han Qinshue murmured to herself, the forbidden god pill. I never expected someone would actually concoct it. Young Jiang Fan, you possess far too many secrets. It seems I must endeavor to cultivate our relationship further. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fan ingested the last of the Wanling pills in his room. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians, continuously expanding them, while the speed of his cultivation accelerated. The 9-star pill hovered before him, flying into his mouth. The potent medicinal energy surged through Jiang Fan's body, causing him to shudder momentarily. He then activated his alchemical techniques to suppress the overwhelming force, determined not to waste a single drop. Within mere breaths, he felt a radical transformation occurring within himself. His consciousness and senses were rapidly amplifying, breaking through without any hindrance into the innate realm. The energies of the Wanling pill and the Jiuxing pill remained remarkably potent, continuously flooding every corner of his being. During this critical period of breakthrough, they were diligently laying a solid foundation for Jiang Fan, extracting his latent potential, which would significantly enhance his future cultivation and combat abilities. At that moment, many innate realm experts from the Jiang family sensed the aura of a breakthrough and hastened towards him. This event was monumental for the Jiang clan, as the innate realm represented unparalleled strength in Longza County. Upon realizing that it was Jiang Fan who had achieved this breakthrough, disbelief washed over the crowd. None dared to intrude, choosing instead to wait in the courtyard. An elder sighed, remarking, "This child, Jiang Fan, has surprised us all. At this age, he has entered the innate realm even younger than Yu Yao. It seems our lineage is on the verge of flourishing. It is a pity that the relationship between the two is so strained. Had they united, Our lineage might have had the opportunity to reclaim our place in the Jiang residence, instead of being relegated to guarding this place. Jiang Tianhai stood outside the door, eyes closed, attuning himself to Jiang Fan's fluctuating aura, thus serving as a guardian. He had anticipated Jiang Fan's breakthrough eventually, but had not expected it to occur so swiftly. Simultaneously, he marveled at the prowess of the alchemist behind Jiang Fan, who had transformed mediocrity into brilliance, endowing his son with such exceptional talent. For an entire hour, Jiang Fan's aura remained unchanged. The potency of the Jiuxing pill gradually dissipated, while the Wanling pill's energy returned to his dantian, continuously releasing spiritual power and allowing his aura to ascend. However, this elevation lasted only a few minutes, during which Jiang Fan stabilized his newfound realm. This breakthrough, albeit significant, reached its conclusion, while the Wanling pill still held some efficacy for those in the innate realm. Its impact was no longer as pronounced as it had been in the body refining stage. Once Jiang Fan collected his energy, he began to sense the changes within him. Having entered the innate realm, his strength had surged immensely. If Qiao Sanyang were to arrive now, with the aid of the pills, he would undoubtedly be left with no chance of return. Touching upon the remnants of the Qian Kun Zhao Hua Ju in his sea of qi, his consciousness could now exert a degree of control, with a search range extending nearly 100 meters, significantly larger than before. Entering the innate realm had granted him a modicum of self-preservation. Determined to explore the mysteries of the Longzhe Lake secret realm, he pushed open the door, drawing the gaze of numerous eyes upon him. The experts of the Jiang family clasped their fists in unison, offering their congratulations, adhering to the clan's customs. Jiang Fan returned the gesture with a fist clasp. Jiang Tianhai approached and patted his shoulder, expressing, "You continue to astonish me. During your seclusion, I refrained from disturbing you. The troubles at Jing'an Garden will not recur, I assure you." Jiang Fan paid little heed to the matter, having decisively taken lethal action. Xiao Qingzhu was already terrified beyond measure, and even if she were released now, she would not dare to act again. Jiang Tianhai continued, "Additionally, that boy Zhonglong has gone missing." Jiang Fan interrupted his father, stating, "I do not concern myself with him. Father, I plan to leave Longzhe County soon. My only concern is for my mother. I hope you understand my intent." "I understand. Where do you intend to go?" Jiang Tianhai inquired. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan declared, "Lihua Academy." Jiang Tianhai's eyes brimmed with admiration. "Excellent. A man should possess such adventurous spirit." The Lihua Academy, the pinnacle of the Lihua dynasty, gathered the elite of the realm. Each year, it accepted only 1,000 students in the outer academy, while those in the inner academy were selected from the outer disciples with great scrutiny. Consequently, countless exceptionally gifted youths were barred from entry. Jiang Fan's desire to attend was straightforward. It was because Gu Ling'er would be there, along with a close brother. However, this would be discussed after the exploration of the Longzhe Lake secret realm. As the individuals in the courtyard had yet to disperse, a disciple rushed in, flustered, as if something alarming had occurred. Reporting to the family head, "There is someone outside clamoring to see young Master Jiang Fan." Jiang Tianhai frowned. "Who are they?" "They claim to be a young prince of the Guangnan king, and their intentions do not seem benevolent." Jiang Tianhai, accompanied by the Jiang family's experts, swiftly proceeded towards the main entrance, eager to ascertain who dared demand Jiang Fan at their doorstep. Jiang Fan trailed behind, recalling recent events, and indeed remembered a group of individuals. The entrance was already crowded with numerous Jiang family disciples. It was truly unprecedented for someone in Longzhe County to demand a person from the Jiang family, and among them were several formidable experts. Upon learning of the connection to Jiang Fan, they couldn't help but marvel at how his return had stirred the Jiang household into a flurry of activity, each event cascading upon the last. As Jiang Tianhai stepped outside, he saw a group of over a dozen individuals. The majority were clad in armor, presumably guards. Among them were 3 innate realm experts, one of whom had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, showcasing formidable strength. Another individual remained inscrutable in terms of realm, yet exuded an air of danger, clearly a formidable opponent. These individuals stood behind a young man, evidently the leader. Jiang Tianhai spoke. "Where do you hail from? What business do you have with my son?" "The Guangnan king is my father. A few days prior, your son seized something of mine. Hand him over." I do not wish to cause trouble for your Jiang family." Upon hearing the name Guangnan King, Jiang Tianhai's expression soured, for he was well aware of who that was. Preposterous. You expect me to hand him over without any evidence? Moreover, I doubt the Guangnan King wishes to sever ties with my Jiang family. The young prince scoffed. Do you even consider yourselves the Jiang family? I have no desire to waste words with you. If you do not surrender him, I shall send my men in to seek him out. Chapter 9. Threats upon the young prince's words. The enigmatic man beside him advanced a few steps. He was middle-aged, with an impassive expression, coldly surveying the Jiang family. Jiang Fan, hidden within the door, cast a glance at the man, his brow furrowing. The refining spirit realm. This posed quite a predicament. A breakthrough from the innate realm leads to the refining spirit realm, where 9 divine thoughts manifest. Further advancement requires altering one's fate. The refining spirit realm comprises 9 levels, with the separation of 9 divine thoughts signifying mastery, allowing for unparalleled ease in cultivation and enlightenment. If the innate realm is akin to completing body refinement, then the refining spirit realm is akin to awakening one's potential. Although he had just broken through to the innate realm, he felt no confidence in facing an expert of the refining spirit realm. Jiang Tianhai declared, "What? Do you intend to force your way in? Do you truly think my Jiang family is without defenders? I do not care who you are. Recognize this is the Jiang family." The young prince laughed. "This is not the Jiang residence, merely a branch in a remote area. And yet you dare to call yourselves the Jiang family?" Jiang Tianhai stood resolute. "Even so, you shall not be permitted to bully us. Do you wish to incite conflict?" It must be said, Jiang Tianhai exuded a formidable presence. Had he focused solely on cultivation, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Yet the young prince was audacious, unafraid of anything, and the humiliation he suffered from Jiang Fan's kick was unbearable. "Lu Shu, go inside and bring out Jiang Fan. If anyone obstructs you, take action. Leave them with their lives. Whatever happens, I will take responsibility." "Understood, young prince." In an instant, the Jiang family braced themselves for confrontation, with nearly everyone prepared for action. At that moment, Jiang Tianhai received a telepathic message from Jiang Fan. "Let him in." Though Jiang Tianhai was uncertain of Jiang Fan's reasoning, engaging in a direct confrontation was indeed unwise. He raised a hand. "Wait, if you wish to search, then go ahead, but know that mutual destruction benefits no one. The stipulation is that you must not harm my family members. As for where Xiao Fan is, I remain unaware." Several elders of the Jiang family attempted to interject, but Jiang Tianhai interrupted. "My decision is made. Step aside. Allow this esteemed guest to enter." Reluctantly, the Jiang family members cleared a path. The young prince, with a sense of triumph, relished in witnessing others bow to him. The family head is indeed wise. "Lu Shu, go in and fetch that rascal Jiang Fan. I shall make him pay tenfold." "Yes." The expert of the refining spirit realm swiftly entered the Jiang residence. The young prince and his companions remained outside, wary of potential traps within the Jiang family, hesitant to venture in. Jiang Fan suppressed his aura, blending into the crowd at the entrance. No one could have anticipated that the person they sought, Jiang Fan, was right beneath their noses. As the powerful figure entered the Jiang family estate, he overheard the young prince instructing his guards behind him, "You lot, guard the other exits of the Jiang residence. If you see Jiang Fan, signal Uncle Lu immediately." The guards promptly departed, leaving only 3 innate realm experts to protect him. The presence of the refining expert faded from sight, and at that moment, Jiang Fan surged forward towards the young prince, one hand concealed behind his back, a pill manifesting in his palm. This time, Jiang Fan acted decisively, directly employing the forbidden god pill. The 3 experts remained utterly still, as if oblivious to the unfolding events, and fell victim to the trap. Standing before the young prince, Jiang Fan smirked, his lips curling into a wicked smile. "We meet again." In the next instant, he seized the young prince, a long blade appearing instantly, poised at his throat. Jiang Fan, having recently broken through in cultivation, exhibited an astonishing burst of speed. By the time the refining expert hastened back, it was too late. The pinnacle innate realm cultivator soon regained consciousness, and, upon seeing Jiang Fan beside him, shouted in fury, "You scoundrel! Let go of the young prince." Jiang Fan paid him no heed, instead chuckling as he addressed the young prince. "I hear you've been looking for me. Your face doesn't hurt, does it?" He glanced at the other two, who stood frozen, realizing they had fallen into the trap. Pulling them back a few steps, he bellowed with a resonant voice, "Awaken." Both men trembled, their eyes regaining clarity, widening in disbelief at the scene before them. The furious Lu, one of the strong men, directly seized a Jiang family disciple, demanding, "Do you want him dead?" Jiang Fan frowned. Just then, a pain scream erupted from the young prince as Jiang Fan's fist shattered his arm. He turned to the strong man, a smirk playing on his lips. "What? Is the young prince's life so worthless in your eyes?" With that, he prepared to break the prince's other arm. The strong man, taken aback by Jiang Fan's ruthlessness and utter disregard, realized that if Jiang Fan truly lost control and killed the young prince, his own life would be forfeit in a matter of days. "Stop," he exclaimed, loosening his grip on the Jiang family disciple. "Let go of the young prince, and we can discuss this amicably." Jiang Fan had no intention of letting the situation escalate. With the young prince in his grasp, he could end his life at any moment. If the Wang of Guangnan dared to act against the Jiang family, it would equate to a challenge to the Jiang estate, and he wouldn't dare to do so. The greatest obstacle before him was the refining expert, since he could not defeat him. Leveraging the situation was the best course of action. The Jiang family members were taken aback, none of them anticipating such audacity. Jiang Fan was unperturbed by the opponent's identity, seizing the young prince without hesitation. Facing the refining expert, he exhibited no fear. What remarkable courage! The young prince cried out in pain, unable to break free. He sensed Jiang Fan's cultivation level and was utterly perplexed. In just a few days, Jiang Fan had already broken through to the innate realm. What a prodigy! The refining expert spoke calmly. "I hope you understand the consequences of harming the young prince." Jiang Fan retorted with a laugh. "You all seek to trample the Jiang family, and yet you wish to discuss consequences with me? I have no desire to engage in idle chatter." With that, he produced a pill from his hand and tossed it to the strong man. "Take this before we continue our discussion. Otherwise, be on your way." The strong man's expression shifted, contemplating the pill in his hand, unsure of how to proceed. The young prince, filled with rage, bellowed, "Lu, what are you doing?" "I'm in agony." Though reluctant, Lu had no choice but to ingest the pill given the circumstances. He doubted Jiang Fan would poison him. No matter the cost, he had to rescue the young prince. The other three attempted to dissuade him, but he rejected their counsel. He glared at Jiang Fan, saying, "I hope your words hold weight." With that, he swallowed the pill, feeling nothing in return. "Can I release him now?" he inquired. Jiang Fan scoffed. "When did I say I would release him? I merely said we could talk further. You scoundrel, daring to toy with us." The three innate realm experts shouted in anger. Lu blocked their path, frowning at Jiang Fan. "What do you truly intend? Let us set him aside for now." Jiang Fan responded cryptically, smiling enigmatically at Lu. "The pill you just ingested is the meridian-severing pill. It was concocted by my master. The one who consumes it must take another pill each week. Otherwise, a meridian will be severed, resulting in a 10% reduction in cultivation. If 3 weeks pass without consumption, only 50% of one's cultivation remains." Before Jiang Fan could finish, Lu interrupted him. "Are you trying to scare me? Why should I believe you?" Jiang Fan replied, "You should have already noticed white lines forming on your palm. The first meridian severing is imminent. Feel for yourself." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu's body trembled, and despite his considerable cultivation, sweat beads formed on his forehead, clearly enduring immense pain. Jiang Fan wasted no more words and tossed another pill toward him. Identical to the previous one, Lu quickly consumed it, the pain subsiding immediately. Gasping, he stared at Jiang Fan, his mind racing. The ability to concoct secret medicines indicated that Jiang Fan was backed by a formidable figure. It was no wonder he acted with such impunity. "What do you truly aim to accomplish? Where's the antidote for this pill?" Lu pressed. "What do I intend? You pursued me to the Jiang family, causing a ruckus. And now you question my motives? Shouldn't we first discuss apologies and reparations?" The young prince, hearing this, fumed. "You've repeatedly deceived me, and now you demand reparations?" Jiang Fan, without hesitation, struck him unconscious with a single palm, showing no mercy. Lu frowned, about to voice a complaint, but someone nearby whispered, "Lu, there are too many onlookers. Although we are far from the imperial capital, the face of the Wang of Guangnan." Just as Lu was about to speak, Jiang Fan interjected, "Since you find this troublesome, let me take the lead. You will first apologize to my father and then escort this young heir out of Longza County. promising that no one from the Wong of Guangnan will ever set foot in Longza County again. As for reparations, we can discuss that later. Lu scowled. Do not push your luck. Jiang Fan pressed the blade against the unconscious young prince's neck, faint traces of blood emerging. He fixed his gaze on Lu. Do you have a right to refuse? Gritting his teeth, Lu turned to the three beside him. Take him out of Longza County and wait for my news in Mo, Chiu Town. The three nodded and swiftly departed, while Jiang Tianhai led the Jiang family members back home. Follow me, Jiang Fan commanded, striding forward, the young prince in tow. Lu trailed closely behind. Despite his formidable strength, he dared not take risks. For the sake of the young prince and his own safety, he had to proceed with caution. Finding a secluded area, Jiang Fan halted and unceremoniously tossed the young prince to the ground. Only then did Lu speak. Young Master Jiang, there seems to be a misunderstanding between you and the young prince. This time, consider it our rashness. I will certainly apologize to the head of the Jiang family shortly. Please do not harm the young prince. Jiang Fan did not respond directly, instead asking abruptly, do you have any spiritual herbs on you? Lu contemplated for a moment before replying, I should have a couple left. Give me the spiritual herbs, and you can take this fellow with you, Jiang Fan stated. Lu rummaged through his treasure pouch, producing 2 exquisite boxes emanating a fragrant aroma, capturing Jiang Fan's attention. Taking the spiritual herbs, Jiang Fan removed the young prince's treasure pouch and then kicked him towards Lu. Lu instinctively caught the young prince, but his expression shifted as a massive pressure enveloped him, leaving him breathless. This fellow truly could turn on a dime. Yet Jiang Fan wore a cold smile. You don't want the meridian-severing pill anymore? Are you willing to gamble with your life? Lu suddenly realized his folly. In his moment of rage, he had forgotten that he had ingested Jiang Fan's concoction. However, he had no intention of remaining passive. He glared at Jiang Fan menacingly. The Wong of Guangnan has plenty of pharmacists. I refuse to believe none can create an antidote. Chapter 10. Yu Linglong Jiang Fan mocked. You think they can help? Even if you sought out one Yaogu, it would be futile. There's only one person in this world capable of concocting the meridian-severing pill. If you do not believe it, take the time to try. He tossed a vial of elixir to Butler Lu and continued. There are also 10 meridian-resolving pills here. Soon, I will depart for the Li Hua Academy. You must hurry back to find me. I only require your assistance with 3 matters, and in return, I shall help you eliminate the poison from this meridian-resolving pill. Butler Lu scrutinized Jiang Fan. At your age, entering the innate realm indeed grants you the qualifications to venture into the Li Hua Academy. But do you presume to threaten me with this meridian-resolving pill? You underestimate me. Rest assured, cooperating with me will bring you benefits. Benefits? What advantages could a practitioner of the innate realm from Xiang Town offer me? Perhaps in a few decades, I might anticipate something. Butler Lu clearly did not believe Jiang Fan could provide any benefit. Jiang Fan extracted several types of pills from his treasure pouch, displayed them briefly, and then returned them. Calmly, he stated, just over a month ago, I had yet to cultivate my vital energy. I was cast off a cliff, hanging by a thread. A month later, I broke through into the innate realm. You should understand what this transformation signifies. Upon hearing this, Butler Lu's pupils constricted slightly. This indicated that there must be a powerful alchemist backing Jiang Fan, one of considerable rank. Otherwise, even with the assistance of an alchemist, it would be challenging to achieve such rapid advancement in merely a month. After finishing his words, Jiang Fan ceased speaking, let out a hearty laugh, and turned to leave. Butler Lu, deep in thought, watched Jiang Fan's retreating figure, sensing that the Jiang family might soon unveil an extraordinary individual with an unclear future ahead. With that thought, he carried the young prince away. That afternoon, Butler Lu appeared in the Jiang family's reception hall to apologize to Jiang Tian. He then expressed a desire to see Jiang Fan, but was informed that Jiang Fan had already departed and would return in a month. Thus, he could only leave and escort the young prince back. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan indeed hastily exited the Jiang residence, knowing that Butler Lu's life was in his hands. He would not create trouble for the Jiang family. There were many matters he needed to attend to, and he could not handle everything personally. Next, he intended to venture into the secret realm of Longza Lake, a journey that could last several months. With Xiao Sanyang lurking, he required someone to keep watch, and Butler Lu was an excellent choice. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Fan had not anticipated this hurried departure. Just an hour prior, the fragment stirred, revealing a celestial root within its range, But sensing the fragments probing, the celestial roots swiftly fled, astonishingly fast. Jiang Fan was shaken. In his previous life, he was known as the king of medicine, yet throughout his life, he had only captured a single celestial root. Celestial roots, born of heaven and earth, are innate beings that are exceedingly difficult to capture due to their keen instincts. Without knowing how to respond, even the strongest practitioner would find it futile. Celestial roots are coveted treasures desired by every alchemist. Ordinary herbs and spiritual medicines placed alongside celestial roots would significantly enhance their quality, as would the quality of the elixirs produced. In summary, celestial roots are no ordinary items and hold immense allure for Jiang Fan. However, he had not anticipated that a celestial root would manifest in such a location, and upon discovery, it immediately vanished. Jiang Fan merely exchanged a brief greeting with his father before pursuing it. The celestial root appeared in the direction of Wanjin Building, but swiftly darted eastward. Jiang Fan desperately followed. Had it not been for his elevated realm, he would have had no chance against its speed. Utilizing the fragment to lock onto the celestial root's aura, he found it intermittent, only able to ascertain that it had likely been born not long ago. Its aura is still not particularly strong. An hour later, the spiritual root vanished into the distant mountains. This was Jiufeng Mountain, where 9 peaks towered amidst the rolling hills. There were demon beasts within Jiufeng Mountain, making it exceedingly perilous. Occasionally, practitioners would collaborate to venture inside, hunting demon beasts and gathering herbs. Yet each year, many practitioners still perished within. Jiang Fan, however, paid no heed to such dangers and directly entered the mountain. Currently, the range of perception afforded by his Qian Kuanzhao Huaju was limited to 100 meters. If he lost track now, he would have no idea when he might find another opportunity. For an entire day, Jiang Fan pressed deeper into the mountains. The celestial root was heading straight for the 9 peaks, not pausing for an instant. Up to this moment, Jiang Fan had yet to discern what it truly was. Anticipation filled his heart until late at night when he sensed the presence of nearby demon beasts. He had to suppress his aura, not daring to slacken his footsteps. The bright moon hung high. The tallest of the 9 peaks loomed before him. Yet Jiang Fan suddenly came to a halt. The aura of the celestial root had vanished in an instant. He quickened his pace toward the peak, but still could not perceive it. Had it disappeared? Jiang Fan concentrated intently, yet yielded no results. Opening his eyes, his gaze fell upon the towering peak before him. It rose steeply into the clouds, nearly vertical. Jiang Fan was certain that the celestial root had vanished right here. After contemplating, he suddenly recalled something. A secret realm? There must be a secret realm here as well. The celestial root was likely concealed within it. This seemed to be the only explanation. Such occurrences were not uncommon. The celestial root might have been left by a significant figure, with this secret realm serving as its hiding place. It could even have been birthed within this secret realm. If that were true, the situation could become rather troublesome. Some secret realms remain closed, making entry exceedingly difficult. At least for Jiang Fan's current realm, he had no means of access. Fortunately, Jiang Fan was resolute and would not be discouraged by such matters. The corners of his mouth curled upward as he gazed at the peak. It appeared to be a playful creature. Then I shall wait here for a few days to see if you emerge. Jiang Fan sat beneath a tree, practicing his cultivation while attuning to the surrounding changes. Since his breakthrough, he had not rested, and after a full day of running, he was indeed somewhat fatigued. Approximately an hour later, the aura of the celestial root suddenly reappeared. He opened his eyes abruptly and looked toward the peak, where he beheld a small horse resembling jade, no larger than a palm, which flickered and then vanished. Jiang Fan, well-versed in the Qian Kuanzhao Huaju's alchemical chapter, recognized the type of celestial root immediately. The name on the tip of his tongue. It was the Jade Linglong. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. The Jade Linglong, resembling a precious gem, is born akin to jade, and upon developing consciousness, it becomes a celestial root. This green, jade-like little horse was a manifestation of the Jade Linglong, and from the initial impression, it should have been born not long ago. Celestial roots, if left undisturbed, can nearly live as long as heaven and earth. Some that have existed for a long time can even surpass human intelligence. The Jade Linglong before him, however, evidently possessed only instinct. Sensing Jiang Fan's gaze, it vanished once more into the secret realm. Jiang Fan hadn't expected it to be the Jade Linglong. With his current realm, capturing it was utterly impossible. Moreover, he lacked a critical item, the purple flame immortal gold. Without the means to restrain it, capturing its form was unattainable. Jiang Fan quietly retreated, committing the location to memory. He was determined to obtain the Jadeling Long, for it held immense allure for an alchemist. Furthermore, the secret treasure here was undeniably enticing. A place that could give birth to a celestial root could hardly be ordinary. It seemed prudent to seek out some information regarding the legends of Jufeng Mountain. Jiang Fan dared not disturb the celestial root any further. Few in the world understood celestial roots better than he did. After all, he possessed the Qian Kuan Zhao Hua Ju's alchemical chapter, which contained many long-lost secrets. Since he had reached Jufeng Mountain, it would be a wasted trip if he left without gaining anything. He decided to find a concealed spot to cultivate. Having now entered the innate realm, he could also practice the alchemical chapter. In his previous life, although he had acquired a truly extraordinary cultivation method, his high realm had deprived him of the opportunity to practice. The introductory chapter required cultivation at the innate realm, and at that time, he had numerous enemies and could not afford to damage his cultivation to engage in the study of the alchemical chapter. He could only rely on the capabilities of the alchemical chapter itself to seek out rare materials. Nonetheless, he knew that relying on the cultivation method and the alchemical chapter itself would yield the greatest results. Filled with anticipation, Jiang Fan felt that not having practiced the alchemical chapter was one of his greatest regrets before his rebirth. Now that he had the chance, he certainly could not miss it. He had long since read the introductory chapter countless times, summoning the fragment once more for contemplation. This time, utilizing his spiritual consciousness. Characters appeared in his mind one after another. Soon, these characters transformed into powerful spiritual energy that flowed through his body. Qian Kuan Zhao Hua, with alchemy as its path, encompasses billions of herbs, countless spiritual medicines, millions of earthly treasures, and tens of thousands of heavenly materials. Jiang Fan could distinctly sense that each word and phrase seemed to be etched into the very marrow of his being. To his surprise, the alchemical manuscript did not merely enhance his combat strength. As it was inscribed into his body, his physical resilience significantly increased, yielding remarkably evident results. As an apothecary, his comprehension of the corporeal form far surpassed that of others. With the foundational text fully engraved within him, he had successfully entered the initial stage. Perhaps due to his profound insights into alchemy, this initiation progressed even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Observing his own physique, Jiang Fan's lips curled into a smile. His strength was now comparable to that of a late-stage innate cultivator, and he had not even begun to practice any defensive techniques. This was merely the beginning, and with further training, his capabilities would undoubtedly become more formidable. Truly, the Qinkuan creation technique was remarkable. Even this auxiliary alchemical manuscript bore such efficacy. If all the pieces were gathered, how terrifying would the results be? Jiang Fan silently vowed to acquire the entirety of this creation Qinkuan technique at any opportunity, utilizing the alchemical manuscript to manipulate the remaining fragments. The range of his perception, which had previously reached 100 meters, now extended to approximately 150 meters, a substantial enhancement, indeed. This was undoubtedly good news for Jiang Fan. The Nine Peaks Mountain was a veritable treasure trove, and he had now reached its central region, a place sparsely populated by humans and frequented by ferocious beasts. Moreover, it was home to many rare herbs, and with a stroke of luck, he might even encounter spiritual medicines. Jiang Fan sensed the presence of various herbs around him and began to collect those he found useful, making his way back toward Longzi County. Meanwhile, the young prince and his entourage were returning. Steward Liu was wary of the pulse-stopping pill and needed to find Jiang Fan quickly to negotiate a remedy before the poison took hold. Although the young prince's injuries had been treated, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. The three innate cultivators accompanying him wore expressions of concern. One remarked, "Steward Liu, how shall we explain matters to the young prince upon his awakening? Given his temperament, you may be safe, but we three shall surely face his wrath." They were baffled by the enigma that was Jiang Fan, who proved to be exceedingly difficult to contend with. Steward Liu replied, "This is merely a result of your negligence. You fell victim to that lad's schemes. Previously, they had mentioned he was only cultivating his form. How could he possibly be an innate cultivator?" Chapter 11. The harvest, the late-stage innate cultivator, looked thoroughly perplexed. What was even more bizarre was that the lad had employed some means to temporarily ensnare them in an illusion. Even I was caught off guard, otherwise, how could he have approached the young prince? Do not underestimate the Jiang family, and do not belittle Jiang Fan. He has powerful figures backing him. Moreover, the prince remains unaware of this incident. He had previously warned against provoking the Jiang sect. The young prince is naturally impulsive. Experiencing some setbacks may serve him well. Upon returning, I will explain everything to the prince. That will be troublesome for you, Steward Liu. At Wanjin Tower, the enigmatic figure beside Han Qinshua materialized. Miss, Jiang Fan has broken through. His progress is astonishingly rapid. Even Steward Liu of the Guangnan King has been ensnared, forced to apologize to the Jiang family. Unfortunately, we did not dare to follow them during their private conversation for fear of being discovered. Han Qinshua smiled and inquired, and what transpired thereafter? Jiang Fan hastily departed from Longzi County towards the east. I am uncertain of the events that unfolded. By the time I realized, it was already too late. I have come to report to you now. You may leave, Han Qinshua said, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed out the window. An innate cultivator. The speed of such advancement is indeed astonishing. It appears he has not solely relied on the 9-star pill for his progress. Jiang Fan, what other secrets do you harbor? She produced a spirit talisman and inscribed a few characters upon it. Jiang Fan of Longzi County, attention level, exceptional. After completing the inscription, she infused it with spiritual energy. The talisman then soared out of the window, transforming into a beam of light as it shot into the sky. In a 9 Peaks mountain, Jiang Fan concealed himself within a hollow area. Just a few dozen meters away, 2 ferocious beasts were locked in a standoff. One resembled a water buffalo, adorned with a triangular horn and entirely golden in hue. The other was jet black, resembling a leopard. The atmosphere was tense, with both beasts equally matched in strength and bearing numerous wounds. Jiang Fan felt a surge of delight. The mountain-splitting golden bull, a 3rd-tier mystical beast, and the 9 nether leopard, a 2nd-tier mystical beast. Although the golden bull was of a higher grade, it lacked the same combat prowess. Let us observe as you two contend against one another. After lying in ambush for a full half-hour, the 2 beasts launched into their final battle, their roars echoing hauntingly. Their strength equated to that of mid-stage innate cultivators, and the moment victory was determined would coincide with Jiang Fan's intervention. Minutes later, with a mournful cry, the mountain-splitting golden bull collapsed to the ground, its neck completely torn open, its life force rapidly waning. Jiang Fan suddenly sprang to his feet and dashed toward the 9 nether leopard. The leopard, anticipating a meal, turned upon sensing Jiang Fan's presence, letting out a fierce roar. Its fur bristling, arching its back, claws gleaming like obsidian, and a menacing glint in its eyes. Jiang Fan grinned wickedly at it. Are you still baring your teeth when you're on the brink of exhaustion? He advanced step by step toward the 9 nether leopard, preparing a pill in his hand. Such a severely wounded beast was more perilous than a healthy one and required careful handling. The 9 nether leopard retreated a few paces, attempting to flee. Jiang Fan hastily accelerated, and the pill in his hand flew forth like a concealed weapon, striking the 9 nether leopard directly. The creature stumbled and fell to the ground after a few paces. As it cried out in agony, Jiang Fan approached to deliver the final blow, but suddenly, 3 black wildcats dashed out from the nearby thicket. Upon closer inspection, they were clearly the young of the 9 nether leopard. The cubs clambered at Jiang Fan's pant legs, desperately attempting to save their mother. This display stirred Jiang Fan's compassion. He knelt beside the 9 nether leopard and enveloped its heart meridian with his spiritual energy. Consider yourself fortunate, but I wonder if this life-saving pill will have any effect on you. After administering the pill to the 9 nether leopard, Jiang Fan sat nearby, awaiting its response. The 3 cubs regarded him warily. Gradually, the pill's effects manifested. The 9 nether leopard's breathing began to stabilize, and it writhed on the ground. Once Jiang Fan deemed it sufficiently recovered, he rose and proceeded toward the corpse of the golden bull. The beast's carcass held a wealth of materials, and acquiring such a creature was no easy task. These materials would prove immensely valuable. After finishing his preparations, Jiang Fan was on the verge of departing when a shadow darted toward him at an astonishing speed. He quickly turned to see the 9 nether leopard had returned. Just as he contemplated striking back, he noticed the creature was carrying something in its mouth. The nine nether leopard dropped the object at his feet and turned to leave. Gazing down, Jiang Fan was astonished to see what appeared to be a withered, poisonous snake, its surface seemingly covered in rust. A flicker of joy crossed his face. This was indeed a rare spiritual herb, the crimson bloodvine. It seemed this creature understood the importance of gratitude, exhibiting a hint of sentience. Thus, it compensated for my loss. Just as Jiang Fan stored the crimson bloodvine, he suddenly frowned. From the direction the nine nether leopard had departed, a roar echoed. Not far off, it sounded like the recently escaped nine nether leopard. Suppressing his aura, Jiang Fan sprinted toward the source of the sound. Soon, he found the injured nine nether leopard surrounded by several humans. Although it had ingested Jiang Fan's pill, its combat strength was less than half of what it once was. If these cultivators attacked, the situation would be dire. Jiang Fan assessed the scene. There were 6 individuals encircling the nine nether leopard, 2 of whom were innate cultivators. Their attire was inconsistent, indicating they were adventurers who had come here. Little did they expect to encounter a severely wounded nine nether leopard. This was an opportunity for great fortune. Be cautious. A wounded beast can be even more dangerous. Do not allow it a chance to escape. The group proceeded carefully, afraid to lose their hard-won prize. Jiang Fan mused, "Since I have spared your life once, I shall rescue you again." He conjured a soul-soothing powder in his hand and hurled it into the crowd. Immediately, he transmitted a message to the nine nether leopard. "Hurry and flee." The nine nether leopard is renowned for its swiftness, and among the 6 individuals present, fell almost instantly. The remaining 2 were momentarily stunned. Allowing the nine nether leopard to seize the opportunity and dash out of the crowd, resembling a streak of black wind that quickly vanished into the dense forest. Once the 2 innate realm cultivators regained their senses, they were consumed by fury. Who dares to mock us? At this moment, Jiang Fan had already traveled quite a distance. He had no concern for whom he might have offended. With the immediate situation resolved, there was no reason for him to linger. During this trip to Jufeng Mountain, he had confirmed the location of the celestial root, gathered numerous herbs, obtained all the materials for the Duanshan Golden Bull, and acquired the spiritual herb, Blood Red Vine, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Although he had sprinted tirelessly for an entire day to arrive, the return journey took a full 4 days. What was initially a 1-month plan had thus been disrupted. Upon returning to Longza County, in high spirits, he intended to take a stroll through the market, where fortune might smile upon him, and he could unearth some treasures. However, upon entering the market, he overheard discussions regarding the Jiang family. Several young talents from the imperial capital had arrived, bearing gifts to propose to the Jiang family. The journey from the imperial capital to Xiang Town was not short, requiring at least over a month of travel. Through inquiries, Jiang Fan discovered that this group of young talents was indeed there for Jiang Yueyao. It seemed her status within the Jiang residence had been steadily rising, further bolstered by her exquisite beauty, which had attracted a multitude of suitors. Yet, Jiang Fan found it puzzling. Jiang Yueyao was merely 16 years old. Given her qualifications, how could she possibly be courted so early? Surely, the Jiang family would not approve. Upon his return to the Jiang household, before he could even step through the main gate, the guards called out to him. "Young Master Jiang, the head of the family wishes to see you and advises you to go out and avoid trouble for a while before returning." Jiang Fan frowned. "What is this about?" The guards explained that it was those young masters from prominent families who had come to propose. Jiang Fan quickly understood the situation. He had, after all, humiliated Jiang Yueyao, and since she lacked the time to deal with him directly, she must have devised such a plan. His father was certainly acting in his best interest. It would not be wise to offend the sons of influential families, as they were formidable adversaries. Yet who was Jiang Fan? He had already made enemies of even the young prince of the Guangnan Wang family. Ignoring the guard's warnings, he strode into the Jiang residence, heading straight for the reception hall. Upon arriving outside the reception hall, he found it bustling with activity. Numerous gifts were piled in the open space outside, and several servants were busily attending to the guests. Jiang Fan walked directly into the reception hall and glanced around, spotting 3 unfamiliar young men. They appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, all exuding an air of nobility, dressed in splendid attire, their gazes fixed solely upon Jiang Tianhai, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Fan's entrance. The 3 boasted impressive realms, all having reached the innate stage. It was evident they were disciples nurtured by prestigious families, their bodies suffused with the scent of medicinal pills. indicating they had relied heavily on such aids during their cultivation. Their attire did not reveal any specific affiliations. Jiang Tianhai was engaged with them, wearing a smile, but upon seeing Jiang Fan, his expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated Jiang Fan's swift return. Jiang Fan, unperturbed, called out, "Father!" Hearing his voice, the gazes of two of the young men immediately fell upon him, their expressions rife with disdain. Jiang Tianhai introduced him, saying, "Allow me to present Jiang Fan to you." He then continued with the introductions. These three hail from the Chun, Zhang, and Qin families of the imperial capital. They have come to... Jiang Fan interrupted, stating, "I heard on my way back that they are here for Jiang Yueyao." He scrutinized the three young men and smiled. "Are your families all vying for Jiang Yueyao's hand? I am more curious to know which of you she might favor." The young man from the Zhang family, named Zhang Bo, retorted, "Let us put our matters aside for now. You are the one who has repeatedly provoked Yueyao. You don't seem impressive at all. You appear to be nothing more than a wet behind-the-ears brat." Another laughed derisively, his eyes filled with provocation. Chapter 12. Compensation. Jiang Fan possessed a protective spiritual treasure from the young prince, preventing them from discerning his true realm. Their initial judgment had already proven erroneous. In contrast, Jiang Fan remained unfazed. "What behind the ears? You are all of a similar age to me, yet your words betray an air of arrogance. Alas, your realms fall short. Perhaps you could serve as guardians for our Jiang family, but as for becoming a son-in-law, that is out of the question." Jiang Fan's tone was calm, devoid of any emotion, yet brimming with provocation. The three young masters were taken aback at first, but Zhang Bo soon erupted, slamming his hand down. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he heard a cough from the master's seat. A reminder from Jiang Tianhai. This was the Jiang family, and they needed to mind their manners. Although the three had come to confront Jiang Fan, they were still required to show respect within the Jiang household. Zhang Bo suppressed his anger and turned to Jiang Fan, saying, "You truly possess a bold tongue. Let's hope your strength is as formidable as your bravado." The young man from the Qin family, named Qin Feng, appeared far more composed. Since noticing Jiang Fan, he had been quietly observing him, neither speaking nor displaying any hostility. Chen Ke from the Chen family, on the other hand, seemed even more agitated than Zhang Bo. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Bo interrupted him, turning to Jiang Tianhai first. "Head of the family, we have come to engage your son in dialogue. We are all cultivators and should learn from one another and spar. We wish to invite Jiang Fan for a discussion. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Jiang Tianhai was about to decline when Jiang Fan stepped forward, smiling. "I would welcome such an opportunity. The Wanjin building has suitable training rooms. Let's go there. I am eager to see just how capable you so-called young prodigies are in making a fool of yourselves." With that, he laughed heartily and left, leaving behind Zhang and Chun, whose faces turned ashen with fury. They were so enraged that they disregarded propriety and stormed out. But Jiang Fan's figure had already vanished from the courtyard. Qin Feng stood, a slight smile gracing his lips as he bowed to Jiang Tianhai. "I shall take my leave for now. I will return to pay my respects another day." Jiang Tianhai remarked, "Indeed, the Qin family disciple is truly composed. This child, Xiao Fan, has his own circumstances. Please." Qin Feng interrupted him, smiling, "Head of the family, you worry too much. Young Master Jiang Fan's strength is remarkable. Moreover, strength begets confidence. Those two have merely sought their own humiliation." With a fan in hand, he sauntered out of the reception hall. Jiang Tianhai was somewhat astonished. He had indeed heard rumors about Qin Feng. This individual was said to be exceptionally intelligent and possessed extraordinary insight. This time, he had merely accompanied the other two, yet he was evidently far more composed than his peers. Upon entering Wanjin building, Jiang Fan strode in confidently. He was quite the celebrity there, that day. Han Qianxue had personally welcomed him and even intervened on his behalf outside Jingen Garden. The attendants dared not treat him lightly. The small bearded man who had first received Jiang Fan was conveniently in the hall. Upon seeing Jiang Fan arrive, he hurried over. "Young Master Jiang, what brings you here today? I shall prepare a room for you right away. Would you like me to notify the manager?" Before Jiang Fan could respond, Zhang Bo and Chen Ke burst in after him. Chen Ke shouted, "Jiang Fan, where do you think you're going?" The small bearded man was taken aback at first, but quickly admonished, "This is Wanjin building. No loud disruptions are allowed. Do you wish to be thrown out?" Zhang Bo retorted angrily, "Who do you think you are to speak to us like that? Bring out your manager." The small bearded man stood beside Jiang Fan and whispered, "Young Master Jiang, please go ahead and rest. Rest assured, not just anyone can act recklessly in my Wanjin building. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, elicited laughter from Jiang Fan, while the faces of Chen Ku and Zhang Bo turned a shade of green. They hailed from prestigious families and held considerable status in the imperial capital. Yet here they were, looked down upon by a mere commoner. You seek death. The small bearded man did not back down. Wanjin building does not permit such impertinence. Chen Ku's indignation flared as he charged toward the small bearded man, his glare fierce. Even the Almighty cannot save you. Bone-crushing palm. The little mustached man was taken aback by the sudden attack from his opponent, who unleashed a lethal move, leaving no time for him to evade. Just then, Jiang Fan unexpectedly pulled him aside, deftly evading the assault. He then charged towards Chen Ku. With a resounding clash, their palms met, shattering the tiles beneath Jiang Fan's feet, while Chen Ku was sent flying. Zhang Bo managed to steady himself with a quick intervention, staring at Jiang Fan in astonishment. Meanwhile, the surrounding guests began to retreat, casting bewildered glances at the unfolding scene. Engaging in a brawl within the Wanjin building was indeed a bold move, leaving them in disbelief. The little mustached man, still shaken, cupped his fist towards Jiang Fan. Thank you, young Master Jiang. At that moment, the building's guards swarmed in, encircling Zhang Bo and his companion. Zhang Bo produced a purple crystal card. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? This purple crystal card was a VIP card of Wanjin building, only a notch below the spirit jade, gifted to Jiang Fan by Han Qianxue, making it a rare item. Upon seeing the card, the guards hesitated, stepping back from their aggressive stance. Just then, a woman's voice echoed. Who do we have here? It's the young masters of the Chun and Zhang families. What brings you both to Longzhi County? Is it truly necessary to harass a mere servant of Wanjin building? The figure descending the stairs was none other than Han Qianxue. The once furious duo, upon seeing her, felt their anger dissipate, their eyes widening in disbelief. Zhang Bo stammered. Why you? How are you here? Han Qianxue giggled. Oh, it seems young Master Zhang remembers me. Do you wish to harm my subordinate? Zhang Bo quickly replied. Not at all. If we had known Miss Qianxue was here, we would never have dared to provoke anyone. But this little mustached man has gone too far. Jiang Fan interrupted. Spare me your excuses. No need to explain further. If you're too afraid to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. At that moment, Jiang Fan, unrestrained, launched his attack. Although he had yet to cultivate martial skills or techniques, his mastery over fire was unparalleled, earning him the title of Medicine King. Now that he had entered the innate realm, he had begun to wield fire with finesse, making them perfect practice targets. Flames engulfed his right hand as he dashed towards the duo. Zhang Bo and Chen Ku were clearly unprepared for Jiang Fan's sudden aggression and hurriedly attempted to defend themselves. As their palms clashed, Zhang Bo summoned all his strength, but the flames swiftly consumed his arm, reducing his sleeve to ashes. He staggered back, using his vital energy to disperse the flames, preventing them from scorching his flesh. Despite his efforts, the heat made him wince in pain. Chen Ku stepped forward to assist, having realized he was at a disadvantage during their first encounter. However, as he faced Jiang Fan's fiery onslaught, he quickly found himself retreating under the pressure. They couldn't comprehend how Jiang Fan, despite seemingly matching their realm, possessed a physical strength that felt superior. Moreover, they were baffled by his audacity to act in the presence of Han Qianxue within Wanjin building. Realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew, they disregarded their pride and retaliated, hoping their actions would not be blamed by Han Qianxue. Bone-crushing palm, mountain-splitting force. Jiang Fan remained undeterred, summoning flames with his other hand, sending waves of heat radiating outward, prompting the onlookers to scatter. Some gasped. Jiang Fan is wielding fire techniques at the innate level. His control is truly astonishing. He really is a hidden gem. When did such formidable talents emerge in Longzhi County? As their palms met once more, all three retreated several steps, evenly matched. Chen Ku taunted, I thought you could defy the heavens. Turns out you're merely average. Jiang Fan retorted with a cold smile. Is that so? Zhang Bo furrowed his brow, a sudden chill running through him. Something feels off. Chen Ku realized his legs were trembling uncontrollably, as if his energy center had been sealed, rendering him powerless. This sensation soon enveloped his entire being. Han Qianxue, surprised, could not fathom how Jiang Fan had achieved this. With a frigid expression, Jiang Fan attacked again, flames erupting more fiercely in his grip. Yet, Chen Ku and Zhang Bo discovered they lacked even the strength to evade. The experience was utterly bizarre. At that moment, a figure emerged before Jiang Fan. A folding fan intercepted his fiery assault, dispersing the flames. Midnight Realm? Jiang Fan gazed in astonishment at the newcomer. The individual, a dashing young man, was none other than Qin Feng, who had just arrived. With no intent of hostility, he closed his fan and clasped his fists towards Jiang Fan. Young Master Jiang, let's exercise restraint. This is merely a spar. Let's not take it too far. Chen Ku and Zhang Bo, now gradually regaining their composure behind Qin Feng, glared at Jiang Fan, realizing that had it not been for Qin Feng's timely intervention, they would have faced severe consequences. Jiang Fan coldly remarked, I came here to defend Jiang Yueyao. Do you expect to stir trouble and leave unscathed? If you wish to use others as shields, you must be prepared to pay the price. Han Qinshua chimed in from behind. Young Master Jiang is indeed as shrewd as ever. However, you are correct. Since they came seeking trouble, they ought to leave some form of compensation. At this, Qin Feng was taken aback upon noticing Han Qinshua's presence. Miss Hen, I'm surprised to see you in Longzhi County. How have you been? Chen Ku felt a twinge of displeasure at Han Qinshua's words. Miss Han, we are old acquaintances. It would be unseemly for you to side with Jiang Fan in this matter. We had no intention of causing a ruckus in Wanjin Building. It was Jiang Fan who initiated the confrontation. Han Qinshuo stepped closer to Jiang Fan, linking her arm through his. Young Master Jiang is my friend. It is only natural for me to defend him. Wouldn't you agree? This gesture left Jiang Fan perplexed. Judging by the demeanor of these three young masters from the imperial capital, Han Qinshua's background must be formidable, inducing their wariness. Such actions would only draw animosity toward herself. The three exchanged bewildered glances, and Jiang Fan sensed impending trouble. Han Qinshuo was not to be underestimated. Han Qinshuo addressed Qin Feng. I did not anticipate your presence here. With your temperament, I presumed you would avoid reckless actions. Qin Feng smiled. I merely came to keep an eye on things. My father fears you might cause a disturbance. Jiang, your strength certainly exceeds the rumors. It seems the Jiang residents will soon be bustling. Chapter 13. The opening of the secret realm Jiang Fan had originally intended to lure them into the training room of Wanjin Building to exploit them. But he hadn't anticipated the brawl breaking out in the main hall. Han Qinshua's clear support for Jiang Fan left Chen Ku and his companion baffled. Yet they dared not offend the beautiful lady. Chen Ku said, Miss Han, do not let your position intimidate us. Han Qinshuo retorted with a smile. Intimidate? Ultimately, you acted against my people, prompting young Master Jiang to intervene. If you three do not wish to compensate, I shall send someone to your residence to demand restitution. At this, Chen Ku panicked. What? Qin Feng interjected. Miss Han, what does this have to do with me? I was merely an observer. Why should I bear any responsibility? Qin Feng meant no harm. His earlier intervention was merely a gentle reminder. Han Qinshu talked at Yang Feng. Young Master, does he need to compensate? Her behavior left the onlookers astounded, while Jiang Fan sensed something amiss but felt compelled to acquiesce. You decide, he said, passing the contentious matter to her. Wary of being used as a pawn. Han Qiangsu understood. As for Qin Feng, let it go, you arrived later. As for young masters Chen Ku and Zhang Bo, a single spirit herb from each of you will suffice. I believe that is not too much to ask. The two protested vehemently. Are you not going to rob us? Han Qinshua's smile froze, her eyes narrowing at them. Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he turned to leave. Chen Ku and Zhang Bo seemed to have realized something. Hastily dropping 2 boxes before swiftly following Qin Feng, not daring to look back. When Jiang Fan turned to Han Qinshuo, her smile had returned to its usual demeanor. She laughed. Might I ask if young Master Jiang is satisfied? Jiang Fan nodded. Of course I am. Thank you for your assistance, Mississippi. I shall not trouble you further. When the secret realm of Longzhi Lake opens, we shall meet again. Then I shall not see you off, young master. Please walk carefully. Jiang Fan stowed away the spiritual herbs and departed swiftly. Han Qinshuo made him feel somewhat uneasy. The more inscrutable a person, the more perilous they could be. Upon leaving Wanjin Building, he discovered that Chen Ku and his companion had already left, while Qin Feng awaited him outside. Delving into the recesses of his memory, Jiang Fan recalled that Qin Feng was quite a figure. In the era of youthful rivalry, he had achieved considerable glory. Observing his current realm and mindset, It was evident that his success was not merely by chance. As Qin Feng saw him emerge, he said, "Brother Jiang, may we have a word?" Jiang Fan nodded and replied telepathically, "I happen to have something I wish to inquire about as well." Initially taken aback by Jiang Fan's mental communication, Qin Feng quickly grasped the situation, smiled, and followed Jiang Fan away. They returned to the Jiang residence, only to find that Chan Ku and his companion had not yet returned. Qin Feng seemed to sense Jiang Fan's thoughts and remarked, "They are aware of their inferiority and will not seek trouble." The Jiang family truly harbored hidden talents. In this small Longza County, two young prodigies, Jiang Yueyao and Brother Jiang, had emerged. If Brother Jiang were to enter the Jiang residence, perhaps his accomplishments would surpass even Jiang Yueyao's. "Brother Qin, do not jest," Jiang Fan replied. "With your mid-stage innate realm, few among your peers could surpass you." He led Qin Feng to the reception hall, which was arranged with arrays to prevent eavesdropping. "Brother Jiang, your meticulous thinking is prudent," Qin Feng said. Jiang Fan nodded. "After my breakthrough, I have felt a presence nearby, yet I cannot perceive it. Perhaps I am overthinking." "Are you here for Jiang Yueyao?" Qin Feng decisively shook his head. "Not at all. I have come because a secret realm nearby is set to open. My father sent me here in advance to await entry. I wonder if I might invite Brother Jiang to join me?" Jiang Fan did not conceal anything. "I have already promised Han Qianxue to accompany her." Qin Feng was not surprised. Han Qianxue's presence was undoubtedly related to the secret realm, and given her attitude towards Jiang Fan, it seemed they had formed a partnership. That is also a commendable choice. Jiang Fan steadied his mind and cautiously inquired, "What is Han Qianxue's standing in the imperial capital? And what is her realm?" Qin Feng regarded Jiang Fan with confusion. "Are you not familiar with her?" Jiang Fan dismissed the notion. "We have merely collaborated a few times. I have never visited the imperial capital, so I'm unaware of her background." Qin Feng fell silent for a moment before continuing. "No wonder you are so unreserved. Han Qianxue is." Just as he began to speak, he suddenly shuddered, his demeanor becoming momentarily dazed. He then shook his head and smiled wryly. "I cannot disclose that. The coverage of the array here is too limited. Someone outside is warning me not to speak." Jiang Fan glanced outside, finding it empty and unremarkable. Yet he understood Qin Feng's intent. Qin Feng added, "However, Brother Jiang can rest assured in collaborating with her. Many wish to ingratiate themselves with her, but fail. She is discerning in whom she chooses to associate with, so you have reason to take pride in this." In Jiang Fan's recollection, Qin Feng's character was impeccable, but regrettably, he had not had the opportunity to interact with him extensively due to his slower development in the past. It was unfortunate that Qin Feng ultimately fell victim to persecution, assassinated by a stronger foe, which was lamentable. After conversing for an afternoon, Jiang Fan found Qin Feng to be a worthy ally. Should the time come, he would remind him and assist him through his tribulations. In the evening, Qin Feng took his leave, but before departing, he transmitted a warning to Jiang Fan. "Han Qianxue has a jealous fiancé. Be cautious." Jiang Fan smiled wryly. It was no wonder Chan Ku and his companion had looked at him oddly when they saw Han Qianxue being affectionate. Jiang Fan did not respond. He knew he was being watched. He mused, "I wonder what Han Qianxue truly thinks. I shall take it one step at a time." Qin Feng remained in Longza County, occasionally visiting Jiang Fan for a drink. Jiang Fan even pilfered some of his father's prized aged wine, reveling in merriment with Qin Feng. The resources acquired from Jiufeng Mountain had been refined into medicinal pills, greatly enhancing their prospects for the upcoming Secret Realm expedition. A month later, Lu Yi, the steward of the Duke of Guangnan, arrived at the Jiang residence, catching the Jiang family's experts off guard. Lu Yi wore a grim expression. Upon returning to the Duke's manor and consulting several pharmacists, none had heard of the pulse-cutting pill, nor did they possess any means to produce it. He hastened back to Longza County, where Jiang Fan's supply of pills had dwindled significantly. Jiang Fan led him to the reception hall and requested everyone else to leave. With a slight smile, he addressed Lu Yi, "Steward Lu, were you able to gather any information? Is there anyone knowledgeable in its refinement?" Without circling around the issue, Lu Yi stated directly, "I can assist you with 3 matters in exchange for your help in resolving this pulse-cutting pill issue." Jiang Fan nodded, "Of course. That is not a problem. The first task is quite simple. The secret realm of Longzhou Lake is about to open, and I need you to remain at the Jiang family to oversee matters. Is that acceptable?" As he spoke, Jiang Fan produced a vial containing a pulse-cutting pill and tossed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi appeared puzzled. Does your Jiang family truly require someone to oversee things in Longzhi County? Who would dare to challenge the Jiang family? Jiang Fan replied, with the opening of the secret realm, the area will surely be rife with chaos. It is prudent to prepare for potential disputes. If anyone dares to provoke the Jiang family, they shall face dire consequences. Any issues that arise will fall upon me. Having finished speaking, he produced a small vial containing a single pill. This is the 100 Gods pill, a yellow-grade, first-tier medicinal pill. You are aware of its effects. I have assured you that I would not treat you unfairly, and I shall keep my word. As long as you fulfill my request, you will not find yourself at a disadvantage. Lu Yi took the vial, his hands trembling slightly. This is the 100 Gods pill, the legendary pill that can directly enhance one's mental acuity. Where did you obtain this? Is it truly for me? You need not concern yourself with those details. Just do not let me down. Lu Yi accepted the pill, quickly cupping his hands in gratitude. Rest assured, I will ensure the safety of the Jiang family. Wanjin Building sent word for Jiang Fan to hasten to meet Han Qianxue. Jiang Fan realized that the secret realm of Longzhi Lake had opened. Before departing, he informed his father of the opening, suggesting that if anyone wished to enter and take a chance, it could lead to great fortune. Jiang Tianhai promptly relayed the news back to the Jiang residents, as was his duty. On that day, many unfamiliar faces appeared in Longzhi County. Numerous mysterious powerhouses arrived, often accompanied by young individuals, moving with urgency and appearing travel-worn. Some lingered in the city, while others headed straight for Longzhi Lake. Upon arriving at Wanjin Building, Jiang Fan found Han Qianxue already prepared for departure. She had changed out of her splendid robes into fitted training attire that accentuated her figure, making her quite the sight to behold. Have you had your fill of looking? She remarked, pointing to the table where various pills and spiritual talismans were laid out. Choose whatever you need. Jiang Fan picked up a vial, opened it, and sniffed a yellow-grade 6-tier spirit recovery pill. Alas, it contains too many impurities. Despite his words, he dutifully stowed it away in his treasure pouch. He then picked up another vial, a yellow-grade 5th-tier Qi consolidation powder. The refinement is lacking. Poor review. Han Qiang serviet. Am I asking you to praise them? Just take what you need. Jiang Fan proceeded to gather everything on the table into his pouch. Though he might not need it all, he understood the value of having resources on hand. Wanjin Building had prepared a carriage, and after boarding, the driver set off towards Longzhi Lake. During the ride, Han Qianxue, intrigued, pulled out some fruit and, glancing at Jiang Fan, inquired, Steward Lu has come to the Jiang residence, and it seems he has decided to stay. I am curious, how did you manage that? Jiang Fan thought to himself. I knew you would ask. He replied, Miss Han, your information network is indeed impressive. Is there anything that escaped your notice in Longzhi County? Han Qianxue dismissed his remark. Our sources at Wanjin Building have always been reliable. Do not take offense, young master. Jiang Fan took a bite of an apple. What do I have to be offended by? However, the matter with Steward Lu is unrelated to me. It is likely that he and my father share a mutual understanding and have grown fond of each other, leading to his decision to stay in the Jiang residence. Han Qianxue wore a skeptical expression, and Jiang Fan was not inclined to elaborate further. Suddenly, Han Qianxue's demeanor shifted, and she spoke in a hushed tone. However, I recently received some intriguing news regarding the Qiao family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's interest was piqued. Oh, what movements have the Qiao family made lately? She leaned in closer, whispering, Not long ago, the Qiao family departed from Longzhi County with a strikingly beautiful woman under cover of night. Do you know where they sent her? Strikingly beautiful? Is this a betrothal? Han Qianxue replied with a smile. I'm uncertain if it pertains to a marriage alliance. But one thing is clear. The Qiao family is undoubtedly planning something. They have sent her beyond the borders to the Wan poison sect. Chapter 14. A shocking revelation. Longzhi County lies on the frontier of the Li Hua dynasty, which is merely one of the many powers on the continent. The expanse of the continent is vast, and mere mortals may spend their entire lives without uncovering even a fraction of its secrets. Within the Li Hua dynasty, no malevolent sect is permitted to establish itself. The nearest of such sects is the Wan poison sect. Its disciples often enter the territory, and it was they who pursued Linger in the canyon that day. The Wan poison sect possesses considerable strength and has nurtured numerous alchemists, though the pills and potions they concoct primarily revolve around toxins. Jiang Fan had previously engaged with them, leaving a deep impression. Reflecting on this, Jiang Fan's gaze turned icy as memories of the past resurfaced. He inquired, "Are you certain the Qiao family has sent someone to the Wan poison sect?" Han Qinshua nodded. "The destination is undoubtedly the Wan poison sect, but I cannot ascertain their intentions." Hearing this, Jiang Fan mused silently, hoping they do not set their sights on the Jiang family. It seems wise to keep Lu Yi at the Jiang family after all. As Jiang Fan contemplated the matter regarding the Wan poison sect, Han Qinshua, seated across from him, chose not to interrupt. Time passed, and eventually, the carriage came to a halt, the driver's voice breaking the silence. "Manager, we have arrived at Longza Lake." As they disembarked, Longza Lake came into view. Once tranquil, it was now bustling with a crowd. Groups of young people gathered, some accompanied by formidable companions, creating a lively atmosphere. The carriage from Wanzhun, Lu stood out prominently, drawing many curious glances. "Look, the people from Wanzhun, Lu have arrived. Is that Han Qinshua? Why is she with a young man? Does anyone know him?" Those nearby shook their heads, never seen him before. "But he seems reckless." Jiang Fan scanned the crowd, noting that most faces were unfamiliar, with few being cultivators from Longza County. Among them were many disciples of various sections. He continued to search the vicinity, his eyes filled with anticipation. Han Qinshua, noticing Jiang Fan's unusual demeanor for the first time, smiled and asked, "What are you looking for, my lord? It has nothing to do with you and won't hinder our cooperation." "Oh, it seems this person is quite important to you," she teased. Jiang Fan ignored her. Having not spotted Gulinger, he approached the lakeside, peering into the depths. Just days ago, he had caught dragonfish for alchemy here, and it was also where he dealt with the young prince of Guangnan. The lake, once clear, now appeared as dark as ink, an ominous sight that instilled unease. Han Qinshua approached him, inquiring, "Do you know how to enter this secret realm?" Jiang Fan replied, "Underwater, but there seems to be an issue with the water." He then crouched down to scoop some water with his hands. "Don't!" Han Qiangsu exclaimed urgently. From a distance, several young men looked on mockingly. "Look at that guy. He actually dares to touch the lake water. He clearly doesn't know the rules. Isn't that courting death?" The waters of Longza Lake become highly toxic 2 days before the secret realm opens. Touching it could lead to severe consequences. It was evident that Han Qinshua had not properly warned this fool. By the time she attempted to caution Jiang Fan, it was too late. He had already scooped the inky water into his hands. "How reckless can you be?" Han Qiangsu scolded it. Instantly, Jiang Fan's hand turned black, the darkness rapidly spreading up his arm. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, channeling his alchemical techniques throughout his body. In the next moment, the toxin was swiftly suppressed, and his arm returned to normal as if nothing had happened. What a joke. It would be utterly embarrassing for the esteemed Pill King to be poisoned. Jiang Fan's composure left the onlookers in shock, their eyes wide. A few inscrutable elders exchanged glances, scrutinizing him closely. Han Qiangsu, watching Jiang Fan examine the toxic water in his hands, felt a sense of relief, her eyes lighting up. "You're not afraid of the toxins in this water?" Jiang Fan did not respond to her, but performed an even more astonishing act. He enveloped a drop of the toxic water in his true energy and brought it to his lips, savoring its essence. The unique spiritual energy cultivated through his alchemical techniques continuously suppressed the poison, allowing him to analyze its properties gradually. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, "I can handle it." With that, he produced a jar and filled it with lake water before turning to leave. Han Qinshua, bewildered, hurriedly followed. In the distance, an elder observed Jiang Fan's retreating figure, remarking, "That young man is quite intriguing." A young man beside him asked, "Master, how did he accomplish that? Does he possess a holy antidote?" The elder shook his head, "Not necessarily. Besides, anyone who can accompany Han Qinshua cannot be ordinary. Once we enter the secret realm, we must be cautious around that young man. We should befriend him but avoid conflict." The young man understood. Qin Feng stood at a distance, having witnessed everything unfold. Is he immune to all poisons? Jiang Fan truly is extraordinary. I wonder how he achieved that. Jiang Fan found a secluded spot, unperturbed by Han Qinshua's presence behind him. Once he was assured of their privacy, Han Qinshua quickly asked, "Jiang Fan, what are you planning?" Jiang Fan replied mysteriously, "We must wait for the toxins in the water to dissipate, which will take at least 2 days. Don't you want to enter the secret realm early? It could provide a significant advantage." Han Qinshua paused, then exclaimed with delight, "You have a plan?" Jiang Fan pointed to the jar of lake water. The solution lies within this. Do you possess any winter phosphorus leaves for detoxification? With your status, you should have some herbs on hand. Although Han Qianxue was unsure of Jiang Fan's intentions, she handed over the winter phosphorus leaves to Qin Feng and then stood by, eager to see what Jiang Fan would do. Jiang Fan wasted no time, directly taking out an alchemical furnace and high-quality wood. He ignited the furnace with innate fire, adding various herbs one after another. He was preparing to concoct pills on the spot, which startled Han Qianxue. "Isn't this a bit hasty?" Jiang Fan retorted. "Just protect me. Do not disturb my work." As the flames in the furnace transformed and the temperature rose rapidly, the flames compressed and changed colors. Han Qianxue marveled at his fire control. She had previously suspected Jiang Fan might not have an alchemist behind him, but rather that he was the true alchemist himself. From their first meeting, his delicate hands had betrayed his identity. Now, witnessing Jiang Fan's focused gaze, his precise control over the flames, and his keen understanding of the herbs, it was evident that he was far beyond a mere 15-year-old. An hour later, the lake water was gradually dripped into the furnace. Each drop released a wisp of black mist that lingered within, refusing to dissipate. Jiang Fan meticulously controlled the heat, sensing every subtle change within the pill mixture. Han Qianxue stood silently behind him, intent on observing his capabilities. As a wave of black mist surged from the furnace, Jiang Fan suddenly subdued the flames, and several pills soared out, caught deftly in his hand. 5 black pills emerged in total, one of which crumbled to ash. This was his first attempt at refining, and Jiang Fan had anticipated the loss. He stored the remaining pills in a vial, extinguished the furnace, and collected his materials as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Turning to Han Qianxue, he found her gaping in disbelief, clearly astonished by what she had just witnessed. Jiang Fan said, "Why are you dazed? Who taught you your alchemical skills? Is there an old man hidden within that skin of yours?" Jiang Fan, slightly irritated, continued, "What nonsense are you thinking? The Dragon's Lake's secret realm can only be entered before the age of 20. We will soon enter, and then it will all be clear." Han Qiangxu stiadiadheshiv. Her eyes filled with admiration. "Indeed, young Master Jiang, you are truly enigmatic and unfathomable. I have witnessed many alchemists at work, even those of the earth rank, yet none possess your calm demeanor. How marvelous!" Jiang Fan smiled. "My master taught me well." As he spoke, he tossed a vial to Han Qianxue and asked, once consumed, "This elixir grants immunity to the lake's deadly toxins for 5 hours. I wonder how much it could fetch?" Han Qianxue replied with a grin, "In 2 days. It will be worthless, but today is priceless. I only require one. The rest is yours to decide. I can vouch for you." Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. "Let's discuss it later. For now, let us observe the situation over there." As Han Qianxue followed Jiang Fan, she mused, "Little Jiang Fan, you are indeed formidable. Without a recipe, you managed to concoct an elixir in less than 2 hours. It is hard to imagine how you will fare in 10 years. Upon reaching the lakeside, Jiang Fan surveyed the area, yet he was disappointed not to see Gu Ling. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment for quite some time. Han Qianxue looked at the inky waters of Dragon's Lake, contemplating whether to test the elixir's efficacy. Jiang Fan, without hesitation, consumed a pill and plunged into the water. All eyes were fixed upon him. The venomous waters, feared by many experts, could not deter Jiang Fan, who swam with ease. A gasp arose from the crowd. How is he doing that? This transcends mere martial arts. Indeed, it was said that the lake contained the venom of a legendary dragon, fatal to mortals. Was his body truly impervious to all toxins? Excitement spread among the onlookers, and several cultivators gathered, eager for a closer view. Jiang Fan's actions also reassured Han Qianxue. Sensing the moment was right, she spoke up. "You all have witnessed this young man's extraordinary ability. Immunity to these toxic waters is not impossible. One simply needs to ingest an antidote. This allows entry into the secret realm 2 days in advance. I need not elaborate on the significance of this." She continued, "I have 2 extra elixirs available for sale. The highest bidder wins." Had Jiang Fan made this proclamation, some might have doubted, but coming from Han Qianxue, it bore the endorsement of Wanjin Tower, leaving no room for skepticism. If her words held true, the elixir's value was indeed incalculable. Han Qianxue refrained from setting a price, instead inviting the cultivators to bid, thus maximizing the elixir's worth. The benefits of entering the secret realm 2 days early were beyond imagination. An opportunity for unimpeded exploration, a rarity indeed. Instantly, a voice chimed in, "I offer a spirit herb." "Are you foolish? A single herb?" "I, from Jochin Pavilion, offer 3. Qin Feng, fanning himself leisurely, declared 5 herbs. Jiang Fan felt a surge of excitement, pondering whether to concoct a few more elixirs for himself. However, he understood the principle of rarity. Moreover, Han Qinshue would not grant him much time. An elderly man quietly announced, 10 herbs. After his declaration, silence enveloped the crowd. Jiang Fan glanced over, quickly comprehending the situation. This elder hailed from the Tianmen sect, a powerful force within the Li Hui dynasty, and the others seemed reluctant to offend him. Additionally, the price was indeed steep. Han Qinshue smiled, "Senior Zhuolin, your generosity is commendable. This first antidote is yours. Ensure your grandson consumes it swiftly. He must leave the water within 5 hours. I trust he will find the entrance." The youth beside the elder approached Han Qinshue, exchanging the spirit herb for the elixir, yet he did not rush to consume it. The elder appeared uneasy, intending for others to test the waters first, as he still had another elixir. Han Qinshue surveyed the crowd. "There is one last antidote. Please make your bids." This time, the onlookers hesitated, exchanging glances, knowing this final elixir would not sell for significantly less than the previous one. At that moment, a young man's voice broke the stillness. "We at Linglong Pavilion offer a spirit herb." Silence fell upon the crowd. Jiang Fan was taken aback to hear Linglong Pavilion mentioned. He turned to see the young man flanked by 3 inscrutable elders, all exuding a powerful aura. Linglong Pavilion's influence surpassed that of Tianmen sect, primarily due to their selectivity. Linglong Pavilion only accepted exceptionally gifted disciples, with only 3 spots available each year, totaling fewer than 1,000 elite members. A young man attempted to raise his bid, but his companions swiftly covered his mouth, cautioning, "Are you out of your mind? Do you dare to contend with Linglong Pavilion?" The Linglong Pavilion youth smirked, satisfied with the group's reaction. "Smart of you." He then turned to Han Qinshue. "I presume this antidote is now mine. My senior brother sends his regards." At this, Han Qinshue's expression shifted. Jiang Fan sensed a hint of coldness in her eyes. She replied coolly, "I know who you are. Dichio of Linglong Pavilion, right? You are the first to meddle in my affairs." Dichio hastily replied, "I meant no offense. My apologies." "So, is this antidote now mine?" Other cultivators, though displeased, refrained from contesting, fully aware that opposing Linglong Pavilion was unwise. The young prodigies remained silent, harboring their grievances. However, Jiang Fan boldly interjected, "1 herb is insufficient. I demand 30. Dichio frowned, taken aback by the audacity. "Who do you think you are? What give you the right to speak here?" Jiang Fan smirked. "You are nothing but a sycophant. I wouldn't sell you this elixir even if offered 100 herbs." With that, he snatched the elixir from Han Qinshue's hand and tossed it to Qin Feng, ignoring Dichio and the others entirely. "Let us not waste time with this rabble. We're leaving." Han Qinshue stifled a laugh, appreciating Jiang Fan's fearless demeanor. She swiftly consumed the elixir and followed him into the lake, with Qin Feng close behind. The trio departed, leaving the stunned cultivators by the lakeside. Dichio, regaining his composure, seethed, "You insolent fool. I shall kill you." He dashed towards Tianmen sect, clearly intent on claiming that elixir. Wait, before he could finish, Elder Zhuolin's expression darkened, his formidable presence bearing down on Dichio. The latter stumbled back, realizing the gravity of his mistake. Some individuals were simply not to be trifled with, and this elder was one of them. Zhuolin glanced at the 3 Linglong Pavilion elders, but chose not to confront Dichio further. He urged the young man beside him to consume the antidote promptly and enter the secret realm to seek opportunities. "Delay may lead to change," he reminded. Underwater, Jiang Fan took the lead. Having entered the innate realm, he could hold his breath for an extended period without hindrance. Yet, beneath the surface, he faced some challenges. The water was as dark as ink, obscuring his vision entirely. Jiang Fan grasped Han Qinshue and Qin Feng, propelling them towards the lake's depths. Qin Feng transmitted a message. "It is said that the entrance lies on a rocky outcrop at the lake's bottom, but visibility is poor. We must be cautious." Han Qinshue remained silent. Jiang Fan reassured. "Since the Dragon's Lake secret realm is designed for the young, The means of entry should not be overly perilous. Stay close. I have my methods. The entrance to this secret realm is perpetually nourished by the mystical energies of formation, ensuring the flourishing of spiritual herbs. Jiang Fan, utilizing his alchemical techniques and invoking the Qiankuan creation method, is able to sense the presence of such treasures, thereby guiding them to the entrance of the secret realm. A task far less daunting than searching for a needle in a vast ocean. After a full hour, the trio's pace had considerably slowed. If they lingered any longer, they would have to surface for air, as remaining submerged for too long could prove perilous. The surrounding environment was eerily silent, evoking a sensation of traversing through an endless dark void, devoid of direction or awareness of their whereabouts. A disconcerting feeling indeed. Yet, within Jiang Fan's mind lay a mental map, for he had memorized the positions of every aquatic herb, allowing him to maintain a steady course. Han Qianxue, whose swimming skills were somewhat lacking, tugged at Jiang Fan's garment, signaling her need to surface for breath. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Fan detected the aura of two spiritual herbs, prompting a surge of excitement within him. Don't go up yet. Just hold on a bit longer. There's still over 100 meters to go. With a furrowed brow, Han Qianxue gazed up at the inky blackness above and reluctantly nodded, communicating, "Hurry, I can't hold on much longer." Jiang Fan suddenly accelerated, swiftly covering a distance of several dozen meters. As they approached the spiritual herbs, a powerful force loomed ahead, undoubtedly the exit of the secret realm. Just then, an enormous maw appeared beneath them, snapping towards the trio. This creature, undetectable and lying in ambush, sought to devour them whole. Jiang Fan was the first to react. He propelled himself forward using his vital energy, pulling the others out of harm's way. The great maw, thwarted in its attempt, slowly retreated to the lake's depths, re-establishing its ambush for the next unsuspecting visitors. However, Han Qianxue, already at her limit, was startled, expelling the remaining air from her lungs and struggling in the water. Jiang Fan aimed to hasten their journey to the entrance, but at that moment, a soft body wrapped around him. Taken aback, he realized it was Han Qianxue, whose supple lips pressed against his. Understanding her intention, he instinctively shared his breath with her, enabling her to endure a bit longer. Yet the softness of her form distracted him momentarily. Beside them, Qin Feng widened his eyes at the scene, then hastily pulled the two forward. The entrance to the secret realm was now in sight, and they plunged into it, only to feel the world around them spin disorientingly before landing on solid ground. Observing Han Qianxue gasping for breath, Jiang Fan inquired, "Are you all right?" Qin Feng regarded the pair with an odd expression. Suddenly, Han Qianxue shot him a cold glare, warning, "If you dare speak of this, I will kill you. Rest assured, I, Qin, shall remain silent." He quickly assured her. Jiang Fan, uninterested in further discourse, surveyed the surroundings. The Longza Lake's secret realm constituted a world unto itself, vast and boundless. Lush vegetation thrived here, and the dense spiritual energy made it an ideal locale for cultivation. Qin Feng marveled to create such a microcosm. The senior must possess extraordinary prowess. I wonder how many of us will ever reach such a level. Jiang Fan smiled, one step at a time. The path of cultivation is unpredictable, and no one ascends to greatness in a single leap. Han Qianxue rose, her attire clinging to her form, revealing her alluring figure. Qin Feng quickly turned his gaze away, while Jiang Fan, undeterred, appraised her with a clear gaze, devoid of any lascivious intent. "Have you seen enough?" she inquired. Jiang Fan chuckled awkwardly. "This secret realm has been open for half a year. Do you know what rewards past cultivators have gained from it?" Han Qianxue shot him a glare, but did not respond, striding toward the nearby forest, likely to change her attire. Qin Feng remarked, "The Longza Lake's secret realm opens once every few hundred years. Before I came here, I investigated, and no cultivator has ever obtained the ultimate legacy within. However, those who survived did experience some degree of advancement. The most extraordinary was Di Shang from Linglong Pavilion, who entered as merely a congenital stage cultivator but broke through to the god-refining stage in just a few months, slaying several foes and gaining fame in a single battle." Jiang Fan then asked, "Do you know what the ultimate legacy within this secret realm is?" "It is said to be a Mo long crystal, but no one has seen it to date. Who knows if it is true?" Jiang Fan swallowed hard. The allure of this legacy was undeniable. The Mo Long crystal, a remnant of the Mo Long's ascension, possessed remarkable divinity. In Jiang Fan's hands, it could imbue his elixirs with draconic essence, amplifying their efficacy. While not as precious as celestial roots, it was still highly enticing for an alchemist of his caliber. Seeing that Han Qinshue had moved a distance away, Qin Feng whispered to Jiang Fan, You two aren't involved, are you? Jiang Fan shook his head. Do I look like it? I was merely assisting her. Without my help, she wouldn't have made it to the entrance. Qin Feng, dissatisfied, retorted. We were both there. Why did she choose you and not me? Jiang Fan touched his face and chuckled. Is that really a question? Don't humiliate yourself. Blast it. Qin Feng, who typically considered himself a gentleman, could no longer contain his exasperation. Chapter 16. The black-armored Aunt Han Qinshue returned, having changed into a fresh set of clothes. She appeared in good spirits and called out to the others, Stop standing around like fools. We must hurry. It will be troublesome once the people from Linglong Pavilion arrive. Di Shang obtained great fortune here, and he must know many secrets. Jiang Fan and the others quickly followed her. He asked, Yuan Jun Lu collects intelligence from across the realm. You must have insights about the Longzhou Lake's secret realm, correct? Han Qinshue nodded, not intending to conceal anything. However, as she was about to speak, she glanced at Qin Feng and fell silent. Understanding her intention, Qin Feng stepped back a couple of paces and clasped his fists toward them, saying, Thank you, Jiang brother, for the medicine. I shall take my leave now. If you ever require assistance, I shall do my utmost. Jiang Fan nodded, bidding him farewell. Han Qinshue had never intended to include a third person in their plans, so she would not divulge her knowledge to Qin Feng. In this realm, everyone was a competitor. Once Qin Feng had departed, Han Qinshue began. In the Longzhou Lake's secret realm, Wang Jinlu is aware of 3 perilous locations: the Yu Long Pool, the Mo Long Cave, and the Hua Long Abyss. These places are strictly off-limits to outsiders, especially the Mo Long Cave, which is said to be a place of near-certain death. 9 out of 10 who enter do not return. Yet, the ultimate legacy is most likely to be found there. Jiang Fan remained silent, allowing Han Qinshue to continue. This secret realm spans a vast area, and these 3 dangerous locations are not close to each other. If we hurry, we might manage to explore all 3, which would mean we have no time for other areas. Therefore, we can either follow my proposed route or rely on chance and luck. What are your thoughts? Jiang Fan chuckled. Why ask me? Doesn't your Yuan Jun Lu always plan ahead? I am merely following your lead. Han Qinshue smiled with satisfaction. Very well. We shall proceed as I suggest. How about a 50-50 split of any rewards? Jiang Fan nodded, agreed. Additionally, your Yuan Jun Lu is adept at selling goods. I will only require what I need. Han Qinshue readily agreed. It is a deal. Let's not waste any time. These next few days will allow us to cover considerable ground. Upon entering the forest, Jiang Fan inhaled the fragrant essence of the surrounding herbs, feeling a sense of elation. Truly, this secret realm boasted a plethora of herb varieties, with quality far superior. After collecting a unique 9-core grass, he turned to the enchanting woman beside him and said, Now that we are here, you should feel free to express any requirements for our collaboration. Given my current abilities, I might not be worthy of your attention. Han Qinshue, while gathering a herb, handed it to Jiang Fan, her tone calm. Because I need a capable alchemist to accompany me. After what transpired with the poison water, I have grown increasingly fond of your abilities. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Fan asked directly. Speak plainly. Of the 3 perilous locations I previously mentioned, both the Hua Long Abyss and Mo Long Cave contain toxic mists. Common detoxification pills are not very effective there. The Apothecary possesses a variety of methods to counteract toxins, yet you are uniquely extraordinary. Jiang Fan suddenly comprehended that Han Qinshue had indeed come in pursuit of elixirs. Without a suitable antidote, relying solely on one's physical form to venture into danger could lead to irreparable losses. Curiously, Jiang Fan inquired, if you had not encountered me, what antidote did Wang Jinlu prepare for you? Allow me to see it. Han Qinshue deftly produced a vial of elixir, presenting it to Jiang Fan with a smile. Saying nothing more, Jiang Fan uncorked the vial and inhaled its aroma. Wang Jinlu was indeed generous. This was a first-grade Shintir blood cleansing pill, crafted by Wan Yao Valley. There were a total of 9 pills, quite a valuable find. Han Qinshue remarked in astonishment, truly impressive. At such a young age, you possess such discerning capabilities. Sometimes it makes me question whether you are indeed the esteemed Jiang Fan, although I have not met you before. The Jiang Fan of my intelligence reports certainly lacks such talents. Jiang Fan replied mysteriously, I am Jiang Fan, but there are numerous secrets you cannot fathom. However, rest assured, since I have accompanied you, I will devise a solution. Where shall we go first? Without hesitation, she responded, of course, to the bathing dragon pool. Legend has it that it was a bathing place for forebears, where treasures frequently appear. Let us head there and test our luck. Jiang Fan muttered, Isn't it merely a bathhouse? Why the elaborate discussion? Half a day later, the two had ventured deep into the forest. Jiang Fan led the way, spotting a pile of bones from a distance. Han Qianxue cautioned, do not be careless. Within this secret realm, there exists a tribe of indigenous people, quite formidable. They cannot leave and are very united, often remaining in a dormant state. Should someone awaken, they will undoubtedly unite to confront outsiders. And among them are not a few strong warriors. How long until we reach the bathing dragon pool? She replied, at least half a month. We must traverse this forest. Though it appears tranquil, it harbors hidden dangers, and do not forget the colossal creature lurking beneath the lake. Jiang Fan lamented, the path of cultivators is fraught with peril. I wonder how many adventurers' bones lie buried within this secret realm. Han Qianxue seemed to recall something. Gazing ahead, this road has always been thus. To ascend to great heights requires a price to be paid. That evening, the duo prepared to rest in place. Before the campfire could be lit, sounds of pursuit echoed from afar. Both held their breath, exchanging glances before hastening towards the source to investigate. Concealed beneath the tree's shadow, they moved lightly, covering approximately 20 meters, only to behold a colossal swarm of ants in pursuit of a great beast. These ants measured nearly half a meter in length, their ebony bodies glistening in the moonlight as if clad in armor. There were only a dozen or so. Their expressions shifted as they quickly stifled their breaths, fearing detection. The beast, a lion measuring around 5 meters in length, was desperately fleeing, not daring to look back. Jiang Fan whispered, those are black armored ants. With over a dozen of them, there must be an ant nest nearby. Do you comprehend the terror of these black armored ants? Jiang Fan nodded. They fear neither life nor death and possess immense strength. Individually, they may not be formidable, but a swarm is enough to send even a soul refinement realm cultivator fleeing. The queen ant commands the swarm, and they have nearly no natural enemies. If we were to confront them directly and do not run, we would merely serve as their snack. Upon finishing his statement, he revealed a hint of excitement. Observing Jiang Fan's growing enthusiasm, Han Qianxue furrowed her brow. You're not contemplating something, are you? Jiang Fan replied earnestly. Do you know what the black armored ants give rise to? Do you? Jiang Fan responded with a smile. Of course. The queen ant requires the nourishment of all things earth to thrive. They are birthed from the soil and ultimately return to it. Upon hearing all things earth, Han Qianxue appeared surprised. Are you suggesting the precious soil that nourishes all things? The legendary soil capable of cultivating celestial roots? Indeed. Otherwise, ordinary soil could not possibly nurture the queen ant. This is the very foundation of the black armored ant's power. As he spoke, excitement gleamed in Jiang Fan's eyes. This all-encompassing earth is priceless and near impossible to procure from the outside world. Even among great powers, few could afford it. Observing his demeanor, Han Qianxue first froze, then quickly exclaimed, You aren't considering making a move against them, are you? Jiang Fan responded with fervor. Are you afraid? Han Qianxue expressed concern. What difference does that make to courting death? You dare provoke the black armored ants? Without entering the tiger's den, how can one seize the cubs? Why don't you draw me a map? You proceed to the bathing dragon pool first, and I will join you after I handle this. Seeing Jiang Fan's determination, Han Qianxue was at a loss for how to dissuade him. With your current strength, a mere few black armored ants could easily tear you apart. Jiang Fan, observing the retreating black armored ants, asserted, I know my limits and will not act recklessly. Simply draw me a map. Han Qiangsu Saihid. What am I to do with you? She then produced a piece of beast hide, sketching a simple map and handing it to Jiang Fan. Be careful. I shall await your arrival in the Mo Long cave. Jiang Fan accepted the hide with a smile, turning to follow the path, quickly vanishing into the night. For the first time, Han Qianxue questioned whether collaborating with Jiang Fan was a hasty decision. His thoughts were utterly unpredictable, and he harbored an abundance of secrets, as if they would never be fully unearthed. With a sigh, she turned and departed. Jiang Fan trailed behind the dozen or so black-armored ants. The great lion was not slow either, managing to escape the ants' pursuit. Clearly, these soldier ants had emerged solely for hunting, moving swiftly in unison toward another direction, evidently in search of new prey. Jiang Fan had previously interacted with black-armored ants in his past life. His medicinal garden had featured a large flower bed filled with all-encompassing earth. Since then, he had cultivated a habit of collecting all-encompassing earth whenever he encountered black-armored ants. However, his current cultivation level was significantly weaker than before. After following for a while, Jiang Fan noticed the black-armored ants dispersing, concealing themselves within the surrounding grass to form a circle, lying in wait for their prey to stumble into their trap. Soon, a prey appeared, a massive rat, nearly 1 meter long. In an instant, it was seized by the swarm of black-armored ants, which swiftly crushed its throat and then hoisted it away. Making a quick escape, Jiang Fan followed closely behind, careful to make no sound. For half an hour, he trailed the black-armored ants until, in the distance, he spotted a massive mound of earth, resembling a small hill. It appeared to be constructed from countless fist-sized clumps of soil, with black-armored ants frequently entering and exiting. Jiang Fan quietly retreated, knowing that once he found a suitable location, the rest would be manageable. There must be a counteracting herb, the melting ant grass. Growing near the ant nest, he needed to search for it. Jiang Fan, having the audacity to pursue this venture, possessed a measure of confidence. The melting ant grass was a natural enemy of the black-armored ants, and with Jiang Fan's specially formulated concoction, ordinary black-armored ants would dare not approach. Fortunately, these creatures hid underground during the day. At dawn, he would begin his search. From the entrance, it was clear that the underground was a labyrinthine expanse. He had no idea how long he would need to remain below. He needed to prepare ample ant medicine. The melting ant grass, bright red in color, stood out vividly against the greenery during the day. By midday, he had collected 10 stalks of melting ant grass and gathered other herbs from the formula. Additionally, he required a spirit herb and the legs of black-armored ants. Chapter 17. Delving into the ant nest. Jiang Fan had a considerable number of spirit herbs on hand. He had previously sold 10 stalks to the Tianmen sect for the detoxification pill. The most crucial component, however, was the legs of the black-armored ants, which posed no challenge for Jiang Fan. 5 black-armored ants patrolled around the mound of earth. Aside from the queen ant, these black-armored ants possessed little intelligence. They were driven solely by instinct. Individually, these black-armored ants were not particularly strong. A soul calming powder would suffice to deal with them for a short while. Jiang Fan concealed himself among the trees, watching as the black-armored ants drew closer and suddenly struck. He tossed the soul calming powder, which erupted above the black-armored ants. The colony of black-armored ants stirred momentarily before collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Fan swiftly approached, brandishing a sharp dagger in hand. With a decisive motion, he severed one of the black-armored ants' legs and turned to leave. Having walked less than 20 meters, the few black-armored ants began to slowly awaken. As if nothing had occurred, resuming their patrols, Jiang Fan disappeared into the forest, distancing himself from the ant nest, preparing to concoct medicine. He ignited the furnace and began refining elixirs. Timing was crucial, and he compressed the flames within the cauldron to a vibrant green, continuously adding materials. Upon consumption, this elixir would envelop the body in the essence of the molten ant grass, causing the black-armored ants to instinctively avoid such an aura. This formula was the result of years of meticulous research by Jiang Fan, granting him unparalleled success in ant nests since then, which contributed to his confidence. His only concern lay with the queen ant deep within the nest, an entity endowed with human-like intelligence and formidable strength, making it a formidable adversary. Yet, for the sake of the myriad of earthly treasures, he was compelled to take the risk. An hour later, Jiang Fan commenced the preparation of his second batch of elixirs. Crafting this ant-repelling elixir was not particularly challenging. It merely required precise control of the flames and meticulous measurement of materials, both of which posed no difficulty for a master alchemist. By the completion of the 5th batch, twilight had descended. In the vial, there lay 23 ant-repelling elixirs, sufficient for this endeavor, perhaps with a few to spare. He refrained from acting hastily observing the ant nest from a distance. As a squad of black-armored soldier ants emerged, Jiang Fan consumed an ant-repelling elixir and strode confidently toward them. Utilizing his alchemical techniques, he augmented the elixir's potency. Just as the black-armored ants approached him, they instinctively veered around him, seemingly perceiving him as mere vegetation, ignoring his presence entirely. Witnessing this, Jiang Fan felt reassured and wasted no further time. Sprinting toward the ant nest, ascending the soil mound, he observed more black-armored ants tirelessly transporting soil. The burrow of these ants was spacious. Without hesitation, he leapt into it. It was akin to sliding down a chute, approximately 6 or 7 meters, with a slope gradually flattened. The black-armored ants dedicated their lives to expanding their subterranean territory. The tunnel measured nearly 2 meters in width and height, allowing several black-armored ants to traverse side by side. They possessed few natural enemies, having been born warriors. Jiang Fan ventured deeper, the black-armored ants instinctively circumventing him. Illuminating his path with fire magic, he occasionally glimpsed the remains of magical beasts. To his astonishment, distant roars echoed through the tunnels. Could these creatures be aware of breeding? As he pondered, a massive swarm of black-armored ants surged toward him, dozens moving in unison, exuding an intimidating presence, advancing in waves, resembling a colossal, shape-shifting beast. Unfazed, Jiang Fan pressed onward, allowing the ants to traverse past him without reaction. Soon, he encountered a fork in the path, with side passages appearing intermittently. However, Jiang Fan had no intention of deviating. Based on his understanding of black-armored ants, the queen resided in the innermost chambers, perpetually receiving offerings and rarely departing, guarding the treasures of the earth. Descending further, he passed a cavern from which sudden roars erupted. His curiosity piqued by the earlier sounds, he was eager to discover what lay trapped within. Entering the cavern, he was met with intermittent, weak roars. The cavern extended approximately 50 meters deep, and soon, several enormous soldier ants, each exceeding a meter in length, came into view, evidently guarding something. Navigating through them, Jiang Fan noticed a crude barricade that obscured whatever was contained within. The flicker of his firelight seemed to attract attention, and a roar erupted from within, followed by a distinctly human voice. "Fire? Do you filthy ants also crave cooked food? I fear you not." Jiang Fan was taken aback. Could it be a person? What the preceding roars? As he cautiously approached, the entity within the enclosure clearly spotted Jiang Fan and exclaimed, "Is that a human? Has the secret realm been reopened?" Jiang Fan scrutinized the figure within the barricade. It was neither a beast nor a human, but a member of the demon race, standing over 3 meters tall. Humanoid yet with a lion-like visage, adorned with a thick mane, the creature's true nature shrouded in mystery. Jiang Fan surveyed him closely. A demon? It was indeed unexpected that the black-armored ants had captured one of their kind. The creature regarded him with equal astonishment. "You waltzed in here so brazenly? Are these black-armored ants all lifeless?" Jiang Fan chose not to respond to the inquiry, but instead asked, "Are you a native of this Longzhou Lake's secret realm?" "Do not mention those bastards. I hail from the Mountain of Beasts." Jiang Fan's eyes widened. The Mountain of Beasts was a powerful faction among the demon race in the outside world, rivaling the strength of the Li Fire dynasty. "How did you manage to enter when the toxic waters of Longzhou Lake have yet to recede?" 800 years ago, Jiang Fan was astounded. Indeed, a survivor remained within the secret realm. Before him stood a demon of merely late, innate realm cultivation, a lifespan far exceeding that of a human. The demon race's longevity was legendary, with certain tribes rumored to live beyond 10,000 years without the need for cultivation. Jiang Fan inquired, after the secret realm closed, "Why did you not conceal yourself? How did you end up in such a predicament?" The demon's expression darkened. "Do you think I desire to be imprisoned for 800 years? I accepted a legacy, but failed to exit the secret realm in time. By the time my inheritance concluded, the natives had awakened. I was hunted for decades before being captured and tossed into this black-armored ant's lair. I broke through to the spirit refining realm upon receiving the legacy, but the loss of my essence over the years has caused me to regress in strength. If this continues, I will not endure another century." Jiang Fan could scarcely fathom the resilience of this demon. Such a being, if released, might either falter or ascend to new heights. The lion-like creature's large, hairy hand clutched the barricade, visibly agitated. I refuse to die a pitiful death in this ant den. Tears streamed down his rugged face, a rare sight, for demons were typically strong, and the Lion Clan even more so. The black-armored soldier ants stationed nearby sensed his disturbance and advanced, baring their sharp mandibles with menacing sounds. Jiang Fan asked, "What is your name?" "I am Shi Chung Tian." Jiang Fan was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are of the demon royal lineage?" He lowered his gaze, sighing with a bitter tone, "Just a fallen royal. If you can help me escape, I would gladly serve you, following you for eternity as your humble servant." Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Aiding him in escape seemed relatively straightforward, as a single ant-repelling elixir would suffice. With so few of the Shi clan remaining in the outside world, forging an alliance could only benefit him. Jiang Fan said, "Serving as a slave is unnecessary. I still intend to delve deeper into the ant nest for certain items. When I return, I will take you with me." Shi Chung Tian's excitement was palpable. "You truly can bring me out?" Jiang Fan nodded. "May I ask your esteemed name?" Jiang Fan. "Be cautious. The queen ant possesses formidable strength, and you are no match for her." Jiang Fan nodded, then turned to leave, moving silently as the black-armored ants parted before him. Shi Chung Tian was filled with anticipation, though unaware of Jiang Fan's methods. After waiting for centuries, he finally glimpsed hope on the horizon. Jiang Fan exited the cavern and continued downward. The further he descended, the more black-armored ants he encountered, though they were smaller than the soldier ants, seemingly perpetually occupied. Half an hour later, Jiang Fan utilized the remnants of his scroll to sense the treasures nearby, quickly pinpointing the location of the myriad earth. Lowering his aura, he approached the source. Soon, a massive cavern loomed before him, its height nearing 10 meters and width exceeding 20. A fragrant aroma wafted from within, sending Jiang Fan into a state of ecstatic delight. It was the essence of the myriad earth. Before he could approach, a woman's voice resonated from within. Her voice was charming yet tinged with a hint of impatience. One annoying presence. Could it be the molten ant grass? Jiang Fan knew that this creature had a keen sense of smell, so he refrained from approaching directly. Before long, worker ants began to transport ant eggs, and Jiang Fan followed closely behind, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself, "Fortune favors me. I need not exert effort in my search." Jiang Fan had already devised a plan. A diversionary tactic was most practical here. The Ant Queen, ruling over numerous black-armored ants, would undoubtedly be most concerned about these eggs. Upon reaching the cave where the eggs were being incubated, he beheld the multitude of eggs and promptly retrieved oil from his treasure pouch, dousing the cave with it. With nearly 1,000 eggs present, should they all hatch, the destruction wrought upon the outside world would be catastrophic. It seemed only fitting that I perform a noble act. With that, Jiang Fan ignited the oil and swiftly exited the cave, taking refuge in another nearby cavern. He cast a distant gaze at the vast cave. As soon as the queen departed, he would act. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, catching Jiang Fan off guard. How enormous could this queen be? The black-armored ants stirred restlessly, converging towards the flaming cave. "Who dare to set fire in my territory? Find that bastard for me. I shall tear him limb from limb." In the next moment, a throng of soldier ants surged into the cave. Moments later, the queen was carried out, heading directly towards the source of the flames. Her abdomen approached 3 meters in length, her upper body resembling that of a human woman, yet not nearly as colossal as one would expect. Where had that earlier tremor come from? Could have been an earthquake? Chapter 18. The essence of all things, the Ant Queen commanded all black-armored ants to mobilize. However, aside from the queen, no one could perceive Jiang Fan. He had no time to dwell on such matters. Attending to his task was paramount. He quickened his pace, hurrying towards the queen's lair, where he detected the direction of the essence of all things, and dashed forth. Yet before he could reach it, a piercing cry echoed from behind. "You insolent human! Do you seek to steal my essence? You are courting death." Jiang Fan's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated the queen's swift return. Turning around, he found the queen fixated on him, her body twisting as she charged forward with an imposing presence. "You wretched human, deceiving my offspring with molten ant grass and burning my progeny. I shall feast on your flesh and drink your blood, ensuring your existence is a living torment." Jiang Fan was certain that the queen was nearing the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm. A chill ran down his spine, an instinctual reaction. For the first time, He questioned whether he had overestimated his own capabilities. Counterattack? In the face of such absolute suppression, Jiang Fan saw no chance of victory, nor did he possess an avenue of escape. The essence lay just behind him, radiating rich spiritual energy, precious though scant. Just as Jiang Fan felt ensnared in a predicament, something suddenly fell from above, intercepting the queen's advance. It was an anteater dragon. What fortuitous timing! Earlier, he had remarked that the black-armored ants had virtually no natural enemies. Yet the anteater dragon was one of the few exceptions. Approximately 5 meters in length, its body resembled heavy armor, and it delighted in consuming ant-like creatures. The prior tremor had likely been caused by this very beast. However, this anteater dragon was not as powerful as the queen and would likely flee before long. Jiang Fan turned back to gather the essence into his jade vessel before hastily departing. Everything he had done had been observed by the queen. With a shrill cry, she charged towards him. Jiang Fan evaded just in time. The spacious cave spared him from being caught. The anteater dragon would not allow her to escape, quickly entangling with her, and its actions had undoubtedly saved Jiang Fan's life. Seizing the opportunity, he increased his speed, plunging into a narrow cave and sprinting desperately towards the ground below. His heart raced as he heard the sounds of their battle behind him, the anteater dragon emitting fierce roars. He pondered how many times it had assailed the ant nest. Should it succeed in devouring the queen, its power would undoubtedly increase dramatically. The black-armored soldier ants continued to reinforce the queen, swarming past Jiang Fan with tremendous vigor. Halfway through his flight, he suddenly smacked his forehead. He had forgotten about Shi Chengtian. Turning back along the path he had come, he was relieved to find that the distance to that cave was not far. Inside, Shi Chengtian, trapped behind bars, noticed the approaching flames and was overwhelmed with excitement. Jiang Fan, is that you? Jiang Fan approached the bars, only to see a face streaked with tears. Who could know the torment this fellow had endured over the years? Do you have a way to save me? He tossed an ant-repellent pill to Shi Chengtian. Swallow this. Without hesitation, Shi Chengtian consumed the pill, yet felt nothing. He looked at Jiang Fan in confusion. What now? Jiang Fan kicked over the crude barrier, exclaiming, What do you mean, what now? Hurry and run. The queen is coming for us. Shi Chengtian hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Jiang Fan flee, he quickly followed. He nervously observed the black-armored ants on either side, but to his surprise, they were avoiding him, which eased his anxiety considerably. Upon reaching the cave leading to the surface, they were met with the frantic roars of beasts and the queen's piercing cries. Shi Chengtian's mane bristled, clearly agitated. What is happening below? Jiang Fan chuckled. An anteater dragon has set its sights on the queen, and they are engaged in a fierce struggle. The queen is resisting valiantly. Shi Chengtian looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief. Only a fool would believe such a tale. What kind of pill did you give me to have such extraordinary effects? Jiang Fan replied. It's an ant-repellent pill. Once consumed, the black-armored ants will perceive you as a plant and lose interest. I once knew many apothecaries, yet I have never heard of such a pill. It must be a secret concoction. Your identity must be quite remarkable. However, I, Shi Chengtian, am a man of my word. Henceforth, I shall follow you, Jiang Fan. Wherever you point, I shall not stray. Jiang Fan shot him a look, retorting, Spare me. I fear the royal clan of the demon race may seek vengeance upon me. Shi Chengtian said little more. He was a man of action, believing in deeds over words. The roars of beasts had faded behind them. It seemed the anteater dragon had fled, yet the queen's shrill cries persisted, growing ever closer. Jiang Fan glanced upward. They were but a few dozen meters from the cave's mouth. Even if the queen grew additional legs, she would not catch up to them. Shi Chengtian inquired, Should I cover my eyes? I have not seen sunlight in hundreds of years. Take a good look. Outside is a dark sky. Shi Chengtian felt a bit embarrassed, yet the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. For him, this was akin to a rebirth. As they stepped outside the cave, Shi Chengtian let out a thunderous roar, releasing years of pent-up frustration. Jiang Fan, however, mischievously tugged at him, urging, What are you bellowing for? The queen is on our tail. We must flee. Shi Chengtian nodded, then took a couple of steps back. Suddenly, Jiang Fan felt a surge of power radiating from him. With a roar, a golden-haired lion materialized before Jiang Fan, its length exceeding 5 meters and its stature imposing. This was surely his true form. Sure, Qing Tian knelt, inviting Jiang Fan to mount his back. Jiang Fan wasted no time. This creature's speed would surpass his own. With a leap, Jiang Fan ascended. And sure, Qing Tian sprang into motion, accelerating swiftly through the forest. They had not traveled far when black-armored ants began to pour out of the nest behind them, frantically pursuing their trail. Soon, the colossal queen emerged from the ground, directing the black-armored ants as they surged towards the pair. However, no matter how formidable these ants were, they stood no chance of catching up. After half an hour of relentless flight, Shi Changtian suddenly slowed. Jiang Fan leaped down and watched as Shi Changtian took several steps, each one transforming, until he reverted to his original form, a man with a lion's visage. Exhausted, he gazed back. Have we managed to shake them off? Jiang Fan smiled. Even if we haven tea, they will find it challenging to pursue us. He glanced around. The last time the secret realm opened, I remember many youths entered here to hone their skills. Why is it that this time I see no one else? Jiang Fan explained. I mentioned earlier that the poisonous waters of Longza Lake have yet to dissipate, preventing others from entering. I relied on medicinal pills to evade the toxins and gain access here. This secret realm will remain open for half a year. What are your plans? Without a moment's hesitation, he replied. Plans? Naturally, I intend to restore my cultivation first. Unfortunately, my vital essence has been significantly depleted over the years, and recovery will take time. I wonder when I will return to the spirit refining realm. Jiang Fan said, simply focus on strengthening your foundation. I will assist you when the opportunity arises. You mentioned receiving a legacy here. Could you tell me where it is located? Shi Changtian pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. I recall now. It is called the Transformation Dragon Abyss. Jiang Fan thought to himself. Han Qinshue's words were indeed accurate. There's a legacy left in the Transformation Dragon Abyss. However, I wonder if Shi Changtian has claimed it all, or if there are still remnants to be found. Shi Changtian turned around, gazing at the dark forest behind them. Jiang Fan, we should not linger here any longer. The Ant Queen is following us, and I feel rather uneasy. Jiang Fan nodded. I have arranged a meeting point. Would you like to accompany me there now? Of course. I will follow you from now on. Jiang Fan said no more and retrieved a simple map. Shi Changtian leaned in for a closer look, scratching his head and asking Jiang Fan, is this truly a map? What location is marked here? The bathing dragon pool. Shi Changtian shook his head. I have never been there. Then let us hurry, as I believe I can sense that damned group of black-armored ants approaching. The two hastily departed, with Jiang Fan administering another type of medicinal pill to conceal their presence. Having been imprisoned by the Ant Queen for so many years, his aura was far too conspicuous. Utilizing the pill to mask, it was the most straightforward approach. Once they left the detection range of the black-armored ants, they would be much safer. A day passed in the blink of an eye, by the shores of Longza Lake. The number of people gathered here had multiplied several times compared to 2 days prior. In front of Linglong Pavilion, 3 individuals had convened. The Jiang family also sent disciples, but not from the Jiang family of Longza County. The waters of the lake gradually became clearer, and within 2 hours, everyone would be able to enter the secret realm. All the young people were preparing with great anticipation. Each opening of the secret realm offered the chance for someone to rise to prominence, perhaps acquiring a legacy or treasures. And inevitably, someone would stand out, remembered by the world. They all came to vie for that opportunity. In addition to the youths, several significant figures were also gathered, all powerful individuals from various factions, rarely convening together, which naturally lent itself to lively discussions. Who would emerge victorious with the opening of the Longza Lake secret realm? The talents of this generation appeared significantly superior to those of previous generations. Perhaps a grand era was on the horizon. An elderly man clad in a golden embroidered robe nodded. You speak true. The sage of divine mechanisms has predicted that a great era is approaching. Fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. We cannot foresee what will transpire. The sage of divine mechanisms has appeared. This is news from the Tianke Pavilion. It cannot be mistaken. One person interrupted them. Let's not dwell on distant matters. Let's discuss these young individuals instead. Who do you favor? This time, there are only about 30 genius disciples entering the innate realm, among whom 3 have reached the mid-stage of the innate realm, including the young king of Lihua Academy, Chu Zhan, who achieved the late stage of the innate realm at the tender age of 17. He may well be the foremost among the younger generation, would he not? The elderly man in the golden robe spoke. Chu Zhan is indeed impressive, but let us not forget Han Qianxue from our Wanjin Tower. Who dares to claim superiority over her? Another chimed in. Not only Han Qianxue, but Qin Feng from the Qin family of the imperial capital is also quite formidable. Yet, why have we not seen either of them? Chapter 19. Guardian Spirit Beast, I have heard that 2 days ago, both of them consumed a type of medicinal pill, crafted by a young alchemist, and have already entered the secret realm ahead of time. That young man is unfamiliar. I do not know from where he hails. Perhaps he is a favored disciple of some renowned alchemist. Yu Wanjin Tower should have news about him, as he is the one brought along by Han Qianxue. The elderly man stroked his beard. I am well aware of who this individual is. He is not from an alchemical family, but hails from the Jiang family. However, that is all the information I possess. This individual may attain a notable status in the future, but currently, he poses no threat to Chu Zhan and the others. The Jiang family? Why did the members of the Jiang family not bring those disciples with them into the realm? The Jiang family is renowned for their unity. You cannot be deceiving us, can you? The old man retorted. Believe it or not, I only have faith in Han Qianxue from my Wanjin Tower. She will undoubtedly soar to great heights in this Longza Lake. The perspectives of the powerful individuals from various factions differed. As the waters became completely clear, the young people leaped into the lake, embarking on their half-year journey to explore the hidden secrets submerged beneath. Each youth harbored their own thoughts. None of those entering the Longza Lake's secret realm were over 20 years of age. Dichio's expression twisted with malice. That bastard by Han Qianxue's side. You are doomed. Do not let me catch you. Jiang Fan and Shi Cheng Tian traversed through the dense forest, successfully escaping the control range of the black-armored ants. Shi Cheng Tian was exuberant, finding joy in everything he encountered. Standing beside him, who was around 3 meters tall, Jiang Fan appeared rather diminutive. Can't your demon race reduce your height a little more? Shi Cheng Tian replied. Does this not look majestic? Jiang Fan felt awkward. However, I do not wish to look up at others. It is quite uncomfortable. Shi Cheng Tian did not refuse, suppressing his aura, and in the next moment, his form gradually shrank, eventually stopping at a height of around 2 meters and 3 centimeters. He said, this is the shortest I can go. Any lower and I would have to saw off my legs. Jiang Fan chuckled. Best not to saw off your legs. This is much better than before. How have you been feeling lately? After my examination, I discovered that many of your meridians are already severed. It is truly astonishing that you can maintain such a level of cultivation in such a broken body. I wish to nourish my meridians with spiritual energy, but the effects are not very good. Do you have any methods? If I can restore my cultivation, it would only benefit you, not harm you. Jiang Fan understood this well. However, concocting the medicinal pills he needed was not a simple task. The process would take at least 20 hours, nearly 2 days' time. Given the urgency of the situation, pausing to refine pills would be quite irresponsible towards Han Qianxue. Jiang Fan aimed to meet with Han Qianxue first, then devise a plan. Moreover, Han Qianxue must possess some sacred healing medicine, which would make things considerably easier for him. With Shi Cheng Tian accompanying him, the journey became less tedious. The demon race's straightforward thinking and direct approach allowed Jiang Fan to be more at ease. Shi Cheng Tian assisted Jiang Fan in gathering herbs, and upon learning that Jiang Fan was an alchemist, the fellow eagerly anticipated that Jiang Fan might treat his meridian issues. Jiang Fan had previously promised to help him, and he believed there must be a solution. On the 3rd day, Shi Cheng Tian suddenly recalled something. Jiang Fan, I have been here before. Although there have been some changes, I remember it clearly, because I once saw a spiritual treasure nearby, but unfortunately, it was snatched away by a celestial crane. I chased it to the end, but that creature flew to a mountain peak. Due to time constraints, I did not pursue further. Jiang Fan looked around, spotting a towering mountain peak. Is that the one you mean? He nodded. Indeed, it is that one. Let me tell you if that celestial crane is still alive. It must be a great demon, rather peculiar. Jiang Han asked, what kind of spiritual treasure was it? I am not sure. It was only the size of fist. It flew out from that mountain back then. Jiang Fan pondered. It flew out on its own? Could it be a precious treasure that has already formed a spirit? Shi Cheng Tian appeared excited. I do not know the details, but we still have ample time. Should we go take a look? If we can truly obtain a precious treasure, then this secret realm visit will not have been in vain. Jiang Fan gazed at the towering peak and remarked with a smile. Shall we embark on this journey? If you deceive me, You shall never enter the realm of divine refinement in this lifetime. Lion Qingtian nodded repeatedly. The two hastened their pace towards the summit. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Jiang Fan was surprised to find it reminiscent of the main peak of the Nine Peaks mountain, albeit even steeper. He looked up calmly and stated, "If you claim that the spiritual treasure soared from here in the past, it must have ascended from the very pinnacle. We must climb to the top." Lion Chan approached the cliffside, his hand transforming into a claw as he effortlessly grasped the rock face, as if it were mere tofu. Plunging his hand into the cliff, he turned back with a grin. Climbing up should pose no challenge. Jiang Fan attempted it as well, discovering it was indeed quite manageable. The two were enjoying themselves greatly. Countless young adventurers, having entered the secret realm, scattered in various directions. However, regardless of their destination, they all had to traverse through the dense forest. These young souls were destined to encounter the chaos left behind by Jiang Fan and his companion. Within the thicket, hordes of black-armored ants searched for the whereabouts of the two men, only to collide with the young adventurers. The moment they arrived, these fledgling explorers were embroiled in battle. At that moment, Chu Zhan, a young king from the Li Hua Academy, led several innate realm cultivators as they fought fiercely through the forest, slaughtering nearly 100 black-armored ants. After their rampant extermination of the ants, they inadvertently provoked the Ant Queen. Even Chu Zhan, upon encountering the queen, had no choice but to flee. Yet, after a day or two of combat, the black-armored ants were driven back to their nest by the relentless young adventurers. Meanwhile, the indigenous creatures remained in a deep slumber, unwilling to assist. The Ant Queen, fearing a significant depletion of her forces, had no choice but to retreat her kin. Recognizing the lurking threat of the anteater dragons nearby, who eyed her hungrily. Although reluctant, she had to allow the black-armored ants to retreat, hoping this would grant her species a chance to recuperate. On the other hand, Jiang Fan and Lion Changtan exerted tremendous effort to reach the summit of the peak. As Jiang Fan stood up, he was taken aback. The mountaintop was far more expansive than he had anticipated, adorned with a cluster of structures, hinting at a past civilization. Lion Qingtian moved towards the buildings, but Jiang Fan abruptly grasped his arm. "There are formations laid out here. A moment's carelessness could ensnare us." As he spoke, he tossed a stone at the formations at his feet. In an instant, the stone was shredded by unseen forces, as if caught in a millstone. Lion Qingtian quickly stepped back, his heart racing with trepidation. "How did you know there was a formation?" he inquired. Jiang Fan found it challenging to articulate his reasoning. At that moment, wishing to reach the structures required traversing the formation, and he could not afford to be deterred. Just as he pondered his next move, a sudden crane call echoed above. Jiang Fan looked up to behold a celestial crane soaring overhead, gazing down at them, seemingly warning them not to proceed. Lion Chengtian, upon sighting the crane, cursed, "So you still live, you wretched creature that stole my spiritual treasure and defecated on me in parting." In apparent response, a foul object fell from the sky, which Lion Chengtian nimbly dodged. He picked up a stone, but before he could act, the crane had already flown into the cluster of buildings, landing within. Lion Xingtian rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Jiang Fan, how do we enter? I shall treat you to the crane's flesh. It is sure to be nourishing." Jiang Fan did not answer directly, but instead inched closer to the formation, suddenly sensing a powerful suction that startled him, causing him to retreat 2 steps. The formation's core must lie within, making it impossible to break through at present. Unless they wielded overwhelming power, their combined strength would be futile. Lion Chengtian, feeling frustrated, asked, "Is there truly no way at all?" Jiang Fan glanced skyward and pointed. "That creature just flew over from above. The aerial formation likely does not extend that high. We can enter from above." Lion Chengtian retorted, "But we have no wings. How shall we fly in? Wings are unnecessary. You merely need strength. Assist me once, throw me over, and I shall find a way to disable the formation from there and allow you entry." Jiang Fan had evidently devised a plan. With no better options, Lion Qingtian begrudgingly agreed. He positioned himself, allowing Jiang Fan to take a running start, stepping onto Lion Qingtian's hands, who then propelled him upward with all his might, leaving the descent's severity beyond his concern. Jiang Fan, having made his choice, was prepared. Lion Chengtian did not dare to slacken his effort. The moment Jiang Fan stepped onto his hands, he exerted every ounce of strength to launch him into the air, Jiang Fan had underestimated Lion Chengtian's power, soaring over the peak and plummeting far below. He controlled his descent with his inner energy, striving for a smooth landing. The instant he touched down, the scenery before him transformed. The once majestic structures morphed into ominous caves, shrouded in mystery, concealing unknown secrets within. Turning back, Jiang Fan saw Lion Chengtian, his face alight with excitement, eager to join him and explore further. The situation matched Jiang Fan's earlier predictions. Everything seen from outside the formation was merely an illusion. From this vantage point, the formation's core was laid bare, and dismantling it was a simple endeavor. With his extensive knowledge, Jiang Fan swiftly broke the formation. The moment it dissipated, Lion Chengtian dashed to his side, astonished by the caves, unsure of how to proceed. Was that all an illusion? He wondered. Jiang Fan surveyed the caves and murmured. The formation was merely a facade to obscure these caverns, suggesting that treasures lie within. Lion Chengtian quickly declared, "All treasures are yours. I only desire that foolish bird." Jiang Fan chuckled. "It appears that Crane has left a profound impression on you. However, that creature is no ordinary being. If my instincts are correct, it is likely a guardian beast assigned to protect something here." "A guardian beast?" Jiang Fan nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. It is a guardian beast, and its presence here is undoubtedly purposeful. It is best not to provoke it. If we must, let it be after I secure the spiritual treasure." Lion Chengtian, upon hearing this, felt relieved. "No problem." Chapter 20. The Divine Temple in the mountain. Jiang Fan initially intended to tease him, but upon turning back to the shadowy caves, his mirth quickly vanished. He was a person who had witnessed significant events, and his instincts were typically reliable. Sensing danger, he remained cautious. After all, preserving one's life was paramount. Lion Chengtian frowned, scrutinizing the caves. Why would that beast choose such a location to linger? As he spoke, he wrinkled his nose at the foul odor permeating the air. "Perhaps we should reconsider entering. Let's regroup with your allies first." Sensing Lion Chengtian's hesitation, Jiang Fan urged, "Stop hesitating. Do you not wish to capture that great bird for vengeance? Just be cautious." As he spoke, he handed Lion Chengtian a pill wreathed in crimson energy. Lion Chengtian examined it closely, grumbling, "You are quite stingy. Give me a few more." "Do you think this is candy? Be careful with it. In crucial moments, it may save your life." Upon hearing this, Lion Chengtian became immediately cautious. "Such a vital item. You ought to provide me with a medicine bottle. Do you have any spare bags? Mine has long since run out." Jiang Fan tossed him an unused bag. Although Lion Chengtian complained, he continued to walk ahead of Jiang Fan. Despite his physical injuries, his cultivation level surpassed Jiang Fan's significantly, naturally taking on the role of protector. As for his internal wounds, while they might pose challenges for other pharmacists, to Jiang Fan, they were merely a matter of time. He observed Lion Chengtian's every action, noting his intentions. If Lion Chengtian treated him sincerely, Jiang Fan would undoubtedly reciprocate. The two focused intently, diligently assessing their surroundings. The formation appeared hastily arranged, and for that reason, they dared not let down their guard. Suddenly, a cry of a crane pierced the air, and the celestial bird soared out from one of the mountain caves, heedless of everything as it flew away. This unexpected turn of events left the two men momentarily stunned. Lion Chengtian pointed toward the cave, stating it flew out from there. Could the treasure be hidden inside? However, Jiang Fan immediately shook his head. If that creature is a guardian spirit of the treasure, how could it abandon the treasure and leave? "I suspect it seeks to lead us into a trap." Lion Chengtian inquired. "Could it be that you are overthinking?" Jiang Fan replied with a smile. "We shall find out through experimentation. How shall we proceed?" Without further ado, Jiang Fan strode toward another cave, pacing before its entrance. Lion Chengtian followed, perplexed, uncertain of his companion's intentions. Jiang Fan did not enter the cave. He merely circled the entrance twice before moving on to another. In short order, he traversed over a dozen caves, yet still encountered no findings. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he had erred in his assumptions. Muttering to himself, he turned to approach yet another cave. As he arrived at this entrance, Jiang Fan suddenly sensed a faint force emanating from within, indicating the presence of something significant inside. Just as he prepared to step forward, The celestial crane that had previously departed swooped down from above with remarkable speed and formidable presence, accompanied by a sharp cry, as if to deter Jiang Fan. Upon seeing it, Lion Qingtian's eyes lit up with excitement, his energy surging, clearly intent on capturing the creature. Yet, the crane abruptly veered back, darting into the cave from whence it had emerged, its speed astonishing. Lion Qingtian exclaimed, "It has flown back. We must pursue it and not allow it to escape." Just then, Jiang Fan seized his arm. "Why did it appear only when I approached this cave? It is clearly trying to lure us inside, which undoubtedly signifies a trap. Follow me, and it will show itself again." Lion Qingtian smacked his forehead, instantly grasping Jiang Fan's reasoning. "You are quite perceptive. Had I acted alone, I might have fallen for it." Without further ado, Jiang Fan advanced toward the cave. The crane's protective demeanor suggested something amiss within. As he stepped into the cave, a chilling gust swept past, creating an uncomfortable sensation. The cave was not particularly narrow, yet the light from outside barely penetrated its depths. Jiang Fan twitched his nose and remarked, "This must lead somewhere. I shall lead the way. Do exercise caution." Lion Qingtian nodded, following closely behind. He attempted to connect with the remnants of the creation chi, sensing the surroundings, but alas, not even a single herb was found, not even the most commonplace variety. This place felt utterly lifeless, devoid of any vitality. After less than 5 minutes, upon rounding a bend, the surroundings became pitch black. Jiang Fan employed his fire control technique to illuminate the area, closely examining the walls and discerning that the cave appeared to be artificially excavated. Lion Qingtian stated, "I once read a book that described a race known as the Yuyin clan, whose habits seem akin to this." Jiang Fan nodded. "Indeed, the Yuyin clan possesses such characteristics. However, they vanished thousands of years ago. Perhaps this was a remnant of their existence." Before long, a statue materialized before them. The statue was of standard human height, yet its proportions were evidently different. Lion Qingtian, a lion demon of robust build and muscular physique, observed that the statue's thick arms were nearly twice as wide as his own. Standing upright, its hands could nearly touch the ground, presenting an odd yet formidable sight. Clad in animal skins and exuding a wild aura, Lion Qingtian inquired of Jiang Fan, "Is this representative of the Yuyin clan?" Jiang Fan affirmed, "Indeed, it is the Yuyin clan. Legends say they could cleave mountains and shatter stones with their bare hands, born to be powerful warriors." Lion Qingtian continued, "It is said that the Yuyin clan shunned conflict, retreating into the mountains. Would they possess treasures?" Jiang Fan replied, "Not necessarily. The Yuyin clan has always been united, and they are warriors by nature. If one is wronged, they will surely retaliate. As for treasures, they may only acquire them as spoils of war." Lion Qingtian scrutinized the statue, suddenly stepping back. Jiang Fan, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" He pointed at the statue, exclaiming, "It appears to be alive." Jiang Fan leaned closer for a better look, his expression shifting with concern. The statue was indeed breathing. It was alive. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the being was likely in a deep slumber, its consciousness obscured. Jiang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. If my conjecture is correct, this Yuyin clan member is one of the natives of this secret realm. I never anticipated witnessing a living Yuyin. Lion Qingtian, still bewildered, asked, "Don't tell me that Celestial Crane is guarding such a being?" Jiang Fan shook his head decisively, gazing towards the passage behind the Yuyin statue. "There is another passage beyond. The treasure should be within. I can sense its power already." Without hesitation, he navigated around the statue and ventured deeper. A peculiar sensation coursed through Jiang Fan, as if something was beckoning him, a curious feeling indeed. Could there truly be a supreme treasure? His anticipation grew. As they proceeded, the cave grew increasingly silent. At this juncture, only the sound of their footsteps and breathing could be heard. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere shifted to one of tension, likely due to their heightened concentration. Suddenly, a crane's cry echoed from the depths of the cave, startling Lion Qingtian, who nearly jumped in fright. "It's that creature again. If I catch it, I shall surely strip its feathers." This outburst roused Jiang Fan from his reverie. He had been captivated by the call, but now he pondered whether he had acted too hastily. Steeling himself, he inquired, "Can you recall what was brought in by the crane back then?" "This is crucial." Lion Qingtian plopped down on the ground, furrowing his brow as he recalled events from 8 centuries past. "However, After years of mental torment, the details he could remember were scant. Had he not passed by this mountain peak, he might have forgotten entirely. After several minutes of contemplation, Lion Qingtian slapped his forehead in frustration. I cannot remember. All I recall is how detestable that crane was. Jiang Fan nodded, not pressing him further. Based on his deductions, the presence of a slumbering Yuyin indicated that there must be more than one. The treasure that had escaped the mountain and was subsequently retrieved by the crane was no mere coincidence. Although the crane's aura was not particularly potent, it evoked a sense of uniqueness in Jiang Fan that warranted respect. With no clear direction, they continued onward, but Jiang Fan remained vigilant. After navigating several more turns, a sudden light appeared ahead, not from the outside, but from flickering flames. They slowed their pace, and a grand hall emerged before them, seemingly carved from the very mountain itself. Towering 20 meters high and nearly 30 meters wide, stone columns supported the vast space, while the walls flickered with an uncertain light that had been ignited at some point. As they entered the hall, their footsteps echoed throughout. In the distance, at the far end of the hall, a colossal statue came into view. It depicted a gigantic divine crane, its wings spread wide, neck arched high, and eyes radiating an air of arrogance, as if surveying the world. The craftsmanship was so exquisite that the statue appeared almost lifelike. Lion Qingtian exclaimed angrily, "Isn't that?" Before he could finish, Jiang Fan interrupted, "Do not speak recklessly." Jiang Fan stared intently at the statue, sensing a trace of divinity. With his knowledge, he understood what this implied. The figure represented a being of formidable strength, one that was likely still alive, a truly terrifying notion. Jiang Fan was uncertain whether this entity resided within the secret realm. Lion Qingtian's thoughts were clear. He believed that the celestial crane was connected to this statue. Jiang Fan did not dismiss this possibility. Once again, a crane's cry rang out, and the celestial bird landed upon the statue's wing, gazing down at Jiang Fan and Lion Qingtian. Lion Qingtian fumed. "It is indeed you, you wretched creature." Jiang Fan restrained him, cautiously advancing toward the statue. There was undoubtedly a connection between the crane and the statue, yet its power did not seem overwhelming, thus warranting no excessive concern. The crane had consistently directed them toward another cave, indicating a certain trepidation on its part. Thus, its appearance here oddly reassured Jiang Fan. The two gradually approached, with Shi Chengtan fixated on the celestial crane. Just a dozen meters away from the statue, an immense aura suddenly surged forth from it, amplifying the pressure on the two. In that moment, the statue seemed to possess life, its eyes seemingly fixed upon them. A woman's voice resonated out of nowhere. "Bold humans, daring to disturb my rest. Do you seek death?" Chapter 21. Inheritance. Shi Chengtian's countenance changed, causing him to retreat 2 steps. Jiang Fan took a deep breath. His gaze locked on the celestial crane above the statue and calmly advanced towards it. As a renowned medicine king, how could he be intimidated? The voice echoed again, "Human, you are walking the path to self-destruction. If you do not halt, I shall show no mercy." Shi Qingtian attempted to pull Jiang Fan back, but found him unyielding. Continuing forward. In the next instant, the pressure intensified further. Jiang Fan's body swayed slightly, yet he remained steadfast, pressing on. Upon reaching the statue, Jiang Fan spoke. "Although I do not understand how you harness the power of the statue, it is unfortunate that your intentions were revealed long before this." Ignoring the mounting pressure, Jiang Fan utilized his spiritual sense to perceive his surroundings, and suddenly, a gentle force enveloped him, causing the celestial crane atop the statue to become agitated. The overwhelming pressure dissipated in an instant. Shi Chengtian anxiously inquired, "Jiang Fan, are you all right?" Jiang Fan shook his head. "Come closer. There should be an inheritance here." Though Shi Chengtian was perplexed, he moved beside Jiang Fan. In the next moment, the statue radiated a sacred light. The gentle force lifted the two. The woman's voice returned. Though markedly softer and melodious compared to before, "How many years has it been since someone visited my Tianjua peak? Hundreds of years? Thousands?" Jiang Fan clasped his fists. "I pay my respects, esteemed elder. An intriguing young human. Your physical prowess rivals that of the demon race, possessing early innate realm strength. Yet your bodily resilience reaches the late innate realm level." Upon finishing, she began to assess Shi Chengtian. "This little lion has unfortunately regressed in realm. Such talent wasted." At that moment, a cry of the crane echoed above. The celestial crane perched on the statue appeared restless but dared not flee. Jiang Fan remained vigilant, aware that he harbored too many secrets to be exposed to a powerful being. Shi Chengtian was equally cautious, refraining from speaking or resisting. The voice carried a hint of curiosity. This little lion bears a familiar aura. Have you been to the Hongfan cave? Shi Chengtian nodded, choosing not to elaborate. The gentle force propelled him a short distance away. Since you have acquired the inheritance from there, my inheritance is no longer suited for you. Shi Chengtian did not press the matter, but cautioned Jiang Fan, be careful. Jiang Fan did not dwell on it. Shi Chengtian had mentioned the Hongfan cave before. It was there that he had delayed his exit from the secret realm to accept that inheritance. Young human, do you wish to receive my inheritance? Jiang Fan inquired. What requirements do you have, elder? The voice began to narrate, my true form lies in slumber. In the past, we followed the Black Dragon King, ultimately setting up a grand formation to assist it in breaking through with our combined strength. Unfortunately, we exhausted ourselves and fell into slumber. The Black Dragon King feared we would be disturbed by outsiders, thus leaving this secret realm for the next generation, intending to assist us in overcoming our plight. Years have passed, and only 3 young ones have reached this Tianjue peak. However, 2 of them perished here due to insufficient physical resilience to withstand my importation of inheritance. Upon failure, their essence replenished me, keeping my consciousness alert. Hearing this, Jiang Fan remained unfazed and pressed on, what requirements do you have? Please state them plainly. It is not too late to discuss this once you can withstand the inheritance. Shi Chengtian shouted from behind, Jiang Fan, you must not accept this inheritance. It feels wrong. Jiang Fan also sensed something amiss, raising an eyebrow. There was no time to waste. Shi Chengtian's additional words caused him to be enveloped by a powerful force, sending him flying backward. He felt the world spin around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself outside the cave, anxiously observing it as Jiang Fan had not emerged with him. He rose and dashed towards the cave, only to crash to the ground with a thud, dazed. The cave entrance was sealed by a barrier preventing entry. Deep within the cavern's hall, Jiang Fan floated, offering no resistance, remaining calm and alert. The troublesome ones have already been expelled. Young one, you must endure. Otherwise, your life may be forfeit. Jiang Fan faced the statue, calmly stating, I detest being threatened. Your composure is commendable. However, with your innate realm prowess, you cannot alter my actions. My true name is the revered Outyin. Should you endure, you shall be counted among my disciples, which would be of no harm to you. Although Jiang Fan felt displeased, he recognized the rarity of such a powerful being, realizing the inheritance would undoubtedly be perilous. Without preparation, a tremendous force surged into his body from his spiritual platform. Fortunately, Jiang Fan's physical form was robust enough. Otherwise, a typical early innate realm practitioner might have been obliterated in an instant. Excellent. Your physical potential is remarkable. Jiang Fan held his breath, striving to control the erratic spiritual energy within him. The Tao of pill formation began to operate, exerting powerful control to suppress the tumultuous energy. The inscriptions of the Tao of pill formation inscribed within his bones emerged, causing the pressure to diminish significantly. Jiang Fan rejoiced internally. The Tao of pill formation is indeed a divine technique. I can utilize it to refine this inheritance power into a pill for absorption. Perhaps this way, I won't have to entangle myself in the fates of great figures, truly defying the heavens. Allowing the energy to flood his being, Jiang Fan remained resolute. With his eyes closed, he observed the Tao of pill formation. At present, he had merely begun to grasp the Tao of pill formation. Continued training would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. He forcibly diverted some of the energy flowing into his sea of energy, directing it to nourish his body with spiritual force, thereby fortifying his physique. Despite this, after half an hour, Jiang Fan's sea of energy reached its limit. His breath stalled momentarily before erupting completely, successfully advancing to the mid-innate realm. Along with this came a surge of greater power entering his body. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I wonder what method you employed to suppress the impact of the power. Such an intriguing physique. Jiang Fan continued to ignore it, his body swelling like a balloon. Within the sea of energy, the remaining scroll instinctively protected its master, emanating a faint golden glow as waves of energy surged into his meridians. aiding Jiang Fan in refining his physique. With each breakthrough, his body revealed immense potential to be unearthed. From the outset, Jiang Fan resolved to invest in his physique without reservation, striving to cultivate it to its utmost strength, which would greatly benefit his future ascension. However, this was a lengthy process, and the price was far greater than that of ordinary individuals. This inheritance lasted a full 7 hours, during which Jiang Fan distinctly felt the transformation of his physique. His sea of energy continually grew fuller and significantly strengthened. Upon absorbing the final surge of energy, he found himself on the cusp of the late innate realm. Had he not diverted spiritual energy to refine his body, his realm would undoubtedly have reached perfection in the innate realm. This speed filled Jiang Fan with delight. Perfect. What perfect physique. Young one, I never expected you would succeed. Now, we can discuss what I require from you. In an instant, the joy of his cultivation advancement vanished. Jiang Fan warily regarded the entity before him, sensing its power waning, indicating that the inheritance also greatly affected the statue. The celestial crane suddenly let out a cry, then flapped its wings and quickly took flight. The woman's voice turned calm. I wish to inhabit your body and share this vessel. Get lost, Jiang Fan bellowed, realizing something was amiss. The once gentle voice transformed into a menacing growl, and immediately Jiang Fan felt a searing pain as if his head were about to explode. Sensing something attempting to burrow into him, his spiritual sense, already distinct from the ordinary, had now elevated post-breakthrough. He quickly concentrated his energy to resist. This was no mere inhabitation. It is nothing short of malevolent possession. This individual has set his sights on Jiang Fan's corporeal form, yearning to claim it as his own. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Fan harbored doubts about the previous claims made by this character. How could the Black Dragon King be accompanied by such a vile minion? The remnants of the scroll unleashed their power once more, suddenly siphoning the spiritual energy from Jiang Fan's sea of consciousness, absorbing more than half in an instant. Yet, it soon began to whirl within Jiang Fan's body, cleaving forth a force that manifested as a long blade, slicing upwards. A piercing scream echoed as Jiang Fan plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. In the next moment, a shadow materialized within the statue, forming into a woman with a grotesque visage, half her head severed. The remnants of the scroll defended its master by cleaving the soul. Jiang Fan scrutinized the aura of the statue, his brow furrowed. A fixation turned into a demon? Scoundrel! Scoundrel! You dare sever my soul? What on earth is that light? The overwhelming force compelled Jiang Fan to retreat repeatedly. With his soul now cleaved, it would not be long before this entity would be utterly dissipated. However, this final counterattack promised peril, and as a practitioner of the mid-stage of the innate realm, how could he withstand it? The disparity in realms was too great, rendering Jiang Fan incapable of sensing the other's true level, though it was undoubtedly above the realm of spirit refinement. The spiritual energy in his sea had already diminished significantly from the previous strike, and Jiang Fan hastily retrieved a pill, swallowing it to regain a measure of strength. As he continued to retreat, the fixation went completely berserk, the flames on either side transforming into a ghostly green. You have destroyed my millennia of cultivation. I will take you down with me. Jiang Fan braced himself for a desperate fight. At that moment, a crane's call resonated from above. Following that, a crimson light descended upon the statue. With another anguished scream, the fixation S-form began to disintegrate, slowly retreating back into the statue. I will not yield. The final cry was nearly a shriek, and the surroundings reverted to their original state. The pressure dissipated entirely. Only then did Jiang Fan realize he was drenched in sweat, his heart racing in tandem. He focused on the statue, its aura rapidly diminishing. Above the statue, a red feather descended, akin to a flame, captivating Jiang Fan's gaze. Was that the crimson fire feather? At that moment, the celestial crane alighted once more upon the statue, gazing down at Jiang Fan. A stern voice resounded. I have allowed you to depart several times, yet you remain. Are you truly seeking death? Jiang Fan was taken aback, staring at the crane. Who are you? I am the consciousness of the esteemed one. I was once a part of it, but it has a greater power, thus forcing me out of the statue and into this form. To be reborn, it must rely on another's vessel, one strong enough to withstand the legacy. Then, what the crimson fire feather? It replied, this is indeed a legacy left by the esteemed one, Previously, it could suppress the fixation. However, 800 years ago, it was stolen by a group of rascals. Upon my return, I found it could no longer suppress the fixation. Were it not for your severing of its soul, the Crimson Fire Feather would have been powerless against it. Chapter 22. The Crimson Fire Feather. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Crane perceived Jiang Fan's lingering questions and continued. Your lives are of little concern to me, but should the fixation be reborn, it will seek my destruction first. Otherwise, when the esteemed one recovers, it will not spare it. Jiang Fan suddenly comprehended. No wonder the Celestial Crane had continually misled them. It truly wished to keep them from discovering this place. Yet, Jiang Fan's misunderstanding of its intentions as that of a guardian spirit was a colossal misjudgment. One thing was certain. He had indeed been drawn here by the treasure, namely the Crimson Fire Feather. For an alchemist, materials and formulas are indispensable, but the most significant factor influencing the quality of pills is the source of fire. The Crimson Fire Feather is one of the finest sources, said to be born only by demonic beasts or clans that have reached an extraordinary level of cultivation. When refined into a magical artifact, its quality is astounding. The allure it held for Jiang Fan was undoubtedly immense. He was forthright, stating, I shall take the Crimson Fire Feather with me. It is indeed part of the legacy reward, but you must wait until the fixation dissipates. Jiang Fan nodded, willing to bide his time. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. He needed to consolidate his realm. An hour later, Jiang Fan abruptly opened his eyes. The aura from the statue had vanished. The celestial crane atop the statue began to grow ethereal, ultimately transforming into a beam of light that entered the statue. The Crimson Fire Feather morphed into a fiery mass and soared toward Jiang Fan, exuding immense heat. If you can withstand the high temperature of the Crimson Fire Feather, then you may take it with you. You have indeed aided me greatly. Jiang Fan remained silent, his focus intently on the Crimson Fire Feather. With his command over flames and understanding of extraordinary fires, he was naturally prepared. He first employed fire control techniques to shield himself, and the temperature of the Crimson Fire Feather surged. Jiang Fan was not anxious. He gradually acclimatized to the Crimson Fire Feather through mundane flames. In less than 10 minutes, the Crimson Fire Feather transformed into a red light, merging into Jiang Fan's body, settling beside the remnants of the scroll in his sea of consciousness. The statue emitted no further sound, and Jiang Fan turned to depart. Despite the dangers he had faced, his gains were considerable. His rebirth was likely tied to the remnants of the scroll, which had once again protected its master at a critical moment, attesting to its sentience. Traversing through the dark cave, Jiang Fan returned to the entrance, only to find Shi Chang'an frantically pounding at the cave's mouth, a barrier visible from within. Upon seeing that Jiang Fan was unharmed, Shi Chang'an sighed in relief, though his words were lost on Jiang Fan. As he approached the barrier, Jiang Fan discovered that entry was now impossible. He passed through the cave with ease. Shi Chang'an scrutinized Jiang Fan top to bottom. Are you all right? Jiang Fan smiled. Absolutely. Shi Chang'an, sensing the change in Jiang Fan's realm, beamed. You have broken through? You nearly scared me to death. Just now. I thought you were going to be schemed against. That celestial crane has no good intentions. Jiang Fan inquired. Was the treasure you saw back then a red feather? Shi Chang'an paused, then recollected. Indeed, that feather was akin to flames extremely hot. Several times I attempted to grasp it, but I hesitated, yet the celestial crane seemed indifferent. For reasons unknown, Jiang Fan offered no further explanations, and the two retraced their steps, swiftly descending the mountain toward the bathing dragon pool. They had lingered here an entire day. Han Qinshu must be anxious by now. As they descended the mountain, they began to see several young adventurers, some traveling alone, others in groups. Their strength was evidently superior. Not all who entered the secret realm were youthful prodigies. Many sought to test their luck here, hoping for an extraordinary rise. While journeying, Jiang Fan remained attentive to the conversations around him. The Linglong Pavilion was privy to more information than most forces. They had not paused throughout their journey. During the battle with the black armored ants, they had not offered assistance, and their whereabouts were unknown. By deduction, they should be headed in this direction. Just continue down this path. You two arrived late. I was among the first to enter. Had it not been for the little king Chu Zhan leading others to sweep through the black armored ants and force them back into their nest, countless lives would have been lost here. Chu Zhan is truly commendable. Upon hearing the name of the little king Chu Zhan, Jiang Fan was overjoyed, memories flooding his mind. When he was captured in peril, he had single-handedly stormed a sect to rescue him. In the chaotic era, that astonishing battle, his tall figure never fell, brandishing a long spear against peers, who among them could rival him. Yet, as the medicine king, by the time he arrived, he was already gone, leaving him powerless to turn back the tide. Now, hearing that name again stirred excitement in Jiang Fan. All those he wished to see had arrived. Returning to his thoughts of the Linglong Pavilion, if Han Qinshua's map was accurate, the cultivators of the Linglong Pavilion should also be heading toward the bathing dragon pool. At that moment, Shi Changtian, holding the map, grumbled, "This map is drawn far too carelessly." Jiang Fan was unfazed. "As long as the direction is correct, we should hasten our pace. Should I transform into my lion form to carry you? It will be much faster than running." Jiang Fan shook his head repeatedly in response. "Let us avoid that. Too many people could lead to complications." 10 days slipped by in a blur. Jiang Fan periodically utilized the remnants of the scroll to sense his surroundings, halting to collect any extraordinary herbs he encountered, leaving no spiritual medicine unharvested. Though the bathing dragon pool may be termed a pool, its diameter exceeds 1,000 meters, enveloped by dense forest. Amidst the thicket, Jiang Fan and Shi Changtian leisurely roasted a demon beast, reveling in the tranquility. On that day, due to their hurried departure, they had failed to establish a precise rendezvous point. Jiang Fan had initially assumed this was merely a bathing spot for a black dragon, never contemplating its vastness. Now, the prospect of meeting depended solely on chance. Shi Changtian, with grease smeared across his mouth, could not resist mocking the duo. "You two are truly peculiar. In such a vast forest, it's a matter of luck to find each other in the distant future." Jiang Fan chuckled. "Eating won't silence you. No need for haste. Should any stirrings arise, we shall join the fray. We will inevitably encounter one another." Shi Changtian raised his thumb in admiration. Approaching the lakeside, Shi Changtian leaped into the water, eager for a refreshing bath. However, upon entry, he frantically waved at Jiang Fan. "Pull me up." Taken aback, Jiang Fan noticed that Shi Changtian was sinking rapidly, the water soon engulfing him. Rather than risking a search through his bag of treasures for a rope, Jiang Fan tossed a length to Shi Changtian. Once he grasped it, Jiang Fan heaved with all his strength, pulling him back to shore. Gasping for breath upon reaching the land, Shi Changtian fixed his gaze upon the lake. "This water is cursed. It feels as though something beneath is dragging me down. I can't swim back up." Jiang Fan shook his head. "Nothing is pulling you down. Otherwise, I wouldn't have effortlessly rescued you. There is something amiss about this pool." He then plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and tossed it into the water. The leaf sank without hesitation, confirming Jiang Fan's suspicions. This water possessed no buoyancy. It seemed to be under some enchantment or other mysterious influence. Shi Changtian lamented, "Indeed, danger lurks in every corner of this secret realm. Had I not been cautious, I might have lost my life." Jiang Fan replied with a grin, "Just stand by the lake and splash some water on yourself. A refreshing moment, and then we shall depart." Shi Changtian, lacking enthusiasm, wrung out his clothes. "Let us leave. This bathing dragon pool is too eerie." On the following day, news finally arrived. The 3 disciples of Linglong Pavilion had reached the bathing dragon pool and were sitting by the lakeside, awaiting something unknown. A day prior, they had noticed someone spying on them, leading to the expulsion of the intruder from the depths of the forest. The 3 disciples had almost slain him, but his companions hastily intervened, vowing to confront the 3 from Linglong Pavilion. Shi Changtian, chewing on a piece of meat, queried, "Is this a crisis? Should we join the fray?" Jiang Fan nodded, "Certainly. Linglong Pavilion must be aware of the secrets of this bathing dragon pool, and I believe Han Qinshui will also make an appearance." Jiang Fan's thoughts were echoed by many cultivators who, upon receiving this news, hastened toward that direction. Everyone desired to test their fortune. Should they gain any benefit, the journey would not be in vain. Amidst the crowd, Shi Changtian's imposing figure attracted considerable attention. Observing the standoff between the 2 factions in the distance, Jiang Fan smiled. Indeed, Di Qiu was among them. One must acknowledge the strength of the disciples from Linglong Pavilion. All 3 were innate realm cultivators, one having reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. Together, they were formidable within this secret realm. Opposing them stood 5 individuals of varied attire and presence, 2 of whom were also innate realm cultivators. Among them was a familiar face, Qin Feng. Dichio glowered upon seeing Qin Feng, clearly displeased. Well, Qin Feng, I wondered who possessed such boldness. It was you who snatched the antidote from me at Longza Lake. Now you come to trouble me? Are you deliberately targeting me? Qin Feng remained as charming as ever, a radiant smile gracing his face as he twirled a folding fan. Dichio, it seems you misunderstand. This time, it was your Linglong Pavilion that first harmed my friend. Naturally, I cannot turn a blind eye. Dichio retorted angrily. Had he not been spying on us, would we have attacked him? The injured individual standing beside Qin Feng interjected. You from Linglong Pavilion are far too domineering. My eyes are mine. I may gaze upon whatever I wish. It is none of your concern. Out there, your sect's elders may protect you. But here, no one cares for your status. We can fight to the bitter end. A man beside Dichio scoffed. Such arrogance. Who do you think you are? Qin Feng stepped forward. Do not be presumptuous. It has been ages since we last met. Yet you still possess that foul temper. In the past decade, you have yet to best me. I doubt today will be any different. Qin Feng's smile vanished, his demeanor turning serene as he focused intently on his opponent, clearly prepared for combat. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan surveyed the crowd, searching for Han Qinxue. With the 3 from Linglong Pavilion present, it was illogical for her not to be there. As for Qin Feng's safety, Jiang Fan felt no concern. The man dared to stand his ground, indicating he possessed a measure of confidence. Both factions were poised for battle, and a radiant aura emanated from the folding fan in Qin Feng's hand, a clear indication of its spiritual quality, though its grade remained uncertain. Just then, the placid lake's surface began to ripple, and a vortex emerged, growing ever larger, capturing the attention of many. The previously silent disciple from Linglong Pavilion suddenly paled, whispering something to Dichio and the others. The mid-stage innate realm disciple declared, "We have no time to waste. Let us settle this swiftly." In the next moment, both sides launched into battle. Qin Feng, showcasing his formidable strength, managed to hold 2 opponents at bay single-handedly, while Dichio faced several assailants. At this juncture, Jiang Fan approached the lakeside, fixated on the swirling vortex, tapping into the remnants of his awareness to perceive the situation within. A surge of joy washed over his face, spirit herb, dragon pulse grass, and several specimens at that. What fortune! He patted Shi Qingtian's shoulder. Your injuries can be healed. Initially taken aback, Shi Qingtian quickly inquired about the matter. Jiang Fan pointed toward the vortex in the water. Right beneath there lie several spirit herbs that would greatly benefit your condition. Shi Qingtian scrutinized the lake, furrowing his brow. But this water seems problematic. Descending may spell disaster. Jiang Fan produced a rope, fastening one end around his waist and offering the other to Shi Qingtian. When I pull the rope, you must haul me back. Opportunities like these are rare. Miss it once, and there may not be a second chance. Though Shi Qingtian sought to dissuade him, Jiang Fan had already turned and leaped into the lake, sinking to the bottom and swimming toward the vortex. Many witnessed this act and, seeing someone plunge into the pool, hastily followed suit. Yet, upon entering the water, they floundered for help, just as Shi Qingtian had before. Fortunately, there were enough people on the shore to prevent any from drowning. At this moment, the onlookers finally understood why Jiang Fan had tied a rope before entering the water. Consequently, many began to imitate him, with one remaining on shore while another dove into the water. Observing the influx of individuals into the lake, the 3 from Linglong Pavilion seethed with rage. How infuriating! Qin Feng, you have disrupted our treasure hunt. This matter is far from over. Qin Feng, unfazed, retorted. You have also impeded our quest for treasure. Today, we shall not leave until a victor emerges. Underwater, Jiang Fan gradually approached the vortex. The water was clear, allowing him to discern a figure spinning beneath the whirlpool, long hair flowing gracefully, eyes tightly shut, clearly unconscious. Han Qiangsu. Jiang Fan was astonished to find her submerged. Was she receiving a legacy, or had she encountered trouble? Quickening his pace, he drew closer to the vortex's base, noting the absence of any current. The whirlpool seemed to exist in a different realm than the surrounding waters. Beneath Han Qinxue's feet swayed several spirit herbs, their golden bodies adorned with 2 leaves resembling dragon scales. Indeed, it was dragon pulse grass. Jiang Fan as heart soared with elation as he hastened toward them, all the while using his spiritual sense to gauge Han Qinshue's condition. She appeared to have lost consciousness, yet he could sense a faint power being imparted to her. Having arrived here 2 days early, she had indeed gained an advantage. Choosing not to disturb her, Jiang Fan moved in closer, producing a pair of brass scissors to swiftly cut the herbs from their roots, collecting them with great care. The dragon vein grass is nurtured by the essence of dragons, exhibiting remarkable vitality. As long as its roots remain intact, it will flourish again when the next secret realm opens. With a few swift cuts, Jiang Fan collected all the dragon vein grass. He sensed that several presences were approaching from behind. If Han Qinshue's inheritance were to be interrupted, it could spell danger. And Jiang Fan would not allow such a situation to arise. He suppressed his aura and sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake, guarding Han Qinshu. For now, they were still in a cooperative phase. Jiang Fan was not a treacherous individual. Whenever someone drew near, he would telepathically warn them, retreat quickly. Several figures stood at a distance, observing the scene. One of them remarked, "Fortune should be claimed by the fated. Hoarding it all for oneself is ill-advised. Enough chatter. Leave at once. Anyone who steps within 10 meters will bear the consequences." Among them, one person clearly recognized Jiang Fan and the woman swirling in the vortex behind him. He turned to his companion and said, "Is that Han Qinshu and the one who sells medicine? They are not to be trifled with." The two promptly tugged at the rope, signaling for their retreat. At that moment, a diminutive figure, no taller than 1.30 meters or 40, approached Jiang Fan's rope. He stealthily tugged it twice before sidling away. Jiang Fan sensed trouble and, in the next instant, a powerful force surged from the other end of the rope. The sly Shi Qingtian had indeed fallen for the ruse. With only a few dozen meters to the shore, Jiang Fan decisively severed the rope with his knife and glared at the little one. Realizing his deception was uncovered, the small figure yanked on the rope and fled. Clearly wary of Jiang Fan felt a surge of anger, but pursuing him at that moment was not prudent. On the shore, Shi Qingtian plopped down, knocking over several individuals in his haste. With a frantic expression, he called out, "Jiang Fan, what is happening underwater?" Suddenly, he had an idea and approached a cultivator holding a rope beside him. Grabbing the rope, he demanded, "What are you doing?" Shi Qingtian kicked him over. "Enough of your nonsense." He pulled the rope with all his might, as the boy on the other end looked puzzled. When he realized it was not his ally pulling him, he was about to curse, but Shi Qingtian swiftly lifted him up. The sheer strength left him speechless. Shi Qingtian interrogated him. "What is happening down there? What has happened to my brother?" The boy hurriedly replied, "He cut the rope himself. He must be guarding a woman." Shi Qingtian slapped his forehead, then tied one end of the rope around himself, unleashing his aura, which caused several nearby cultivators to stagger back in shock. This is a late-stage innate realm. My heavens, could there finally be someone who can contend with the little king, Chu Zhan? The power of this demon clan is astonishing. His aura attracted the attention of Qin Feng and others in the distance, who were equally astonished. Chu Zhan was an insurmountable barrier for them. Who was this demon clan member? Shi Qingtian disregarded their reactions and addressed the boy. "I don't want to waste time. You all hold on to the rope. When I pull, you pull me back. If you try to play tricks on me, I will consume you alive." His threat was direct and domineering. In this secret realm, Shi Qingtian indeed had the capital to act this way. Without further ado, he jumped into the water and swiftly moved toward the vortex's direction. Upon seeing Jiang Fan unharmed, he finally felt at ease. However, several cultivators lingered nearby, evidently waiting for an opportunity to seize some benefit. Suddenly, Han Qinshu trembled, and the aura of her inheritance dissipated. The vortex gradually ceased, and her delicate figure slowly descended into the depths, finally resting at the bottom of the pool. Exhaling a breath of air, her expression changed drastically. She was not a strong swimmer, as Jiang Fan had witnessed before. He hurried over, lifted her, and made his way towards Shi Qingtian. Han Qinshu regained a measure of consciousness, her eyes fluttering open. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, her face lit up with joy, and she instinctively clung to him. Jiang Fan was taken aback, thinking, "Here we go again?" Her soft form pressed against him, reminiscent of their earlier encounter in Dragon Lake. Shi Qingtian's expression was peculiar, clearly unprepared for this turn of events. Jiang Fan extended his hand, and Shi Qingtian grasped it, then tugged on the rope. pulling all three toward the shore at an accelerated pace. Many underwater witnessed this spectacle, some envious, others astonished, and a few reveling in misfortune. This lad must be courting death. Given this action, that jealous one will not let him off lightly. As they emerged from the water, 5 or 6 individuals on the shore were pulling them. Sure, Qingtan demonstrated his strength, evidently winning the favor of many, despite his notoriously bad temper. Once ashore, Han Qianxue remained draped over Jiang Fan, causing everyone to pause in surprise. Jiang Fan promptly pushed her away. As she gasped for air, her complexion improved slightly with greedy breaths. However, when she opened her eyes, she found dozens of gazes fixed upon her, leading to a piercing scream. She had not anticipated this. Jiang Fan quickly draped his cloak over her, alleviating her embarrassment somewhat. Yet, Han Qianxue was too well known, who did not recognize her. The members of Linglong Pavilion also changed their expressions upon seeing her. Di Qiu glared at Jiang Fan. Scoundrel, how dare you take liberties with Han Qianxue? Do you wish to die? Before Jiang Fan could respond, Shi Changtian retorted angrily. Who do you think you are to reprimand my boss? Once again, the crowd gasped. How powerful was Shi Changtian to refer to a human as his superior? Who exactly was this young man? Jiang Fan, protected by his alchemical prowess, concealed his realm from outsiders, enhancing his air of mystery. He cast a cold glance at the situation, while Shi Changtian, without further ado, marched toward the battle circle, cracking his knuckles. Enough of your prattle. I will tear your mouth apart. Qin Feng wore a smile, while the members of Linglong Pavilion looked alarmed. Di Qiu shouted, Demon Clan, do you intend to meddle in the affairs of Linglong Pavilion? Shi Changtian sneered, I care not for your pavilion. A little tree that is not pruned will not grow straight. The crowd burst into laughter. Suddenly, the strongest young man from Linglong Pavilion erupted, forcing back Qin Feng, and whispered, Retreat. Though Di Qiu was arrogant, he was not foolish. If this demon clan joined the fray, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Sure, Changtian attempted to pursue, but Jiang Fan called him back. Let it go. This secret realm will remain for several months. There will be plenty of opportunities. Sure, Changtian returned, sizing up Han Qianxue, then turned to Jiang Fan and asked, Is this your wife? Jiang Fan shook his head. She is the steward of Wanjin Tower in Longzi County. Han Qianxue sensed Shi Changtian's aura and was taken aback. Seeing their rapport, it was clear that they knew each other. Qin Feng approached, clasping his fists. Greetings, Brother Jiang. And Miss Qianxue. Shi Changtian eyed Qin Feng warily, asking Jiang Fan, Do you know him? Jiang Fan introduced. This is Qin Feng from the Qin family in the imperial capital. He then introduced Shi Changtian to both of them. Qin Feng seemed unfazed, but Han Qianxue regarded Shi Changtian with a peculiar gaze, clearly noticing something but refraining from voicing it publicly. She had always been cautious, especially since Shi Changtian was a capable ally. Seeing many eyes upon them, Qin Feng asked Jiang Fan, May I have a word with you in private? Jiang Fan nodded, and Qin Feng gestured for him to follow. Once they were in a secluded area of the forest, away from prying eyes, Qin Feng spoke. There are evil sects infiltrating this secret realm. Wanda's sect has sent numerous disciples here, and their intentions are unclear. Brother Jiang, please be cautious. Have you encountered them? Qin Feng shook his head. Not yet, but there have been casualties. Their methods are unmistakably those of Wanda's sect. Jiang Fan's eyes turned icy. He harbored no fondness for Wanda's sect. Recalling the encounter 3 months prior in the valley, he surmised that they were likely after Gu Linger. Noticing Jiang Fan's silence, Qin Feng continued, I was previously worried that Linglong Pavilion would cause you trouble. Now, however, I am no longer concerned. With such a formidable demon clan expert by your side, you are more than capable of protecting yourself. Jiang Fan chuckled. How did you cross paths with Linglong Pavilion? Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. Linglong Pavilion is a guiding light. They possess extensive knowledge about this secret realm. Following them will not lead you astray. The two conversed about various clues before Qin Feng took his leave with a respectful gesture. Jiang Fan, unfamiliar with the secrets of Longzi Lake, felt compelled to follow Han Qianxue. Upon returning to the pond's edge, he observed that many had already dispersed, while some continued to partner up and search for treasures beneath the water surface. After all, this was the former bathing site of the Black Dragon King, and one could never be certain what remnants might remain. Han Qianxue appeared revitalized. due to the protective treasures surrounding her. Jiang Fan was still unable to discern her current level of cultivation. Just as he was about to inquire, she interrupted him, insisting that they converse as they walked. Jiang Fan and Chung Tian followed her into the dense forest. According to her prior plan, their next destination would be the Transformation Dragon Abyss. After approximately 10 minutes, Han Qinshui abruptly turned around, glaring at Jiang Fan. "I've been waiting for you, you rascal, for days. I thought you had perished in the ant nest." Jiang Fan chuckled. "Who do you think I am? A mere ant nest cannot vanquish me. Such arrogance. A few days ago, people from Linglong Pavilion arrived unexpectedly, forcing me to seek out the inheritance first. That cursed inheritance turned out to be underwater, and I expended considerable effort to obtain it." At this point, her gaze fell upon Chung Tian, a member of the demon royal family, the most dazzling genius of the demon race 800 years ago. Chung Tian. He entered the Longza Lake secret realm and never returned. Chung Tian raised an eyebrow. "It seems the intelligence of your Wanjin Tower remains as formidable as ever. However, I did not expect a mere steward like you to be so well-informed." Jiang Fan interjected. "If you consider her merely a steward, you significantly underestimate her. Even at Wanjin Tower's headquarters, her standing is not trivial. Although the specifics elude me." Han Qinshui remarked earnestly, "I never anticipated that after 8 centuries, this secret realm would still harbor a prodigy. It is regrettable that your current state is rather disappointing. You displayed such prowess within the secret realm back then." Chung Tian sighed. "Prowess? The mere fact that I have survived is a miracle. Had my cultivation been any higher, I would likely have perished long ago." Han Qinshui inquired, "So, do you intend to follow us indefinitely?" He nodded. "I am not following you. I am following my boss." Han Qinshui looked at Jiang Fan in astonishment. "You are his boss?" Jiang Fan shrugged. "Being a boss is already commendable. Had I adhered to his previous plan, I would have been hunted to death by the demon race upon exiting the secret realm." Han Qinshui appeared perplexed, evidently unaware of the full context. Chung Tian nonchalantly stated something shocking. "I intend to acknowledge him as my master." Han Qinshui was taken aback. Jiang Fan continued. Chung Tian obtained the inheritance at the Transformation Dragon Abyss. So should we reconsider our itinerary? Han Qinshui paused, quickly asking, "Did you acquire any treasures from the Transformation Dragon Abyss?" Chung Tian shook his head. "Nothing of the sort, only a set of demon techniques. Were it not for that set of techniques significantly enhancing my physical form, I would not have survived." After pondering for a moment, she opened her map. "The distance to the Transformation Dragon Abyss is comparable to that of the Ink Dragon Cave. Shall we head to the Ink Dragon Cave first?" Jiang Fan smiled. "That suits me perfectly. Not going to the Transformation Dragon Abyss will save us considerable time. I can seize this opportunity to concoct some elixirs. Having acquired numerous spiritual herbs and elixirs within the secret realm, it is prudent to prepare more." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's intention to refine medicine, Han Qinshui did not object. She even offered to protect him during the process. Jiang Fan accepted, recognizing that to reach the Ink Dragon Cave, he would rely on Han Qinshui. If an opportunity to obtain the ultimate inheritance arose, it would be of immense significance to him. That evening, Han Qinshui safeguarded Jiang Fan as he refined pills, while Chung Tian trained at a distance, his expression serious. After wasting 800 years, he was determined not to continue in such a state. Jiang Fan's cultivation was rapidly ascending. At this rate, he would soon no longer require Chung Tian's assistance, rendering his own existence increasingly meaningless. As for returning to the demon race, he felt unworthy. Wouldn't returning only serve as fodder for ridicule? 2 days passed in this manner. Jiang Fan's displayed abilities astonished Han Qinshui. 2 pill furnaces operating simultaneously, with the heat meticulously controlled. Most notably, he refined 2 different types of elixirs simultaneously, a feat that left Han Qinshui utterly mesmerized. She quietly observed, cautious not to disturb him. Chung Tian remained absent, and after Jiang Fan completed the pills, he and Han Qinshui sought him out, only to find Chung Tian collapsed on the ground, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his complexion ashen. Jiang Fan was taken aback and hurried to his side, using his spiritual sense to assess the situation. "What happened to him?" Han Qinshui asked. Jiang Fan retrieved a nourishing heart pill for him to consume. "His meridians are nearly destroyed. This is a consequence of forcibly cultivating his physical form. He then informed Han Qianxue of the situation. Upon hearing this, she realized, my heavens, he has endured this for hundreds of years. His cultivation diminished, imprisoned by the black armored ants. What incredible fortitude it took to persevere. No wonder he wishes to recognize you as his master. Jiang Fan replied calmly. But it is not a concern. His recovery is merely a matter of time. With his talent, catching up to the 800 years of disparity is not impossible if he sets his mind to it. Han Qianxue was somewhat astonished. He can recover from such a state? Even the leader of Wanyao Valley would not dare claim that. Jiang Fan smiled. He would not dare. I certainly do. After saying this, his expression shifted to one of calmness as he fixed his gaze on Han Qianxue. Moreover, I am aware that you once dispatched people to follow me. I prefer that not too many know of my affairs. Securing a VIP for Wanjin Tower is far more beneficial than acquiring an enemy. Han Qianxue's expression remained unchanged, unfazed. I always knew you were exceptional, Jiang Fan. Rest assured, I care for you too much to scheme against you. After all, you have taken advantage of me twice. Jiang Fan shook his head. Let us be clear, it was you who took advantage of me. I was merely responding. Furthermore, there are matters you ought to clarify with me. I do not wish to be manipulated while remaining oblivious. Han Qianxue's expression shifted, her brows furrowing. I do not know what you are referring to. Jiang Fan gazed at Shi Chengtian. Not lifting his head, Qin Feng and the others are wary of you, undoubtedly due to your identity. What connection do you have with Linglong Pavilion? Please be straightforward. Han Qianxue fell silent. This was the first time since Jiang Fan had known her that she was rendered speechless, her smile fading entirely. This left Jiang Fan perplexed and even more curious about her identity. Han Qianxue spoke calmly. Jiang Fan, do you trust me? What do you think of my character? Jiang Fan stood, looking at Han Qianxue. If I would allow you to protect me, it signifies my trust in you. Han Qianxue suddenly smiled, exhaling softly. There are some things it is better for you not to know. I cannot decide those matters. I lack the power to alter them. If one day you become extraordinarily powerful and look down upon the world, perhaps I will implore you to help me change everything. As for your current self, your priority should be to grow steadily. Many things will unfold naturally, and in time, you will comprehend them. Jiang Fan did not respond, closing his eyes to reflect. Logically, a person like Han Qianxue could not possibly lack a reputation. Although he had risen late in life, his progress was but a brief moment for cultivators. Such a remarkable woman remained within Wanjin Tower. How could she be overlooked? Yet, no matter how he pondered, it seemed as if there was no one by the name of Han Qianxue. Jiang Fan returned to the present, not dwelling on his thoughts further. He spoke calmly. As long as you do not play tricks against me, I, Jiang, am willing to assist. Understood. I usually have people around me, so I naturally have to act accordingly. However, in the secret realm, I will not. You can rest easy. Shi Chengtian awoke half an hour later, sensing his condition and pounding the ground with frustration. Damn it, I am utterly useless. Jiang Fan laughed. What prompted you to cultivate so recklessly? Could you not have waited a few days? Shi Chengtian smiled wryly. I have already squandered hundreds of years. Do I need to waste more? I am well aware of my body. I have been cautious, yet still nearly lost my life. How can I follow you in such a state? Jiang Fan pointed beside him. There are 2 bottles of elixirs here. One is the nourishing body 100 herb pill, and the other is the revitalizing spirit pill for restoring mental clarity. Lian Chengtian rose and grasped the elixir. How does what you say resemble the calming medicine? Han Qianxue mocked from his side. You were quite knowledgeable in your time. It's surprising you've never heard of these 2 miraculous healing pills. There are hardly any of these in Wanyao Valley, and our Li Hua dynasty has long lost the formula for such pills. I cannot fathom where he acquired them. Jiang Fan remarked, this Bai Chao Dan employs merely 3 ingredients. Were it not for my insufficient cultivation level, I could concoct something even superior. However, these pills will at least mend 30% of the injuries within you. Before we depart from the secret realm, I shall strive to restore your health. Lian Chengtian was elated. Is what you say true? You shall discover the truth upon consuming one. One each day suffices. Taking more would be wasteful. After consumption, ensure you meditate for a quarter of an hour to disperse the medicinal effects. Upon hearing this, Lion Ching Tian could hardly contain his eagerness and directly ingested one. The scent of fresh grass wafted through 100 meters once the Baichao Dan was revealed, evoking envy in Han Qianxue. She sighed. This elixir has reached the profound tier. It could fetch an astronomical price at auction. You truly are generous, Jiang Fan replied calmly. All of this is merely external possessions. If you have faced death once, you will comprehend that only what is useful holds value. Han Qianxue retorted. Your tone suggests you've experienced death yourself. You're merely 15. Please refrain from sounding so ancient. Jiang Fan smiled awkwardly, realizing he had indeed overthought. There was no need for such burdens in this life. A carefree existence sufficed. As Lion Cheng Tian meditated, joy overtook his expression, clearly perceiving significant changes. Upon awakening, he leapt up and howled towards the sky, releasing pent-up frustration, his face alight with excitement. He truly felt improved. The effects were profoundly evident. Chapter 25. None shall remain, Jiang Fan explained. The primary reason lies in your current low cultivation level. Were a Supreme Master's body in such ruin, this Baichao Dan would bear little effectiveness. Lion Cheng Tian responded. Slightly peeved, are you mocking my low realm? Despite his words, he draped an arm around Jiang Fan's neck, suggesting he introduced Jiang Fan to a lovely girl from the demon clan. Han Qianxue called out to them from behind. You're heading in the wrong direction. Emolong Cave is over there. The secret realm had been open for nearly a month, with ever-increasing numbers of young cultivators entering, leading to continuous conflicts within. The trio had a week's journey remaining to reach Emolong Cave. Their journey was uneventful as Jiang Fan foraged for herbs. In the evening, they encountered several cultivators resting by the roadside. As they passed, Jiang Fan overheard news about the Wandu sect, causing him to halt in his tracks. The Wandu sect had indeed gone too far, imprisoning a woman within a valley. It was unclear what status the woman held to have offended the Wandu sect, yet she was formidable. Even after a day, they had failed to breach the valley. They were now blocking the valley's entrance, seemingly awaiting reinforcements. It was a pity that such a beautiful maiden was trapped there without any aid. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's expression turned icy as he seized one of the cultivators, demanding, where is that valley? Han Qianxue, having never witnessed Jiang Fan in such fury, assumed it was due to the earlier news and thought little of it. The cultivators were about to retort, but sensed Jiang Fan's aura, realizing he was not someone they could provoke with his innate mid-level prowess. The cultivator stammered the valley is 30 miles south with only one entrance, currently blocked by the Wandu sect. Jiang Fan released him and turned, sprinting towards the south. Lion Cheng Tian let out a roar, transforming into a golden-furred lion, and quickly approached Jiang Fan, allowing him to mount, and they sped off in that direction. Han Qianxue, displaying astonishing speed, kept pace with them, leaping several meters at a time in her beastly form, yet she managed to follow. Lion Cheng Tian did not question Jiang Fan's urgency, placing his complete trust in him. The valley lay ahead, teeming with people. They gazed at the valley, discussing recent events. The reinforcements from the Wandu sect had arrived, unexpectedly bringing along 2 or 3 mid-level innate experts, clearly preparing for a forceful assault. Who could that girl be? Uncertain. However, captured by the Wandu sect, her fate would be grim. A few individuals contemplated rescuing her. However, they lay sprawled at the valley's entrance. The Wandu sect was merciless in their approach. Jiang Fan surveyed the valley entrance, noting that nearly 20 disciples of the Wandu sect were present, with close to 10 cultivators above innate level. He was not surprised. The Wandu sect's disciples had always exhibited rapid advancement. However, their methods were nefarious, akin to forcing growth, yet they possessed ways to mitigate side effects. This was precisely why so many youth chose to join the Wandu sect. At this moment, led by 3 reinforcements, they charged into the valley entrance. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Fan mounted the massive lion and burst forth from the crowd towards the valley entrance. Several Wandu sect guards bellowed at him. The Wandu sect is conducting business. Do not interfere. Leave at once. Lion Cheng Tian reverted to human form, glancing at Jiang Fan, recognizing the murderous intent emanating from him. It was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Fan in such a state during their acquaintance. He inquired, Boss, what shall we do? Kill. Leave none alive. Jiang Fan's words, imbued with a fierce energy, resonated like thunder in the tranquil valley entrance, echoing throughout. This startled the onlookers behind them. Han Xinxue refrained from intervening, instead blending into the crowd, observing the unfolding events with immense confidence in Jiang Fan. Who was this person? Did he intend to slay those from the Wandu sect? Such audacity! One wondered if he possessed the genuine capability. In that moment, Jiang Fan conjured flames in both hands. The bright red flames suddenly surged forth, transforming his arms into fiery wings. Where he passed, the ground turned to scorched earth. A few Wandu sect disciples charged towards him, black mist enveloping them, reeking of putrid odor. Jiang Fan roared, then unleashed the flames from his arms, sweeping toward the group of Wandu sect disciples. The black mist dissipated instantly, and several figures were engulfed by the flames. There was no struggle. Jiang Fan moved past them as if they were non-existent, their forms frozen in place, yet charred beyond recognition, lifeless as coal. Lion Xingtian was astonished by Jiang Fan's explosive power, frowning. "Why did you leave none for me?" Saying this, he chased after Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan plunged into the valley entrance, his figure vanishing, but the area glowed red with flickering flames, accompanied by anguished cries. In the distance, the onlooking cultivators were left speechless. Only after Jiang Fan disappeared did someone exclaim, "Impressive. That youth is extraordinarily powerful. What was that fire manipulation technique?" So many unknown experts had entered this time. If he truly eliminated everyone from the Wandu sect, it would be an unprecedented feat. Soon enough, they would find out. He had already pursued ahead. Among the crowd, Han Xinxue was slightly taken aback, having never anticipated Jiang Fan would possess such combat prowess, shattering her preconceived notions of an apothecary. What a peculiar flame, so intensely heated. She wondered what extraordinary fire resided within young Jiang Fan. Within the valley, a graceful figure clad in white was meticulously arranging something. Her face bore a speck of dirt as she furrowed her brow, muttering to herself, clearly in a foul mood. She was none other than Gu Ling, the object of Jiang Fan's yearning thoughts. Wandu sect. Despicable Wandu sect. My father left me this array for self-preservation. Yet I never anticipated I would need to employ it so soon. She carefully arranged the formation, wary of any mistakes. Unaware of the happenings outside, she knew that the Wandu sect had previously poisoned the valley at intervals, and it had been a while since they had made a move. Surely, this portended ill. In the next moment, she noticed a flash of fire at the valley entrance. A look of confusion crossed her face. Since when did the Wandu sect start employing fire? Immediately after, she witnessed a group of Wandu sect disciples retreating into the valley. Indeed, they were retreating. Before she could comprehend the situation, she saw a figure dash into the valley, attacking three among them. How dare you disrupt the affairs of the Wandu sect? Regardless of who you are today, you shall perish. Noise. Jiang Fan stood his ground resolutely before the three fellow cultivators of equal rank, showing no sign of retreat. The remaining tasks were left entirely to Shi Qingtan. With his level of cultivation, could dispatch those minor adversaries effortlessly. Cold poison extinction, black fiend poison smoke, corrosion palm. The three launched their attacks simultaneously, their formidable aura momentarily startling Gu Linger, who had not anticipated the arrival of so many formidable experts from the Wan Poison sect. Flame of destruction. Jiang Fan's presence surged as he struck out with a palm, meeting the trio head-on. Flames converged in his palm, and his immense control compressed the fire, augmenting its potency significantly. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the valley. The three disciples of the Wan Poison sect were sent flying, flames engulfing them. Their expressions were filled with astonishment as they realized their poisonous skills were also being directed at Jiang Fan. Yet only a slight discoloration marred his arm, the poison dissipating almost instantly. This phenomenon transcended mere levels of cultivation. What could possibly be the explanation? Immune to all poisons? Steadying themselves, the three swiftly extinguished the flames on their bodies, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. Their arms burned from the heat, trembling slightly as they consumed a medicinal pill, their breathing intensifying once more. Meanwhile, Shi Qingtian showed no mercy, unleashing his full strength. In a matter of moments, 5 or 6 disciples had perished at his hands. One initial stage innate cultivator torn asunder, his incredible strength awe-inspiring. Seeing the three consume their pills, Gu Linger hastily warned Jiang Fan. They have taken the 100 poison pill. Their toxic abilities will be amplified. Be cautious. Jiang Fan smiled at her. In that fleeting moment, the murderous intent vanished. Yet when he turned to face the 3 disciples of the Wan Poison sect, his aura was one of overwhelming menace. Not a single one of you shall escape today. Arrogance. The 3 joined forces again. Having consumed the pills, their toxic fumes intensified, yet before the Medicine King. This was akin to a mere show of bravado before a master swordsman. Dark energy erupted, coalescing into a massive skeleton that lunged toward Jiang Fan. He remained unfazed, flames gathering in his palm. In the next instant, his figure was consumed by the dark skeleton. Boss! Sure, Qing Tian roared. The dark energy continually morphed, and within mere moments, the skeleton exploded, fire surging forth. Despite this, the dark energy still surged toward Jiang Fan, who remained calm, observing as the toxic energy brushed against him. Black spots appearing on his skin. The leading disciple of the Wan Poison sect sneered. Did you truly believe you were immune to all poisons? You are but a mortal. Kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps we shall spare your life. Jiang Fan gazed coldly at them, advancing step by step. Is this all you have? Truly disappointing. As he drew closer, the black spots on his skin vanished swiftly, having no effect whatsoever. The Wan Poison sect disciple was taken aback. Who on earth are you? I am the one who will end your lives. Jiang Fan replied coldly. The disciple of the Wan Poison sect declared, we cannot compete. Retreat quickly. With that, the 3 turned to flee. Jiang Fan suddenly lunged forward, seizing one of them, shouting, Sure, Changtian, guard the valley entrance. Not a single one shall escape. Understood. Sure, Changtian swiftly dispatched the 3 before retreating to the valley entrance, transforming into a colossal lion to stand watch. The one Jiang Fan had captured struggled to break free. But in the next moment, flames enveloped him, followed by a powerful strike to his head, rendering him limp on the ground. Helpless against the searing flames, his end imminent. The 2 who had contemplated fleeing were now filled with trepidation. Jiang Fan acted decisively, showing no mercy, never considering an explanation. Where had this god of slaughter emerged from? From a distance, Gulinger looked at Jiang Fan, murmuring, Who is this guy? I feel as though I've seen him somewhere before. Jiang Fan's physical prowess was astonishing, and his movement was naturally superior. How could a mere disciple of the Wan Poison sect, who had taken shortcuts, possibly rival him? In an instant, he had caught up with another opponent, showing no mercy as he unleashed lethal strikes. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 mid-stage innate cultivators lay forever entombed in this small valley, their bodies reduced to charred remains, emitting a foul stench. On Shi Qingtian's side, it was a similar tale. He had eliminated the remaining foes, fulfilling Jiang Fan's earlier declaration. Once more, they were all eradicated. Touch the dragon's reverse scale, and you shall provoke its wrath. Chapter 26. Gift of Medicine. Gulinger had only partially set up the formation and was now scrutinizing Jiang Fan. Shi Qingtian was busy cleaning the battlefield, now left with nothing. The disciples of the Wan Poison sect, however, possessed various items he intended to seize. Jiang Fan approached Gulinger slowly. We meet again. Gulinger paused, suddenly recalling something. Are you the madman from the valley below? Jiang Fan felt awkward, remembering their previous encounter. I rushed here as soon as I learned you were in trouble. Are you all right? I am well, thank you. What was your name again? Gulinger smiled. It's Jiang Fan. Right. An intriguing fellow. I knew you had knowledge of pharmacology, but this time I am even more surprised. The poison of the Wan Poison sect is formidable, yet you appear completely unfazed. How did you manage that? Jiang Fan smiled broadly. Quite simple. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Gulinger sensed something unusual in his gaze and quickly changed the subject. You should be more concerned about yourself. Having offended the Wan Poison sect, you may enjoy some peace here, but once you leave this secret realm, trouble will follow. My father cannot even handle them. Jiang Fan remained calm, turning to look at the charred remains of the 3 corpses. For you, I would not hesitate to stand against the world. There was no overwhelming aura, no loud proclamations. This statement, delivered so calmly, was extraordinarily domineering. Gulinger's heart trembled, a ripple of emotion stirring within her, inexplicably feeling a sense of security that even her father could not provide. This figure, she felt, would be impossible to forget in her lifetime. She steadied herself and playfully patted Jiang Fan's back. Hey, you've only seen me twice. Don't say such intimidating things. Jiang Fan thought to himself. Do you know how long I have yearned for you? Yet he could not voice these thoughts to Gulinger. Everything was beginning anew, including his relationship with her. He turned back with a smile. Are you unfamiliar with the concept of love at first sight? Gulinger's cheeks flushed, but she quickly shook her head to dispel her chaotic thoughts. Once more, she redirected the conversation. The flames you unleashed earlier were incredibly powerful. Surely, they aren't ordinary fire? Without reservation, Jiang Fan summoned the red fire feather into his hand. Gulinger gasped, the red fire feather. You possess such a rare flame. No wonder it was powerful enough to repel toxins. Would you like it? It's yours. Jiang Fan offered sincerely, his gaze devoid of ulterior motives. Gulinger shook her head repeatedly. The red fire feather was too precious. I cannot accept such a generous gift without merit, especially for my savior. Moreover, I find you rather peculiar. We have only met twice. Is such warmth truly necessary? Sure, Chantian sidled over, drooling. Boss, give me that treasure. Jiang Fan replied, scram. You stay and guard the valley. If the Wan poison sect sends reinforcements, annihilate them all. Sure, Chantian nodded eagerly, scampering off, casting curious glances at Gulinger as he left. Jiang Fan did not push further, handing her several medicine bottles. Take these pills. Your gift of medicine in the canyon saved my life. Consider this my repayment. Gulinger cradled the bottles, hastily saying, no need for the pills. My father has prepared plenty for me. They are sufficient. Jiang Fan explained, while those may be of decent quality, their true life-saving properties are lacking. He pointed to one bottle, stating, this is the divine power pill. It can double your strength for 3 minutes. He gestured to another bottle. This is the divine wind pill. It can double your speed for 2 minutes. The divine mind pill enhances one's mental acuity twofold within 3 minutes. This particular vial is remarkable. It is imperative that you utilize it at a crucial moment. There are only 2 capsules available, crafted from my essence combined with rare herbs. Designed as a breakthrough elixir, it enables an instantaneous leap to the next grand realm, lasting for a quarter of an hour. However, this elixir does come with side effects. Once its potency wanes, one will experience weakness for 3 days. The higher the cultivation level, the more pronounced the side effects. Fortunately, my modifications have rendered it largely devoid of tangible adverse effects. Aside from the weakness, it poses little harm to the body. Jiang Fan, without hesitation, generously bestowed the life-saving elixirs he had painstakingly prepared, leaving only a small portion for himself, considering his current enhanced state and the assistance from Han Qinxue and Shi Qingtian. In contrast, Gulinger gazed at Jiang Fan in astonishment. She had never even heard of such elixirs, which completely overturned her understanding of traditional pills. Is this truly real? Jiang Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, these elixirs can significantly alter the tides of battle at a pivotal moment. With your current level, you should be sufficiently equipped to safeguard yourself within this secret realm. She scrutinized the elixirs in her hand, still unable to fully believe. Taking out a Shun foam pill, the most abundant among them, she felt compelled to test its efficacy. Otherwise, if it proved ineffective in a moment of need, her life could be at risk. Jiang Fan smiled, offering no objections. As Gulinger consumed the pill, her brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Fan reminded her, do not forget to concentrate your mind. The effects will manifest naturally. She felt an extraordinary lightness in her feet, her speed astonishing as she ran, experiencing the miraculous effects of the Shun foam pill, which aligned perfectly with Jiang Fan's assertions. It was indeed a formidable elixir. After circling the valley, she returned to Jiang Fan, contemplating if other pills possessed similar effects. If such elixirs were consumed by superlative experts, who could possibly stand against them? Jiang Fan, however, shook his head. This elixir is only suitable for practitioners before reaching the divine refinement stage. Its effects diminish to negligible levels for those at higher realms, lacking such miraculous properties. Additionally, I must advise you that each of these elixirs can only be consumed once within half an hour, or they will lose their effectiveness. They must be used judiciously to maximize their benefits. Hailing from the Wan Yao Valley, Gulinger quickly comprehended the implications, nodding as she stored the elixirs in her treasure pouch. With these elixirs in her possession, a radiant smile adorned her face. Jiang Fan, once we exit this secret realm, would you accompany me to Wan Yao Valley? My father would surely be intrigued by you. Jiang Fan reminisced about the past, a smile gracing his lips. The timing is not right. Perhaps another opportunity will present itself. Wanyao Valley is not a place one can simply visit. Many seek an audience with its inhabitants. Jiang Fan acknowledged the esteemed position of Wanyao Valley within the Li Hui dynasty. Although their martial prowess may not be formidable, no one dares to provoke them. Almost every faction yearns to foster good relations, as the quality of their elixirs is unparalleled, boasting many rare formulas critical to any faction's interests. Anyone who dares to offend them will inevitably antagonize numerous powers. Jiang Fan remarked, "When the time is ripe, I shall pay a visit to the Valley Master. What are your plans moving forward? Would you care to accompany me?" Gu Ling'er pondered briefly before shaking her head. "Perhaps not. I prefer to wander alone. But I have indeed made a friend in you." Understanding Gu Ling'er, Jiang Fan was not taken aback. He smiled. "When you find yourself in peril, simply crush this spirit jade. No matter how far away, I will come to your aid." He handed her a jade token imbued with his essence, allowing him to sense her direction upon its shattering. Gu Ling'er, puzzled, gazed at Jiang Fan. "Did we know each other previously?" Jiang Fan smiled enigmatically, turning to depart towards the valley's exit. Sure, Cheng Tian approached Jiang Fan. "Boss, you are exceedingly generous. Such extraordinary elixirs, and you just gave them away?" "Who is she?" Jiang Fan replied calmly. "Someone of great significance to me." "Sure," Cheng Tian quickly interjected, "and you didn't even share some of those miraculous elixirs with me." "Boss, you seem to favor beauty over friendship. I already gifted you a breakthrough pill. You haven't lost it, have you?" "Sure," Cheng Tian paused, suddenly recalling the red pill Jiang Fan had given him. "That was the breakthrough pill?" Jiang Fan affirmed. "It is meant for preserving your life. It must be readily accessible for immediate use in a dire situation." Sure, Cheng Tian looked sheepish, his treasure pouch a chaotic mess, the pill lost somewhere within. Thankfully, Jiang Fan's reminder provided him the time to locate it. Gu Ling'er was astute, and Jiang Fan harbored no excessive worries. With these elixirs, they would be more than capable of handling even the strongest disciples of the Wandu sect. As for their relationship, time was abundant. Jiang Fan preferred a natural progression. As he and Shi Chen exited the valley, dozens of gazes fell upon them. The charred corpses remained standing, having been kicked aside by Shi Chengtian. Gu Ling'er trailed behind them, observing Jiang Fan intently. It dawned on her that he had once been gravely injured and of a meager cultivation level. In just a few short months, he had undergone a profound transformation. What value would these elixirs hold if their existence became known? It was unfathomable. In her eyes, Jiang Fan appeared both domineering and enigmatic, stirring feelings within her that were foreign to her typically confident demeanor. She thought to herself, "Jiang Fan, this time, I shall not forget you." Witnessing the trio emerge unscathed from the valley, the forest erupted in excitement. "Look, they are out. We're the disciples of the Wandu sect." Those were three mid-stage, innate experts. Han Qinxue stepped forward from the crowd, approaching Jiang Fan while eyeing Gu Ling'er with keen interest. Well, I never expected the person who made you so anxious would be such a beauty, the daughter of Gu Feng, the lesser master of Wanyao Valley." Jiang Fan chuckled. "You know far too much. Let us continue our journey, lest others seize the opportunity." Han Qinxue refrained from further inquiries, her curiosity piqued, yet knowing time was on her side to subtly press Jiang Fan for more information. The trio departed swiftly, while Gu Ling'er headed off in another direction. Chapter 27. The misty forest within the dense forest, practitioners continuously emerged, eager to ascertain the happenings within the valley, their curiosity piqued. Soon, two practitioners burst forth from the valley in a panic. "They're all dead. Not a single one remains. Impossible. How could so many experts from the Wandu sect be defeated by just the two of them? Who are they?" The final contest within the secret realm was bound to be tumultuous, with so many unknown masters emerging. Word of the nameless valley spread rapidly, creating quite the stir. Before long, news surfaced of a young expert from the Wandu sect, his cultivation unfathomable. "Whoever you are, the Wandu sect will hunt you down. For any information leading to his whereabouts, a generous reward awaits. Bring back his head, and you shall be richly compensated." Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and his companions were nearing the Mo Long Cave. Han Qinxue remarked, "Your heroic act for a fair maiden has thoroughly offended the Wandu sect. They are offering a hefty bounty for your head. What a treasure indeed." Jiang Fan remained unfazed. "Many wish to kill me. Who are they in the grand scheme?" Turning to Shi Qingtan, He instructed, spread the word that the disciples of the Wandu sect should vacate the secret realm. If I encounter any, I shall slay them on sight. For anyone who kills a disciple of the Wandu sect, I will reward them with a 9-star pill. Let us see if they can truly eliminate us. Sure, Chengtan, undeterred by the potential chaos, eagerly rushed off to disseminate the message. Han Qinshue gasped. A 9-star pill as a reward? You are far too generous. Do you realize the cost of that? Jiang Fan nonchalantly remarked, what is there to fear? Just a couple of days ago, I passed that lake teeming with dragonfish. The other materials are manageable. With my current level of mastery, I could refine 20 pills in a single night. How many people can the Wan poison sect send in to their demise? We've already slain nearly 20 of them. How many can there be left? 100? 200? We can certainly crush them. Han Qinshue was speechless. You truly are extravagant. If your alchemical prowess were to be known, I can't imagine how many factions would try to recruit you or hunt you down. Your worth is truly incalculable. Jiang Fan chuckled. While the 9-star pill is indeed remarkable, it is merely a yellow-grade pill. In the future, our partnership with the Wanzhun building will yield higher quality pills. There's no need to dwell on it. You always exude such confidence. I wonder where it stems from. Han Qiangsu see it. Jiang Fan offered no explanation. The news of his capabilities sent shockwaves throughout the secret realm. What exactly was the 9-star pill? It was the ultimate elixir for breaking through to the innate realm. For cultivators yet to make that breakthrough, the allure was staggering, and it could be exchanged for numerous other pills of the same tier. The Wan poison sect had sent only a handful of disciples into the secret realm, most of whom had not yet entered the innate realm. Upon hearing this news, everyone was filled with trepidation, utterly unaware of the kind of killing machine they had offended. The ability to produce such a quantity of 9-star pills hinted at an extraordinary background. The very next day, Jiang Fan instructed Shi Chengtian to spread the word that someone had obtained the 9-star pill. The cultivators who had been holding back could no longer restrain themselves and began to ambush any Wan poison sect disciples they encountered. On that day, the disciples of the Wan poison sect were thrown into complete disarray. Many banded together to retreat, seeking to leave the secret realm. The strongest among them exploded with fury, declaring, anyone who dares to slay a disciple of the Wan poison sect will face relentless pursuit once they exit the secret realm, implicating their sect. This statement carried significant weight, as only a minority dared challenge the might of the Wan poison sect. It afforded many of the lower-ranked disciples a moment of respite to exit the secret realm. Upon learning of the situation, Shi Chengtian felt somewhat displeased and suggested, how dull. Those cowards are too timid. Why not lure that arrogant fellow to the Mo Long cave and eliminate him there? It would certainly sting the Wan poison sect. Han Qinshue quickly interjected, now is not the time. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement, indeed. If we draw most of them to the Mo Long cave now, it would greatly hinder our search for the inheritance. We can lure him later once we have obtained it. Shi Chengtian's senses suddenly perked up, and he halted the two. Something was amiss. There should be toxic mist ahead. I encountered this scent in the Hua Long Abyss. It nearly incapacitated me back then. Han Qinshue opened the map to examine the surrounding terrain. We've arrived. The Mo Long cave should be just ahead. As a member of the demon clan, Shi Chengtian's sense of smell was naturally superior to that of humans. Jiang Fan said, you two stay here. I will scout ahead. The two trusted Jiang Fan's abilities and felt no concern. Shi Chengtian decided to forage for some game while awaiting Jiang Fan's return. Jiang Fan proceeded alone, swiftly making his way toward the Mo Long cave. As he walked, he activated his alchemical techniques within his body. Soon, a white mist blanketed the woods ahead, obscuring visibility. Upon entering, he discovered that visibility was less than 5 meters, and the mist thickened the further he ventured. Carefully sensing the atmosphere within the mist, he gradually retreated from the woods, settling into a meditative position to merge the mist into his body, attuning to the changes within himself. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and searched the mist for various herbs, then retraced his steps. Upon returning to Han Qinshue, he found that Shi Chengtian had not yet returned. Han Qinshue eagerly inquired, what did you find? What is ahead? Can we proceed? Jiang Fan replied, it is a unique miasma that can lead one astray. The toxins will numb the nerves. The pills you brought can suppress the miasma temporarily, but lingering too long within it could prove troublesome. Han Qinshue remained calm, assured that Jiang Fan would have a solution. She smiled. You can resolve it, can't you? Jiang Fan nodded. I can refine 2 batches of miasma avoidance pills using the herbs from his forest. These herbs have already absorbed the toxins from the miasma. I have selected a few that, when consumed, will have minimal impact. Han Qinshue beamed. I knew you could be relied upon. That evening, Shi Tian set up a fire to roast some meat while Jiang Fan began refining the pills, undisturbed. Han Qinshue stood by, watching intently as Jiang Fan concocted the pills. Despite the close observation, she could discern no particular technique. The seemingly casual process was executed with impeccable precision, leaving her in awe. Shi Tian, disinterested in alchemy, had previously informed Han Qinshue that if he needed pills, he would simply ask Jiang Fan for them without any scruples. The miasma avoidance pills were not difficult to produce, and within 2 hours, they were complete. The pills glowed a vibrant green, roughly the size of peanuts, appearing slightly different from ordinary pills. A total of 5 were produced. Jiang Fan set aside 2 and distributed the rest of the 2, advising, these pills do not need to be swallowed. Simply hold them under your tongue. Even if kept there for half a month, there will be no adverse effects. Shi Tian remarked, Boss, these are too small. If I accidentally swallow one, will I be alright? That shouldn't be a problem. Worst case scenario, you might just get stomachache. After consuming some food and clearing away the remnants, Jiang Fan led them toward the miasma forest, reminding them, I noticed the mist is quite dense here. It will be difficult to discern directions, so let us not stray too far from one another. It would be troublesome if we got separated. He then turned to Han Qinshue and asked, Do you know how expansive this miasma forest is? Han Qinshue shook her head. This area is marked as unknown on the map. The Mo Long Cave is hidden within. Jiang Fan sighed. Then we must rely on luck. There may be other peculiarities in this forest, so we must remain vigilant. As they entered the woods, Shi Tian fell silent, remaining exceptionally alert. Although he was often carefree, he was indeed reliable when it came to serious matters. Han Qinshue and Jiang Fan followed closely behind, constantly on guard for any disturbances. After walking for about 5 minutes, visibility was utterly lost, and even their spiritual senses could not pierce the gloom. Surroundings appeared indistinguishable, with even the tree trunks looking remarkably similar. Jiang Fan couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, yet upon careful scrutiny, he found nothing amiss. The sensation was unsettling. Suddenly, Shi Tian halted and twitched his ears, sensing something was off. There is something around us. Han Qinshue remained silent, while Jiang Fan closed his eyes, knowing that sometimes visual perception could be misleading and that his spiritual sense would yield more accurate information. However, he still detected nothing nearby. Shi Tian, however, was certain. In the next moment, his aura surged as he concentrated his power into his legs. The ground trembled violently. With a shout, he lifted his foot and stomped down hard. The earth beneath them cracked rapidly, and in an instant, several dark shadows erupted from the ground, forced to the surface by Shi Tian's overwhelming strength. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that these creatures were underground rather than around them. However, the shadows vanished swiftly upon landing, their ability to burrow astonishing. Han Qinshue quickly asked, What were those? Jiang Fan shook his head, unable to discern what they were. Yet Shi Tian was adamant. Shadow mice. These are equivalent to early innate realm beasts. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Fan. So it was these creatures. No wonder they were silent and so swift. But these seem a bit unusual. Do regular shadow mice possess such strength? Han Qinshue replied. In the outside world, shadow mice typically possess only the strength of ordinary qi. It is rare for any to evolve into innate realm beasts. Even a mouse king would struggle. Yet these seem completely different. Could they be mutated? Jiang Fan explained. It is not impossible. This secret realm is inherently stronger than the outside world. Moreover, this is the Mo Long Cave, once the territory of the Mo Long King. Here, the dragon energy is abundant, and any wild beasts lingering in this area will inevitably undergo transformation. Given our proximity to the Mo Long Cave, where the dragon energy is even more potent, it is not surprising that such shadow mice can reach this level. Han Qinshue's expression suddenly changed. These shadow mice are social creatures, and once they move, dozens will hunt together. They've been following us, could it be? The 3 drew closer, and Jiang Fan cautioned, Lion Tian, lead the way. We must quicken our pace. If we get entangled with a horde of shadow mice, it will spell trouble. If the shadow mice here are indeed so formidable, their destructive power would be astonishing, and confronting them head-on is clearly unwise. Chapter 28. Mo Long Cave Lion Chung Tian was evidently sensitive to the presence of these beasts, constantly alerting the two to their numbers. Han Kiang Su de Marquis. No wonder there are rumors of many people disappearing inexplicably after entering this misty forest. They likely got dragged away by these creatures in a daze. Fortunately, with Jiang Fan's medicinal pills, the three remained vigilant, prepared to respond clearly to any unforeseen circumstances. A series of shrill squeaks pierced the mist, growing in number from all directions, the calls of the shadow mice. They seemed to be calling to one another, as if orchestrating a hunt. Unbeknownst to them, the three had already fallen into the encirclement of the shadow mice, which were clearly quite clever. Han Qinxue produced a finely crafted dagger, her gaze cold as she assessed the situation. There's no choice left. We must fight. Who would have thought we would be surrounded by a horde of mice? Jiang Fan chuckled, glancing at Lion Chung Tian. What must it feel like for a beast king to be encircled by a swarm of mice? Lion Chung Tian was clearly displeased. Just a bunch of ignorant creatures. Tonight, we feast on mice. Jiang Fan replied with a smile. You can eat them. I can't stomach it. The three halted, standing back to back, awaiting the appearance of the shadow mice. Jiang Fan's smile faded as he extended his spiritual sense, only to discover the shadow mice had vanished. He warned the others they are still underground. Lion, drive them out. Lion Chung Tian nodded, gathering power in his right foot. The ground trembled violently. Boom! This time, the force was significantly stronger than before. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, several shadow mice scrambled out of the ground in a flurry. Almost simultaneously, the trio sprang into action. Jiang Fan ignited flames in his hands, striking at the nearest shadow mouse. The creature, unable to evade in midair, was instantly engulfed by the flames. Jiang Fan swiftly drew his long knife and ended its life. Han Qinxue moved with astonishing speed, her dagger slicing through the air like a silver beam. Where she passed, the thick mist seemed to part, revealing her sharpness. The head of a shadow mouse was decapitated in her wake. Her strikes were precise and lethal, giving Jiang Fan his first glimpse of her prowess, mid-stage of the innate realm. As for Lion Chung Tian, his approach was straightforward and brutal. Though the shadow mice were nearly half a meter long, he could still grasp one in each hand and violently smash them together, leaving them dazed before crushing their skulls. The individual combat strength of the shadow mice was not particularly high. They relied more on their ability to burrow and ambush, employing tactics of overwhelming numbers. At that moment, however, Jiang Fan and his companions denied them any opportunity. In a mere half-minute, over 10 shadow mice lay defeated on the ground. Lion Chung Tian unleashed another tremor, forcing more shadow mice from the ground. The three showcased their unique abilities, making the confrontation manageable. Yet, before long, the shadow mice abruptly retreated in one direction, leaving no trace of their presence underground. Lion Chung Tian confirmed that there were no signs of shadow mice nearby. The sudden change left the three in bewilderment. Jiang Fan remarked, that retreat was rather swift, don't you think? It goes against the nature of the shadow mice. Han Qinxue observed the direction the shadow mice had fled. Deep in thought, they should scatter when retreating, but they all moved toward one direction. That is peculiar. Lion Chung Tian focused on the opposite direction, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. It's not strange. Something is approaching. Jiang Fan and Han Qinxue quickly attuned their senses to the indicated direction, soon detecting something large moving rapidly through the mist. Lion Chung Tian seemed to sense what it was and urgently warned, don't move. It's a massive black serpent. The two stood still, and after a few breaths, a serpent's head the size of a basin slithered past them with remarkable speed. Its thickest part was over a meter wide. The trio remained motionless, not wishing to attract its attention. The black serpent consumed all the shadow mice corpses nearby, evidently pursuing them in the direction they had fled. After a moment, Jiang Fan mused, no wonder the shadow mice retreated so quickly. They encountered a natural enemy. This black serpent has indirectly aided us. Han Qinxue seemed to recall something and quickly stated, we cannot let it escape. That black serpent must know the location of the Mo Long Cave. As she spoke, she dashed after the serpent. Jiang Fan and Lion Chung Tian hurriedly followed. Should they become separated in this forest, regrouping would be a challenge. As they pursued, Han Qinxue explained. It is said that before the Mo Long King transformed, he was a great black serpent in the Mo Long Cave. The appearance of a black serpent here must be related to it. Lion Chung Tian replied, that creature's realm is above mine. In my current state, I am no match for it. Han Qinxue frowned, aware of the implications. However, missing this opportunity could mean waiting an indeterminate time for the next. She turned to Jiang Fan. Do you have any ideas? Jiang Fan did not respond directly. He needed to devise a plan with minimal risk. If they angered the black serpent, it could lead to a deadly confrontation, which would be counterproductive. Their pace was swift, and soon they could feel the presence of the massive creature. The black serpent showed no intention of concealing its aura, moving with apparent disregard, perhaps feeling unchallenged in the misty forest. Jiang Fan spoke, I know what to do. Let us circle ahead and take down a few shadow mice first. Although uncertain of Jiang Fan's intentions, the two trusted his judgment completely. The trio circled around to approach the swarm of shadow mice from another angle. They quickly dispatched two of them. Jiang Fan produced a spirit-imbued jade, infusing it with his aura and placing it in the mouth of one shadow mouse before discarding on the ground. Han Qinxue's eyes brightened. Such a simple solution had eluded her. This spirit-imbued jade would carry Jiang Fan's essence, allowing him to sense its direction as long as they remained within a reasonable distance. If the black serpent swallowed this jade, they could follow it to discover the location of the Mo Long Cave. The three positioned themselves to the side, waiting for the serpent to pass. True to form, the creature devoured the shadow mouse's corpse without hesitation and continued on its way. Jiang Fan's expression lightened as he closed his eyes to sense the aura of the spirit jade. Although the forest affected his spiritual sense, he could still detect it within 100 meters. Maintaining such distance from the black serpent felt secure. Even if it suddenly concealed its aura, they would not lose track. This pursuit lasted 2 days, and Lion Chung Tian grumbled, Boss, this creature isn't leading us in circles, is it? Rest assured, once it is satiated, it will certainly return to its den. Indeed, that night, the black serpent halted its pursuit of the shadow mice and began moving in another direction, its speed significantly reduced. Jiang Fan smiled. It seems it has had its fill. His anticipation for the Mo Long Cave eclipsed even Han Qinxue's. If a dragon crystal truly existed, it would be his for the taking. As dawn approached, the black serpent unexpectedly concealed its aura, startling Han Qinxue, who quickly glanced at Jiang Fan. We haven't lost it, have we? Jiang Fan chuckled. Follow me. As they navigated through the mist following Jiang Fan, the surrounding scenery began to shift. The trees gradually thinned, as if they were about to leave the forest entirely. The mist gradually thinned, and visibility became clearer. Faintly, they could discern a mountain peak obstructing their path. Moments later, the mountain came into view, a stone mountain shrouded in fog, its summit hidden from sight but dotted with countless caves. The black snakes had ventured into this mountain. Han Qinxue felt a surge of excitement. This must be the Mo Long Cave. She gazed at the rocky mountain and remarked, the residence of the Mo Long King was right here. Legends say he left behind the finest inheritance in this place, and we hope to ascend to greatness here. Jiang Fan chuckled. Ascend to greatness? That is impossible. Even if one is the young sovereign, what of it? If targeted by ancient monsters, one could easily be annihilated with a mere wave of their hand. Han Qinxue retorted, slightly annoyed. Can't you relax a bit? Sure. Chung Tian had already begun walking toward the Mo Long Cave and soon turned back to call out to the two. There is an entrance over here. He then turned and ran toward the mountain peak. The two followed and discovered a depression before the mountain, where a cave with a diameter exceeding 10 meters and a height close to 5 meters stood wide open. The entrance bore signs of frequent activity, likely from the aforementioned black snakes. Jiang Fan was uncertain about the number of black snakes within the mountain, but as long as they proceeded with caution, the dangers would be minimal. After all, this secret realm was intended for the young, and the Mo Long King would not leave a deadly trap for his descendants. The trio refrained from acting impulsively. Jiang Fan inquired of Han Qinxue, do you have any information about the Mo Long Cave from Wan Jinlu? Han Qiangsu did. According to the intelligence from Wan Jinlu, the Mo Long Cave consists of 3 levels, covering an astonishing area resembling a labyrinth. Even months may not suffice to traverse it entirely, yet no one knows where the inheritance lies. If anyone understands this place better than Wan Jinlu, it would likely be Linglong Pavilion. Shicheng Tian asked, "What shall we do next?" Han Qinshue and Jiang Fan spoke in unison. Split up. Jiang Fan was taken aback that they thought alike. Shicheng Tian cautioned. As Han Qinshue mentioned, this place resembles a maze. Given the black snake's realm of power, it is not safe here. If we stick together, we can support each other. Separating would be too dangerous. With our capabilities, we should be adequate to handle typical situations, as long as we remain vigilant. We should split up. At the very least, we won't leave empty-handed. This secret realm is inherently a place of adventure. What is there to fear? Shicheng Tian was displeased by this notion. Fear? When have I, Shicheng Tian, ever been afraid? I merely worry about my leader. Jiang Fan chuckled lightly. Do I need your concern? Enough talk. Let us each choose a level and proceed separately. Han Qinshue opted for the lowest level, while Shicheng Tian chose the middle one. Before parting, Jiang Fan distributed a few life-saving pills, giving each of them one of each type. Shicheng Tian had already learned of the miraculous properties of these pills in the valley, and carefully stowed them away. Chapter 29. A different path. Han Qinshue was astonished by the effects of these pills, even more so than Gu Linger had been at the time. Coming from Wan Jinlu, she evaluated everything based on its practical value. Is this also your concoction? Jiang Fan nodded. I have very few left, so use them cautiously. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use the breaking pill. It is meant for life or death situations. Han Qinshue pocketed the pills and scrutinized Jiang Fan. There are countless pills in this world, yet I have never heard of anything quite like this. Regardless of the origin of this recipe, if this pill were to spread, it would undoubtedly be sought after by every faction, especially the breaking pill, which is extraordinarily coveted by sections. Jiang Fan smiled in silence, reluctant to elaborate on certain matters. The breaking pill is recorded in alchemical texts. Just consider the Jiang family of Longzhi County. If chaos were to erupt in Longzhi County, and various factions besieged the Jiang family, all the innate realm cultivators taking the breaking pill would, within a mere quarter of an hour, effectively yield a dozen or so refining spirit realm experts for the Jiang family, enough to resolve many issues in that time, such as the extraordinary nature of this pill. Han Qinshue smiled alluringly. Little Jiang Fan, once we exit this secret realm, would you care to accompany me to the imperial capital? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan declined her kind offer. I only wish to maintain a connection with you from Wan Jinlu, but as for others, I will pass. However, I plan to visit Li Hua Academy afterward. You may find me there if you wish. Shicheng Tian felt a bit awkward. Boss, when we leave the secret realm, I intend to return and check on my family. Then I will head to Li Hua Academy to meet you. Jiang Fan patted his shoulder, smiling. We'll talk about it once we leave. Be cautious as we enter the Mo Long Cave. Shicheng Tian nodded, refraining from further comment. Han Qinshue chimed in. The Li Hua Academy may not be able to accommodate you. Ma Wanzhen has some connections with Qianbao Mountain, and I can recommend you there. I believe your talents would make gaining entry into Qianbao Mountain a matter of course. Upon hearing about Qianbao Mountain, Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. No wonder Wanzhen is as wealthy as a nation. It is indeed connected to Qianbao Mountain. Both Qianbao Mountain and Wanshou Mountain are superpowers, rivaling the Li Hua dynasty in strength. The status of Qianbao Mountain in this continent is akin to that of Wanzhen within the Li Hua dynasty. From Han Qinshue's tone, it seemed there was a significant relationship. In his past life, Jiang Fan had some dealings with Qianbao Mountain, which could only be described as unfathomable. However, there were other hidden truths within Qianbao Mountain that Jiang Fan had deeply respected during his time as the Medicine King. Jiang Fan smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but I have matters to attend to at Li Hua Academy. We can discuss this another time. Han Qinshue did not press further, well aware of Jiang Fan's temperament. He was one who preferred gentle persuasion over force. Subsequently, the three parted ways, each seeking their own inheritance. Han Qinshue chose to descend to the lowest level, stepping directly into the vast cave. Shicheng Tian headed in another direction, while Jiang Fan lingered, not in haste. He decided to explore the vicinity of the Mo Long Cave first, as such places were bound to harbor unique herbs and spiritual plants, resources he would gladly accept. Now that he had made slight progress in his realm, he aimed to reach the late innate stage, necessitating the preparation of pills to assist in breaking through the refining spirit realm. After a full day of gathering various herbs, Jiang Fan, feeling a bit bored, began to ascend the mountain peak. Viewed from the front, the area covered by the Mo Long Cave did not seem extensive. However, upon climbing, Jiang Fan discovered that a special restriction had been placed. The visible Mo Long Cave was but a fraction of the true cave. As he ascended, the winds grew fiercer. Jiang Fan maintained a steady pace, attuned to the remnants of ancient texts, sensing the surrounding aura. As long as spiritual herbs appeared, he was determined to procure them, no matter how treacherous the climb. Few could match Jiang Fan's resilience. Looking down, the mist obscured the ground below. The fierce winds lashed against him like blades. And despite his robust physique, he bore the marks of those cuts. Nearby, there was another cave, yet Jiang Fan had no intention of entering. He continued to climb outside. Glancing upward, he still could not see the peak. The wind intensified, yet Jiang Fan felt exhilarated for the higher he climbed. The more he sensed the essence of dragons in the gusts. How could ordinary winds possess such destructive power? Jiang Fan harbored a bold conjecture. Perhaps the dragon crystal was not within the Mo Long Cave, but rather above it. After climbing nearly 100 meters, Jiang Fan's clothing was tattered, his body marked with red welts, appearing somewhat disheveled. However, at this point, as long as the remnants located materials, they would undoubtedly be spiritual herbs. Within this ascent, he managed to gather 2 stalks of dragon breath bamboo, which thrived in such destructive winds and could be utilized to concoct pills that enhance physical strength. Yielding excellent results, the trio seemed to vanish from sight. Yet outside, the search for them continued unabated. Currently, only 3 cultivators from the Wandu sect remained within the secret realm, united in their efforts. One among them had reached the late innate stage. They were specifically tasked with collecting corpses from the Nameless Valley, and it was nearly certain that whoever had attacked was incredibly powerful, not much weaker than themselves. Due to this battle, Gu Linger had completely lost track of them, leading the Wandu sect to suffer both losses and setbacks. They were determined to uncover the identities of these 2. Otherwise, upon returning, their master would be furious, and they would face dire consequences. Senior Brother Gu, we have received some news. One of those 2 individuals belongs to the Demon Clan and was accompanied by a renowned woman when they left. That woman is none other than Han Qianxue from Wanjin Tower. Gu Tian, the leader, furrowed his brow. Han Qianxue from Wanjin Tower? How could they possibly be involved? Nevertheless, it is fortunate that she did not engage in battle. The 2 must be eliminated. Understood. We will promptly investigate their identities. Gu Tian nodded and then inquired, where did those individuals from Linglong Pavilion go? They are more familiar with this secret realm. We should follow them to seize their inheritance. We have already received word that they are heading to Misty Forest. It seems the legendary Mo Long Cave is hidden within that forest, though it is perilous there. Senior brother, should we venture forth? Gu Tian smiled. Of course we must go. Mo Long Cave is the lair of the Mo Long King, and there is surely an inheritance within. Let us depart at once. Not only is the Wan Poison sect keeping an eye on Linglong Pavilion's movements, but several other factions are as well. Among them are many young experts, all vying for the ultimate inheritance. Who wouldn't want to share? As soon as Linglong Pavilion arrived at Misty Forest, news of their presence spread to many young experts, who then flocked to the area. Jiang Fan had already spent several days on the cliff. Periodically, he would consume some elixirs. The wind was no longer as relentless below, yet whenever it picked up, it would leave him battered, his clothes stained with blood. From the mountain peak, he could faintly discern something hidden among the clouds, the nature of which remained a mystery. At this altitude, spiritual herbs could no longer thrive, yet Jiang Fan had not relinquished hope. Having made his choice, he was determined to see it through to the end. He forced a smile, exclaiming, "It truly hurts, but I'm merely a few hundred meters away. I can push through." Encouraging himself, he continued to climb. Thankfully, he had brought ample healing salves, making the flesh wounds manageable. However, he did not anticipate that those mere few hundred meters would take him 3 days to traverse. By the end, Jiang Fan was utterly exhausted, his energy depleted. As he approached the final few meters, he sensed an overwhelming pressure, an unknown force rendering him nearly immobile. He found a protruding spot to sit cross-legged. As he circulated his cultivation technique, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his physical strength had slightly increased, and his realm was on the verge of reaching its pinnacle. With a mere thought, he could break through to the late stage of the innate realm. Climbing had consumed his energy, yet it also constituted a form of cultivation. This was likely the unique aspect of Mo Long Cave. Jiang Fan refrained from recklessness, choosing to break through immediately, aiming for the best condition to reach the mountain summit. A gust of fierce wind swept by, leaving numerous wounds on Jiang Fan's body. Blood pouring forth. Swiftly, he consumed an elixir, channeling its effects to staunch the bleeding, and in that fleeting moment, he opted to break through. His aura surged instantly as he fervently absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Several elixirs entered his mouth, replenishing his dwindling spiritual power. The breakthrough took merely half an hour, during which Jiang Fan clearly felt the enhancement of his consciousness and physical form, rapidly absorbing spiritual energy until his reservoir was brimming. Throughout this half hour, the fierce wind howled 3 times, and Jiang Fan's shirt was reduced to tatters. Rising, he climbed toward the side. After the breakthrough, the pressure he felt had significantly diminished. Although he could not be described as leaping forward, the final few meters were no obstacle for him. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The instant Jiang Fan tumbled over the mountain's peak, the dark clouds dispersed, and the pressure vanished. The devastating winds dissipated in kind. Jiang Fan lay at the summit, gasping for breath, striving to regain his composure. The sunlight bathed him warmly, and he relished this moment of tranquility. As he opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, he noted that the mountain peak encompassed roughly 100 square meters. At its center was a raised area, atop which a cave had been excavated. The summit, basking in sunlight, was entirely different from Jiang Fan's previous conjectures. Soon, he spotted a meditation cushion not far from the cave, pristine despite its apparent age. Clearly not an ordinary object. Jiang Fan did not pick it up. Instead, he sat upon it, closed his eyes, and commenced his cultivation. The presence of this item undoubtedly bore significance. In an instant, countless images flooded Jiang Fan's mind, depicting battles, realizations, and more, continuously emerging. These scenes were filled with sorrow and joy, anger and tranquility, weaving together the life story of the Mo Long King. These seemed to represent his mundane affairs, of little use to Jiang Fan. As the images multiplied, their impact on Jiang Fan's consciousness grew substantial. Within 10 minutes, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his complexion waning, the consumption of his consciousness accelerating at an alarming rate. Yet, Jiang Fan remained undeterred. He could not believe the Mo Long King would leave behind trivialities to challenge future generations, even if it were to test the strength of the descendants' consciousness. There were myriad methods to do so without resorting to this. Without a doubt, this was a trial, and Jiang Fan could not afford to give up. The speed of the flickering images intensified, yet he persisted. Regrettably, mental energy could not be replenished with elixirs. Otherwise, he would not be in such a passive position. In his mind, the images began to dim, and Jiang Fan recognized this as a sign of mental exhaustion. He forcibly concentrated, but could only maintain it briefly. In a haze, he witnessed the Mo Long King breaking through, shedding his mortal form, forcing the dragon crystal from his body, after which the scene faded to darkness, and he collapsed outside the cushion. When he awoke, a day had passed, and his head throbbed as if it might split. He frantically recalled what he had last seen, but no matter how hard he tried, the final images were shrouded in darkness. He had not endured to the end. At last, he understood that this memory served as a trial, the last images likely marking the location of the dragon crystal. Jiang Fan resumed his seated position on the cushion, and indeed, the images reappeared, starting from the very first one. He slowly opened his eyes and rose from the cushion. It seemed he would have to begin anew. He settled back into his seated position, gradually restoring his mental energy, needing to maintain his state until the very end. The dragon crystal was his heart's desire. Misty Forest had become a gathering place for many cultivators. Those daring enough to compete here were the elite among those who entered the secret realm. However, the miasma within the Misty Forest deterred many cultivators, as few possessed high-quality detoxifying elixirs. Consequently, detoxifying elixirs became a precious commodity, their prices soaring. After entering the Misty Forest, the 3 from Linglong Pavilion vanished without a trace, clearly having discovered a path forward. For the Wand Poison sect, they possessed means to contend with the miasma, so they were not overly concerned. The remaining cultivators, unable to locate Long Cave, found their medicinal effects waning and had no choice but to retreat, losing count of how many times they had exited the forest. In the end, dozens of young individuals banded together, uniting to resist the miasma as they entered the dense forest in search of Long Cave. Days later, Long Cave buzzed with activity. Due to the influx of people, some inevitably stumbled upon the cave, entering without a second thought to seize the opportunity. Within a mere week, Jiang Fan had fainted on the cushion twice. The second time, he nearly bled from his 7 orifices, demonstrating his determination. Yet, it was not merely misfortune. Each time he awoke, he felt his mental strength had increased, and the results were quite favorable. At this rate, it would not take long before he could endure until the very end. In yet another attempt, Jiang Fan clutched a spirit elixir in his hand, preparing to take a risk and consume it, perhaps enabling him to retain the final images. This was already Jiang Fan's 4th attempt, and he could nearly recite the images by heart. Nevertheless, this trial directly impacted his consciousness, leaving no room for shortcuts. Compared to the first attempt, Jiang Fan had grown considerably stronger. As unfamiliar images flooded his mind, he approached the brink of collapse, his consciousness once more beginning to dwindle. The final images depicted the summit of this mountain, and Jiang Fan felt the scenes dimming. He quickly swallowed the spirit elixir, activating its effects, and in an instant, his mental strength surged, clarity returning to his mind. The images became vividly clear, continuously pouring into his consciousness. The dragon crystal was drawn into the air by a formation, sealed above the prominent peak. Based on its essence, it controls the surrounding gale, tempering the physical bodies of the ascending cultivators. Ultimately, a meditation cushion is left behind, marking the trial of consciousness. Just before the scene concludes, an elderly man with half a face adorned in black scale smiles in a rather lecherous manner, as if this trial were but a prank. This must be the transformed Ink Dragon King, a being with a playful spirit. As the effects of the potion dissipate abruptly, Jiang Fan feels a tremendous pressure in his head, the pain in his brow utterly unbearable, causing him to plunge into unconsciousness once more. Before succumbing, he muses silently, grateful that no one approached, for it would have been an embarrassment indeed. After a full 2 days upon awakening, Jiang Fan's first instinct is to rush toward the central protruding boulder, climbing from the rear to stimulate the void with his spiritual energy. In an instant, a violent wind erupts, nearly toppling him from the stone. He steadies himself and gazes upward, where a dragon crystal, the size of a human head and entirely black, materializes within the formation. The intricacies of the formation are profound, and the Ink Dragon King likely designed it to prevent anyone from fortuitously discovering this Ink Dragon crystal. However, having passed the trial, Jiang Fan has also gleaned insights into the formation's layout. Concentrating his spiritual energy into his palm, he simultaneously injects it into several points around the dragon crystal. The gale ceases immediately. The formation gradually halts its operation, and the dragon crystal hovers in the air, igniting great excitement within Jiang Fan. He reflects on the past, recalling the struggles he faced merely to survive, lamenting the treasures he has missed. A sigh of relief escapes him. He has finally laid eyes on a true dragon crystal. Yet, in a moment of distraction, the dragon crystal suddenly darts away, resembling a streak of black light, its speed breathtaking. Enraged, Jiang Fan realizes that his current cultivation level prevents him from flying, leaving him powerless to pursue. At that moment, the remnants of his energy surge forth from his dantian, transforming into a golden beam that directly chases after the Ink Dragon crystal, swiftly suppressing it and gradually bringing it back. Jiang Fan yearns to embrace the remnants, but they quickly retreat into his dantian, settling down and denying him that chance. He employs his alchemical skills in conjunction with his own blood to establish ownership, thus claiming the dragon crystal. Jiang Fan probes his consciousness into the Ink Dragon crystal and is taken aback to discover a trace of spiritual awareness within, trembling and hiding in a corner. No wonder that, at the moment the formation shattered, it attempted to flee. It was this spiritual awareness at play. However, Jiang Fan is filled with delight. The presence of spiritual awareness within the Ink Dragon crystal marks it as a congenital spiritual treasure, capable of growth akin to a cultivator given time. The potential for its future state is unimaginable. Yet, Since this crystal was shed by the Ink Dragon King, its quality should not be lacking. For now, its value to Jiang Fan lies primarily in assisting with alchemical endeavors and enhancing quality. He communicates with the small entity, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, little one. I shall not harm you. You may grow in peace." Although the spiritual awareness is still feeble, it comprehends Jiang Fan's intent but lacks the ability to respond. As it is driven purely by instinct, Jiang Fan places the Ink Dragon crystal within his dantian, allowing it to nourish his physical form with dragon energy, promising fruitful results over time. He sits in meditation, recuperating his consciousness and replenishing his energy. The arduous ascent has led to an increase in his spiritual awareness and an elevation to the late innate realm, alongside a bountiful harvest of over a dozen spiritual herbs. Once restored, he resolves to explore the Ink Dragon Cave, pondering that perhaps the Ink Dragon King left behind a legacy of techniques that could aid him in breaking through to the spirit refinement realm. Upon reaching his optimum state, he strides directly toward the cave within the rock. Initially, he intended to take the meditation cushion with him, but alas, it appears to be ensnared by a special restriction, rendering it immovable. Entering the cave, he finds it shrouded in darkness. Yet as he traverses the passage downward, he realizes it spirals steeply, leading to an unknown destination. Fortunately, Jiang Fan possesses fire control techniques, alleviating his concern about the lack of illumination. A flame ignites at his fingertips, casting light around him. He observes that the cave appears to have been artificially excavated, with evident marks left on the stone walls. Given the formidable might of the Ink Dragon, carving through mountains and stones should be as effortless as slicing tofu, so why resort to tools? Perplexed, he soon discovers wall paintings that elucidate the matter. Long ago, many races inhabited the Ink Dragon Cave, revering the Ink Dragon King, who regarded them as his subjects. These races are the indigenous inhabitants of this secret realm. Prior to the Ink Dragon King's departure, they all resided within the cave, and everything within the Ink Dragon Cave was forged by these people. As he walks and observes, the journey proves to be less tedious than anticipated. Suddenly, the path ahead ends abruptly, and Jiang Fan peers forward to discover a bottomless chasm at the heart of the mountain. He picks up a stone and tosses it down, waiting for what seems like an eternity without a sound. Is it truly a bottomless pit? Does it connect to the depths below? Assessing his surroundings, Jiang Fan realizes that there are no other routes. He must either descend this chasm or retrace his steps back to where he came. Having thoroughly searched the outside, finding no treasures, he sees no reason to climb back out. Without a second thought, Jiang Fan begins his descent down the cliff. Currently, the Ink Dragon Cave is in disarray, with cultivators continually entering. Numerous restrictions are hidden within, potentially concealing legacies, leading to frequent skirmishes. In just a few days, there have been over a dozen conflicts. Initially, there was some restraint, but as certain cultivators obtained treasures, many have become emboldened, eager to compete. Shi Qingtian has roamed the mid-level areas for several days. His current condition prevents him from accepting any legacies. He must wait until his internal injuries recover by at least 50%, or else a forced breakthrough could lead to his demise. Even if fortune smiles upon him and he survives, the severity of his injuries would render him beyond healing, even with divine intervention. Thus, he has been seeking treasures and powerful legacies, not for himself, but to assist Jiang Fan in his quest. At last, he discovers a cave containing a rather unique legacy belonging to a special race, known as the Flame Control Clan. It is said that this clan, much like ordinary humans, possesses an innate ability to manipulate fire, along with their own unique techniques. Each member could become a formidable fire master. However, their clan lacks any aptitude for alchemy, rendering them incapable of becoming alchemists. In ancient times, powerful alchemists would rear this race to serve as their apprentices, but now they are rarely seen. This clan possesses profound insights into fire control, which he believes would be invaluable to Jiang Fan. Therefore, he sets down a stone and sits upon it, waiting. He trusts that Jiang Fan will find his way here. On that day, a few individuals approach, intending to enter the cave, but Shi Qingtian stands guard at the entrance, preventing anyone from entering unless they can move him. Standing over 2.5 meters tall, with a muscular frame and a proud gaze, who would dare provoke him? 2 days later, two groups can no longer contain their desire to force their way inside. After all, Shi Qingtian is but one man. They believe a direct assault should pose little risk. However, as soon as they make their move, one of their number is swiftly struck down by Shi Qingtian. Coughing up blood, the explosive aura of the late innate realm frightens the others into retreat, abandoning their fallen companion. Chapter 31. Encirclement. Shi Qingtian stands like a guardian deity, allowing no one to pass. Yet, the more he obstructs, the more enigmatic the atmosphere becomes. News of the situation spreads swiftly. Many cultivators, wary of Shi Qingtian's prowess, are hesitant to approach and stir trouble. Even those in the mid-innate realm, without several companions, would be courting death. As for the late innate realm experts, there are hardly a handful within this secret realm. In the following days, Shi Qingtian enjoys a leisurely existence, needing not to venture elsewhere. He captures several cultivators, all of whom carry provisions, feasting to his heart's content. However, that afternoon, the appearance of 3 figures raises his vigilance. Before they even approach, Shi Qingtian stands and addresses the nearby cultivators, saying, "You all should leave. The pests of the 10,000 Poison sect are here." Shi Qingtian is well aware of the trouble the 10,000 Poison sect can cause, and he does not wish for his companions to perish because of him. The 3 members of the Wan Poison sect were fixated on Shi Qingtian, their expressions icy, clearly having recognized him. Observing their demeanor, Shi Qingtian was determined not to diminish his own presence. He resumed his position on the stone, consuming meat and drinking heartily. Though the adversaries were formidable, he felt a sense of confidence, bolstered by the elixirs left behind by Jiangfan. The trio from the Wan Poison sect was exceedingly cautious. Intelligence suggested that at least 2 were likely powerful, accompanied by a human cultivator. A reckless attack could lead to unforeseen consequences. The 3 watched Shi Qingtian for a full hour, perceiving his utter disregard for their presence. "Brother Gu, shall we simply stand here? Many are observing us," one remarked. Gu Tian replied coldly, "You're to send someone to inquire if anyone has seen that human." Another, more forthright, suggested, "Why not eliminate them outright? What could be stronger than our poison arts?" With that, he summoned a puddle of purple venom that dripped onto the ground, causing white smoke to rise as it corroded the stone beneath. A sinister smile crept across Gu Tian's face. "You are quite astute. I refuse to believe the human will stand idly by while his kin perish. We shall force him out." With a shared resolve, they approached Shi Qingtian. Recognizing their intentions, he understood that trouble was imminent. Rising, he stomped the ground forcefully, causing a large stone to bounce up and kick towards the trio. A provocation. He sought to gauge their capabilities. The 3 evaded simultaneously, but did not advance. Shi Qingtian coldly challenged them. "Come, let me teach you a lesson." Gu Tian scoffed. "Continue to rely on mere rhetoric. You shall weep soon enough." Their breaths shifted. Gu Tian erupted, a wave of blood energy surging forth, exuding a foul stench akin to that of a rotting corpse. Cultivators watching from a distance retreated in alarm. Indeed, the Wan Poison sect cultivators were formidable. Their technique resembled that of dark sorcery. Even from a distance, the noxious aroma left them dizzy. Should they be attacked, they might lack the strength to resist. Uncertain of the late-stage innate beast's endurance, one murmured, "If it were me, I would flee." Shi Qingtian quickly deduced their intentions. Once again, they sought to attack with poison. As the crimson miasma surged towards him, he unleashed a mighty roar of the wild lion. His voice reverberated through the cavern, shaking the very walls. Amplified by the confined space, the red mist abruptly changed direction, repelled by sheer force. Gu Tian bellowed, "You think your sound technique can form my arts? Preposterous! Break!" The blood-red miasma compressed, transforming into a sword-like entity that pierced through the roar, aiming directly at Shi Qingtian. Rather than retreat, he charged forward, determined to confront the 3. To retreat would mean being trapped within the cavern. He intended to seize victory through sheer strength. As the roar ceased, the crimson miasma erupted once more, followed by Gu Tian's chilling laughter. "My blood poison technique is not so easily evaded. You shall meet your end today." Shi Qingtian, undeterred, plunged into the miasma with remarkable ferocity, swiftly closing the distance to the trio. The other 2 initiated their attacks, simultaneously unleashing their poison arts, Poison Marsh Entanglement, and Yellow Sand Poison Smoke. A tempest of yellow sand swirled before them, while the ground transformed into a toxic marsh, bubbling ominously with purplish mud that was disconcerting to behold. As Changtian burst forth from the miasma, he was immediately engulfed by the yellow sand, plummeting into the marsh, where painful boils erupted across his skin, driving him nearly to madness. He produced an antidote pill and consumed it, one of the antidotes Jiang Fan had prepared upon learning of the Wan poison sect's presence in the secret realm. The Qing Xin pill, a ninth-grade elixir, had cost him dearly in materials. Yet, upon ingestion, he faced the poison marsh with newfound resilience, accelerating towards the three. The members of the Wan poison sect watched in astonishment as the effects of the elixir took hold, astonishingly suppressing the toxins within him. Gu Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed. What kind of elixir is that? With Changtian nearing them, they could no longer afford to hesitate. Gu Tian commanded, "Let us combine our efforts to restrain him. I do not believe that elixir can last much longer." Under Gu Tian's direction, the two infused their spiritual energy into him. As Changtian approached, Gu Tian formed a series of hand seals, and a formidable aura erupted. Demon binding cage. Changtian sensed immediate peril. Trapped within the toxic marsh, his movements were sluggish. An evasion was no longer an option. A peculiar force materialized around him, forming a cage that ensnared him. Simultaneously, the toxic marsh vanished. Changtian struck the cage with considerable force, the sound reverberating like thunder, yet the structure remained unyielding, its strength formidable. Gu Tian sneered, "With the combined power of the three of us, even a divine refinement realm expert could not breach this cage. Spare yourself the effort." Changtian unleashed his techniques against the cage. Yet, as Gu Tian predicted, his attempts bore no fruit, merely exhausting the trio's spiritual energy further. With a small black jar in hand, Gu Tian opened the lid, revealing a writhing mass of black worms. These insects obeyed his command, inching towards Changtian. He maliciously declared, "Beast, you must be familiar with the puppet goo? Once these creatures enter your body, they will burrow into your brain, turning you into a mindless husk, forever enslaved to serve me." He paused before continuing, "Now, I offer you a choice. Acknowledge me as your master, follow my commands, and sign a contract. I shall spare your mind and grant you a path to survival. What do you say?" Changtian erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "You expect me to submit to a few worms? I would sooner claim you as my progeny. Come, call me father." Enraged, Gu Tian seethed. Were it not for Changtian's formidable cultivation, he would have dismissed him outright. "Arrogant fool, today you shall perish." The swarm of puppet worms continued their advance, while the trio unleashed their poison arts to encircle the ensnared Changtian. Once the elixir's effects waned, his demise would be imminent. Clutching a breakthrough pill, Changtian understood that if it failed, he would have no choice but to fight desperately. He wondered whether a breakthrough would indeed free him from the cage. Due to the elixir's effects, the puppet worms circled the cage, seemingly waiting for something. Observers from afar noted the unfolding events with trepidation. The prowess of this beastly cultivator seemed doomed. The Wan poison sect's secret techniques were indeed formidable. Legend had it that a powerful expert once attacked the Wan poison sect while its members were away. Hundreds of disciples banded together, successfully trapping that expert for 3 days until their leader returned and executed him within the cage. Although many disciples perished, this victory against a stronger foe underscored the peculiarity of their techniques. Alas, our strength is insufficient. Otherwise, we could eliminate these three and perhaps uncover that mysterious cultivator's whereabouts, yielding unimaginable rewards. Lower your voice. Do you wish for death? Changtian felt a wave of numbness wash over him. The elixir's effects were waning, and he had only 2 Qing Xin pills remaining. It was time to gamble. He retrieved the divine power pill and consumed it. Gu Tian and the others watched intently, eager to witness his next move. In that moment, Changtian felt an unprecedented surge of power, an exhilarating sensation he had never experienced before. He marveled at the potency of Jiang Fan's elixir, steadying himself as he concentrated his energy into his fist. "Break for me." With a thunderous roar, the energy behind him transformed into a colossal lion's head, radiating immense power. Furious lion. The ground shook violently, stones falling from the cavern ceiling as the powerful shockwave sent the trio staggering backward. They gazed at Chengtan in disbelief, unable to fathom the magnitude of his unleashed strength. However, the three individuals were not at all concerned about the strength of the demon confinement cage. They were imbued with immense confidence, believing that unless one of them was slain, the only way to break free was when their powers could no longer be sustained. Nonetheless, the slightly weaker among them appeared pale, as the previous strike had drained a significant amount of his spiritual energy. "Break it!" Lion Chengtian roared once more, summoning the image of a ferocious lion that charged at the cage with unrestrained ferocity, followed by a thunderous explosion. Gu Tian sneered. "There's no point in your futile efforts. At your level, you cannot breach it. You are destined to die today." Lion Chengtian erupted into laughter, feeling anxious. "Today, I shall shatter your pitiful cage." He had been imprisoned for centuries and harbored a deep-seated aversion to the confinement. With no means of escape, he resolved to fight with all his might. The effect of the divine power pill would only last 3 minutes, so he quickly consumed it after exhausting his spiritual energy, relentlessly bombarding the cage for those 3 precious minutes. The remaining 2 members of the Wandu sect, aside from Gu Tian, wore grim expressions. The energy expenditure was simply overwhelming. At that moment, a swarm of insects suddenly crawled towards Lion Chengtian, the effect of the Qing Xian pill fading away. Gu Tian rejoiced, "Fool, let's see if you survive this blood poison technique." Yet, Lion Chengtian managed to swallow the last Qing Xian pill, causing the puppet insects to flee. This unexpected turn of events nearly drove Gu Tian to the brink of fury. Chapter 32. Overwhelming power, what kind of pill is that? It actually counters our sect's poison techniques. How infuriating. Although Lion Chengtian appeared unfazed on the surface, he was genuinely anxious, for he knew that even at his peak, he could not surpass the power he had just displayed for those fleeting 3 minutes. The demon confinement cage was unbreakable, and if he continued to exhaust himself, he would only meet a dead end. He crushed a piece of spirit jade, silently contemplating, "Boss, whether you can save me a second time depends on this moment." Jiang Fan had been at the cliff for several days when he suddenly sensed the spirit jade being crushed. Furrowing his brow, he realized that the jade belonged to Lion Chengtian, left behind just in case. To his surprise, the signal was coming not from below, but from above. Had he already surpassed the height of the mid-level region? It seemed this abyss had no exit, which explained why the intelligence reports had not mentioned an abyss within the M.O. Long cave. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan climbed upwards. Judging by the aura of the spirit jade, he was not too far from Lion Chengtian. In less than 10 minutes, he reached the height of the mid-level region. Consuming a divine power pill, he then struck the cliff with a powerful punch. Boom! A massive crater was created upon impact, and with relentless strikes at the same spot. Debris flew in all directions. With sheer brute force, Jiang Fan forged a passage through the solid wall. As the effects of the pill waned, he found himself within a cave at the mid-level region. Several human cultivators stared at him in astonishment, having believed that the noise was a sign of a legacy being born, only to be met with the sight of a person emerging. Without pausing, Jiang Fan headed towards the direction of the spirit jade's aura. Lion Chengtian was still shouting, but his body had begun to feel numb again. The effects of the pill could dissipate at any moment. The 3 Wandu sect cultivators dared not approach, fearing a counterattack from this formidable foe. Gu Tian, with a piercing gaze, discerned that Lion Chengtian was merely a shadow of his former self, and it would not be long before the effects of the pill wore off. Let us see how long you can hold on. Soon you'll know what true suffering is. Yet, Lion Chengtian maintained a smile, seemingly unconcerned. As long as he could stay conscious, he would fight with every last breath, even if it meant exchanging his life for it. The breakthrough pill remained tightly gripped in his hand. He knew it was not yet the time to consume it. As the effect of the Qing Xian pill faded, Lion Chengtian was immediately affected. The puppet insects scurried toward him, and though he attempted to crush them underfoot, they remained undeterred, crawling onto him regardless. He had to divert his focus to fend off the poison techniques, finding himself completely on the defensive. Gu Tian mocked, "You're simply asking for trouble. Keep squirming. I still intend to have you as my battle servant." The puppet insects swiftly burrowed into Lion Chengtian's body, making their way toward his head. The excruciating pain drove him to madness as he battered the cage in desperation, yet it proved futile. He attempted to unleash the spiritual energy from his dantian to force the insects out, but to no avail. The puppet insects were impervious to his efforts, continuing their relentless advance. His flesh began to rot under the effects of the potent poison, and his breath grew unstable. Leaning against the cage, he remained silent, enduring the torment without a plea for mercy. In his heart, he lamented, "Boss, I may not make it, freedom. I am unwilling to accept this fate from a distance." Onlookers among the cultivators furrowed their brows. It was rather disheartening for a prodigy of the demon race to perish in such a manner. The Wandu sect's tactics were undeniably lowly. If they had the strength, they should face him head-on. To the victor belonged the spoils. The Wandu sect had always operated this way, and their methods were indeed rather unscrupulous. Who could blame them when the demon race lacked allies? Otherwise, they would not be in such a predicament. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, someone can't help but intervene." Who could it be? Moments later, a figure darted from the crowd, heading straight for the three Wandu sect members with astonishing speed. He glanced at Lion Chung Tian within the cage, his brow furrowed. Gu Tian was momentarily taken aback, yelling, "Who dares to meddle in the affairs of the Wandu sect?" "Your father." The newcomer, flames flickering from his arms, emanated an overwhelming aura. It was none other than Jiang Fan. Upon witnessing the solid white cage, Jiang Fan felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. He had forgotten the cunning of the Wandu sect. Not long ago, he too had suffered greatly at the hands of this very demon confinement cage. Lion Chung Tian clutched the pill in his hand, grinning foolishly at himself. He was gravely injured, in a state far more precarious than during his encounter with the black-armored ants. The three adversaries turned simultaneously to confront Jiang Fan, unleashing a barrage of poison techniques upon him, identical to those employed against Lion Chung Tian. However, Jiang Fan's methods were entirely different. A crimson light emerged as he harnessed the power of the red fire feather, enveloping himself in flames. The toxic substances were incinerated before they could approach, and Jiang Fan's speed remained undiminished as he swiftly reached the trio. "You harm my friend. You seek death." Gu Tian did not retreat, meeting Jiang Fan head-on. A staff appeared in his hand, topped with what seemed to be the skull of some beast, from which emanated a ghostly green light. An immense force erupted, transcending the innate level. Gu Tian regarded Jiang Fan with a cold gaze. This was a life-saving technique bestowed by his master, capable of summoning a soul from the refining soul realm for a single strike, an attack nearly impossible for cultivators below that realm to withstand. Originally intended for dealing with Chu Zhan, it seemed only fitting to employ it against Jiang Fan. In an instant, the ghostly green light enveloped Jiang Fan, and the three adversaries bore sinister smiles, eager to witness his dismal fate. Yet, in the next moment, the eerie green light shattered. Jiang Fan aura surgé dramatiquement, an overwhelming presence enveloping the trio, leaving them utterly astonished by the aura of the refining spirit realm. Impossible. But Jiang Fan paid no heed to their state. His eyes were icy as he launched an attack on one of them. Burning Heart Palm. A strike was delivered, devoid of any ostentatious display, landing squarely on the individual. The mid-stage innate cultivator's face turned pale as he collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath, lifeless. It was all executed with effortless grace, without the slightest hint of struggle. While others might struggle to control the sudden surge of power from consuming a breakthrough pill, Jiang Fan was different. His understanding of this realm surpassed that of others, allowing him perfect control. The moment one of them fell lifeless, the cage confining Lion Chung Tian crumbled instantaneously. Without pausing, Jiang Fan dashed towards another adversary. Gu Tian summoned his spiritual treasure once again, attempting to fend off Jiang Fan's assault, but he was forced to retreat repeatedly. The disparity in realms rendered his strength utterly crushed. "Who exactly are you?" "I have seen Chu Zhan. You're not him." Jiang Fan remained tranquil, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, regarding the two members of the Wandu sect as one would view mere ants, utterly lacking in compassion. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from behind. Sure, Chung Tian soared into the air, seizing a mid-stage innate cultivator from behind. His voice boomed. "Do you wish for me to suffer a fate worse than death? Let us see who meets their end first." Although his physical body was gravely injured, the absolute disparity in power rendered the Wandu disciple incapable of resistance. With a crack of breaking bones, Shi Chung Tian effortlessly dispatched him. Gu Tian, caught in a pincer attack, felt a tremor in his heart and swallowed a blood-red pill, declaring in a deep voice, "Blood demon body." A crimson mist erupted, its stench even more unbearable than before. In the next moment, Gu Tian's body swelled, his height dramatically increasing, rendering him grotesquely bloated, yet his aura intensified. Red venom coursed through him, dripping onto the ground like blood and hissing ominously. From afar, someone gasped, "Gu Tian has actually mastered the blood demon body. Good heavens! How many lives must he have taken to achieve this?" A sect like Wandu is truly ruthless in their pursuit of power. The poison of the blood demon body was astonishingly potent and difficult to resist. To unleash, it once would harm the user as much as their enemy, a double-edged blade, yet immensely powerful. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan maintained his expressionless demeanor, fixated on Gu Tian. Cheng Tian attempted to approach, but was restrained by Jiang Fan's force. Gu Tian glared at Jiang Fan, his voice now hoarse and unpleasant. "No matter who you are, prepare to experience the might of my blood demon body." Jiang Fan coldly regarded him. The blood demon body? Merely the weakest technique within the blood demon art. Yet Yuandu sect treat it as a treasure, relying on poison. Is it? Allow me to demonstrate my own capabilities. With that, a blood-melting orchid appeared in his hand, an ordinary herb. Flames ignited in Jiang Fan's palm as he infused the herb within, releasing a fragrant aroma. In a mere few seconds, Gu Tian scarcely comprehended the unfolding events. Moments later, his body began to dissolve, the blood aura rapidly dissipating as he reverted to his original form, his entire being rotted away, writhing in agony as the poison turned against him, merging with his flesh. He collapsed to the ground, trembling, clearly on the verge of collapse. How ironic it was for a disciple of Wandu sect to be afflicted by such potent poison. The Apothecary King, with a heart inclined towards goodness. He is revered by the world. With a heart inclined towards malevolence, he becomes the Poison King. Jiang Fan chose to ignore him, striding towards Cheng Tian to resolve his issues before weakness set in. A touch from Jiang Fan made Cheng Tian wince in pain. Jiang Fan employed his spiritual sense to assess his injuries, and his heart sank. He sensed dozens of worms crawling within, some already reaching into his chest cavity. Had Cheng Tian not been preoccupied with suppressing them, they would have likely burrowed into his brain. Jiang Fan first administered a pill to suppress the poison, then infused his meridians with medicinal energy. The puppet worms retreated, crawling out from his legs, and upon contact with Jiang Fan's medicinal power, they disintegrated into pus and blood upon hitting the ground. Cheng Tian's complexion paled, yet he was not critically weakened. Jiang Fan provided him with healing pills and instructed him to meditate and recuperate for a while. Turning back, Jiang Fan observed Gu Tian, who was now on the brink of death, preparing to send him off. At that moment, a spiritual talisman appeared in Gu Tian's hand. Infusing it with spiritual energy, his figure vanished in an instant. Jiang Fan paused, contemplative. A minor teleportation talisman? He had not anticipated that Gu Tian possessed such a life-saving measure. However, his survival might not be a misfortune, as it could prove useful in the future. Sensing the effects of the breakthrough pill beginning to wane, Jiang Fan ventured deeper into the cave, not wishing to appear disheveled before others. Chapter 33. The Fire of the Soul. Cheng Tian sat cross-legged, no one daring to approach, making this a relatively safe haven. The onlookers observed the unfolding events in silence for a long time. Those who had previously marveled at the blood demon body were now incredulous. What had just transpired? Had the blood demon body been dismantled? What kind of technique had the young man employed? Each spectator was filled with questions, yet none dared to inquire. This unnamed young man had repeatedly astonished them. Whether in the bathing dragon pool, the nameless valley, or the Mo Long cave, he exuded an aura of unfathomable depth, leaving others in uncertainty about his limits. As Jiang Fan emerged from his period of weakness, Cheng Tian awaited him, having regained his health over the past 3 days. "Boss, you are awake. I never expected you to advance further. At this rate, I shall soon be of no assistance to you." Jiang Fan did not dwell on this matter, but countered. "How did you find yourself captured by those three? With your strength, even if you were outmatched, you could have escaped." Cheng Tian gestured behind Jiang Fan. "It was because of this inheritance from the Fire Control clan. I thought it might be of use to you, so I stayed here." Jiang Fan's heart fluttered. This little brother he had picked up in the ant cave was indeed quite persistent. However, he would not show any sign of this. There was much time ahead, and he would not treat those who were sincere towards him unfairly. He turned to look at the statue behind him, which bore a striking resemblance to a human. Yet flames danced upon its palms, reminiscent of Jiang Fan's own control fire. He had never interacted with the Fire Control clan and was deeply curious about this race. He held a certain anticipation for the inheritance of this clan. Jiang Fan smiled. Thank you this time, but remember next time, inheritances can be sought again. But one life is all we have. Even without the inheritance, I, Jiang Fan, shall not be weaker than others. Sure, Chung Tian scratched his head, I understand. It won't happen again. Jiang Fan refrained from further comment and walked directly toward the statue, testing it with his spiritual sense. A wave of intense heat enveloped him in an instant. Jiang Fan felt a unique flame igniting from within, representing the Fire Control clan's understanding of fire. A thought entered his consciousness. Fire is the source of all things, the root of civilization. Mastering fire allows one to combat foes in war, refine medicine in peace. From the fire of the soul, one controls the natural fire, not realizing the depth of this inheritance. The Fire Control clan's comprehension of fire unveiled an entirely new world to Jiang Fan. The fire of the soul was an idea he had never contemplated. His own mastery of fire was cultivated through years of arduous effort, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, nearly becoming instinctual. However, this merely represented his control of fire, a concept light years apart from the Fire Control clan's fire of the soul. Jiang Fan focused intently, earnestly experiencing that burning sensation within. That power seemed to connect with his emotions, continuously igniting his bloodline, merging the flames with his very soul, or rather, birthing a unique flame within his essence. Jiang Fan diligently grasped the profound meaning behind it. This inheritance could not directly manifest the fire of the soul within him. It merely demonstrated the state and process of its formation within this clan. As descendants of the human lineage, it was not impossible to cultivate the fire of the soul, provided one possessed the aptitude. Thus, this inheritance was left behind. For an entire day, Jiang Fan remained motionless before the statue. He had unlocked a new world that greatly influenced him, and he was certainly willing to invest effort into it. Sure, Chung Tian stood guard nearby, consuming pills to mend his internal injuries, striving to recover to his previous level of strength to keep pace with Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan remained seated for a full week, as if in deep meditation, completely still. The number of cultivators in the Mo Long cave increased, yet with the Mo Long crystal in hand, Jiang Fan felt no desire to compete further. This inheritance from the Fire Control clan had greatly benefited him. With his knowledge and experience as the Apothecary King, he was poised to advance his understanding of alchemy further, and any breakthrough would be immensely significant for him. Upon awakening, a smile graced Jiang Fan's face. Although he had not advanced in realm during the week, nor had he cultivated the fire of the soul, the insights gained from this inheritance were profound. As long as the direction was correct, he believed that one day he would cultivate it successfully. While Shi Chung Tian continued his recuperation, Jiang Fan utilized his spiritual sense to inspect the state of his internal injuries. Having recovered over 30% after refining some body-refining elixirs for him to consume, he should be able to return to the spirit refinement realm within a month. There has been no news from Han Qinxue, but Jiang Fan is not overly anxious. When Shi Qingtian awakens and sees Jiang Fan is finished, he promptly asks, "Boss, how did it go? Was this inheritance useful to you?" Jiang Fan nods. "I have gained immensely. I truly must thank you for this." "No need for gratitude," Shi Qingtian replies. "If you hadn't come to my rescue in time, those 3 rascals would have had me done for. Dying would have been one thing, but becoming a puppet of the 10,000 poison sect would be far too humiliating. I only saw 2 corpses. What about Gu Tian?" Jiang Fan recounts the subsequent events. Upon learning that Gu Tian had escaped, Shi Qingtian sneers, "The more, the better. I will take revenge myself." Jiang Fan leads Shi Qingtian to the cave he had broken into, approaching the edge of the abyss. Gazing into the darkness below, Shi Qingtian muses, "You came down from here? Do you know where it leads?" Jiang Fan shakes his head. "I'm not sure. However, I came down from the very top without finding any exit. I wonder if there might be one below. So, boss, what do you plan to do? Should we descend or detour to enter from the cave beneath the Mo Long cave?" After contemplating, Jiang Fan ultimately decides to venture into the abyss. He too is curious about where it might lead. In the days since he first broke in, several cultivators have descended, yet none have returned. Thus, he suspects there may be other routes below. With time still on their side, he sees no harm in exploring. With that thought, Jiang Fan turns to Shi Chengtian. Let's see what's down there. Are you ready? Shi Chengtian peers down into the chasm. A lion must roam the grasslands, he remarks. Jiang Fan, in response, gives him a shove, sending him tumbling into the abyss. Stop with the nonsense. Shi Chengtian quickly unleashes his vital energy, propelling himself against the cliff wall. Casting a resentful glance at Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan also returns to the stone wall, and the two begin their descent together. Jiang Fan's pace is steady. As he has traversed this path before, it poses no challenge for him. Shi Chengtian, despite his concerns, should not encounter any issues given his level of cultivation. After an indeterminate amount of time climbing down, Jiang Fan inadvertently dislodges a stone, and seconds later, echoes resonate from below. Elated, Jiang Fan realizes they must be nearing the bottom. As he carefully descends, nearing the base, Jiang Fan conjures a fireball and sends it plummeting below. The fireball illuminates the surroundings, revealing something coiled in the depths. Jiang Fan casts another fireball, and this time he sees clearly. It is a massive black snake devouring a person, with their legs still protruding. This snake is significantly larger than the one they encountered in the misty forest, its belly swollen from its feast. At this moment, Jiang Fan comprehends why none of the cultivators who climbed down have returned. It appears they have become a meal for this great black serpent. Shi Chengtian gulps. Boss, what do we do now? Should we climb back? Jiang Fan replies, this creature's presence suggests there must be an exit, otherwise it would have starved long ago. The depths are likely a snake's den. I wonder how Han Qianxue is faring. Shi Chengtian reassures him, you need not worry about her. That girl is cunning and resourceful. She must have information she hasn't shared with us. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so readily chosen the lower region during the selection. Nor would she have pursued the bathing dragon pond inheritance. Don't underestimate her. Jiang Fan chuckles. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about her. However, this Mo Long cave is far more perilous than she anticipated. Just consider these black snakes. It would be a death wish for anyone to encounter them, unless some old monsters were to intervene. Indeed, I have dealt with them in the past, but regrettably, we are no match for this snake, Shi Chengtian replies. Jiang Fan focuses on the snake, noting that its mouth has yet to fully swallow the legs of its prey. Do you think it has had enough to eat? Shi Chengtian shakes his head vigorously. A snake of that size, even if full, would not mind a couple of us as dessert. Jiang Fan ponders for a moment, then retrieves some realgar from his bag of holding. Regardless of its strength, it is still merely a snake, and this substance may have some effect. He tosses it down beside the black serpent. The previously motionless snake seems to detect the scent of the realgar and begins to stir, swiftly disappearing into the depths. Jiang Fan's heart leaps with joy. It does indeed have some effect. Wait here. I'll go down and take a look. Shi Chengtian, knowing Jiang Fan's capabilities. Haribus no fairs. Jiang Fan descends rapidly to the ground, looking towards the direction the black snake fled and discovering a sizable cave, wide enough for a horse-drawn carriage to enter. Clearly, the serpent has exited through this passage. Seeing Jiang Fan unscathed, Shi Chengtian quickly climbs down to join him, whispering, Boss. That creature must have gone far by now. Jiang Fan observes the cave, uncertain if it is truly safe. The cave is silent, suggesting little cause for alarm. Shi Chengtian approaches the entrance, peering into the inky darkness, but it is impossible to see far inside. Just as he contemplates entering, Jiang Fan's expression suddenly shifts. Come back. Startled, Shi Chengtian instinctively retreats a few steps. In the next moment, a massive head emerges from the shadows of the cave, revealing the same unfathomable black serpent, its mouth still clenching the legs of its prey. The creature had been lying in ambush within the cave. Had Jiang Fan not warned him, Shi Chengtian would have become its next meal. Jiang Fan pulls him back as the great black serpent lunges forward, blocking their escape. As they retreat, Jiang Fan strains to listen. Do you hear someone calling for help? He asks Shi Chengtian. Do you hear any voices? Shi Chengtian responds irritably. Who would be here in this cursed place? If there were someone, they'd have been devoured by the black serpent long ago. Jiang Fan holds his breath, sensing a faint plea for help, though the voice is muted, as if muffled by something. The black serpent closes in on them, its overwhelming presence pressing them against the wall. Suddenly, it opens its gaping maw, roaring at them. Help, please. The cry for help coincides with the serpent's roar. Crystal clear to Jiang Fan and Shi Qingtian. Shi Qingtian's expression turns peculiar. It truly came from the snake's mouth. Jiang Fan fixes his gaze on the serpent's head, noticing the legs thrashing once more, and he quickly comprehends the situation. The creature is indeed a living person, evidently having employed some means to prevent the black serpent from swallowing him. Shi Qingtian whispers, "Boss, what now? Should we rescue him? If we do, we'll be in danger too. I think we should let him stay trapped." Jiang Fan shares this sentiment. He is no altruist, and the black serpent's might is formidable. Should they attempt a rescue, the situation would undoubtedly become more precarious. As the serpent advances, its immense body shifts swiftly, aiming to bite Jiang Fan while lunging towards Shi Qingtian. "Save me. The Jiang family will reward you handsomely." The voice calls out again from the serpent's mouth, this time stirring Jiang Fan's heart. It is a disciple of the Jiang family, compelling him to act. Shi Qingtian leaps on the serpent, springing off its body to escape its grasp, and races towards the cave entrance. "Run, boss. Into the cave. It can't do anything while it has something stuck in its mouth." Jiang Fan concurs. "You go ahead. Wait for me in a safe place. Be careful," Shi Qingtian urges. At that moment, the enormous serpent suddenly reared its head skyward, then opened its gaping maw wide, frantically attempting to swallow the obstructive object within. This startled Jiang Fan. If the disciple of the Jiang family were to be consumed, he would face certain death. Given Jiang Fan's current prowess, even with the use of a breakthrough pill, he would be incapable of slaying the black serpent. Moreover, he lacked the means to concoct any antidote in such haste. By the time he returned, it was possible that the disciple would have already been drawn into the serpent's maw. However, Jiang Fan's fears did not materialize. The disciple had managed to secure himself firmly within the serpent's mouth through some means, clearly comprehending his precarious predicament better than Jiang Fan did. The black serpent, seething with rage, continually slammed its head against the adjacent stone wall, while the unfortunate soul within emitted anguished cries. Yet, in this life-and-death moment, he fought with all his might to endure. Jiang Fan understood he could not merely stand by and watch. He retrieved a long knife, which ignited in flames, and struck at the serpent's body. The black serpent, having received a heavy blow, grew even more furious, its icy gaze fixated on Jiang Fan. The serpent's head feigned an attack towards him, while its body coiled relentlessly around Jiang Fan, suddenly constricting as if weaving an inescapable net. Jiang Fan quickly reacted, seizing the opportunity of a brief gap to leap onto the serpent's back, sprinting towards its head with agile steps. This particular position was the serpent's blind spot. Jiang Fan tread lightly as the serpent scoured its surroundings for Jiang Fan's whereabouts. After several breaths, Jiang Fan reached the rear of the serpent's head and communicated to the trapped disciple, "I will pull you out shortly. Once free, run without hesitation." The disciple responded, "I will heed your words." Jiang Fan, rather than rushing, searched the serpent's back for something. Approximately 7 inches from the serpent's head, he spotted an inverted scale, distinct from the others, which evoked a smile from Jiang Fan. Was it the reverse scale? Truly befitting the lineage of the Ink Dragon King, this black serpent, if it were to grow further, could at least transform into a flood dragon, but today it had provoked his ire. Jiang Fan drew a dagger and, gathering his strength, plunged it directly into the scale. The black serpent let out a furious roar, as if struck with immense force, and howled skyward. Jiang Fan was nearly thrown off balance, but he steadied himself and quickly dashed towards the serpent's head, seizing its legs with a fierce tug. In the next instant, a rotund figure was extracted from the serpent's mouth, tumbling to the ground, visibly pale, clearly afflicted by poison, yet clinging to consciousness through sheer will. As he fell, taking advantage of the serpent's momentary confusion, he ran alongside Jiang Fan. "Are you all right, my friend?" Jiang Fan inquired. "Thank you, brother. I can still hold on," the rotund figure replied, producing a vial containing detoxification pills, though their quality was far from exceptional. He consumed several, yet his complexion showed no sign of improvement. The serpent's venom was not exceedingly potent, but it was beyond what ordinary antidotes could remedy. They dashed into a cavern, and the rotund man cursed, "Damn it! I used up all the better quality detoxification pills in the misty forest." This is troublesome. Am I to perish here? Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, suppressing a laugh. Jiang, handsome? The rotund man raised an eyebrow at Jiang Fan. What? Does my handsomeness require explanation? My mother says I am the most handsome child in the world. Jiang Fan quickly handed him a pure, profound pill. He had heard of Jiang Shui before. Although they had little interaction, the reputation of this rotund man was indeed considerable. The rotund man was momentarily stunned, but did not hesitate to swallow it. His complexion improved instantly. The detoxification techniques of Gu Tian and his group could not even contend with the pure, profound pill. So naturally, the serpent's venom was no challenge. This rotund man was as discerning as the rumor suggested. Such waste. You consumed the pill just like that? Such generosity. My brother, I will remember this. When I leave this secret realm, I shall surely thank you for the medicine. But may I know your name? Before Jiang Fan could respond, he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from behind. He knew without thought what it was. Moments later, the figure of Shi Qingtian appeared. He first appraised the rotund man beside him, then muttered, "No wonder that black serpent didn't swallow you. This is rather rich." The rotund man, hearing this, exclaimed, "I remember your voice. You were the one who said not to save me." Shi Qingtian ignored him and turned to Jiang Fan. "Boss, you've rescued a gem." The rotund man looked puzzled, then laughed. "Are you complimenting my handsomeness?" Seeing their banter, Jiang Fan scolded, "What nonsense are you two spouting? Run quickly. It's hot on our heels." The black serpent's speed was astonishing, evidently incensed by Jiang Fan's interference. Having nearly destroyed its reverse scale, it would not let them escape easily. As it drew ever closer, the tunnel ahead remained a straight path with no turnings. The rotund man grew anxious, muttering, "We can't outrun that beast. I certainly don't wish to be devoured again. Its mouth smells horrid." Jiang Fan and Shi Qingtian could enhance their speed further. Yet, Jiang Shui was only at the early stage of the innate realm and bore some injuries. This was the limit of his pace. Sensing the serpent closing in, Shi Qingtian urged, "Boss, forget about the rotund man. I'll take you away." Jiang Fan replied, "He is one of our Jiang family. We cannot abandon him." The rotund man was equally surprised, gazing at Jiang Fan. "You're also from the Jiang family?" Jiang Fan had no time to explain, tossing him a pill. "Take this and hurry. If fate allows, we shall meet again." With that, he and Shi Qingtian suddenly accelerated away. Before departing, Shi Qingtian glanced at the pill in Jiang Fan's hand, lamenting, "It's such a waste to give it to him." The rotund man clutched the pill, watching as the two fled, calling out, "You're just going to leave me behind? How ungrateful." Yet Jiang Fan and Shi Qingtian had already sprinted far, ignoring him. The rotund man stared at the pill in his hand, thinking to himself that a dead horse might as well be treated as a live one. However, upon consuming the pill, he suddenly felt his body grow light, and then he ran with all his might, astonished at his newfound speed. Before long, he collided with a wall. He quickly retrieved a luminescent spiritual treasure, caring little for the bruises he sustained, his face alight with joy. "What kind of pill is this? My speed has doubled. At this pace, who could possibly catch up to me?" Uncertain how long it would last, he resolved to run as far as he could. Ahead lay a fork in the path. He randomly chose one, inadvertently missing the direction Jiang Fan and the others had taken. As he ran, he pondered, wondering which child of the Jiang family he might be. Were there any disciples at the late stage of the innate realm of his age? If so, those old geezers would surely pamper him. How could they allow him to venture into this secret realm? Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and Shi Qingtian gradually slowed their pace. Jiang Fan possessed a pill that concealed his presence, so they were not concerned about being caught by the black serpent. The divine wind pill given to the rotund man did not trouble Jiang Fan. He found a rotund fellow quite interesting, with boundless potential for the future. "Boss, do you know that rotund man?" Shi Qingtian inquired. Jiang Fan nodded. "He is an intriguing character. We shall meet again. Though he looks amiable, that fellow seems sly and deceitful. I think it would be wise for you to keep your distance," Shi Qingtian advised. Jiang Fan laughed heartily, finding Shi Qingtian's description quite apartment. Some individuals require careful consideration in friendship. One should not underestimate this seemingly lecherous rotund man. Shi Qingtian remained unconvinced. Subsequently, the two occasionally caught glimpses of the black serpent, but they were significantly smaller in size. As they ventured further, they encountered numerous human cultivators. Yet Han Qinshue was notably absent. Jiang Fan understood that Han Qinshue harbored many secrets, but some opportunities were simply not meant for him. He would not press for them. After entering the Longza Lake's secret realm, he had acquired some universal soil, along with the Crimson Fire Feather and Dragon Crystal, all of which were exceedingly important to him as a master of medicine. Additionally, the inheritance from the controlling Flame Clan, which Shi Chengtian had helped him locate, was a most valuable treasure in his estimation. However, the essence of the soul fire was too profound. At least for now, he had no clear path forward, perhaps needing to elevate his cultivation level further before comprehending it. Before long, chaos erupted in the underground area of the Ink Dragon Cave. An unfathomably powerful black serpent wreaked havoc, compelling any cultivator who glimpsed it to retreat immediately, lest they meet with a fatal end. The opening of the secret realm is approaching 3 months. Many young individuals have proven themselves within this mystical domain. Chapter 35, The Anomaly. Within the secret realm, those who have received legacies continue to grow, with newcomers entering the innate realm almost daily, showcasing the enchantment of this place. However, many other young souls remain eternally bound to this land, perishing within its confines, either succumbing to peril or falling victim to conflict. The once anticipated cultivators have remained rather low-key. Even now, there has been no word from the 3 cultivators who entered the Linglong Pavilion of the Mo Long Cave, nor from Gu Tian, who fled that day. The last appearance of a young monarch, Chu Zhan, was 2 months ago. Han Qinshue of the Wanjin building has also not been seen since parting with Jiang Fan outside the Nameless Valley. Many are eagerly awaiting the growth of these individuals. After a few more days of waiting, Jiang Fan and Shi Chengtian did not see Han Qinshue, but instead encountered a portly figure. This fellow, in stark contrast to his previous disheveled state, now appeared radiant and well-groomed. Upon spotting them, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. "Brothers, I have finally found you." Shi Chengtian shot him a glare. The two had always been at odds, each looking down on the other. The portly man, however, was fixated on Jiang Fan, ignoring Shi Chengtian entirely. Jiang Fan laughed. "I thought the black serpent had devoured you. Not a chance. With my brother's divine elixir, a mere long black worm could never consume me." He patted his belly with pride. "I was mainly worried about wasting that divine wind pill." Upon hearing the name of the divine wind pill, Jiang Fan's face brightened. So that wondrous pill is indeed called the divine wind pill, living up to its name? Truly extraordinary. "You must be a disciple of the Jiang family?" he inquired. "I am Jiang Fan, though I have yet to visit the Jiang Manor." "Never been to the Jiang Manor? No wonder I hadn't heard of you. I never imagined there would be such a figure among the outer branches of the Jiang family. The old fellows in the manor must be oblivious. Otherwise, they would have summoned you long ago." Jiang Fan remained unfazed. "I plan to head directly to the Lihua Academy. I will visit the Jiang Manor when the opportunity arises." The portly man looked somewhat surprised. "How unique. This is the first time I've met a disciple of the outer branch of the Jiang family who does not wish to go to the Jiang Manor. I admire that. Perhaps I cannot endure constraints. That is my reason, unrelated to the Jiang Manor." The portly man shook his head. "Those old fellows are indeed troublesome. However, with your talent, your treatment would surely differ from others. And about that divine wind pill, where did you acquire it?" At this, his eyes glimmered with anticipation. Jiang Fan was well aware of his intentions, and before he could speak, Shi Chengtian interjected, "That was obtained during the big boss's inheritance. And there are only a few of them. Too bad you wasted one." The portly man's disappointment was palpable. "What a shame. The divine wind pill is a lifesaver with no side effects. I can hardly fathom what kind of divine being could concoct such a miraculous pill. It is truly astonishing." He then turned to Jiang Fan and continued, "If possible, I would hope you could part with one, as this secret realm is more perilous than I anticipated." Jiang Fan shook his head resolutely, not out of unwillingness, but because he had only one remaining. Previously, he had given most to Gu Ling, leaving little to share with Han Qinshue and Shi Chengtian. "However, your detoxification pills may not suffice against the miasma in this fog. I possess a miasma avoidance pill. Hold it under your tongue to resist the toxins. This will serve you better when you wish to leave." As he spoke, Jiang Fan produced the last miasma avoidance pill. The portly man's eyes sparkled, and he quickly accepted it with both hands. "We truly are of the same kin. I am at a loss for how to thank you. When you arrive at the Jiang Manor, I shall treat you to a grand feast." He then turned to Shi Changtian. I'll bring you along too. His words seemed generous, yet Shi Changtian was uninterested. In such circumstances, the value of the miasma avoidance pill was immeasurable, and the portly man was trying to dismiss it with a mere meal. The fellow still had his bag with him. It was unlikely he possessed nothing of worth, yet he showed no intention of sharing. Jiang Fan understood his nature. This glutton was notoriously stingy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the portly man cheerfully departed, promising to gather again once they were outside. Jiang Fan found a spot to rest, closing his eyes as memories of his past life flooded his mind. The faces of departed friends reappeared one by one, a sensation that still left Jiang Fan in disbelief. Of course, it wasn't just friends. There were also foes among them. This feeling filled Jiang Fan with anticipation for the future. What transformation might this world undergo because of him? Perhaps the Longza Lake's secret realm was merely a beginning. After waiting a few more days, Jiang Fan and his companion decided to leave the Mo Long cave, as remaining there would only waste time. Shi Changtian had already lingered long enough, eager to exit the miasma forest and seek revenge on Gu Tian, who had tormented him greatly that day. With Han Qinxua present, there was little concern for her safety. They wandered through the miasma forest for 2 days before finally emerging, inhaling the fresh air, which lifted Shi Changtian's spirits. At that moment, many young cultivators were still gathering towards the Mo Long cave. Yet, upon leaving the forest, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Boss, what's wrong? Something feels amiss. The spiritual energy in this secret realm seems to have intensified. A stable secret realm should not behave this way. Shi Changtian paused at Jiang Fan's warning, his eyes widening as if recalling something. Impossible. Boss, please don't scare me. How long until the secret realm closes? I remember the last time it closed, the spiritual energy began to surge. His words triggered a realization in Jiang Fan. After contemplating, he felt an unease. Do you know of any indigenous beings that might be asleep around here? Why do you ask? There could be formidable experts among them. When I broke through to the refining spirit realm, I was pursued for a long time. I fear this place may not be peaceful. The indigenous cultivators might awaken. Shi Changtian gasped in alarm. Boss, please don't frighten me. If they awaken, we should withdraw immediately. Jiang Fan, however, remained confident. We have yet to ascertain the situation. Let's wait a bit longer. In a few days, your realm will recover, and when we join forces, we will have the means to protect ourselves. Throughout their journey, Shi Changtian had witnessed numerous marvels through Jiang Fan, such as these pills, which he struggled to comprehend. Jiang Fan's insistence on staying only reinforced his commitment. Reflecting on his previous experiences, he eventually spoke. When I received my inheritance from the transforming dragon abyss, I encountered an awakened indigenous being of unknown race, immensely powerful. Even after my breakthrough, I was no match. Jiang Fan inquired. The secret realm closes in over 2 months. How far is the transforming dragon abyss from here? At our pace, a week should suffice. However, boss, you must consider carefully. If those beings awaken prematurely, the situation will change entirely. That is of no concern. I wish to see the place where you received your inheritance. Shi Changtian ceased his further deliberation, and the two set off towards the transforming dragon abyss. The abyss is where the Mo Long King transformed the flood dragon into a dragon, holding profound significance for him. The Red Sail Cave is where Shi Changtian received his inheritance, located at the bottom of the abyss. Once they left the dense forest, their path was obstructed by a canyon, unfathomably deep. The transforming dragon abyss was shrouded in mist, less dense than the miasma forest, resembling a celestial realm. As they walked, Shi Changtian explained, when I arrived here, a gust of wind swept me directly into the cave. After emerging, I slowly found my way back. I vaguely remember the entrance to this abyss lies within a crevice of the canyon. I should be able to locate it based on my memory. Shi Changtian had fortuitously stumbled upon this location, propelled by a unique force into the Red Sail Cave. Unfortunately, the inheritance lasted 2 months, causing him to miss the opportunity to exit the secret realm. Along the way, Jiang Fan sensed the spiritual energy in the secret realm growing ever stronger, and this trend was accelerating. Jiang Fan once harbored suspicions regarding the Mo Long crystal. The apex of the Mo Long cave stood as the highest point within the secret realm, and Jiang Fan was acutely aware of its altitude. He vividly recalled the day he acquired the Mo Long crystal, having destroyed a formation, which promptly ceased the violent winds above the cave. Initially, he paid little heed to it, but in retrospect, he pondered whether something had been triggered or perhaps destroyed, leading to a subtle alteration of the realm's rules. Should all the indigenous beings awaken, an untold number of young lives would be lost within this secret domain. When Shi Chengtian arrived at this juncture, he displayed not exuberance, but rather concern. Jiang Fan reassured him, "Do not be anxious. Simply take me directly to the Red Sail Cave." Shi Chengtian responded with a wry smile, "Were it not for this accursed place, I would not have been imprisoned for several centuries. Perhaps I would now be a formidable figure commanding the demon clans." 8 centuries indeed provide ample time for one to rise, yet fate is seldom kind, and reality rarely aligns with one's desires. Guided by Shi Chengtian's recollections, Jiang Fan followed a narrow path leading into a chasm. The incline was steep, and a moment's carelessness could result in a fatal fall. Jiang Fan observed Shi Chengtian closely, noting his evident anxiety, as this was the path he had once traversed in flight. Peering down into the abyss, Jiang Fan occasionally sensed the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy, akin to the weight of a stone pressing down upon him. The Red Sail Cave lay at the chasm's depths, and at their current pace, it would take them several days to reach it. Before they had traversed halfway, they were halted by an ominous sensation. Something was climbing up from below. They steadied themselves and awaited the source. Soon, 2 figures emerged, human cultivators whose expressions betrayed panic as they hurriedly ascended, seemingly pursued by an unseen threat. "What is happening below?" Shi Chengtian inquired directly. The 2, still uninitiated into the innate realm, hastily warned, "Do not descend. Quickly flee. A strange entity has emerged, and many have already fallen to its might. If you do not escape now, it may be too late. Something is pursuing us." Shi Chengtian pressed for clarity. "What is chasing you?" The response was frantic. "It is a bizarre human, resembling a human yet possessing 6 arms, with strength beyond comprehension. We could not withstand its assault, even in numbers. It is terrifying. Do not obstruct us. We do not wish to perish." Jiang Fan and Shi Chengtian stepped aside, allowing the 2 to flee. After their departure, Shi Chengtian turned to Jiang Fan, evidently awaiting his decision. Jiang Fan remained still, curious about the nature of the approaching entity. Moments later, his spiritual awareness detected an energy signature, approximately mid-stage innate, rapidly advancing upwards. In short order, the 6-armed figure came into view. The 6-armed clan. Jiang Fan's brow arched. Shi Chengtian's expression shifted, as though recalling a haunting memory. "Boss, this 6-armed clan is one of the indigenous peoples of this secret realm. Years ago, a powerful member of their kind pursued me here. The natives are indeed beginning to awaken." Upon spotting Jiang Fan and Shi Chengtian, the 6-armed being seethed with rage. "Detestable humans and despicable demons, intruding upon my homeland. I shall slay you." With that, it charged recklessly towards them. Shi Chengtian, undeterred, surged forward to engage. Legends spoke of this clan having once produced 3-headed, 6-armed super warriors, nearly unrivaled in combat. Shi Chengtian, adept in close combat, took the lead, and Jiang Fan permitted him to advance unopposed. A ferocious roar echoed through the canyon as Shi Chengtian unleashed his power. The clash was fierce, neither party yielding an inch. As they collided, both figures staggered but remained evenly matched. Shi Chengtian unleashed a sound-based technique, the roar of the wild lion, which struck the 6-armed being, sending it plummeting towards the abyss. Just as he was about to pursue, Shi Chengtian sensed a new presence and called out, "More are coming. We must retreat." This time, Jiang Fan did not argue. As Shi Chengtian reached his side, Jiang Fan awaited the approach of the new entities. Within moments, 3 figures appeared, one of whom was the recently fallen 6-armed cultivator. The other 2 bore the visage of beasts, yet Jiang Fan recognized them as ancient, unique races, natives of this realm. Their emergence confirmed Jiang Fan's prior suspicions. The rules of the secret realm had indeed shifted, awakening the indigenous populace. Jiang Fan swiftly retreated alongside Shi Chengtian, maintaining a calm demeanor. All 3 were innate cultivators, manageable for the moment. However, should a horde of god refinement realm beings emerge, true peril would ensue. Boss, it is merely a matter of time before those ancient beings awaken. Before matters escalate, we must disseminate this information and depart this cursed place. Sure, Chung Tian urged. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. You are correct. However, there are two individuals of utmost importance to me. I shall not leave until they have departed. You may wait for me outside the secret realm. Once we exit, I will ensure my family in Longzi County accommodates you. Upon hearing this, Sure Chung Tian's expression darkened in anger. Boss, do you underestimate me? If you do not leave, neither shall I. My strength can still be of assistance. Jiang Fan chuckled softly. I merely wish to spare you from danger. After being imprisoned for 800 years, it is wiser for you to refrain from taking risks. Perhaps you should return home for a visit. When you wish to seek me out, come to Li Hua Academy, where I shall remain for some time. Shi Chung Tian resolutely shook his head. Do not speak of such things. I will not leave until you do. Jiang Fan understood his stubbornness well. Shi Chung Tian was resolute and unyielding in his beliefs. Once they evaded the indigenous beings and returned to the surface, Jiang Fan urged Shi Chung Tian to spread the news swiftly. He then provided Shi Chung Tian with some medicinal pills, instructing him to wait outside the Mo Long cave for Han Xianxue. Boss, are you not coming with me? Shi Chung Tian inquired. Jiang Fan nodded. The upcoming days may prove troublesome. I intend to seclude myself to concoct a batch of medicinal pills for self-preservation. I require no assistance during this time. Take great care on your journey. Keep the spirit jade close. Should any issues arise, use it to contact me. Shi Chung Tian's face brimmed with anticipation. Understood. Boss, ensure you prepare an ample supply of pills this time. I would rather not waste them. I will be sure to share two with you later. Should you encounter Gu Ling'er or Chu Zhan, advise them to leave the secret realm without delay. Additionally, be diligent in taking your pills. You will soon return to the God Refinement realm, greatly enhancing your self-defense capabilities. Understood. Shi Chung Tian departed hastily, while Jiang Fan chose a different path. He needed to gather some herbs before seeking a secluded place to refine his pills. Entrusting the dissemination of information to Shi Chung Tian was indeed prudent. He would inform any cultivators he encountered, and the news would spread rapidly. Meanwhile, in various regions and perilous locales within the secret realm, indigenous beings emerged, all reaching the innate realm, though none had yet appeared from the God Refinement realm. Nonetheless, their presence instilled a sense of dread among the young cultivators. Within just a few days, numerous cultivators perished at the hands of these natives. Some chose to retrace their steps, preparing to exit the secret realm, while others, unwilling to leave, banded together in small groups for safety. Yet, despite their precautions, bloodshed continued unabated. The indigenous cultivators vowed to eradicate all intruders, casting a pall of fear over the hearts of these underage youths. Jiang Fan found a cave, sealing its entrance with formations. Sitting before his alchemical furnace, he focused intently, controlling the flames with precision. The materials required for the Wind God Pill and the Divine Power Pill are not scarce within the secret realm. Jiang Fan primarily focused on refining these two types of elixirs this time. The materials for the boundary-breaking pill were too stringent, allowing him to create only 5. However, during the alchemical process, Jiang Fan also consumed pills to assist in his cultivation. By multitasking, he did not squander this precious time. For a full 3 weeks, Jiang Fan remained in the cave, refining pills. Outside, chaos had already erupted, but he felt no concern. The reason was simple. The concentration of spiritual energy had remained unchanged since the first day he entered the cave, indicating stability. This meant that even if the natives awakened, the formidable beings above the divine refinement realm would not stir, and at most, only those of the innate realm might emerge to cause a commotion. Such natives could hardly stir up significant trouble, and at worst, it would result in mutual destruction with the humans. However, with over a month remaining until the secret realm's closure, it was uncertain whether the situation would take a sudden turn. Therefore, the refinement of these elixirs was imperative. Outside the mysterious dragon cave, Shi Chung Tian routinely took his medicine, feeling the changes within his body each day. Finally, today, he sensed a once ironclad shackle within him being released, making him feel as though he could soar with ease. His spiritual consciousness and physical strength surged instantaneously. His meridians hardened and his aura exploded. This sensation, which had eluded him for centuries, returned once more. Overjoyed, he let out a lion's roar that shook the earth. Slowly opening his eyes, he noticed several cultivators in the distance staring at him in astonishment. These were the practitioners he had saved from the natives a few days prior, who had been spreading news for him in the meantime. Brother Sure, your aura, how can it be so powerful? Sure, Chang Tian chuckled and patted one on the shoulder. Fortune smiled upon me. I broke through. When I next encounter those scoundrels, I shall help you avenge yourselves. The cultivators were utterly shocked. A breakthrough to the late innate realm meant he had become a master of the divine refinement realm. For them, who had only recently entered the innate realm, this was nothing short of unattainable. Brother Sure, you are truly remarkable. Let us see if those natives remain arrogant. If they dare to provoke us again, we shall slay them and avenge Xiao Yu and the others. Sure, Chang Tian nodded, seemingly reminiscing about past events. Just then, someone emerged from the misty woods. Previously, Sure Qingtian had been unable to locate the mysterious dragon cave, uncertain of its current situation. Seeing someone emerge, he hurriedly approached to inquire. The young man who stepped out was startled by Sure Qingtian's towering figure, retreating a few steps. What do you want? He quickly responded. What's the situation inside the mysterious dragon cave? The natives are awakening in the secret realm. If all is well, it's best to exit quickly. The few young men behind him nodded in agreement, serving as witnesses. The young man hesitated before replying. There are no natives inside, but a large black serpent has emerged, devouring quite a few people. I dared not remain any longer. And didn't the natives only awaken after the secret realm closed? I'm not sure. I'm merely delivering news. Has Han Qinxue appeared in the mysterious dragon cave? The beauty from Wanjinlu? She has appeared, but those from Linglong Pavilion are also searching for her. After gathering some specifics, Sure Changtian allowed the young man to leave. He was not overly concerned about Linglong Pavilion searching for Han Qinxue. However, Jiang Fan's insistence that he wait for Han Qinxue undoubtedly held significance. The rescued young men prepared to follow the young man out. One approaching Sure Changtian to ask if he wanted to leave as well. Sure Changtian shrugged. I shall remain for now. I need to wait for my boss. You all be careful on your way. The young man was taken aback. They could hardly imagine that a cultivator of the divine refinement realm was merely a subordinate to someone else. How powerful must that leader be? Were they truly of the same generation? It was utterly terrifying. However, he refrained from asking further, and they could only bid farewell to Shi Qingtan. Finding a prominent boulder, Shi Qingtian sat cross-legged atop it, seemingly anxious to be seen. He began cultivating. Being inherently diligent, he would not waste this newfound time. Upon exiting his seclusion, Jiang Fan made a beeline for the mysterious dragon cave, inquiring about the two individuals along the way. However, Chu Zhan had yet to appear, and his whereabouts remained a mystery. As for Gu Ling, her identity was unknown, and thus no one paid attention to her movements. The external situation was largely as Jiang Fan had anticipated. Although many young individuals had exited the secret realm, over half still remained within, forming a strong alliance. For their lives were at stake, and no one dared to be careless. Perhaps due to the change in rules, as long as one grasped an opportunity, the results would surpass those of the past. The mysterious Dragon King had established his own regulations here. Thus, with effort, there would naturally be rewards. However, 3 days later, he received alarming news. The natives had besieged the mysterious Dragon Cave. Chapter 37. The roaring lion displays his might. Jiang Fan learned from his heritage that the mysterious Dragon Cave was a sacred place for the native cultivators, and the Black Serpent was their revered deity. With outsiders invading, they would undoubtedly not tolerate it. Jiang Fan quickened his pace, with Shi Qingtian there. He could not stand idly by. The natives had threatened to eliminate all intruders, and this was no jest. Based on Jiang Fan's calculations, Shi Qingtian should be able to break through his realm within these days, alleviating his worries. He only feared someone might disturb his recovery, so it was best to offer support quickly, especially since Han Qinxue was there. At least for now, she was still a friend. Before long, Jiang Fan sensed several formidable auras approaching from a distance, moving toward the mysterious dragon cave from another direction. Upon discerning their identities, a smile crept across Jiang Fan's lips. Qin Feng was leading 5 or 6 individuals, all above the innate realm, forming a commendable team. Qin Feng himself had reached the late innate realm, clearly not having idled away the past few months, as his strength had notably increased. Seeing Jiang Fan, Qin Feng was taken aback. Brother Jiang. Jiang Fan assessed their team. Brother Qin, what brings you here? Qin Feng replied earnestly, Brother Jiang, you may not be aware, but the cultivators in the mysterious dragon cave are besieged by a group of natives. We have come to lend assistance. We cannot allow those ruffians to act with impunity. This secret realm was left by the mysterious Dragon King for future generations to train. Their awakening now could mean competing for the inheritance, yet they regard us as foes. Naturally, we cannot stand by idly. Qin Feng was indeed, as the rumors described, clear in his sense of justice. Han Qianxue is also there. I must make a trip as well. Upon hearing Han Qianxue's name, the cultivators behind Qin Feng momentarily froze, gazing at Jiang Fan with curiosity. One of them remarked, if I'm not mistaken, Brother Jiang is the one who slayed the one poison sect cultivators in the Nameless Valley, right? I truly admire you. Qin Feng chuckled. Who else could it be? As he spoke, he suddenly flipped his hand, revealing a corpse before everyone. It was the body of a Wan poison sect disciple. Qin Feng looked at Jiang Fan. Brother Jiang, I fully support you. Jiang Fan wasted no time. A vial of pills materialized in his hand, containing a 9-star pill, which he tossed to Qin Feng. This 9-star pill is of little use to you now. Take it back for your family. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. They had not expected the rumors to be true. The 9-star pill was an invaluable treasure. Qin Feng accepted the elixir without hesitation, fully aware of Jiang Fan's extraordinary nature, and knew he would not regret giving it away. For Jiang Fan, gifting the pill to Qin Feng was also a means of forging a bond, and he would not go back on his word. Let us not delay. Let us depart. Qin Feng and Jiang Fan walked together, discussing recent events. Qin Feng cautiously inquired about the identity of the mysterious woman from the Nameless Valley. But Jiang Fan smiled without responding, as Gu Ling Er's identity was far too special to disclose. With several individuals traveling together, the journey was far from dull. The members of the team were already acquainted with Qin Feng, and upon learning of the native cultivator's appearance, they had promptly gathered to confront the situation together. As they reached the outskirts of the mysterious dragon cave, they found it eerily quiet. According to previous reports, a considerable number of natives should have arrived, yet the scene before them suggested otherwise. Qin Feng instructed everyone to slow their pace. Please wait for my message. I shall take a look first. Jiang Fan followed him outside. Qin Feng, their leader, was not responsible for Jiang Fan, who was known to be inscrutable. Qin Feng was aware of Jiang Fan's hidden depths, so he refrained from dissuading him as they turned toward the entrance of the misty forest. They suppressed their breaths and softened their footsteps, striving to avoid detection. Upon reaching the entrance, they observed indigenous cultivators rushing into the dense forest, only to see several flying out moments later. Many indigenous cultivators lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in anguish, as if they had suffered grievous injuries. And their numbers were not few. Within the misty forest, some indigenous cultivators were vaguely visible, seemingly besieging something, occasionally being repelled. These cultivators showed no fear, even when outmatched. They displayed no intention of retreating. Qin Feng gazed in astonishment at the battle within the woods, frowning. What formidable strength! Who is that person? Brother Chuzhan, perhaps? Has he broken through? However, Jiang Fan immediately thought of someone else. Not Chuzhan, it's sure Chang Tian. This fellow has indeed exceeded my expectations. Let's proceed. Sure, Chang Tian? That mysterious expert from the demon clan by your side? Jiang Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. With that, he dashed forward. With Jiang Fan's current strength, he had little to fear. The sudden appearance of the two took the indigenous cultivators by surprise. A lion's roar echoed through the forest, followed by Sure Chang Tian's wild laughter. You scoundrels, my boss has arrived. None of you shall escape. Your fathers hunted me down back in the day. Now it's my turn for revenge. Another lion's roar resounded, and in an instant, a colossal figure emerged from the misty forest, having transformed into a beast. With a shake of its body, several indigenous cultivators were sent flying. As he sprinted toward Jiang Fan, he communicated telepathically, Boss, I have consumed all my revival pills. I have held on for 3 days, but these rascals are relentless. Jiang Fan tossed him a pill, which he promptly consumed. In the next moment, Sure Chang Tian's aura surged, and he lunged at the indigenous cultivators once more. Jiang Fan and Qin Feng also joined the fray. Flames erupted around Jiang Fan, engulfing all who dared to approach in searing fire. Qin Feng wielded his folding fan as a weapon, his movements swift and adept, expending no energy unnecessarily. Each strike impeccably timed, a testament to his diligent training. Originally, the onslaught from so many cultivators would have overwhelmed Shi Changtian, who had just returned to the refining god realm. But fortunately, he possessed the obstacle avoidance pill, which negated the adverse effects of the misty forest. The indigenous cultivators lacked such pills, so after a brief skirmish, they had to withdraw quickly to catch their breath. Otherwise, their combat capabilities would dwindle significantly. Shi Changtian, however, treated the interior as his domain, suppressing and counterattacking with absolute prowess, regardless of how many entered. Hearing the sounds of battle, several of Qin Feng's friends rushed to their aid. The indigenous cultivators were already on the verge of collapse, and this reinforcement was the final straw. Those who had not yet been injured hastily assisted the wounded and retreated. Initially, they had hoped to overwhelm Shi Changtian alone, but with reinforcements arriving, they could not risk further casualties. Shi Changtian, transformed into a giant lion, pursued them for quite a distance, slaying two before returning. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, he quickly said, "Boss, Han Qianxue has yet to appear. In recent days, there have been reports of people leaving the Mo Long cave, but none have heard any news of her. The people from Linglong Pavilion are also searching for her." Hearing the refining god cultivator address Jiang Fan as boss left Qin Feng as companions astonished, their curiosity about Jiang Fan's identity piqued. Jiang Fan pondered briefly before responding. Han Qianxue has some ties to Linglong Pavilion. They would not harm her. Is there any other news? Subsequently, Shi Changtian recounted all the intelligence he had gathered over the past few days. Before he could finish, someone emerged from the misty forest bearing news. 3 individuals from Linglong Pavilion were attacked in the misty forest. Han Qianxue obtained a legacy and acquired a dragon scale, and she is now departing the Mo Long cave. Shi Changtian remarked irritably, "I knew that girl must have known the location of the legacy. That dragon scale can be used to forge a remarkable protective treasure." Qin Feng, however, appeared more intrigued by another matter. "I never expected someone would dare to target the 3 from Linglong Pavilion. Could it be the indigenous cultivators?" Jiang Fan decisively shook his head. "Impossible. The misty forest is a forbidden area for the indigenous cultivators. The mist poses greater danger to them. I suspect someone is taking a risk." Such audacity. Half a day later, 3 figures emerged from the misty forest, their expressions grim and unwelcoming. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, "Dicu erupted in fury. You scoundrel. What are you doing here? Were you the one who ambushed us in the misty forest? I know you have an expert by your side. You must have sent him." Shi Changtian provocatively gazed at the 3, releasing his refining god aura with a hint of menace, sneering, "You 3 dare to challenge my boss? If I had ambushed you, your frail bodies would barely suffice as toothpicks." Dicho dared not speak further. Within this secret realm, a refining god cultivator was not someone he could afford to offend. If it came to blows, the 3 would only be able to defend themselves. Moreover, that Shi Changtian was accompanied by the enigmatic Jiang Fan, a man trusted by Han Qianxue, who they had to regard with caution. Qin Feng chuckled, "We have been together all this time. If you seek trouble, I will be happy to oblige." Having previously clashed, they were not averse to escalating matters. This time, the numbers were in their favor, and the 3 from Linglong Pavilion recognized the shifting dynamics, choosing not to engage further. After their departure, Qin Feng cautioned Jiang Fan, "Brother Jiang, I must advise you, once we leave this secret realm, it would be wise for you to visit the Jiang residence. Otherwise, Linglong Pavilion may indeed cause you some trouble." Jiang Fan understood his implication. "I shall consider it." Qin Feng nodded. Linglong Pavilion truly dares not act against the Jiang family, but only if you have visited them. Those people do not adhere to strict protocols, and Longzhi County is not particularly safe. His words served as a reminder to Jiang Fan. The present situation differed from the past. When he first rose to prominence, no one knew his origins. But now it was different, as his family still resided in the Jiang family, and he had those to protect. Thus, he could not afford to act recklessly. Although few were aware of his identity, Han Qianxue's reputation was such that it would not be long before his background became public knowledge. Linglong Pavilion and the Wan Poison sect would undoubtedly seek to trouble him, and it would be challenging for the Jiang family in Xiang Town to rely solely on the Jiang residents for protection. The town was too remote for the Jiang residents to provide adequate support. Linglong Pavilion was somewhat better off, being within the Li Hua dynasty. But the Wan Poison sect was different. They had far fewer reservations. If they truly desired to target the Jiang family, it would pose significant trouble. Qin Feng's advice was indeed prudent. Perhaps he should expedite a visit to the Jiang residence, striving to relocate the Jiang family from Xiang Town to the Jiang residence's jurisdiction, thus alleviating any lingering concerns. Chapter 38. Reunion. Jiang Fan was conflicted about whether to disrupt his previous plans. The Lihua Academy was a destination he had to reach. If he missed the enrollment test this year, he would have to wait another year. Shi Chung Tian, meanwhile, practiced diligently nearby, not disturbing Jiang Fan. You are truly despicable. You did not wait for me in the Mo Long cave and rushed out, making it difficult for me to find you. The voice was alluring, and without needing to look, Jiang Fan knew who it was. Glancing up, he saw Han Qinxue approaching from a distance, having donned elegant attire, evidently in high spirits after acquiring what she sought. Jiang Fan smiled. We searched for you in the Mo Long cave. You vanished for 2 months, and the 3 from Linglong Pavilion were also looking for you. Hence, we exited early. Furthermore, there have been some changes in this secret realm, necessitating our departure. Han Qinxue turned her gaze to Shi Chung Tian, initially startled. You regained your realm? Shi Chung Tian grinned. My boss helped me. It's only natural that I recover. However, my injuries have not fully healed and will require some time. You must have obtained something remarkable. Let me see it. Shi Chung Tian exclaimed, eager to witness her newfound treasure. Qin Feng interjected. Miss Han has acquired a dragon scale, and this news has spread far and wide. Let us see what the dragon scale looks like. It would not be in vain. Han Qinxue smiled gently. Those are merely rumors. Young Master Qin, your strength has progressed significantly, truly making me view you in a new light. She deftly shifted the topic, clearly reluctant to linger on the subject of the dragon scale. This girl is astute and cautious, never revealing too much. Qin Feng and the others, understanding the situation, did not press her further. With less than a month until the secret realm closed, Jiang Fan and his companions departed from the Mo Long cave. However, Jiang Fan's concerns soon came to fruition. After their exit, the spiritual energy within the secret realm began to thicken once more. Although the increase was gradual, it filled Jiang Fan with a sense of foreboding. The indigenous cultivators continued to attack the adventurers, and if more of them awakened, it would lead to the emergence of those at the divine refinement realm. Already, a horde of innate realm natives had thrown the secret realm into chaos. Should a group of divine refinement cultivators appear, escape would be the only option. Qin Feng shared his concerns with those around him, furrowing his brow as he sensed the gravity of the situation. Although unconfirmed, Jiang Fan's predictions were likely to materialize, and he chose to place his faith in Jiang Fan. Thus, he urged his brothers to leave the secret realm swiftly, lest they encounter unforeseen changes. Han Qinxue suggested they all depart together, but Jiang Fan shook his head, his reasoning simple. He could not leave without Gu Ling'er and Chu Zhan, for he could not rest easy otherwise. Han Qinxue chided him for his stubbornness, pointing out that everyone had witnessed Chu Zhan's remarkable prowess, noting that he was always self-sufficient and always returned unscathed, requiring no assistance. Yet, this was Jiang Fan's conviction, and he had confidence in his ability to protect himself. As news spread, many young cultivators chose to prioritize their own safety, promptly retracing their steps to exit the secret realm. Indeed, 10 days before the realm's closure, the first divine refinement indigenous cultivator awakened, wreaking havoc and slaying several innate realm adventurers. This announcement jolted those who had been reluctant to leave, prompting them to retreat in haste, realizing they could no longer remain in the Longzhou Lake secret realm. Sensing the adventurers' intentions, the indigenous cultivators swiftly obstructed their paths, with the divine refinement natives racing to the exits, vowing to slay any adventurers still within the secret realm, leaving none unscathed. The situation escalated drastically. Among Qin Feng's remaining companions, Han Qinxue, and he ultimately chose to stay and assist. As for Shi Chung Tian, he was undoubtedly the strongest combatant present. At this juncture, the cultivators either hid or huddled together, devising strategies to escape the secret realm. The continuous emergence of divine refinement natives had left them in a state of utter helplessness. With the imminent closure of the realm, failure to escape would lead them to face dire consequences. A group of nearly 30 had gathered, close to 20 of whom had successfully advanced to the innate realm. These individuals, upon leaving, will be nurtured by various sects, promising a bright future. Yet, none bore expressions of joy. Instead, their faces were etched with worry. What shall we do? We must devise a plan. The urgency mounted. If we delay any longer, we are doomed. Perhaps we should charge out together. Any who can escape shall do so, while there are still only a few divine refinement experts. If we tarry, we may not escape at all. Where have our human experts gone? Have they all fled? What the divine refinement demon? What Chu Zhan? And where are those mysterious experts? Why does no one see them? The crowd buzzed with anxious chatter, yet no viable suggestions emerged. As their voices grew louder, their pride prevented them from considering the counsel of others. From a distance, a figure approached, tall and imposing, bearing a long spear. Dressed in martial attire, he exuded vitality, with sharp brows and captivating eyes, his face sculpted like a blade. His arrival caused Jiang Fan to brighten with surprise. It was none other than Chu Zhan. Qin Feng, beside him, exclaimed, "He hasn't left yet. He should be able to handle this." "Brother Chu Zhan, wait for me." A woman in snow-white garb dashed after him, stunningly beautiful. Jiang Fan's heart skipped. The one he awaited was indeed in his company, though it was not unexpected. Chu Zhan had been frail as a child, sent to the Wanyao Valley, where he recovered after 9 years, forming a sibling-like bond with Gulinger, the Valley Master's adopted daughter. Han Qinshue spoke up. "Let us also leave. Those you sought have now appeared." Jiang Fan nodded, leading the three towards the crowd. Upon seeing Chu Zhan, several faces lit up with elation. "Wonderful! The little heavenly king is still here. We have hope." The crowd fell silent, all gazing toward Chu Zhan. Jiang Fan understood the stature Chu Zhan held among the younger generation. The title of Little Heavenly King was not given lightly. It was earned through years of valor. Gulinger followed obediently behind him, scanning her surroundings until her eyes landed on Jiang Fan and his companions. She whispered something to Chu Zhan, who turned his head and locked eyes with Jiang Fan. In that moment, Jiang Fan's excitement was evident, leaving Chu Zhan puzzled. Instead of joining the crowd, he approached Jiang Fan directly, planting his spear in the ground and clasping his fists. "Thank you, brother, for rescuing this girl in the valley. Otherwise, I would have arrived too late." Jiang Fan replied with a smile. "I merely acted out of disdain for the Wandu sect's cultivators. You have slain a dozen of them. Your actions were indeed without restraint. As for your friend, I, Chu Zhan, will stand by him." At that moment, Han Qinshue stepped forward. "Oh, Chu Zhan, have you risen so high that you do not recognize me?" Upon seeing her, a hint of embarrassment crossed Chu Zhan's face, which surprised everyone. "Sister Qinshue, you are still here. I thought you had already left. This fellow refuses to leave, seemingly waiting for you and this young lady to depart together. I can only accompany him at the risk of my own life. I thought you two were sworn brothers." Jiang Fan mused inwardly, but perhaps that will come to be. Chu Zhan, sensing something amiss, focused his gaze on Shi Qingtian, surprise flickering in his eyes. Shi Qingtian spoke gravely. "No wonder you are called the Little Heavenly King. You have reached the divine refinement realm." The crowd erupted in excitement. The Little Heavenly King had, as expected, broken through to the divine refinement realm, a boon for them all. Some recognized Shi Qingtian. "Look, is it not the demon who single-handedly battled numerous foes in the Mo Long Cave? He is also a divine refinement expert." The emergence of two divine refinement experts among the adventurers ignited a spark of hope. If these two joined forces, they could surely help many escape the secret realm, provided they were willing to take them along. Qin Feng interjected, "Can we not discuss our matters after we have exited? Staying here any longer only increases our peril. The indigenous cultivators are gathering at the exits." Someone in the crowd called out, "Please, Little Heavenly King, lead us out of the secret realm." In unison, the crowd echoed, "Please take us with you." Indeed, this group lacked a central figure, and Chu Zhan was that very person. He drew his spear, resting it upon his shoulder. He too sensed the changes within the secret realm. It was indeed unwise to remain. "I cannot guarantee your safety, but I will do my utmost to cover your escape. Let us depart." The crowd exclaimed, "Thank you, Little Heavenly King." Jiang Fan produced a pill and handed it to Qin Feng. It was a breakthrough pill, just in case. Perhaps Chu Zhan and Shi Qingtian would not suffice. By the shores of Longzhou Lake, the elders of various factions were growing increasingly anxious, particularly the elders of Li Hua Academy. They were already aware of the turmoil within the secret realm, and as the closure drew near, failure to emerge would spell disaster. It had been 4 days since anyone had exited, indicating something catastrophic had occurred inside. In the Wanjin building, Han Qianxue and the young King Chu Zhan have yet to appear. With their intellect, they should have emerged long ago. This time, their delay is truly reckless. If something were to happen to Chu Zhan here, it would be the greatest loss for our academy. The people from Linglong Pavilion have already departed, and upon receiving the news, Di Qiu and his companions hastily exited the secret realm. Di Qiu gazed at the clear Longzhou lake, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Those bastards had better not come out at all. Let them perish within, sparing me future troubles. Among the crowd, a man cloaked in black exuded a dark aura. Should anyone recognize him, they would know he hails from the 10,000 Poisons sect. He is Gu Tian, who narrowly escaped death at Jiang Fan's hands. His expression twisted with malice. Protect that scoundrel of the demon race. You must not die there. I shall make your life a living hell. In recent days, several old-timers have joined forces to attempt to break open the exit of the secret realm, but regrettably, the strength of the Mo Long Wang is formidable, rendering the entrance as solid as a mountain, without any flaws. Chapter 39. Displaying might inside the secret realm. The gathering of adventurers increases. Chu Zhan leads the way, while Gu Ling'er is forcibly pulled to his side by Jiang Fan. In the chaos of battle, various problems are bound to arise. It would be prudent for him to exercise caution. Before him lies the exit, guarded by the indigenous inhabitants who rise. Their battle intent palpable. These natives hail from various clans, many of which are no longer visible in the outside world. Mo Long Wang had brought them back for the sake of a more complete and interesting world, and they have since flourished. Jiang Fan scanned the crowd, noting that there were 4 cultivators at the spirit refinement stage among them, the strongest of whom emanated an aura that made Jiang Fan wary. He is formidable, and Chu Zhan would certainly not be his match. Jiang Fan stepped forward, presenting a spirit power pill and a divine wind pill to Chu Zhan, transmitting the effects through thought. The spirit power pill does not significantly enhance a cultivator's strength at the spirit refinement stage, perhaps augmenting it by about 70%, but it is crucial for dire moments. Chu Zhan was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is the pill you gave to that girl? I consumed one before. I didn't expect you to have more." Jiang Fan was not surprised. Gu Ling'er regarded Chu Zhan as an elder brother, so it was only natural for her to share. Let's not dwell on that. Look at that 6-armed native. He has at least cultivated his 3rd divine thought, placing him at a significantly higher level than you. However, after taking this pill, you can contend with him. Thus, the others must take this opportunity to leave the secret realm. Otherwise, it will become quite troublesome. Chu Zhan focused on the 6-armed tribe member, sensing the pressure and understanding Jiang Fan's intent. He turned to the people behind him and said, "When the battle begins, we will do our utmost to delay the opponent's experts. You must find every means to escape without hesitation. Every soul that can leave is a victory. Staying behind will only complicate matters. If you cannot leave immediately, I am afraid I will be powerless." The crowd fell silent, comprehending the gravity of his words. Chu Zhan turned back, fixing his gaze on the indigenous cultivators, and declared, "Who is willing to fight alongside me?" Without a moment's thought, Jiang Fan stepped forward. "I will join." Lion Chang Tian followed suit. If the boss is going to battle, how could I possibly stay behind? Qin Feng fanned himself. "I may not be extraordinary, but I can hold my ground for a while." Han Qianxue touched her forehead. "All right, Qianxue will accompany you." Just as Gu Ling'er was about to step forward, Jiang Fan stopped her. He whispered, "Do not follow us into the fray. Wait for me outside. Otherwise, I will be distracted." Gu Ling'er paused, about to protest, when a plump figure approached Jiang Fan. "Don't worry, brother. I'll ensure this girl makes it out safely. You focus on fighting." Jiang Fan was taken aback, turning to see the lecherous fat man, Jiang Shui, who had somehow blended into the group without speaking a word. The fat man did not engage Jiang Fan further, instead pulling Gu Ling'er back into the formation. The 5 of them stood at the forefront, their presence rendering the rest of the group silent. Jiang Fan communicated with the 4, "When the time comes, consume the breakthrough pills. We must resolve everything within 10 minutes. Chu Zhan, can you handle the 6-armed expert?" Qin Feng expressed concern. "Are these breakthrough pills truly effective?" "Rest assured, I would not jest with my life. From the perspective of numbers, The indigenous cultivators clearly held the advantage. They all exhibited fierce intent, eager to engage. Someone in the group swallowed hard as Jiang Fan consumed the pill and charged forward, catching Chu Zhan by surprise with his sudden decisiveness. Jiang Fan's aura surged, swiftly reaching the spirit refinement stage. Utilizing both alchemical techniques and fire control, he transformed into a figure wreathed in fiery wings, moving with astonishing speed. Like a phoenix of flames, he soared toward the indigenous cultivators. Purple miasma. Jiang Fan suddenly unleashed a burst of violet light, which erupted, resembling the toxic miasma of a misty forest, rapidly expanding outward. The purple fog enveloped the indigenous cultivators. At this moment, while Jiang Fan's individual combat strength may not have been extraordinary, his alchemical prowess flourished in group battles. This purple miasma was a concoction he had meticulously crafted during his seclusion, designed to briefly disorient cultivators at the innate stage when enhanced by alchemical techniques. It was prepared specifically for the indigenous cultivators, and now seemed the perfect moment to deploy it. As the miasma spread, the indigenous cultivators collapsed, their eyes vacant and consciousness fading. Controlling such an extensive area drained Jiang Fan significantly, making him feel as though his energy reserves were being depleted. He hastily consumed another pill to replenish himself and charged toward one of the spirit refinement cultivators. The effect of the purple miasma startled everyone, including their allies. Seeing this, the six-armed expert rushed forward, intent on confronting Jiang Fan. Damn human, resorting to such despicable tactics. I will take your life. Just as he was about to reach Jiang Fan, Chu Zhan intervened, brandishing his spear to shield Jiang Fan. With a lion's roar, Lion Chung Tian charged forward, followed by a surge of spirit refinement auras, as Qin Feng and Han Qianxue consumed their breakthrough pills. Their strengths surged, igniting an exhilaration within them. The five pressed forward, swiftly penetrating the throng of indigenous cultivators, their sudden eruption forcing them to retreat. Jiang Fan's purple miasma incapacitated the majority of the innate cultivators, and the fleeing crowd seized the opportunity to hastily make their way toward the exit. Gulinger wished to assist, but was pulled by Jiang Shuai, who led her towards safety. The four of them managed well against their opponents, holding their ground with a 4-3 advantage. Although they relied on the pill for a temporary boost, their combat prowess remained formidable. However, the situation was dire for Chu Zhan, as his opponent's strength was overwhelming. Observing the human cultivators attempting to flee, the six-armed expert roared with rage, forcing Chu Zhan back and charging toward the humans, unwilling to let them escape the secret realm so easily. Do not be distracted. Your opponent is me. Chu Zhan swiftly countered, his spear raised, blocking the attack with its sharp tip aimed directly at the adversary's face. The six-armed cultivator dodged repeatedly, seething, "You insufferable brat. Allow me to show you what absolute power looks like." Devil God Body. In the next moment, the six-armed cultivator's aura surged once more. With their clash, Chu Zhan was forced back, his hands numb, feeling the disparity in strength. Glancing down, he saw that the front of the line was nearing the exit, while the indigenous cultivators affected by Jiang Fan's purple miasma were beginning to regain their senses. A plump figure, having dragged Gu Linger to the forefront, consumed a red pill, instantaneously feeling an overwhelming surge of power. Let us give it another go. Seeing him charge again, the six-armed expert turned to meet him, his 6 arms emanating a dark glow as if clad in iron. The two collided once more. The scene seemed to freeze at that moment. The six-armed cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, while Chu Zhan's face radiated fervor. With a twist of his spear, he forced the six-armed cultivator back, marking the first time he had gained the upper hand in their exchanges. Jiang Fan incessantly harassed others, his gaze fixated on Gu Linger. Upon witnessing his departure from the secret realm, Jiang Fan abruptly turned and advanced towards the six-armed clan. The attention of the six-armed clan was wholly consumed by Chu Zhan, rendering them oblivious to the approaching figure. By the time they sensed the searing heat, it was already too late. "Crimson flames engulf you," Jiang Fan exclaimed, his palm pressing against the back of his opponent. In an instant, the flames of the scarlet fire feather erupted, consuming his figure in a blaze of crimson. With a decisive strike, Jiang Fan turned to leave. Chu Zhan quickly pursued, thrusting his spear towards Jiang Fan's head with lethal intent. A glint of cold light flashed, and the spear seemed to vanish, its speed astonishing. Within the flames, the six-armed clan member suddenly surged forth, six arms reaching out to grasp Chu Zhan's spear handle, reacting with remarkable swiftness. However, Chu Zhan did not recklessly close in. With a fierce tug, he unleashed a soft palm strike. In the next moment, the six-armed clan member protected his head and was sent flying, as if struck with great force. The effects of the divine power pill were waning, and Jiang Fan was calculating the time. Observing below, most cultivators had already exited, with only a few remaining, not for long. Jiang Fan communicated with the four companions. We must depart now. The effects of the divine power pill are about to fade. If we linger, we will be entangled in trouble. With that, Jiang Fan produced a violet medicinal powder, casting the purple mysterious mist. The indigenous cultivators, on the verge of awakening, were once again left in a stupor. Unimpeded, the young cultivators retreated swiftly. Chu Zhan suddenly unleashed a burst of energy, forcing back the six-armed clan's formidable warriors, then pivoted towards the exit, feeling his strength rapidly diminish. Jiang Fan supported Qin Feng and the others, driving the enemy back, and they all began to hasten towards the exit. The breakthrough pill would sustain its effects for a few more minutes, sufficient for their escape from the secret realm. A furious roar echoed from behind. Jiang Fan trembled, sensing a stronger foe awakening and rushing towards them, but it was too late. Chu Zhan stood at the exit, ready to assist Jiang Fan and the others. The six-armed clan sought to pursue, but were already too late. Han Qinxue and the others swiftly departed. Suddenly, a powerful attack was unleashed by the six-armed clan expert, exerting immense pressure towards the exit. Shi Chengtian gave Jiang Fan a shove from behind, urging him to leave the secret realm first. The next moment, Jiang Fan felt the world spin, swiftly enveloped by the cool, clear lake water. Jiang Fan turned around to see Chu Zhan supporting Shi Chengtian, whose face was pale, blood trickling from his lips as he grimaced at Jiang Fan. They pointed upwards, hastening towards the water surface. Upon reaching the surface, Jiang Fan was the first to feel the medicinal effects dissipate, his body entering a state of weakness. Qin Feng and Han Qinxue followed closely behind, the three of them floating on the lake, gasping for breath, their spiritual energy utterly depleted, needing 3 days to recover. Shi Chengtian had taken a blow for Jiang Fan, sustaining minor injuries but was not severely harmed. Chu Zhan appeared relatively unscathed, using his spiritual energy to shield the three. In the distance, numerous cultivators who had just emerged awaited them, and upon seeing the five successfully escape, they swam over to escort them back to the shore. The silhouettes of these five lingered vividly in their memories, especially that mysterious cultivator wielding the scarlet fire feather and employing the purple mysterious mist. Had it not been for him incapacitating a group of formidable experts, they would have faced dire struggles against the indigenous warriors, and many would have perished within. For these individuals, the five were heroes. Chapter 40. Return home on the shore. The remaining forces spotted the returning figures and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gulinger leapt onto the shore and dove into the embrace of an elderly woman, filled with excitement. As the main group returned, most of the elders displayed smiles, while some had already lost members within the secret realm, leaving the old ones to depart in disappointment. Shi Chengtian said little, carrying Jiang Fan onto Han Qinxue's vehicle, quietly departing. Amidst the crowd, Gu Tian fixed his gaze on the Wanzhun building's vehicle, a sinister smile gracing his lips before he left alone. Gulinger recalled Jiang Fan, but found him missing. After inquiring with Chu Zhan, she learned he had already departed. Gulinger's small face bore a hint of disappointment, which the elderly woman from Wan Yao Valley noticed. Lingia, what troubles you? Who is that Jiang Fan? Gulinger gazed at the sky, a touch of yearning in her expression. He is a most intriguing person. It feels as if I have known him for a long time, yet he remains a stranger. Has Linger grown fond of that boy? But your father has always stated that any suitor must be a pharmacist of exceptional talent, and the Jiang family has yet to boast a renowned pharmacist. Gulinger's cheeks flushed. Who says I wish to marry him? You are too mischievous, Granny. With that, she dashed away. Chu Zhan approached. Clasping his fists, Chu Zhan pays respects to Granny Sunday. The elderly woman nodded, her eyes reflecting admiration. You have indeed not disappointed. Your entry into the refining spirit realm heralds a bright future. It is merely luck. The Dragon Zay Lake's secret realm is perilous, and the Wan poison sect infiltrated. Had it not been for Jiang Fan, this girl might have been captured. Hearing Chu Zhan mention Jiang Fan piqued Granny Sun's curiosity. Who exactly was Jiang Fan, and how had he saved Linger? What was his strength? Chu Zhan recalled his brief encounter with Jiang Fan and responded in harmony with Linger's sentiments. He is quite an interesting character. Few can earn your regard. What makes Jiang Fan so intriguing? Previously, he had not heard of this individual, yet Jiang Fan was immensely powerful, having reached the late stage of the innate realm before departing, possessing an unparalleled mastery of fire control. He must be a pharmacist. As for other details, I am unaware. However, there's a particular pill I have yet to consume. Perhaps Granny could try it and discover its marvels. This is a divine wind pill, which Jiang Fan had given me, but I have not used it. Granny Sun from Wanyao Valley frowned. What sort of pill is this? It appears to contain starleaf and flashing footgrass, which should be incompatible. How can it be refined into a pill? Surely it is not poisonous? Chu Zhan shook his head vigorously. Linger consumed it previously. For those in the innate realm, the divine wind pill doubles speed for 2 minutes without side effects. Have you heard of such a pill? It was a gift from Jiang Fan. Granny Sun was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe. Are you speaking the truth? Why would I dare deceive you, Granny? Not only the divine wind pill, but also the divine power pill. I consumed one before, in the refining spirit realm. It can enhance strength by 70%. For a short period after consumption, I could contend with experts possessing 3 strands of divine consciousness. And there is an even more extraordinary one. Granny Sun found this hard to believe. There are other pills? Chu Zhan nodded vigorously, then mysteriously added, Do you know how many indigenous experts were blocking the exit? She shook her head. I have yet to ask Ling. There were 4 refining spirit realm cultivators. 4? With so many of you, how could you break through? You alone could not have done it. And what of Han Qianxue and the others? Why do they appear so weak? Chu Zhan explained. That is the after effect. It is another pill known as the breakthrough pill. He did not withhold any details, recounting the events to Granny Sun, leaving the Wanyao Valley elder astonished. Ultimately, she managed to extract those pills from Gulinger. Recognizing the significance of this matter, Granny Sun swiftly departed with Gulinger, followed closely by Chu Zhan and the Academy's experts. At Dragon's A Lake, only a few cultivators remained, resting and reveling in their survival after the catastrophe. In the end, few knew Jiang Fan's true identity, and Qin Feng was taken away. The Dragon's A Lake secret realm would close in a few days, not to reopen for another 800 years. During these 3 days, Jiang Fan spent his time in the Wanjin building. Shi Changtian remained by his side, and the Jiang family was unaware of Jiang Fan's return. On the 3rd day, Jiang Fan, accompanied by Shi Changtian, decided to leave quietly, not informing Han Qianxue, choosing instead to return to the Jiang family to assess the situation. On that day, he had left Lu Yi behind in the Jiang family, hoping his assistance would not be necessary. Before entering the secret realm, he had learned from Han Qianxue that the Qiao family had connections with the Wan poison sect and hoped this matter bore no relation to the Jiang family. The familiar streets and bustling marketplace welcomed Jiang Fan and Shi Qingtan as they made their way directly to the Jiang residence. The marketplace remained lively as usual. However, upon returning home, an unsettling atmosphere greeted them. The main gate of the Jiang family stood firmly shut, devoid of even a single guard. This was far from the Jiang family's usual conduct, as they would never close their doors even in the dead of night. Jiang Fan approached and pushed open the gate, only to be taken aback by the sight of several Jiang guards, swords drawn, all directing their attention towards him. Upon recognizing Jiang Fan, they quickly sheathed their weapons. Young Master Jiang, you're alive. It is truly wonderful to see you return. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, surveying their tense demeanor. What has happened? The marketplace appears unchanged, yet the Jiang family is in such disarray. One of the guards stepped forward, recounting the events in detail. It turned out that half a month prior, a group of cultivators had passed through Longzi County and lingered in the marketplace for a day. Among them were several young individuals who had emerged from the Dragon Lake secret realm, claiming that a calamity had occurred there, resulting in numerous fatalities. This news had reached Lu Yi, who, in a fit of anger, departed, stating he would return in a few days, concerned that Lu Ye's return would incite chaos. The Jiang family chose to maintain a low profile in order to avoid alarming the marketplace. Nevertheless, they had been on high alert and had reported the incident to the Jiang government. Jiang Fan was taken aback by the gravity of the situation and opened the gate wider. He believed that Lu Guanjia was merely worried for his own sake and likely sought a way to resolve the issue surrounding the Jiamai Dan while waiting for him to return. When Jiang Fan had previously threatened Lu Yi, the Jiang family had seen it clearly. Now that he was back, their concerns were somewhat alleviated. As for the creature Jiang Fan had brought back, the guards couldn't help but stare. It was evident he was of the demon race, a rare sight in Longzi County. Jiang Fan instructed Shi Changtian to wander about freely while he proceeded to the inner courtyard to see his mother. Before leaving, he had left behind numerous medicinal pills to improve her health. Word of Jiang Fan's return had spread quickly, and before he even reached his mother's quarters, she had come out to greet him. The two embraced warmly. "My child has returned." She scrutinized him from head to toe, exclaiming, "It's wonderful that you're back. You've grown so much." Having been away for half a year, Jiang Fan had matured considerably, and seeing his mother in good health eased his worries. Soon after, Jiang Tianhai arrived, his eyes filled with joy as he looked at Jiang Fan. "You rascal, you've caused us no small amount of worry. If you hadn't returned, the Jiang family would surely have descended into chaos." "I returned right after the secret realm concluded, though I did spend 3 days at Wanjin Tower," Jiang Fan replied. He noticed that his father had reached the late stage of the innate realm, indicating he had not relaxed his training during his absence. The two conversed for quite some time until evening, when they hosted a feast for Shi Changtian. Jiang Tianhai quickly discerned Shi Changtian's level of cultivation, and was somewhat astonished, while Shi Changtian addressed Jiang Fan as boss, leaving him puzzled. After the meal, Shi Changtian took his leave, and Jiang Fan prepared to discuss matters with his father. Jiang Tianhai voiced his confusion. "My child, what is your current realm? How could a demonic being of the spirit refinement realm willingly follow you?" Jiang Fan released his aura as an explanation. Jiang Tianhai was astounded by Jiang Fan's transformation over the past year. "Is this truly my son?" he pondered. Without lingering on Shi Changtian's matter, Jiang Fan delved straight into the crux of the issue. "Father, I have slain numerous members of the Wandu Zong in the secret realm. Although they are still unaware of my identity, I doubt this can remain concealed for long." Jiang Tianhai remained silent until Jiang Fan finished. "I initially planned to head to the Li Hua Academy soon, but I believe I should visit the Jiang government first, to negotiate for our Jiang family from Longzi County to return to the Jiang government and leave this place." Jiang Tianhai responded calmly, "Do not go to the Jiang government. Head directly to the Li Hua Academy. Tell me, how confident are you about entering the Li Hua Academy?" Jiang Fan smiled confidently. "I am certain of success." Jiang Tianhai nodded firmly, stating, "Very well. Proceed to the Li Hua Academy. It will benefit you greatly. As for our Jiang family, we can return to the Jiang government whenever we choose. Don't forget that we still have a genius in our midst." Jiang Fan chuckled lightly. "You refer to Jiang Yueyao? With her abilities, she is unlikely to receive significant attention." Jiang Tianhai countered with a smile, "Do not underestimate that child. She has facets you are unaware of." Suddenly, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating a concern. If she were to leverage her connections to bring the Jiang family back to the Jiang government, would the individuals in Jing and Garden be? Jiang Tianhai was unfazed by his question and nodded. "However, I can assure you that no one will dare to act recklessly again. What you must do is prove yourself at the Li Hua Academy, demonstrating your worth to the Jiang government. They send several disciples to the Li Hua Academy each year, so you need not worry about lacking rewards." He continued, "The freedom of Qiao Qingzhu and others pales in comparison to your year's efforts." Jiang Fan nodded, preparing to depart. As he reached the door, he turned back to his father, stating calmly, "If my mother suffers in the Jiang government, I will overturn it. I mean every word." Though this may sound brazen, Jiang Tianhai recognized the unwavering determination in his eyes. Since his return from the abyss, Jiang Fan had remained true to his word, unflinching even in the face of formidable foes. Now, declaring his intent to dismantle the Jiang family carried the same conviction. Jiang Tianhai found himself completely unable to fathom his son, yet he could perceive the unchanging resolve within Jiang Fan's gaze. The night, which had been serene, was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar. Shi Qingtian had engaged in combat with someone outside the Jiang family gate. Chapter 41. The scout Jiang Fan rushed over, discovering Shi Changtian locked in battle with an adversary at the entrance of the Jiang residence. Both were evenly matched, exchanging blows. Yet sure, Cheng Tian's physical prowess clearly surpassed that of his opponent. The Jiang disciples, wary of the confrontation between formidable spirit refinement realm fighters, kept their distance, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Upon his arrival, Jiang Fan quickly intervened, commanding stop. Both combatants halted, recognizing him. Sure, Cheng Tian frowned, boss. This person carries intent to kill and claims to be searching for you. Is he sent by those ruffians? The opponent, upon seeing Jiang Fan, displayed a look of relief. Young Master Jiang, you truly have not perished. You have terrified me. The man was none other than Lu Guanjia, who appeared haggard, evidently having endured considerable stress in recent days. After learning of the turmoil in the secret realm, he had been unable to find peace, spending the last month searching for a remedy to the Jia Maidan's poison, only to return in hopes of chance. His mood soured, and in a drunken stupor, Sure Cheng Tian insisted on guarding the gate, leading to their unfortunate scuffle. Jiang Fan remarked, Lu Guanjia, while you seem to have been enjoying yourself, the Jiang family is in a state of unease. What assurances did you provide me before my departure? Lu Yi awkwardly recounted the events of that day in detail. Jiang Fan had no intention of making things difficult for him, so he produced an antidote pill and tossed it to Lu Guanjia. This is the antidote for the GMI Dan. I do not wish to complicate matters for you. If fate allows, we may meet again. Lu Guanjia, not bothering to question its authenticity, swallowed the pill immediately, feeling a significant release of his blocked meridians. For the past half-year, he had been living in constant fear due to the GMI Dan, watching the dwindling supply of Jiang Fan's medicinal pills with dread, feeling as if he were waiting for death. He had expected Jiang Fan to impose further conditions, yet was taken aback by his generosity in providing the antidote so readily. Lu Yi expressed his gratitude, bowing towards Shi Qingtian. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Shi Qingtian responded bluntly, apologies mean little to me. Just ensure you express your regrets to my boss. Jiang Fan shook his head. No need for apologies. I hope that once the Jiang family returns to the capital, you will look after us, Lu Guanjia. Lu Yi was taken aback by his words. Young Master Jiang, are you suggesting that the Jiang family plans to relocate back to the capital? Jiang Fan nodded, perhaps. If you do not wish to serve the Guangnan Wang, you are welcome to join my Jiang family. You will not be treated poorly. Upon his arrival, Jiang Tianhai chanced upon a conversation and interjected, Housekeeper Lu, the previous matters are merely misunderstandings. Pay no heed to what Fanner has said. As guests, we should enjoy a drink together inside. Lu Yi glanced at Jiang Fan before responding. Thank you, head of the family, for your understanding. Shi Qingtian followed Jiang Fan as they departed. As they walked, he transmitted a message to Jiang Fan. Boss, your Jiang family is being watched. How do you know this? Jiang Fan inquired. Sure, Qingtian explained. I hadn't noticed it before, but upon the arrival of Housekeeper Lu, I sensed several individuals fixating on us. It's late at night, and their wandering here seems suspicious. I suspected Housekeeper Lu was in collusion with them, which is why I acted. After pondering, Jiang Fan communicated, where are those individuals located? Let's split up and apprehend them to uncover who dares to target the Jiang family. Their figures melded into the night as they scaled the walls to exit the Jiang residence, stealthily incapacitating 2 sentinels before returning. They brought the 2 back to a guest room, where Shi Qingtian doused them with water, awakening them. The 2, still below the innate realm and dressed in casual attire, were unaware of their affiliations. Upon opening their eyes, they were met with Shi Qingtian's towering presence. They had witnessed the earlier confrontation between Shi Qingtian and Lu Yi outside the main gate, and their astonishment was palpable. Jiang Fan's voice broke the silence. Which faction do you belong to? Lurking outside the Jiang residence, one of them hastily replied, we were merely passing through Longzi County and had yet to find a place to stay. Jiang Fan produced a powdery substance and scattered it over them. Although it was merely the pollen of a harmless flower, it served as an effective means of coercion. Suddenly, both men felt an unbearable itch coursing through their bodies, and despite their frantic scratching, relief eluded them. Jiang Fan repeated, which faction do you belong to? One maintained his resistance, while the other fell to his knees, pleading, spare us, great one. We are disciples of the Wan poison sect. Jiang Fan's heart trembled. The anticipated confrontation had indeed arrived. Yet, he found it perplexing that the Wan poison sect deemed it appropriate to send such weaklings to surveil him, akin to sending lambs to the slaughter. He utilized his spiritual energy to neutralize their affliction. Is the wand poison sect intent on taking action against the Jiang family? He inquired further. The Jiang family, under the protection of Jiang Fu, would not easily be targeted by the wand poison sect. However, the third elder's eldest son, Wei Jingyang, has been plotting against you. We have been observing for months, waiting for your return today. Sure, Chang Tian seized the man by the throat, demanding, on what grounds does Wei Jingyang seek to harm my boss? Is this the directive of the wand poison sect? The other disciple, unable to contain himself, begged. I know the answer. Please, spare us who might. Jiang Fan released his hold on the drug man, who divulged. It is said that Wei Jingyang married a lady from Longzi County and subsequently issued this order. Her surname appears to be Qiao. Upon hearing this, the pieces began to align for Jiang Fan. He recalled the warning from Han Qianxue in the carriage, and it was evident that the Qiao family was behind this. Not as a threat to the Jiang family as a whole, but specifically targeting him. Sure, Qingtian, oblivious to the previous events, released his grip and declared, Boss, let me eliminate the Qiao family before I depart. Jiang Fan chuckled. A mere Qiao family hardly warrants your intervention. Their connection to a wand poison sect elder son does not guarantee their success against me. He regarded the two men before him, a smirk playing on his lips as he contemplated his next move. The two continued to bow and plead for mercy. Jiang Fan administered poison to them. You shall inform me of any news at once, and I will provide you with the antidote regularly. Even Lu Yi, as an official of the Guangnan king, cannot find someone to cure my poison. If you wish to survive, you may as well try. We dare not, they exclaimed. Whatever you require, we shall comply without hesitation. Jiang Fan instructed, carry out my orders, and inform me immediately of anyone from the wand poison sect arriving in Longzi County, and your safety shall be assured. They nodded vigorously before sure Chang Tian escorted them back over the wall, returning them to their respective posts. Although Jiang Fan remained unfamiliar with Wei Jingyang, a feud had evidently begun. The following morning, Jiang Fan sought out Shi Qingtian, advising him to leave and check on matters back home. Shi Qingtian felt the situation was unresolved and believed he should stay longer to assist Jiang Fan before departing. However, Jiang Fan firmly refused, knowing he did not currently require Shi Qingtian's help. Having been away from the demon clan for 800 years, he understood that even a single day's delay might lead to regrettable consequences. Before Shi Qingtian's departure, Jiang Fan gifted him a batch of elixirs. Shi Qingtian possessed great talent, yet his injuries had hindered his cultivation speed. Thus, it was imperative to heal him internally so that he might, through his own efforts, catch up on the centuries lost. Before leaving, Shi Qingtian left behind his spirit jade, ensuring that Jiang Fan could summon him at any time, even across vast distances. After months of partnership, they parted ways with a promise to reunite at the Lihua Academy. After Shi Qingtian's departure, Jiang Fan visited the Wanjin building, only to discover that Han Qianxue had already left for the capital. The once humble attendant with a small beard had risen in status, now serving as the manager. Yet his demeanor towards Jiang Fan remained unchanged. Young Master Jiang, why did you leave so quietly that day? The manager reprimanded us for not attending to you properly. Jiang Fan replied, it was of no consequence. I merely wished to return home. By the way, will Han Qianxue return to manage here? The small-bearded manager shook his head. No, she came here awaiting the secret realm of Longzi Lake. Now that the realm has concluded, she has naturally departed Longzi County. As for her next destination, I am uncertain. Jiang Fan left behind some elixirs for the manager to sell on his behalf, preparing funds for his journey to the Lihua Academy. However, before that, the wand poison sect and the Qiao family must certainly pay a price. Lu Yi, having conversed with Jiang Tianhai, seemed disinclined to leave for several days. The poison from the GMI Dan had been resolved, leaving him considerably relieved. He remembered Jiang Fan's previous elixirs, and his thoughts mirrored those from before. Jiang Fan's future appeared boundless. During these days, Jiang Fan frequently ventured into the nearby mountains to gather herbs. Now, at the late innate stage, he needed to refine supplementary elixirs for his breakthrough. The elixir, named Zifu Dan, was a mid-tier mystical grade item, notoriously difficult to concoct. The 9-star Dan was exorbitantly priced, yet its value paled in comparison to the Zifu Dan. The materials required were also vastly different. Had Han Qianxue remained, Jiang Fan could have engaged in a trade with her. Now that she was gone, he feared revealing too much and resolved to rely on his own capabilities. Each time he returned from foraging, Jiang Fan would seek the Wan Poison sect disciple to inquire about the sect's recent activities. Based on the disciple's responses, it seemed the Wan Poison sect had yet to notice him. Nevertheless, the reckless young master was preparing to take action, which would inevitably attract the attention of the Wan Poison sect. It was imperative to devise a plan to mitigate any potential fallout. Since the incident where he eliminated over 20 members of the Qiao family, Jiang Yueyao had not caused any further trouble, leaving Jiang Fan unaware of her current intentions. With Shi Qingtian gone, he lacked any assistance. Calculating the time until the Li Hua Academy's enrollment, he discerned that he need not rush his departure. One day, having just exited his mother's chamber, Jiang Fan received word that someone was seeking an audience outside. This puzzled him, for he had few friends, and he could not fathom who might actively seek him out in Longzi County. As he traversed the courtyard towards the family gate, he paused upon seeing the figure outside. It was an elderly woman, evoking a flood of memories within him. Chapter 42. A visit. The elderly woman was none other than Granny Sun, who held a prominent position beside Gu Linger, her powers unfathomable. Even Gu Linger's father, Gu Feng, bowed his head and referred to her as Granny Sun upon encountering her. He recalled the time he had sought knowledge in the Wan Yao Valley and mingled with Gu Linga, during which Granny Sun had not hesitated to put him through trials. However, over time, she had treated him as her own grandchild. Unfortunately, Gu Linger had shielded him from disaster, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. Since that moment, Granny Sun had never forgiven him, and they had not met again until now. As he faced Granny Sun once more, Jiang Fan's heart was tumultuous, yet he forced himself to appear composed. With sincerity, Jiang Fan bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Jiang Fan pays his respects to the esteemed elder." Granny Sun looked somewhat surprised, a smile gracing her lips. "You are quite amusing, young one. Do you know who I am? You approach me with such reverence right away?" Jiang Fan chuckled. "Granny Sun of Wan Yao Valley. As a junior, I would never presume. Might I inquire as to your purpose for seeking me?" Granny Sun indeed held some weight within the Li Hua dynasty, as many dealings with the outside world were orchestrated by her, rendering her not entirely enigmatic. "Shall we converse here, or will you not invite me inside to sit?" Jiang Fan quickly expressed his apologies, chuckling awkwardly. "Forgive my rudeness, esteemed elder. Please do come in." In the reception room, Jiang Fan personally brewed tea, holding Granny Sun in high regard for the assistance she had provided him in the past. "You are quite well-mannered. I must say, I never expected the Jiang family to produce such a genius, and yet you have not been sent to the Jiang Manor. I may visit soon. My delay was due to matters concerning the Longzi Lake secret realm. I have gathered some information regarding the secret realm. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude for your aid in rescuing that girl, Linga." As she spoke, she placed several vials of elixirs on the table. "These elixirs are a token of our appreciation from Wan Yao Valley. Young one, you must accept them." Jiang Fan replied, "I cannot accept these gifts. My intention in rescuing her was not motivated by such considerations. I merely found the Wan Du sect distasteful." Seeing his refusal, Granny Sun insisted, "This simply will not do. You must accept these. Wan Yao Valley cannot be seen as lacking in courtesy. Do not make it difficult for this old woman." Jiang Fan relented, swiftly collecting the vials without a glance, as he did not wish to offend Granny Sunday. "Then, I shall graciously accept your gifts." Granny Sun smiled, then continued. "Additionally, there's another matter." Jiang Fan was well aware of her true purpose for visiting. The gratitude was merely a pretext. They would certainly inquire about the divine elixirs possessed by Gu Linger. However, he feigned ignorance, asking, "Esteemed elder, please speak plainly." "Very well. I shall not beat around the bush. I learned of several elixirs from Linger, which I find quite extraordinary. You are aware of our Wan Yao Valley's fervor for such concoctions, and thus, I wish to request an introduction to the alchemist behind these remarkable elixirs," inviting him to Wan Yao Valley for a discussion. Granny Sun evidently believed that Jiang Fan had an alchemist backing him. Unable to fathom that the miraculous elixirs could have been crafted by this youth, as it would completely upend her understanding, Jiang Fan replied, "He has already departed. My master wanders the world and does not linger in one place for too long." Granny Sun frowned upon hearing this, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She then inquired, "Might I know your master's name?" Jiang Fan shook his head. "I do not know. He simply refers to himself as the Medicine King." At this, a smile crept upon Jiang Fan's lips, He mused that this was not entirely a lie, for the elixirs were indeed created by the Medicine King, albeit the future one. Granny Sun was taken aback, pondering what sort of alchemist would dare to claim such a title. It seemed rather audacious. Yet, the ability to craft such elixirs indicated remarkable achievements, and she regretted not knowing when she might have the chance to meet him. Young one, should you encounter your master again, please convey a message from me. Wanyao Valley eagerly awaits his visit. Jiang Fan nodded. No problem, rest assured. I shall deliver your message. Just then, inspiration struck Jiang Fan. He furrowed his brow. However, of late, someone has been plotting against me. If I resist, it may implicate the Jiang family. Thus, I might need to take my leave for a while, uncertain of when I might see my master again. Who seeks to harm you? With the Jiang family's protection, who possesses such audacity? Jiang Fan did not hold back. The Wandu sect. However, my identity within the secret realm is confidential, known only to a select few. Otherwise, before I could have left, the Wandu sect would have likely dispatched assassins. What transpired this time? Granny Sun inquired further. Jiang Fan recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing his account, a smile spread across her face. I must say, I did not foresee your ruthlessness. The Qiao family is hardly virtuous, daring to conspire with the Wandu sect in secrecy. Yet do not fret. I will resolve this matter for you. They are merely a young faction of the Wandu sect. I shall remain in Longzhe County for a few days. And should they dare to send someone, I will ensure they return empty-handed. It is time they repaid their debt for capturing Linger. With this assurance, Jiang Fan felt a sense of relief. He would not need to intervene personally, as Granny Sun was far more formidable than Lu Yi. I am immensely grateful to you, esteemed elder. Do not grow overly confident, young man. I must emphasize that I expect to meet your master from Wanyao Valley. Do not attempt to deceive me. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Jiang Fan smiled. Fear not, esteemed elder. The Medicine King will certainly visit the valley in the future. The two reached a mutual understanding and enjoyed a pleasant conversation. After sharing their thoughts, Granny Sun took her leave, settling into a place in the market of Longzhe County while awaiting news from Jiang Fan. After her departure, Jiang Tianhai sought out Jiang Fan. Is that truly Granny Sun from Wanyao Valley? How did you come to associate with her? Jiang Fan replied mysteriously, Father, I plan to marry Gu Feng's daughter from Wanyao Valley, making her your daughter-in-law. Jiang Tianhai was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, You rascal. If you possess such prowess, the Jiang family would surely revere you. Jiang Fan remained unfazed. Then let them prepare a grand altar, for I am determined to marry Gu Linger. On the third day, news arrived from the Wandu sect, stating that Wei Zhenyang had brought 2 experts of the refining god realm to Longzhe County. According to their intelligence, the Jiang family was believed to possess another practitioner of the refining god realm. Thus, they were thoroughly prepared to assist the Qiao family in eliminating Jiang Fan, restoring Longzhe County to its former state. With Granny Sun's presence, Jiang Fan no longer needed to fear the disturbances caused by the Wandu sect. However, the matter concerning the Qiao family proved more complicated. Given his current strength, annihilating the Qiao family would not pose a challenge. Yet, the Jiang family maintained numerous ties with the Qiao family, having been intertwined through marriage for many years. Should he truly eradicate them, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos within the Jiang family. After careful contemplation, Jiang Fan resolved to pay a visit to Qiao Sanyang. The Qiao family resided at the opposite end of Longzhe County, their strength comparable to that of the Jiang family, boasting a significant number of skilled practitioners, with the most formidable among them being the elderly Qiao Sanyang. As Jiang Fan approached the Qiao family, he realized he had never visited this place before. Outside the entrance, several guards were taken aback upon seeing him approach. They had not anticipated his arrival at this moment. 6 months prior, he had decimated numerous Qiao family practitioners in a battle at Jing'an Garden, and everyone recognized him. Stop! One guard boldly obstructed Jiang Fan's path, emboldened by their position at the Qiao family gate. Unfortunately, this guard merely exuded a superficial aura, and as he neared Jiang Fan, he promptly fainted. Jiang Fan did not even spare him a glance, directing his attention to the remaining guards. I seek an audience with Qiao Sanyang. Fetch him, or I shall enter myself. The guard stepped back, blocking the entrance. You dare? The family head is not someone you can meet at your whim. If you wish to see him, summon your father. Jiang Tianhai. Jiang Fan remained undeterred. You are truly verbose, unable to see the situation clearly. With that, Jiang Fan advanced towards them, incapacitating all in his wake. In this era of heightened realms, mastering the alchemical arts allows even the most ordinary soul-soothing elixirs to gain substantial potency. For those cultivators lacking innate treasures for protection, unless they choose to cease breathing entirely, they stand no chance of withstanding such forces. With this in mind, Jiang Fan strode confidently into the Qiao family estate, unperturbed by any scrutiny. Upon entering, he immediately transmitted his voice through the air, summoning Qiao Sanyang to greet him. His words resonated like thunder overhead, clear and unmistakable to all present. The family's skilled practitioners rushed out concurrently, hastening towards the entrance. Yet, Jiang Fan remained unfazed, leisurely wandering through the courtyard, indifferent to the gazes of those around him. His purpose was to assert dominance, making it abundantly clear to the Qiao family that there were individuals one should not offend. He reached out to the remnants of scroll, sensing the materials nearby. However, he found only a few faintly potent herbs, entirely inadequate for his needs. Two innate realm cultivators arrived first, their tempers flaring as they sought to subdue Jiang Fan. At that moment, he chose to disregard their presence. If I were you, he cautioned, I would refrain from acting impulsively, for any repercussions will befall the Qiao family. When your patriarch, Qiao Sanyang, finds out, do not blame me for the warning. The two hesitated, exchanging glances, deciding to wait for their master before taking any action. Not far into his exploration, Jiang Fan's senses were suddenly invigorated by the remnants of the scroll, revealing several rare herbs within his perception. These herbs congregated in a single location, undoubtedly a storage area for treasures belonging to the Qiao family. With a smile, he made his way toward it, unconcerned by the innate realm cultivators trailing behind him. However, before he could reach his destination, Qiao Sanyang rushed over, attempting to suppress Jiang Fan's presence with his aura. Yet, Jiang Fan was unfazed. He had long surpassed Sanyang's capabilities. Young man, how dare you intrude upon my Qiao family? Have you lost your senses? Jiang Fan met his gaze with a defiant glint, subtly conveying, old fool. Your collusion with the Wan poison sect is known to me. Should this information come to light, your Qiao family will face annihilation today. Let us converse amicably and discuss compensation. Sanyang was taken aback, his eyes flickering with disbelief at how much Jiang Fan knew. Observing from a distance, the Qiao family experts frowned, one proposing, Patriarch, let us join forces to capture this audacious youth. He has come to us willingly. Jiang Tianhai will have nothing to say. Yet, Sanyang shifted his stance, admonishing, do not be disrespectful. A guest is a guest. You all may leave. I wish to speak with him alone. The others were caught off guard by the abrupt change in his tone. Patriarch, this is unwise. Sanyang raised his hand, silencing them. I command you to leave. His words were authoritative, as he was the head of the family and the strongest among them. They could only glare at Jiang Fan before departing in frustration. With only Sanyang remaining, Jiang Fan remarked, it appears you have made little progress in the past 6 months. Sanyang, sensing Jiang Fan's aura, was indeed astonished. Half a year had passed since he conspired with the Wan poison sect to eliminate Jiang Fan, and now he found Jiang Fan's cultivation had reached the late innate realm. A remarkable advancement. What do you desire? Speak plainly, Sanyang said, somewhat apprehensive. Jiang Fan remained composed, stating directly, compensation. The Qiao family has caused me considerable trouble. A little recompense is not too much to ask, is it? If I am satisfied, I can overlook the matters concerning the Wan poison sect. Otherwise, should I become intoxicated and divulge those issues, your family will surely find itself in peril. Sanyang frowned. Jiang Fan, do not overstep your bounds. Jiang Fan's gaze remained cold. Overstep? Were it not for the many disciples of your Qiao family within the Jiang clan, your family would have no reason to exist. Should I wish it, not a single member would escape. Do you believe me? The threat was palpable, and Jiang Fan's forceful demeanor was chilling. Sanyang recognized the confidence in Jiang Fan's eyes, understanding that the young man had powerful allies. He also realized that his previous actions had been overly rash. However, he was uncertain whether to be more confrontational. This individual was a harbinger of death. He had shown no mercy before. After careful consideration, Sanyang relented. What do you propose? The matters concerning the Wan poison sect cannot be reversed. I cannot control Wei. The individuals from the Wan poison sect will be dealt with. As for the Qiao family, I do not wish to make things difficult, but I expect compensation before I depart. However, should your family ever target the Jiang clan again, you will bear the consequences. Though reluctant, Sanyang understood the gravity of the situation. What kind of compensation do you seek? I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Jiang Fan remained unhurried, making his way towards the storage of herbs, leisurely stating, "No need to rush. Let us walk and ponder. I trust the patriarch of the Qiao family will not be stingy." With a nonchalant demeanor, he advanced. Though Sanyang was displeased, he recognized that Jiang Fan had surpassed him in both cultivation and cunning. If things escalated, while he might manage to protect himself, the Qiao family would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. Soon, Jiang Fan arrived at an inconspicuous warehouse, examining it with keen interest. Sanyang, alarmed, interjected, "This is merely a storage area for our family's miscellaneous items. What purpose do you have here?" Jiang Fan smiled. "How about this? I will take a few items from here as compensation, and we can let bygones be bygones. What do you think?" Sanyang was reluctant. The contents were mere refuse. "What do you want with these things? Allow me to guide you to our family treasury, where you may select several items of value." Yet, Jiang Fan was disinterested in further discourse, pushing past Sanyang towards the warehouse door. He sought materials for alchemical refinement, as enhancing his abilities was paramount. Sanyang stepped forward to block him, though he was unwilling to provoke an open conflict. "It's dirty inside. Do not soil your fine garments." However, in the next moment, Sanyang was taken aback as Jiang Fan forcefully opened the warehouse door effortlessly, his expression unfazed. The disparity in their physical strength was beyond comprehension. Jiang Fan's might was extraordinary. Realizing the futility of resistance, Sanyang stepped aside, conceding, "If you insist on entering, then so be it." Without hesitation, Jiang Fan entered. Inside the warehouse, the atmosphere was indeed simple, filled with dilapidated bricks and broken crates, resembling a storage space for old items. With the remnants of the scroll in hand, he quickly identified the location of the herbs. Upon reaching the corner wall, he discovered a hidden compartment housing the precious herbs. Observing Jiang Fan's actions, Sanyang's expression darkened, suspecting there might be a traitor in his midst. Otherwise, how could Jiang Fan have so easily located the hidden treasures? Suddenly, Jiang Fan struck the wall with force, creating a gaping hole that revealed numerous boxes within. Without a glance, he collected them all. Sanyang felt a pang of regret, but found himself powerless to intervene. As Jiang Fan turned to exit, he declared, "Consider our previous grievances resolved. Xiao Qingzhu and the others will return to the capital with the Jiang clan, and her freedom will be restored. However, should you dare to meddle with my mother again, it will not only be her suffering. Your entire Qiao family will share in the misfortune. I suggest you give her a warning." Jiang Fan's tone was icy, devoid of jest. As he passed Sanyang, he left with a final admonition: "Do not associate with the Wan poison sect again, for it will bring calamity upon you." After speaking, he strode away without casting a glance back. Qiao Sanyang observed Jiang Fan's receding figure, his mind replaying Jiang Fan's earlier words. A tinge of regret washed over him. Had he opted not to engage in the affairs of Jing'an Garden and instead sought negotiation with the Jiang family or Jiang Fan, the situation may not have escalated to its current state. He had come to comprehend the insatiable greed of the Wanda sect. Ever since he had allied himself with Wei Jingyan, he had been compelled to relinquish numerous gifts over the past 6 months, none of which were voluntary. Fearing exposure and failure, he had endured this predicament, which was akin to paying for his own suffering. If Jiang Fan could indeed resolve this matter, it would not be without benefit for Qiao Sanyang. Once Jiang Fan departed, he found a secluded spot to examine the spiritual herbs he had just acquired. To his delight, he discovered the soul-calling flower and the 9 divine grass. He had not anticipated that the Qiao family could procure such rare herbs. With these, aside from the main medicinal ingredient, there were scarcely a few herbs left. However, the primary herb, the purple heart bamboo, was exceedingly scarce, and he would have to wait until he reached the Li Hua Academy for that. Jiang Fan carefully tucked the items away before returning to the Jiang family. The Qiao family had remained silent, seemingly opting for a discreet approach in handling Jiang Fan's affairs. Within a couple of days, Wei Jingyan of the Wandu sect finally arrived in Longzi County. Having just entered the innate realm, he was accompanied by 2 formidable elders clad in black robes. Their presence unabashedly intimidating, clearly there to assert their dominance. As they entered the Jiang family market, one of them called out, reminiscent of Jiang Fan's earlier visit to the Qiao family. Jiang Fan, come forth at once, or face dire consequences for your family. This incited a commotion. None knew from whence they came, but their audacity in confronting the Jiang family suggested significant backing. Several factions within Longza County caught wind of the news and sent their experts to observe from afar, including Qiao Sanyang. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan sat leisurely in Jiang Tianhai's room, sipping tea, utterly unperturbed. Jiang Tianhai inquired, "Fanner, who are those two experts? You must tell your father the truth. If necessary, you should swiftly exit through the back door. A wise man avoids immediate danger." Lu Yi, standing beside him, frowned slightly. "Those two are quite powerful. One has cultivated the 4th level of divine consciousness, and I am no match for him. Young Master Jiang, you have stirred great trouble this time." Jiang Fan leaned back in his chair, unruffled. "Why the urgency? Let them shout a little longer. Soon enough, they won't be able to shout at all." Both were taken aback, failing to grasp Jiang Fan's meaning. Shortly thereafter, they were jolted by an overwhelming aura emanating from the market, terrifying in its intensity. Exchanging glances, they rushed out, heading straight for the market. Jiang Fan shifted to a more comfortable position, lazily reclining. After today, he might leave Longza County for Li Hua Academy. The journey ahead was long. Within the market, amidst the gazes of countless experts from Longza County, a figure soared into the air, demonstrating the ability to fly, a feat beyond the capabilities of mere spirit-refining practitioners. Lu Yi, well versed in such matters, exclaimed from a distance, "Wanyao Valley's granny's son. What's she doing here?" Jiang Tianhai, astonished, whispered, "She visited our home a few days ago to see Fan. I didn't expect she left yet." Lu Yi, brimming with excitement, remarked, "No wonder he appeared so calm. He has found such a formidable ally. Moreover, Wanyao Valley is a sworn enemy of the Wandu sect. She can act without reservation, distancing herself from the Jiang family. What a brilliant move." In the distance, Qiao Sanyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the person Jiang Fan mentioned who would resolve the situation? Granny son of Wanyao Valley? Could it be that she was the one backing Jiang Fan? No wonder he acted with such assurance. And those peculiar medicinal powders must have originated from Wanyao Valley. What kind of calamity had that Jiang Fan brought upon the Qiao family? He could not afford to provoke Jiang Fan any further. It seemed he would need to visit Jing'an Garden. Granny Sun hovered above Wei Xingyang and his companions, her gaze filled with fury. The audacity of the Wandu sect. "I did not seek you out. You came to me. In the secret realm of Longza Lake, you dispatched people to capture my precious Linger. Today, that debt must be repaid. None shall escape. I will return to the Wandu sect one day to demand an explanation from those scoundrels." Granny Sun took full responsibility for the matter, not uttering a word to the Jiang family. Wei Xingyang's face paled as he hastily protested, "Senior, I've never been to the secret realm. This has nothing to do with me." But Granny Sun paid no heed to his explanations, suddenly transforming into a streak of black light, descending from the sky. The two spirit-refining elders beside Wei Zhenyang quickly formed a defensive barrier, joining forces to create a protective shield. The next moment, Granny Sun appeared above them, her withered hand striking down upon the shield, which shattered on impact, breaking the arms of both men. The immense force continued unabated, sending their bodies crashing to the ground. With a deafening crash, the ground fractured, leaving behind a colossal handprint. Granny Sun stood at the edge of the pit, coldly surveying the three lifeless bodies. Flies are merely flies. They perish with a single strike. Having said that, Granny Sun turned and departed, leaving a group of stunned cultivators gasping for breath. At a street corner, two Wandu sect cultivators, under Jiang Fan's control, navigated the alley to seek an audience with him. The guards escorted them to Jiang Fan, and once the guards left, Jiang Fan provided them with the antidote along with some additional medicinal pills, striking a balance between reprimanding and rewarding. "What you witnessed earlier, report back truthfully. This matter does not concern my Jiang family. They are seeking Granny Sun, understood?" The two, having received numerous valuable pills, nodded eagerly. They were astute enough to grasp Jiang Fan's intent. "Rest assured, young master, we will handle this matter impeccably." Jiang Fan nodded, then added, "You may return to the Wandu sect and remain there. I may need your assistance in the future, but rest assured, I will not treat you unfairly." "Understood." The two departed, while Jiang Fan made his way to his mother's courtyard, uncertain of when he would see her again. With the deaths at the Wandu sect in Longza County, many matters would require attention. However, all issues would be attributed to Granny's son, sparing Long's County from significant trouble. Jiang Fan set aside some prepared pills for his father, as the Purple Mansion pill had yet to be successfully refined. It would have to wait until it was ready for delivery by Wanjin Tower. That evening, Jiang Fan spent time with his parents, engaging in heartfelt conversation. Though his mother felt a pang of reluctance, she did not attempt to retain him. In this world, strength reigned supreme. With the abilities Jiang Fan had demonstrated, Long's County could no longer accommodate his endeavors. The vast world outside awaited his exploration. Early the next morning, Jiang Fan departed quietly, notifying no one. The affairs of Long's County had reached a pause. Upon reaching the main road, he glanced toward Wufeng Mountain, recalling the location of Xianling Long. He vowed that when he returned, he would ensure she was in his grasp. Lihua Academy lay within the Qingxian Mountain, 300 miles east of the capital, its boundaries encompassed by formidable formations that barred outsiders from entry. Each year, countless aspiring disciples flocked to seek admission, yet only a handful were accepted. Within Lihua Academy, there existed 3 tiers of disciples: outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The outer disciples were the most numerous, comprising over 80% of the Academy's populace. They managed the daily affairs of the students, undertaking all tasks aside from the operation of the Great Array, such as guarding the Academy and performing maintenance. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one could ascend to the rank of inner disciple, enjoying the Academy's resources. Each inner disciple was an elite, their responsibilities distinct from those of outer disciples, tasked with vanquishing demons and safeguarding their homeland. Formally, Lihua Academy belonged to the Lihua dynasty, and its disciples constituted the foundation and backbone of the dynasty. Therefore, inner disciples departing from the Academy were afforded considerable privileges. As for core disciples, they represented the elite among the elite. Among the younger generation, only one had exceptionally become a core disciple, the little heavenly king, Chu Zhan, which is the source of his renown. In summary, outer disciples were not truly considered students. Their access to the Academy's resources required corresponding labor, and they merely held the potential to advance to inner disciples in the future. If an outer disciple exceeds a certain age and fails to meet the requirements for inner discipleship, they must leave the Academy to seek their fortunes elsewhere, forever severing their ties with the inner circle. Each year, the Academy admits no more than 100 inner disciples, while the standards for outer disciples are considerably lower, albeit still subject to numerical limitations. To gain admission to the Lihua Academy, one must not be older than 18. The rules are rigidly enforced, and exceptions are virtually unheard of, even for members of the royal family. 2 months have swiftly passed. Jiang Fan has traversed mountains and rivers, appearing somewhat travel-worn. His once pristine garments now bear signs of wear. Nevertheless, his spirits are high. The journey has yielded substantial rewards, including an elevation in his cultivation realm and the harvest of several spiritual herbs, alongside countless rare medicinal plants. The Crimson Fire Feather has become increasingly adept in his hands. Currently, the Lihua Academy is in its recruitment season, attracting numerous young aspirants, creating a bustling atmosphere. The talented youths of the Lihua dynasty converge here, with a significant portion hoping to enter the Academy. This year, Gu Linger also intends to attend, filling Jiang Fan with anticipation. Arriving a few days early, Jiang Fan finds himself perplexed by many of the rules, having previously visited the Academy not as a disciple. Looking around, he notices that among those under 18 who have surpassed the innate realm, there are few. Jiang Fan finds it relatively easy to advance based on his own strength. He has nothing to conceal. During the secret realm of Longzhe Lake, his capabilities have already been demonstrated. He seeks the Academy's resources to expedite his ascension. The Lihua Academy offers access to resources that are difficult to obtain elsewhere, such as the purple core bamboo needed for refining the Zifu pill, which is certainly available here due to the presence of specialized alchemy departments. The Academy is divided into 3 departments: Qi refinement, body refinement, and alchemy. The alchemy department is the smallest, with stringent selection criteria and a prestigious status. The Qi refinement and body refinement departments compete against each other. The former focuses on harnessing spiritual energy through consciousness, while the latter emphasizes physical prowess, breaking through limitations, and challenging established norms. Jiang Fan finds a quiet spot to rest, and before long, a young man approaches him, running from a distance. Benefactor, I didn't expect to see you here. Jiang Fan looks up, puzzled, unable to recognize him. The young man, undeterred, quickly explains, I was among the crowd that was trapped at the Longzhe Lake's secret realm. Jiang Fan chuckles. There were so many people back then, I truly couldn't identify you. No worries. Many cultivators from the secret realm have come here. They would be thrilled to see you. With your strength, I hope you will take care of us when you enter the Li Hua Academy. Jiang Fan, surprised by the young man's enthusiasm, responds, I don't even know if I can get in. Don't jest. If you can't enter, then no one here stands chance. Who among this crowd surpasses you? At that moment, the young man stands and waves to someone in the distance. Soon, a familiar figure approaches. It's Qin Feng, fanning himself with a handkerchief, beaming with joy. Jiang brother, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I thought you weren't coming. I initially intended to visit the Jiang residence, but upon reflection, I realized this place is far more interesting, Jiang Fan replies. The young man, sensing the moment, discreetly departs. Qin Feng sits beside Jiang Fan, tossing him an apple. It seems you made up your mind. What about the Wandu sect? The Jiang family will be relocating to the capital, so it doesn't concern me much. Should they trouble me, I will deal with them accordingly. Qin Feng raises an eyebrow. Oh, you have enmity with the Wandu sect? Jiang Fan smiles. Not yet, but it will come in time. Puzzled by Jiang Fan's demeanor, Qin Feng shifts the topic. Let us discuss the present. How do you plan to approach the academy? Will you head to the alchemy department? Jiang Fan responds, I have no intention of pursuing that path. I doubt I would learn anything valuable there. Instead, I plan to explore the body refinement department. Qin Feng appears taken aback. Learn nothing? You truly baffle me. So many strive to enter, yet you dismiss it. Moreover, your formidable fire control technique would be wasted in the Qi refinement department. Jiang Fan asserts, once we enter the academy, does it truly matter which department we choose? In the future, when we become core disciples, distinctions will become trivial. Jiang Fan has his own plans. In his previous life, he was hailed as the king of medicine, far surpassing the instructors at the Li Hua Academy. As for Qi refinement, his fire control abilities follow his unique cultivation method, derived from his past experiences. Previously, his weakness stemmed from his physical form. Hence, in this rebirth, he is dedicating considerable effort to body refinement, viewing the academy as an excellent opportunity to gain experience. Qin Feng laughs. I had intended to rely on you once you join the alchemy department, but since you're heading to body refinement, that's fine too. With your abilities, I'm certain you'll become a core disciple in no time. Are you not the same? Jiang Fan replies with a knowing smile, both filled with confidence. Do you know how the examinations at the Li Hua Academy work? Qin Feng, clearly prepared, explains the examination methods differ across the three departments. Alchemy focuses on pill refinement. Qi refinement assesses control and mental strength, while body refinement is more straightforward, measuring physical strength. Some exceptionally gifted disciples are evaluated beyond their realm, like that individual over there. He gestures toward a bald young man in the distance. Although his face appears somewhat youthful, he stands nearly as tall as Shi Chengtian, his muscular build hinting at explosive strength. Though not yet in the innate realm, he could challenge innate cultivators with sheer physical might, a rare talent indeed. The body refinement department will certainly welcome him, with a promising future ahead. Jiang Fan chuckles. It's a pity that this fellow has a weak spiritual root. Otherwise, he would truly be a fine candidate. Qin Feng continues to point out various cultivators, sharing their attributes, and allowing Jiang Fan to gain further insight. However, after a short while, Jiang Fan's expression suddenly stiffens. Following his gaze, Qin Feng sees Jiang Fan staring at a girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old, likely a servant of some noble family. She is impeccably clean and possesses a delicate beauty, yet her small face reflects no emotion, standing there in a daze. Her eyes are clear, devoid of sadness or joy, but Qin Feng notices a silver bracelet on her wrist, a spiritual artifact designed to prevent escape, serving as a tool of bondage. The thought of how this young girl endures such a fate is unfathomable. He furrows his brow, glancing at Jiang Fan, who seems unusually agitated. Jiang Fan's heart is tumultuous. It's her. She has appeared here. Is this the childhood version of you? Was that peculiar temperament shaped by this experience? The girl who once stood proud among the crowd, using dark means to uphold righteousness, the youngest Earth-tier alchemist of the Wandu sect. In Chapter 45, Forceful Rescue, we delve into the past of Jiang Fan, who once had a complex relationship with the Poison King, Shunming. She possessed an eccentric nature, employing poison as her path. Discovered by the Wandu sect for her innate alchemical abilities in childhood, she had worked tirelessly. Despite her mastery of toxic arts, her heart remained pure. Jiang Fan never anticipated encountering her in this guise during his visit. As memories flood back, a surge of anger rises within him. Qin Feng observes, Jiang brother, what are your intentions? That is a royal entourage. They are not to be trifled with. Yet, Jiang Fan, consumed by his emotions, pays no heed to his companion's caution. Qin Feng hurries to keep pace with Jiang Fan, not wishing for him to stir trouble. However, for Jiang Fan, the gentle girl who once faced him should not have transformed into what she has become. He silently vows, Shun Ming, this world needs no poison king. A gentle you is sufficient. Jiang Fan strode towards the group, where several young individuals were engaged in animated conversation, while the petite Shen Ming stood nearby, awaiting her orders. He approached Shun Ming with a smile gracing his face and warmth in his gaze. Little girl, would you like to accompany me? The child was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Jiang Fan, yet her eyes remained indifferent. This stirred a pang of sympathy within Jiang Fan. One could only wonder what trials Shun Ming had faced at such a tender age. His words caught the attention of several individuals in the front of the group, one of whom, dressed in brocade, wore a displeased expression. He murmured something to the two men beside him, who then advanced towards Jiang Fan. Who are you? Daring to covet the royal maid's favor? Do you seek death? Jiang Fan, however, was fixated on Shun Ming, attempting to glean something from her eyes, completely disregarding the two men. One of them reached out to forcibly pull him away, but Qin Feng stepped forward, blocking their path. This is Li Hua Academy. Dare you lay hands here? The two men paused, momentarily forgetting they were not in the imperial capital. Retreating now would surely invite punishment from the prince, a consequence they could not afford. Ultimately, they could only angrily admonish Jiang Fan to stay away from her. Jiang Fan remained unfazed, his attention solely on Shun Ming as he softly declared, I am Jiang Fan. From now on, you shall follow me, and I will teach you the ways of cultivation. Qin Feng was utterly bewildered by Jiang Fan's sudden desire to take on a disciple. How old was this little girl? And how old was Jiang Fan himself? The situation was incomprehensible. Upon hearing his words, Shun Ming's eyes flickered with emotion. She lowered her head to inspect the silver bracelet on her wrist, biting her lip in silence, clearly having endured much suffering related to it. Seeing her thus, Jiang Fan felt a sense of solace. Her heart had not entirely hardened. It was merely a matter of time before she could escape her current plight and reclaim her true self. Ignoring the two young men, Jiang Fan directly approached the prince, whom he did not recognize, as there were over 20 emperors and only a couple were renowned. This prince was not among them. That girl, I want her. Name your price. The prince widened his eyes in astonishment, clearly unprepared for Jiang Fan's blatant disregard for his status. What do you think you are? Everything that belongs to me remains mine. You should go back to where you came from. If this were not Li Hua Academy, your earlier insolence would have warranted your execution. Jiang Fan regarded him with a smirk. Execute me? Those who wish to see my end often do not live long. Impudent. The two men behind Jiang Fan barked in anger. At this juncture, Qin Feng intervened. Gentlemen, let us not escalate matters. For my sake, please, 16th Prince. We are old acquaintances. Could you extend a personal favor? Upon seeing Qin Feng, the prince's arrogance diminished. Qin Feng was quite esteemed among the younger generation in the capital, and the prince did not wish to offend him, recognizing that he may need Qin Feng's support in the future. Qin Feng, is this fool a friend of yours? The first to dare to steal from me, Ji Heng. I wonder if he even possesses the capability. Qin Feng straightforwardly replied, This one hails from the Jiang family and is a friend of mine. The Jiang family? And what of it? My belongings are not to be trifled with. Since he is your friend, I shall spare him this once. Yet Qin Feng, feeling helpless, noted that Ji Heng had no intention of backing down, and Jiang Fan was even less likely to relent. Jiang Fan was far more unruly than the prince. Having reached this impasse, Jiang Fan moved beside Shen Ming, gently taking her arm. Do not fear. It may get a bit heated shortly, but it will soon pass. In the next moment, a wave of scorching energy surged from Jiang Fan's hand. The fire blazed brightly, compressing until, in mere seconds, he created an opening in the bracelet and forcefully removed it. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, This silver ring was a specially crafted artifact, and forcibly severing it would ordinarily result in an explosion. So how did this occur? Shinming stared wide-eyed at her liberated arm, excitement bubbling within her. At that moment, Ji Hung erupted in fury. "Bring that girl back to me." The two men obeyed, advancing toward Shinming. Alarmed, the little girl clutched Jiang Fan's hand tightly, pleading, "Brother, save me." Jiang Fan swiftly positioned himself in front of her, prepared to retaliate, but was restrained by Qin Feng. "Jiang, do not. Withdraw your men, and we shall discuss this," Qin Feng urged. Jiang Fan understood Qin Feng's concerns. He stood in front, making it difficult for Jiang Fan to act. The prince seethed with rage. "Qin Feng, are you intent on tearing the mask off civility? A mere disciple of the Jiang family dares to tarnish my reputation? All of you seize him. Regardless of the consequences, he shall not enter Lihua Academy. I will provide resources for you all." He commanded his subordinates, clearly incensed by Jiang Fan's provocation. However, he was mistaken in thinking he could escape unscathed. Qin Feng stood resolutely before Jiang Fan, wielding enough influence to intimidate a portion of the cultivators. Shinming, hidden behind Jiang Fan, timidly spoke, "Big brother, have I caused you trouble? Perhaps it would be better if you surrendered me." Though her words suggested surrender, Jiang Fan could feel her trembling hand, betraying her fear. Jiang Fan chuckled, "Trouble? I fear no trouble." As several cultivators closed in, Jiang Fan remained unperturbed, prepared to subdue them if necessary. Just then, a group emerged from the crowd, led by a boisterous young man. "What is this? Are we outnumbered?" "Fear not, benefactor. We stand strong against them." Qin Feng smiled. Recognizing a twist of fate, over a dozen individuals had arrived, all cultivators rescued from the Longzhe Lake secret realm. "What is karma?" This was the manifestation of karma. From the crowd, someone exclaimed, "Is the prince going to bully us? Is he so formidable? Touch my benefactor, and we will fight to the death." Using your underlings to attack while remaining bound by the Academy's rules. How vile and despicable. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, and Ji Hung never anticipated Jiang Fan would have such a loyal following, especially one composed of individuals from various sections. He realized that should a brawl ensue, it would likely ensnare him as well. Furious, he retorted, "Am I bullying anyone? Jiang Fan has stolen my maid and destroyed my artifact. Can you not see that?" Yet, at this moment, no one heeded his words. Jiang Fan was disinterested in engaging further, knowing he would have ample opportunities to stir trouble in the future. "Qin Feng has fine wine. We have not gathered in months, so let us enjoy a reunion. Once we enter the academy, should anyone need my assistance, I shall do my utmost." With that, he turned and led the group away. The prince's men could only watch as they departed, unwilling to act and risk entanglement in the ensuing chaos. A young man cautioned the prince, "Your Highness, do not be angered. There will be many opportunities to deal with Jiang Fan. We need not rush. The priority now is to enter the academy." Ji Hung barked at his subordinates, "Get lost. None of you were useful when I needed you." For Ji Hung, a mere maid held little significance. His pride was paramount. Today, Jiang Fan had emerged, and tomorrow another would surely follow. Li Fan, Zhao Fan, and what would remain of his dignity? He glared at Jiang Fan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with malice and fury. "Well, Jiang Fan, just you wait. This account will not remain unsettled." From afar, many observed the commotion, speculating about Jiang Fan's identity. To have such support against a prince was indeed extraordinary. Even Jiang Fan was taken aback by the unexpected backing, feeling a twinge of gratitude. Qin Feng, beside him, grumbled, "You've dragged me into this mess, and now you expect me to provide the wine? What kind of logic is that?" Jiang Fan laughed, "At my place last time, I share my father's treasured wine with you. Don't be so stingy." Shinming closely followed Jiang Fan, continually surveying the crowd. As the conversation flowed late into the night, the little girl eventually fell asleep beside Jiang Fan, resting soundly. As the crowd lay sprawled in slumber, Qin Feng stifled a yawn and cast a glance at Shinming. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Brother Jiang, do you know this young girl? She seems rather ordinary, not at all like that spirited Gulinger you fancy." "This is the child of an old acquaintance of mine," Jiang Fan replied. "I never expected to encounter her here. I must ensure her safety, even if it demands a personal sacrifice." Qin Feng chuckled, "You're quite the character. But have you considered where you will take her afterward?" "She will stay with me," Jiang Fan asserted. "Inner disciples lack private quarters. It would be inappropriate for this girl to reside among a group of men." "That is no concern," Jiang Fan laughed. We are acquainted with core disciples. She can stay with him for now. Qin Feng grinned. You certainly have factored him into your plans. But that's fine. Chu Zhan is never one to shy away from complications. The next morning, Jiang Fan awoke to find Shun Ming had prepared a basin of water and a towel for him to wash his face. He accepted her gesture, but gently advised. You need not do this in the future. Your time should be devoted to cultivation. You must learn to harness your own strength. Shun Ming nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Thank you, brother. Before long, the sound of the main gate creaking open echoed from afar, followed by the resounding beat of drums. Qin Feng approached to remind Jiang Fan, prepare yourself. The entrance examination is about to commence. Jiang Fan rose, taking Shun Ming's hand as they made their way toward the gathering crowd at the entrance of Li Hua Academy. From a distance, 3 grand gates could be seen, each measuring 10 meters in width and nearly 20 meters in height, with the words body, qi, and medicine emblazoned above them, creating a magnificent spectacle. The words, powered by arrays, exuded an imposing aura that captivated everyone's attention. At that moment, an elder's voice resonated from within the academy, silencing the bustling square. The entrance examination begins now. You have 3 days to select your desired department for testing. Best of luck to all. The young aspirants hurried to choose their respective departments. Entering through the 3 gates, Jiang Fan observed calmly. The number of candidates for the body and qi departments was nearly equal, while the pharmacy department was significantly less populated, with only a handful of candidates. The rarity of those with talent for pharmacology was striking. A girl in white, bouncing with enthusiasm, entered the pharmacy gate. It was indeed Gu Linger, much to Jiang Fan's delight. We should make our move, Qin Feng urged Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan suddenly recalled something and shook his head. You go ahead, I will follow shortly. Nodding, Qin Feng did not linger and joined the throng heading toward the qi department, where his strength lay in control and the execution of techniques, aligning perfectly with his aspirations. Jiang Fan, meanwhile, led Shun Ming not toward the body department, but towards the pharmacy. Given Shun Ming's potential to become a master of toxins, she possessed innate talent as a pharmacist. Jiang Fan pondered the merits of allowing her to attempt the Academy's assessment. If she were to qualify as an inner disciple, it would alleviate many complications. In the distance, Ji Hung sneered, fool, merely a disciple of the Jiang family. I shall show you what despair truly means. As Jiang Fan and Shun Ming approached the gate, they encountered a spiritual energy barrier. Upon crossing it, they would be transported to a distinct realm, presumably the testing grounds. Shun Ming clutched Jiang Fan's hand tightly, betraying her anxiety. In a soft voice, Jiang Fan inquired, do you wish to become a pharmacist? Although Shun Ming had only been a mere maid, her understanding was profound. She recognized what being a pharmacist entailed. She nodded earnestly. I wish to concoct many pills for you, brother. Jiang Fan smiled. Very well. As long as you desire it, I shall help you become a pharmacist. Upon crossing the barrier, they found themselves in a cavern. In the darkness, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, indicating the presence of others. Voices emerged, questioning. How can we ignite a flame? Are we to proceed in darkness for the test? What kind of rule is this? Soon, a flicker of flame appeared, ignited by one's own spiritual energy, unmistakably belonging to Gu Ling. This dim cave served as one of the tests, assessing the pharmacist's control over fire. The footsteps grew more chaotic as they rushed toward Gu Linger, drawn by her light. Jiang Fan leaned toward Shun Ming and whispered, I will now infuse you with a trace of my power. Focus and absorb it. Having never cultivated due to her status, Jiang Fan bestowed a strand of spiritual energy upon her, guiding her to connect with the elemental powers around her and channel the intense heat into her palm. In an instant, a flame flickered to life in her small hand, harmless yet wondrous, sparking a look of amazement in Shun Ming's eyes. Jiang Fan extinguished the flame and retained the spiritual energy within her, encouraging her, now you try. Shun Ming remained silent, concentrating on the elemental force surrounding her. She gazed at her palm, eager for the flame to reappear. Jiang Fan observed her closely. Her talent would soon be revealed. Moments later, a small flame ignited in her palm, only to extinguish almost immediately. Shun Ming frowned, clearly dissatisfied, but Jiang Fan's expression brightened. Her initial attempt displayed an impressive degree of control, confirming her extraordinary potential. Jiang Fan infused her with another thread of spiritual energy, gently advising, You performed admirably. There is no need to be anxious. Approach these powers as friends, gently coaxing them forth. Shun Meng nodded, her tension easing as she slowly began to manipulate the energy around her. After a few moments, a faint flame flickered to life in her palm, wavering and nearly extinguishing several times, but ultimately held steady. Though her face was pale from effort, she looked to Jiang Fan, anticipating his praise. Jiang Fan extinguished the flame and exclaimed, "You are destined to become an exceptional pharmacist. Your achievements will be remarkable." Shun Meng's voice was barely audible. "I do not wish to be overly powerful. I only want to follow in your footsteps." Jiang Fan was taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. He had heard those same words once before, at a different time and place, yet spoken by the same person. In the face of a great calamity, Shun Meng had emerged with an evil identity, wielding dark powers to vanquish foes, repeatedly fighting her way through, leaving none unscathed. In that fierce battle, Shun Meng had fought to exhaustion, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. It was then that Jiang Fan rescued her, spending an entire year helping her regain her strength. It was during that time that he learned another facet of pharmacology from her: poisons. After her recovery, he intended to send Shun Meng away, and she had uttered the same words then. Jiang Fan snapped back to the present, gently ruffling Shun Meng's hair. "Let's focus on making you stronger first." With that, he conjured flames and, hand in hand with Shun Meng, they advanced forward. After approximately 10 minutes, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, indicating the exit. Upon exiting the cave, Jiang Fan surveyed the radiant surroundings. Sunlight bathed the area, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The young candidates had gathered, awaiting their assessments from the academy. As Jiang Fan approached with Shun Meng, a middle-aged man abruptly blocked their path. "Halt!" Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "This is the pharmacy examination area. This girl's status as a maid precludes her from participation to avoid disrupting other candidates. Please take her away." Jiang Fan regarded him coldly. "She is here to take the examination." The middle-aged man remained steadfast, ignoring the explanation. "Leave now." The man's obstinacy triggered a realization in Jiang Fan. Is this the Academy's directive, or yours? Or perhaps Jiheng's? The man's expression remained impassive. Yet a flicker of panic in his eyes confirmed Jiang Fan's suspicions. "Please leave. Do not make this difficult for me. This is the Academy's rule." Jiang Fan scoffed. "Does Li Hua Academy truly have such a rule? If I were you, I would step aside immediately. The examiner will arrive shortly, and you will bear the consequences." With the facade shattered, the middle-aged man adopted an even more obstinate stance. "I am the examiner for today. You may leave. The Academy of Li Hua does not welcome you." Jiang Fan understood that nothing in the world is absolute. The Academy of Li Hua, while inherently just, inevitably harbors its share of rotten apples. However, he did not anticipate encountering one so soon. Were it in another circumstance, Jiang Fan might have confronted the middle-aged man. Yet, recognizing the formidable realm of the man before him, he understood that no matter his efforts, he might not emerge victorious. It appeared that allowing Shun Meng to enter the Apothecary Academy was out of the question. Jiang Fan cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man, declaring, "We shall meet again at our academy. There will come a time when you'll lament." With a hearty laugh, he swept away his resentment and turned on his heel, leading Shun Meng away. As they walked, he remarked, "Girl, it is fortunate that you did not enter this so-called apothecary department. With such a worthless mentor as that, you would learn nothing of value." The middle-aged man seethed with barely contained fury, yet he dared not act out in this setting. Otherwise, the Academy's scrutiny would fall upon him, and the consequences would be dire. In the distance, the young apothecaries turned their gazes toward this unfolding scene, and Gu Ling, upon observing Jiang Fan, was momentarily taken aback. A group of young men encircled her, her striking beauty, coupled with her impressive fire control displayed in the cave, assured her a bright future, leading them to harbor admiration for her. One jeered at Jiang Fan and Shun Meng. "A mere servant dares to stand on equal footing with us? How audacious! And who is that boy? To publicly insult an academy mentor is sheer disrespect. He is insufferably arrogant." With his rustic attire, it was clear he was out of his depth. In my view, he is foolishly aspiring to become an apothecary. The Academy of Li Hua is no place for his antics. If it were outside, I would certainly teach him a lesson. Gu Linger, having heard their remarks, wore a look of disdain. You worthless fools think you can compare to him? You are utterly deluded. He has no need to stoop to your level to learn alchemy. The apothecary department will soon regret their decisions. Everyone around was taken aback. The beautiful woman in white was speaking in defense of that rustic boy, her tone unyielding, which left them feeling profoundly embarrassed. A jealous female apothecary, unable to contain herself, interjected, "And who are you? Is it merely because you possess a modicum of beauty that you feel entitled to speak so harshly? This is the Academy of Lihua, where strength reigns supreme. Do not overestimate yourself." Before Gu Ling'er could retort, the middle-aged examiner approached, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Isn't this the young lady from Wanyao Valley? I never expected to see you here at our academy. It seems our apothecary department is gaining another prodigy." The crowd gasped. In the Lihua dynasty, the standing of Wanyao Valley among apothecaries is unparalleled. The young lady from Wanyao Valley is none other than the daughter of Valley Master Gufeng. The woman who had just spoken turned awkward, as she too aspired to be an apothecary and held Wanyao Valley in high regard. Her previous remarks now seemed ill-considered. Gu Ling'er, uninterested in the examiner's flattery, frowned and said, "Let us hasten the testing. I have matters to attend to." What began as a cheerful visit had soured her mood. She had come merely to hone her skills. With Chu Zhan in the academy, she had no cause for concern. The middle-aged mentor, aware of her stature, dared not offend her and commenced the testing. The jealous female apothecary discreetly distanced herself from Gu Ling'er, wishing to avoid attracting her ire. Among the young apothecaries present, a question lingered. What was the background of the young man expelled by the mentor that he had garnered Gu Ling'er's favor? The test was straightforward: fire control and herb identification. While these were foundational skills, they revealed an apothecary's potential. For Gu Ling'er, whose ability was formidable, the testing was merely a formality. Being from Wanyao Valley and the daughter of Gufeng, she faced little pressure. Upon completion, she noticed someone waving at her from ahead, and her furrowed brow finally relaxed. Chu Zhan, brother. Chapter 47. Explosive confrontation. Gu Ling'er successfully passed the test and received a token granting her temporary access to the academy, awaiting the second round of evaluations. The mentor had no intention of obstructing her, particularly since Chu Zhan's status as a core disciple surpassed that of ordinary mentors. Chu Zhan, never separated from his spear, even cradled it while sleeping, a distinctive mark of his character. "I knew you were coming today, so I came to fetch you. That man did not give you trouble, did he?" Chu Zhan gestured toward the middle-aged mentor. Gu Ling'er replied, "He wouldn't dare challenge me." However, Jiang Fan was expelled by him. "Chu Zhan Vao Wen." "Jiang Fan? Are you referring to that fellow from the secret realm? Why did he expel him? With his fire control skills, he must be a formidable apothecary. On what grounds did he dismiss him?" Gu Ling'er shook her head, indicating uncertainty. Chu Zhan led Gu Ling'er away, determined to seek out Jiang Fan and clarify the situation. As they reached the academy's entrance, they spotted Jiang Fan escorting Shun Meng through the portal beneath the character. They did not linger, but approached with intent to discern the circumstances. Given Jiang Fan's capabilities, he could thrive in any department. Unlike others, Chu Zhan was acutely aware of Jiang Fan's prowess. As Jiang Fan and Shun Meng traversed the barrier, they were transported to another realm. Upon entering, Jiang Fan immediately sensed the difference. His internal spiritual energy could not be summoned, and both his consciousness and Qi were abruptly sealed, indicating the peculiarity of the formation, which appeared to test the physical strength of the entrance. Shen Meng, however, felt no such effect, as she had yet to commence her cultivation. Upon reaching this new space, Jiang Fan discovered that the preliminary assessments had already begun, but with a multitude of participants ahead of him, he would have to wait a while longer. Unlike the apothecary section, this area featured 3 mentors conducting the evaluations, with another maintaining order. The testing method was straightforward, a physical strength assessment. Unable to harness their internal spiritual energy or qi, participants relied solely on their physical prowess for their strikes. The air reverberated with the sounds of powerful impacts. After each strike, the testing stone would flash, red indicating failure and green signaling success, allowing for a swift assessment process. Jiang Fan noticed a lengthy queue forming behind him as more individuals entered. At that moment, the mentor in charge of maintaining order spotted Jiang Fan and Shun Meng, striding directly toward them. "This is the physical training assessment area. This girl is merely a servant and cannot participate, lest she disrupt the other examinees. Please escort her away. His words mirrored those of his predecessor, revealing that he too was constrained by the Academy's regulations. She is not a student. I am. Please do not make this difficult for me. The rules are as such, and I must ask you to leave. At this juncture, someone from the front of the line mocked, if they told you to scram, why are you still hanging around? Are you trying to embarrass yourself? Hurry up and get lost. Jiang Fan turned to see none other than Ji Hong, just as he was about to retaliate. A large hand pressed down on his shoulder, startling him. The mentor, upon seeing this individual, appeared anxious. Chu Zhan, what brings you here? Chu Zhan pointed his spear directly at the mentor, unyielding. What brings me here? As Academy mentors, you repeatedly harass examinees. What kind of conduct is that? The mentor's face darkened, and he quickly whispered to Chu Zhan, you must be cautious. This is an order from the 16th prince. Furious, Chu Zhan retorted, a prince? What nonsense! This is the Academy of Li Hua, not the court. Let him keep his empty words in the court. The Academy has its own rules. If he refuses to abide by them, he should return to his court. We do not harbor idlers here. Cheers erupted from the surrounding cultivators. Chu Zhan, disdainful of his peers, placed little value on a prince's pronouncement. Ji Heng's expression turned ashen. Upon Chu Zhan's arrival, he recognized it was not a favorable turn of events, especially as he stood up for Jiang Fan while simultaneously belittling Ji Hong. The mentor had no retort, glancing at Chu Zhan. I understand what I must do. Chu Zhan turned to Jiang Fan, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon seeing Gu Linger beside Chu Zhan, Jiang Fan grasped the reason for their timely appearance. Had they not intervened, the mentors would have undoubtedly found themselves in a deeply uncomfortable predicament. Gu Linger surveyed Shunmeng, inquiring, who is this lovely young lady? She is truly beautiful. Jiang Fan chuckled. I just rescued her from Ji Hong. She possesses remarkable talent for alchemy, and I had intended to send her to the Alchemist Institute. Unfortunately, that scoundrel delayed things, but it's no matter. I can teach her myself. Gu Linger was astonished. So you offended the prince because of this little girl? Jiang Fan shrugged nonchalantly. What nonsense about a prince? I couldn't care less. Chu Zhan, somewhat exasperated, remarked, you come here and make enemies right away. You really are quite the troublemaker. I'll take care of this girl for a few days. Once you successfully pass and enter the inner circle, you can come and collect her. You're truly a good person. I had the same intention, Jiang Fan replied. He squatted down to talk to Shunmeng. In the next few days, you must listen and stay with this big brother. I will take a little longer before I can come to get you. Shunmeng embraced Jiang Fan tightly, biting her lip, tears streaming down her face. Though reluctant, she nodded in agreement. Jiang Fan patted her head reassuringly. Don't worry. With this big brother around, no one will dare to bully you. At that moment, it was Jiang Fan's turn for the test. He rose and strode towards the testing stone, a surge of fire igniting within him. He cast a glance at the instructor, then at Ji Hong, who had just passed, before standing before the testing stone. Before the instructor could utter a word, Jiang Fan unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, the entire arena trembled. The resounding crash drew the attention of all present. With a resounding crack, the stone shattered under Jiang Fan's brute force, leaving everyone astonished by his physical strength. Chu Tian could also achieve this, as the testing stone was merely for ordinary individuals, and they were beyond such limitations. Jiang Fan's cultivation level surpassed that of most of his peers, and his physical prowess had reached a terrifying degree. In his innate realm, none could compare. It was precisely because of this, fueled by anger, that Jiang Fan's full-force strike resulted in such an effect. He took a token from the instructor and left without looking back, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Chu Zhan rubbed his forehead, somewhat pained, wondering what trouble this hothead would stir up in the academy. The instructor who had tried to stop Jiang Fan was shocked. He finally understood why Chu Zhan had intervened. This was no mere fool. He was a genius, and the intelligence regarding the prince was utterly inaccurate. As for Ji Hong, his gaze remained fixed on the shattered testing stone, struggling to fathom what Jiang Fan had done and the source of that incredible strength. When his gaze shifted to Jiang Fan, he found the latter staring back, his eyes icy, causing him to instinctively take several steps back. He immediately realized that this so-called fool was anything but ordinary. Qin Feng and Chu Zhan had both stood up for him, not due to his arrogance, but because they regarded Jiang Fan as a peer worthy of their friendship. However, it was too late to reconsider. the rift had been formed, and he would do well to keep his distance from Jiang Fan in the future. Chu Zhan departed with Shun Ming and Gu Ling, while Jiang Fan returned to the outer plaza, awaiting the next day's test. The initial trials at Li Hua Academy would eliminate nearly 70% of the candidates, with only 30% remaining eligible for outer disciple status. Only those who passed the second test would become inner disciples. Thus, many had already begun to leave that evening. Jiang Fan returned to the spot where they had gathered yesterday, and the cultivators he had encountered in the secret realm began to reappear. After 6 months of training in the Longza Lake's secret realm, they had all experienced significant growth, and those who survived were on the verge of reaching the innate realm. Therefore, passing the initial test was not particularly challenging for them. As they all returned, Jiang Fan and the others felt quite pleased. Qin Feng was the last to arrive. How was it? Quite simple, wasn't it? Jiang Fan recounted his experiences of the day. Qin Feng frowned. That Ji Heng went too far. However, time is on our side, and we shall settle the score gradually. The others inquired about what he had been up to, why he was so late. With a mysterious smile, Qin Feng produced a token. I have already taken the lead and become an inner disciple. The Academy has promised that when I achieve a breakthrough to the God Refinement realm, I shall become a core disciple. The crowd erupted in joy, congratulating Qin Feng with clasped fists. They all aspired to join Li Hua Academy, whether as outer or inner disciples. Qin Feng's elevation in status was a boon for them all. Had Jiang Fan not left immediately, he might have enjoyed similar treatment. However, Jiang Fan remained unhurried, for his true desire in coming here was to learn the methods of body refinement. He needed to maintain his physical condition to avoid repeating past mistakes. Qin Feng chose not to enter the academy just yet, opting to wait for everyone to complete their tests before entering together, a show of solidarity. That night, they drank and conversed merrily, dispelling Jiang Fan's lingering gloom. On the following day, a new group of instructors was present for the test, older and possessing unfathomable strength. Among them was one individual Jiang Fan recognized. They had crossed paths in the past when he was merely a young man, yet now he appeared youthful. Jiang Fan did not wander aimlessly this time, heading directly into the large entrance marked body. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sounds of beast roars echoing from within. Soon, he arrived at the front of a massive iron cage, peering inside to see a water buffalo clad in iron armor, nearly 10 meters long, exuding an aura of mid-innate realm. This was a peculiar beast known as the iron-armored bull, boasting incredible defensive capabilities and strength, relying solely on its physical might, with its sharp horns serving as weapons. After yesterday's selection, fewer than 200 candidates remained for the second round. They gathered around the cage, watching the middle-aged man standing above it, awaiting the beginning of the examination. As the crowd gathered, the middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. It's quite simple. 5 individuals will enter at a time, and if you can endure for the length of a joss stick, you will gain entry to the inner courtyard. If you cannot endure, you may choose to enter the outer courtyard or leave the academy. Jiang Fan scanned the room, noting that none of the cultivators present had reached the mid-innate realm. Even the Prince Ji Heng was merely at the initial stage. The iron-armored bull was astonishingly swift, and without employing spiritual energy, evading it would be exceedingly difficult. At that moment, 3 figures approached, all cultivators from the secret realm. They had previously supported Jiang Fan in the plaza and shared drinks for 2 consecutive nights, so Jiang Fan was not unfamiliar with them. They gathered beside him, eagerly stating, "Benefactor, it's time to showcase your true skills." Jiang Fan smiled. "No problem, I will help you pass." However, just as Jiang Fan finished speaking, the middle-aged man atop the cage suddenly interjected, You will test alone." Jiang Fan was taken aback, looking at him. "Me alone?" The middle-aged man nodded. "With your strength at the late innate realm, dealing with this beast should not require much effort. If you join them, it would be akin to cheating. You go first." The cultivators who were unaware of Jiang Fan's realm were astounded. Very few among their peers could reach such a level, likely no more than a handful within the entire Li Hua dynasty. The 3 young men felt somewhat disheartened. "I knew that instructor wouldn't let us take advantage." Jiang Fan suddenly transmitted a message to the 3. "When it's your turn, rush forward to test. I will find a way to help you." At this moment, he was willing to lend a hand, for these young men all possessed commendable strength, and entering the academy would bode well for their futures. The 3 nodded in agreement without further discussion. Jiang Fan approached the iron cage and was ushered inside. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, The iron-armored bull's eyes turned bloodshot, as if it had encountered a sworn enemy. It stomped the ground, lowered its head, and let out a furious roar, charging directly at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan could feel the explosive power emanating from the iron-armored bull. He swiftly dodged to the side, and the bull's head collided with the iron cage, producing a thunderous sound. A joss stick began to burn slowly, and at this rate, it would likely take about 10 minutes to burn completely. Jiang Fan intentionally stayed close to the cage to dodge, causing the iron-armored bull to crash against it repeatedly. After a few minutes, the creature was already dazed from the impacts. The middle-aged man above the cage yawned. "You little brat, if you keep playing like this, you'll end up killing that bull. Hurry up and finish it, so I can wrap this up and get back to sleep." Jiang Fan suddenly steadied himself as the massive bull's horns charged toward him. In an instant, he raised his hand, grasping one of the iron-armored bulls and forcefully halting its advance. With a swift motion, Jiang Fan pivoted, and the immense bulk of the iron-armored bull was sent soaring, crashing violently against the iron cage. Jiang Fan quickly moved forward, restraining the bull's head and discreetly administering an inconspicuous pill into its mouth before delivering a punch. Finally rising to his feet. "That should suffice. May I pass now?" The middle-aged man nodded, releasing Jiang Fan from the cage and handing him a token. "Report to me later." Jiang Fan accepted the token with a nod. The iron-armored bull, now invigorated, stood upright and leaped excitedly a few times. The three cultivators immediately gathered by the cage, preparing for their test. The middle-aged man inquired, "Are you three testing together?" They nodded, choosing to trust Jiang Fan, who appeared quite reliable in their eyes. Without hesitation, the elder ushered them into the cage. The iron-armored bull charged at the trio as if frenzied, prompting them to evade quickly and disperse. The bull relentlessly pursued them, each charge drawing the attention of a different individual. The pill Jiang Fan had given it was familiar, merely inducing a slight illusion in the simple-minded creature, rendering it incapable of focusing. As long as the trio continued to move about the arena, the iron-armored bull would be unable to fixate on any one target. However, this effect would last only 7 or 8 minutes. With their combined strength, they should manage to endure the remaining time. A smile graced Jiang Fan's face as he observed the trio narrowly escape the cage. The middle-aged man regarded Jiang Fan with a knowing glance, clearly perceiving something, yet he chose not to expose it. After all, the trio possessed commendable talents. Ranking among the top in this cohort of students, why not extend a favor to Jiang Fan for future collaborations? Upon exiting, the trio eagerly inquired how he had accomplished such a feat, and Jiang Fan casually recounted the events, much to their delight. Becoming inner disciples of the Li Hua Academy was the outcome they had yearned for. Upon returning to the plaza, Qin Feng awaited their arrival, and the smile on his face revealed the nature of their achievements. Soon, other cultivators emerged from the testing grounds. Nearly all cultivators above the innate realm successfully entered the inner court, while the remaining opted to become outer disciples, biding their time for opportunities to soar. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the Li Hua Academy, where many outer disciples experienced significant breakthroughs after a singular fortuitous event. Even among the core disciples, some belonged to this category. Following the second round of tests, not all disciples who failed to enter the inner court chose to remain. Some held high statuses within various factions and lacked for resources. Overall, the process was relatively smooth and the tests were easier than anticipated. However, Jiang Fan's initial feat of shattering the testing stone had garnered him notoriety, piquing the interest of several inner disciples from the physical cultivation department who wished to see this individual for themselves. Upon entering the academy, Jiang Fan parted ways with Qin Feng, each heading to their respective departments to register. This time, due to differing realms, Jiang Fan perceived the Li Hua Academy in a novel light. During his previous life, he had no need to cultivate here, having only come due to invitations from Chu Zhan and Gu Ling'er, and had taught alchemy for a few days without any special attachment to the place. Yet this visit imparted a completely different sensation. The academy boasted powerful spirit-gathering formations, resulting in a concentration of spiritual energy that surpassed the outside world. As he strolled along, absorbing the ambient fluctuations of spiritual power, he found the experience quite pleasant. The physical cultivation department was situated on the right side of the academy, while the Qi cultivation department occupied the left. The central area was dominated by the Alchemist's Academy, a testament to the esteemed status of alchemists since the academy's inception. As Jiang Fan proceeded towards the physical cultivation department, he occasionally spotted spirit beasts darting past the roadside. The ecological balance within the academy was strictly preserved. Even seemingly insignificant elements could possess extraordinary origins. Some outer disciples were tidying the lawns and pruning leaves, as every action here earned them corresponding contribution points to exchange for resources or other rewards. Soon, a large number of outer disciples would join this endeavor. But Jiang Fan did not intend to partake. He continued forward, traversing a tranquil forest, where he noticed an abundance of spiritual herbs. However, due to designated caretakers, gathering was prohibited, leaving him with a twinge of regret. As he delved deeper into the academy, the number of outer disciples dwindled, occasionally encountering some with notably high realms. Before long, he spotted a young man in the distance, fixated on him. Their eyes met, and the young man exuded his aura, clearly in the Mid-born realm, evidently provoking a challenge. Judging by his attire, he was likely a new student this year. Such a realm was indeed formidable, but flaunting it here seemed rather misplaced. Jiang Fan paid him no mind, treating him as an inconsequential passerby. If one were to encounter an ant attempting to assert dominance while walking, would they react? Seeing Jiang Fan's indifference, the young man's brow furrowed, and he prepared to follow. However, a companion beside him pulled him back. "Fang Qi, what are you doing? That fellow is not to be trifled with. We will need to cooperate for the upcoming competition against last year's students." The young man frowned. "I'm already quite arrogant." "Yes, even more so. I want to gauge his strength. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Let's first settle our enrollment." We traveled 9 months from the Golden Beast continent to the Li Hua dynasty. Let us not waste time. Although reluctant, Fang Qi refrained from acting recklessly, muttering, "It seems our master was right. The Li Hua dynasty indeed harbors hidden talents. This younger generation boasts numerous experts." His companion responded with a smile. "There's a late innate realm expert over in the Qi cultivation department, Qinfeng. It's said that Chu Zhan, who has reached the realm of spirit refinement, is not much older than us. Our master's intention for us to witness this is certainly justified." Jiang Fan, stifling a yawn, observed a group of over a dozen individuals congregating ahead. These were this year's newly accepted inner disciples, and it was evidently the designated assembly point. He approached, leaning against a tree at the edge, awaiting the arrival of others. Not far in front of the crowd, the middle-aged man responsible for the test from the previous day scrutinized the new inner disciples, his brow furrowed in apparent dissatisfaction. His gaze never once drifted in Jiang Fan's direction. It was only when Fang Qi and his companion arrived that the middle-aged man's expression softened somewhat upon seeing them. Slowly, he spoke, "A total of 31 individuals. Unfortunately, only a few are truly satisfactory. You're not lucky. This year, I'm in charge of your cohort. Remember my name, Wan Sanqian. From now on, you will all be under my supervision. If you do not wish to remain, there are 2 options. Either become core disciples or leave immediately. You have 1 minute to decide." The absurdity of the situation was palpable. After exerting considerable effort to become inner disciples, who among them would choose to leave? Yet, the old man before them exuded an unsettling aura, making it difficult to gauge what lay ahead. Noticing the silence, Wan Sanqian continued, "It appears you have chosen to stay. Excellent. You all possess courage. I have already completed your enrollment procedures. Now, we will assign dormitories. You have half an hour for leisure. After that, return here to prepare for tomorrow's welcoming ceremony." In the next moment, a token materialized before each individual, engraved with the words Li Hua, signifying their status as inner disciples. Each bore unique identification numbers along with their room assignments. Time was short, prompting everyone to hastily depart for the dormitory area. Jiang Fan, holding his token, sauntered away at a leisurely pace, trailing behind the others. Wan Sanqian observed Jiang Fan's departure with a smirk. It seems Chu Zhan may have a rival. Jiang Fan? A disciple of the Jiang family? Intriguing. Chapter 49. The mysterious iron armor inner disciples shared rooms, segregated by gender. The physical cultivation apartment had very few female disciples, reportedly numbering only a handful. The female dormitory has always been shrouded in mystery, regarded as a forbidden zone for all males. It is said that the last man who dared to intrude never reappeared. Jiang Fan found his room with the door wide open, indicating that someone had arrived before him. He strode inside to find two figures examining the room. Sensing someone behind them, they turned around simultaneously, and the three exchanged surprised glances. Inside were Feng Qi and another young man, both of equal standing and sharing the same master. Yet they clearly did not anticipate sharing the room with Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was equally taken aback, but he did not dwell on it and proceeded into the room. He offered a friendly smile to the man beside Feng Qi before heading directly to the bed closest to the window. Seeing this, Feng Qi rushed to the bed, declaring, "This bed is mine." His friend quickly intervened, apologizing to Jiang Fan. "Brother Jiang, my friend usually isn't like this. Please forgive him." Jiang Fan chuckled. "It's a habit that needs to be corrected." Without hesitation, Feng Qi unleashed his aura and charged at Jiang Fan, eager to test his strength. He had always been among the best of his peers in the Golden Beast continent, possessing unmatched physical prowess, and had intended to make a remarkable impression at Lihua Academy, only to find his spotlight stolen by Jiang Fan. He was not one to back down easily. The man beside him, aware of Feng Qi's lack of restraint, exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, be careful." However, Jiang Fan remained calm, slowly raising his right hand to effortlessly catch Feng Qi's incoming punch. Feng Qi's sleeve disintegrated in an instant, and the nearby bed nearly toppled from the shockwave. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. "You possess some skill." Feng Qi stared wide-eyed at Jiang Fan, feeling as though he was striking a formidable beast. Although he felt the impact, it hardly made a dent. Though it was merely a probing attack, and he had not exerted his full strength, the disparity between them became immediately apparent. "Impressive." Feng Qi gasped, retreating 2 steps, his demeanor stripped of arrogance and provocation. The other young man quickly tried to ease the tension. "Brother Jiang truly lives up to his reputation. I was overly concerned. I admire your prowess." Feng Qi's change in attitude prompted Jiang Fan to regard him more favorably. Feng Qi's straightforward and candid nature suggested he would be easy to get along with. Embarrassed, Feng Qi stepped aside, whispering to his friend, "This is humiliating. I am no match for him. Is he perhaps the incarnation of a giant beast?" "Enough chatter, quickly apologize." Feng Qi turned to Jiang Fan and clasped his fists. Feng Qi, failed to recognize your might. My impulsiveness warrants your forgiveness." This was rather amusing. Feng Qi's peculiar and unabashed character came off as somewhat childish. The man beside him smoothly changed the topic. "I am Han Peng, and this is my junior brother Feng Qi. I hope we can work well together in the future." Jiang Fan chose not to respond and walked directly towards Feng Qi suddenly. He unleashed his aura and struck. Feng Qi was caught off guard by Jiang Fan's unexpected move, and before he knew it, he was hit squarely in the eye. Everything flashed before him, and he found himself crashing against the wall, dazed. Han Peng stood there, mouth agape in shock. Feng Qi shook his head, stars dancing in his vision, and struggled to regain his balance. Jiang Fan chuckled, "Do you yield?" Feng Qi nodded in acknowledgement, which completely shifted Jiang Fan's view of this intriguing young man. In his previous life, Jiang Fan had spent his childhood immersed in alchemy and rigorous training, leaving him with few cherished memories. How many interesting individuals had he missed? Jiang Fan smiled. After this punch, let bygones be bygones. Han Peng hurried to Feng Qi's side. "Are you all right? I told you not to cause trouble." Feng Qi rubbed his eye. "That was quite a hit, Brother Jiang. I won't bother you again." Han Peng steadied him, and Jiang Fan had not used excessive force. With his recovery abilities, Feng Qi would be back to normal before long. Jiang Fan pointed to the bed by the window. "That bed is mine. When you surpass me one day, I shall relinquish it to you." With that, Jiang Fan strode out, retracing his steps. As he calculated the time, he realized that half an hour had likely passed since Sanqian's earlier announcement. Feng Qi, now somewhat clearer-headed, glanced at Han Peng's amused expression regarding his bruised eye. "So, what did you glean?" Feng Qi retorted. "Glean? It hurt like hell." This Jiang Fan's strength is simply terrifying. His physique seems flawless. How could he have trained to achieve such a level? Logically, even with a slight disadvantage in realm, his physical strength shouldn't differ so drastically. Han Peng was astonished. "It's rare to hear you praise someone. Let's hurry. Our instructor doesn't seem easy to deal with." The two quickly exited the room, hastening to catch up with Jiang Fan, who was still returning at a leisurely pace. When they caught up, he paid them little mind. Feng Qi calculated the time and realized they had surpassed it. He decisively chose to accompany Jiang Fan, hoping to get closer and inquire about his physical training. Han Peng, unable to change the situation, decided to join them in idling. When the three arrived at the gathering spot, they found the others standing in neat formation. One, Sanxian frowned, his eyes ablaze with anger, clearly in a foul mood. "You three, dawdling around. Didn't you hear my earlier command?" Jiang Fan chuckled awkwardly and pulled Fang Qi aside. "We found a kindred spirit in each other and couldn't help but engage in a bit of sparring, which delayed us." Wan Sanqian's expression turned serious as he glared at the three. Xiantai armor. In the next moment, they felt their bodies grow heavy as a set of black armor enveloped them. Han Peng and Fang Qi collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with shock. The armor was unbearably heavy, and they struggled to support its weight. Jiang Fan felt his legs weaken, but managed to hold his ground. He had heard of the Xiantai armor. Once donned, it would seal one's energy, but not hinder cultivation. Weighing 1,000 pounds, it was a rare treasure for tempering physical strength. However, Wan Sanxian clearly intended it as a form of punishment. Satisfied with Jiang Fan's resilience, Wan Sanxian gestured, and a matching pair of bracers made of the same material fitted Jiang Fan's wrists. Jiang Fan's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground alongside the others. Wan Sanxian remarked, "From this day forth, unless I remove the Xiantai armor, you shall wear it at all times. This is your punishment. If you cannot get up, you may remain here indefinitely." Fang Qi opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Han Peng. Jiang Fan, however, meticulously examined the unique qualities of the Xiantai armor. It was crafted from special materials, with intricate formations operating within it, displaying remarkable design. It was evident that Wan Sanxian was extending a special consideration towards the three, or he would not have equipped them with such a treasure. Yet to the other disciples, Wan Sanxian appeared severe and unyielding. He treated all equally, regardless of talent, when they made mistakes. Wan Sanxian addressed the crowd. "Today marks your first day at the academy, and we have prepared a rare beast feast to welcome you, which will greatly benefit your physical bodies. The feast will commence in 20 minutes, and once it begins, the dining hall doors will close, and no one else will be allowed in. We shall depart now." With that, he ignored Jiang Fan and the others, swiftly leading the rest away towards the dining hall. Upon hearing about the rare beast feast, Fang Qi's eyes gleamed with envy. "Take us with you." Han Peng sighed. "Forget it." He made it clear. "The dining hall doors will close in 20 minutes. This is solely for the three of us. What a pity about the rare beast feast. I hear inner disciples only get to enjoy it once, and it's very beneficial for the body." Fang Qi looked at Jiang Fan. "Brother Jiang, do you have any ideas? It's rather embarrassing for us to just sit here. What could I possibly do? Let us, the three of us, collaborate and give it a try. We have just donned these obsidian armors, and it may take us a while to acclimate. However, after some time, we should be able to manage them with ease. Regrettably, even with our combined efforts, we remain unable to rise. The weight is simply overwhelming." In the distance, a few young individuals are observing us intently. Are those the newcomers this year? Will they be our adversaries tomorrow? They do not appear particularly formidable. Indeed, Wan Sanxian possesses an eccentric disposition. It is unclear what his intentions are. Regardless, it is unfortunate for those who fall under his command. As for the beast banquet, it does not particularly concern Jiang Fan. To him, it serves merely as a fleeting indulgence, a chance to savor exquisite flavors. Perhaps if it were prepared with spiritual herbs, he might have some anticipation. The only being he truly looks forward to at the banquet is Gu Linger. At that moment, a little girl in a red dress came running from afar, radiant with joy. "Brother." Jiang Fan turned to see that it was Shun Meng, returned by Chu Zhan. Chu Zhan gazed at the three on the ground, a smile gracing his features. "You are in quite the fortunate situation. Mentor 1 has actually bestowed upon you 3 sets of mysterious iron armor." Fang Qi clearly recognized Chu Zhan, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He is not only his idol, but also the embodiment of his aspirations. Shin Ming tugged at Jiang Fan's arm anxiously. "Brother, what is wrong with you?" Jiang Fan chuckled. "Do not worry. It is merely a form of training. Did Chu Zhan not take good care of you?" Shin Ming shook her head. Chu Zhan interjected with a laugh. "This girl has been asking me every half hour since the day she left with me when I would bring her to find you. I wonder what kind of enchantment you've cast upon her." After saying this, he approached Jiang Fan, noticing the protective gear on his wrist with surprise. This wrist guard is several times more difficult to forge than the mysterious iron armor, yet it weighs comparably. You're receiving special treatment. Do you need assistance? Otherwise, the beast banquet may be out of reach for you." Before Jiang Fan could respond, Fang Qi eagerly exclaimed, "We do need help. Senior Brother Chu. If you could remove this mysterious iron armor, it would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 50. Transformation. Chu Zhan shrugged. I lack the ability to do that, and besides, this armor holds substantial benefits for you. After some time, you will begin to appreciate its unique qualities. Jiang Fan summoned all his strength for another attempt. But the weight of his limbs left him incapable of lifting his arms, causing him to suspect that Wan Sanqian was intentionally testing him. Just as Chu Zhan was about to step forward, two soft coughs echoed from a distance, halting him. He turned to see Wan Sanqian smiling at him, but his presence was unmistakably clear. It appeared that he could not assist them any further. He would take his leave to avoid incurring Wan Sanqian's ire. As Chu Zhan departed, Fang Qi frowned. Why does he leave so abruptly? Han Peng, perceptive as ever, remarked, even though Wan Sanqian is out of sight. I can hear those coughs clearly. Someone is watching us from afar. Shun Ming squatted beside Jiang Fan, looking at him with concern. Brother, what should we do now? Do you need me to do anything? Jiang Fan shook his head. Go play over there. I will take you to the beast banquet in a little while. Shun Ming nodded vigorously before obediently running off to play, remaining within Jiang Fan's sight. Fang Qi grumbled. What is the point of a beast banquet? Rising is our current challenge. Jiang Fan remained silent, contemplating that if it were not for the immense value of this mysterious iron armor, breaking free would not prove too difficult. He steadied his breath and concentrated his energy in his legs. Wan Sanqian's intention was evidently to punish them, leaving no room for leniency. His goal was simple, to forge the three of them into individuals who understood the importance of adherence to rules. Since he had allotted them 20 minutes, it was clear he believed they could not reach the dining hall within that time frame. Jiang Fan had never been one to easily surrender. The most challenging task now was to rise. Once upright, he believed he could maintain his focus and remain standing. Although the mysterious iron armor was indeed heavy, it was not beyond the threshold of support. His previous fall had been a result of an unexpected shift, catching him off guard. Jiang Fan turned to his companions. If I help you both to stand, will you not fall again? Fang Qi shook his head vigorously. Of course not. Had he informed us beforehand of the weight, we would have been prepared and not found ourselves in such a predicament. Alas, once we fall, rising again becomes a formidable challenge. Han Peng turned to Jiang Fan. Do you possess a way to help us stand? Jiang Fan smiled. It is not a difficult matter. He has given us a warning. We cannot simply accept this loss in silence. In that moment, a divine power pill appeared quietly in Jiang Fan's hand. He knew Wan Sanqian might be watching from afar, and he needed to remain undetected. He called Shun Ming over, and she dutifully placed the divine power pill into Jiang Fan's mouth. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. Although the effects of the pill would only last 2 minutes, it was sufficient to aid the three of them in standing. He struck the ground, causing a tremor, and then, with apparent ease, he sprang upright. Fang Qi and Han Peng were taken aback. How did you accomplish that? Has the mysterious iron armor been removed? In the distance, Wan Sanqian raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. As he reflected on the recent occurrences, he seemed to sense something amiss and promptly retreated. Jiang Fan urged, do not waste time. While I can still endure, let us hasten towards that direction. He bent down, grasping the shoulders of his companions, and with a commanding shout, he lifted them from the ground, disregarding their discomfort. They steadied themselves amidst their panic, adapting to the weight, which they could affirm was undeniably real. Yet, the burden upon Jiang Fan should surpass their combined weights. From whence did this extraordinary strength arise? It was almost unfathomable. The two wished to inquire, but were interrupted by Jiang Fan's push. Let's not dwell on trivial matters. Do you not wish to attend the beast banquet? The divine power pill could only sustain its effects for 3 minutes. Yet Jiang Fan took this time to keenly gauge the weight he bore. The dining hall was not far, merely a 10-minute walk away. Now, the three hastened their pace. Despite the encumbrance of the black iron armor, they could maintain some speed within these 3 minutes. Shun Ming clung to Jiang Fan, beaming with joy. Before long, they had traversed halfway. However, as the effects of the divine power pill began to wane after 2 minutes, Jiang Fan slowed his pace, steadying his breath, and allowed Shun Ming to descend from his grasp. Fang Qi and Han Peng stumbled, nearly falling once more. They looked to Jiang Fan, witnessing him exhale, yet he began to tremble. Jiang Fan felt as though a mountain was weighing down upon him, rendering his feet immovable. Fang Qi quickly asked, Are you all right? Han Peng Sensing the shift, remarked, "You must have utilized some technique to unleash such incredible strength in a brief span. Has the effect now faded?" Jiang Fan nodded. "We're not far now. We should make it in time." The two stretched their limbs briefly, and Fang Qi noted, "It is no longer as unbearable as before. But you seem to be in a precarious state." Jiang Fan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand tall. "What is this? It cannot defeat me." As he spoke, he moved a step forward, albeit with great difficulty, yet it proved he still had the capacity to advance. Han Peng and Fang Qi were in a slightly better condition than Jiang Fan, yet they too struggled to proceed. Nevertheless, the dining hall was now merely 200 or 300 meters away, and there stood one Sanxian at the entrance, observing them with a smile. As they walked, Fang Qi muttered curses against one Sanxian under his breath, while Han Peng remained tight-lipped, striving to push onward. Jiang Fan focused on his physical form, continuously stimulating his muscles and bones through the art of alchemy, striving to unlock his latent potential. Prior to reaching the mid-stage of the innate realm, Jiang Fan's physique was nearly flawless, as each breakthrough was fortified by an abundance of spiritual energy through alchemical methods. This was also the reason Jiang Fan refrained from hastily advancing to the divine realm. He wished for his body to achieve absolute perfection before making that leap, as cultivation is an irreversible journey. As his focus intensified, Jiang Fan felt his body becoming increasingly light, which filled him with joy. This was one of his objectives for this journey. From the painful struggle after the medicinal effects faded to his gradual acclimatization, every moment seemed to bring subtle progress, which undoubtedly motivated him. Shenmeng followed closely beside Jiang Fan, her gaze fixated on him, a hint of urgency in her expression. At that moment, Wan Sanxian, who was some distance away, remarked, "Just 2 more minutes." Fang Qi cursed softly and turned a glance at Jiang Fan, only to find that his aura had stabilized completely. He no longer swayed but walked with remarkable steadiness. "How did you adapt so quickly?" Han Peng also noticed this change, scrutinizing him closely. Yet, Jiang Fan appeared oblivious to their presence, seemingly immersed in concentration. However, it was evident that his steps were becoming increasingly assured, although not overtly noticeable. His gradually relaxed expression suggested that he would soon adapt to the weight of the Xiantai armor. Fang Qi, exerting himself as he approached the dining hall, was determined not to be belittled by Wan Sanxian. The latter seemed eager to witness their struggle, intending to temper the trio's edges and diminish their zeal to foster their growth. Jiang Fan gradually regained his composure and observed their current location. He spotted several individuals approaching from another direction, clad in golden robes of the Apothecary Academy, 5 men and 2 women, totaling 7. They were the inner disciples of this year's Apothecary Academy. In stark contrast to the 31 from the Body Refinement Academy, their number was less than a quarter, although this ratio remained consistent each year. Among them was Gu Ling'er, who walked at the forefront, her eyes surveying the surroundings with curiosity. Soon, she noticed the trio lingering and frowned slightly, disregarding the others as she left the group to approach Jiang Fan. The others looked on with curiosity, unsure of the intentions of the esteemed young lady from Wanyao Valley. Before Jiang Fan could speak, Gu Ling'er initiated the conversation. "Jiang Fan, why are you dawdling? The dining hall will close soon." Jiang Fan smiled and replied, "You go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. Save me 2 seats. Fang Qi interjected, 2? That's hardly enough. We need 4 so both of us can sit." Gu Ling'er dismissed him. "Do I know you?" With that, she crouched beside Shenmeng and said, "Would you like to walk with me to the dining hall and wait for Jiang Fan?" Shenmeng didn't respond immediately, glancing at Jiang Fan first. Seeing him nod, she took Gu Ling'er's hand and encouraged Jiang Fan, "You can do it." Gu Ling'er led the little girl away, and Fang Qi turned to Jiang Fan. "You really attract attention, don't you? If you don't make it to the dining hall, I wonder where you'll hide your face." Jiang Fan took a deep breath. "I'll make it in time. Just don't slow me down." Fang Qi bristled at this remark, retorting, "Let us see who reaches the dining hall first. The loser must relinquish the window seat." Jiang Fan scoffed, "Relinquish? That seat is mine, and it has nothing to do with you. Besides, you're bound to lose." With that, his smile faded as he focused on enhancing his physical prowess. His foundation was nothing short of perfect, and his potential far exceeded that of the average person. Han Peng and the others were also gradually adapting. But they quickly noticed Jiang Fan, who had been behind them, was steadily gaining ground. At this pace, It was merely a matter of time before he overtook them. Fang Qi possessed a quintessentially competitive spirit. Regardless of his opponent's strength, he would exert maximum effort to catch up, especially given his exceptional talent. He let out a roar, and in the next moment, a silvery glow enveloped him. Though subtle, it caught Jiang Fan's attention. Fang Qi's speed increased slightly, allowing him to surpass Jiang Fan. Wan Sanqian, observing from afar, watched Fang Qi with a glimmer of intrigue, having recognized something unique about him. However, that special energy lasted only a few seconds before dissipating, and Fang Qi's speed returned to its original state, while Jiang Fan continued to steadily adapt to the armor's weight. Han Peng found himself 5 to 6 meters behind the duo. Fang Qi glanced at Jiang Fan's retreating figure, feeling increasingly unsettled. Although Jiang Fan's cultivation level surpassed theirs, the weight he bore was easily twice that of Fang Qi's. He understood well the burden of the Xiantai armor. Yet, given their current pace, reaching the dining hall before it closed was not a formidable challenge. Chapter 51. The Feast of Rare Beasts. Wan Sanqian cast a few more glances at the three before turning and entering the dining hall, no longer paying them any mind. As Jiang Fan stepped into the dining hall, the floor creaked beneath his feet, drawing the attention of many. Scanning the room, he noticed that the inner disciples from the Qi Refinement Academy had already arrived. Qin Feng stood up and waved at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan exhaled, and Fang Qi followed him into the hall, with Han Peng bringing up the rear. The inner disciples who had successfully passed the test numbered barely 100, all present. These were the talented individuals of the Li Hua dynasty, each brimming with confidence and an air of superiority. Jiang Fan quickly located Gu Linger and found Xin Meng seated beside her. There was an empty seat next to them, and the little girl waved eagerly for Jiang Fan to come over. According to the rules, outsiders were not permitted to enter the academy. But since Xin Meng had been brought in by Chu Zhan, core disciples naturally held such privileges. It took Jiang Fan a considerable amount of time to traverse the short distance of 20-some meters before finally reaching the table. Han Peng and Fang Qi found a nearby table and plopped down, unwilling to move any further. The chairs were specially crafted to be sturdy. Otherwise, they could not support their current weights. As the dining hall doors closed, Wan Sanqian stepped to the center of the hall and spoke. "Welcome to Li Hua Academy. After partaking in this feast of rare beasts, you will officially become inner disciples of the academy. I hope you will fulfill your duties as inner disciples and contribute to the academy and the Li Hua dynasty. The academy nurtured disciples and experts for the benefit of the dynasty. Should the Li Hua dynasty face turmoil or external war, these disciples will be called upon to lend their aid, regardless of whether they remained in the academy." Once Wan Sanqian finished speaking, an array of exquisite dishes made from rare beasts flew in through the windows, landing perfectly on each table, their aromas tantalizing. He continued, "Do not waste food. Nourish your bodies well, for tomorrow a grand spectacle awaits you. Do not disappoint us." Amidst the splendid feast, Jiang Fan found his hands difficult to lift due to the weight of the armor. Asking Gu Linger for assistance was not feasible at the moment. Fortunately, he had the little girl beside him, who held chopsticks and awaited the chance to feed him. Jiang Fan first instructed Xin Meng to ladle a spoonful of soup into his mouth, savoring the flavor. He then quietly said to Gu Ling, "Add 5 grams of snow spirit grass and a whole plant of summer and winter herb into this 9 rare beast stew, then heat it on low for a minute." Gu Linger frowned. "I have those 2 herbs, but the 9 rare beasts is very nourishing, while snow spirit grass and summer and winter herb are detoxifying herbs. Adding them would ruin its nourishing properties." Jiang Fan chuckled. "Trust me, it will work. Don't always rely on what your father taught you. Not all alchemists are like him." Having witnessed Jiang Fan's remarkable skills, Gu Linger reluctantly complied, discreetly adding the 2 herbs to the pot and heating it subtly to avoid drawing attention. After a brief moment of heating, Gu Linger tasted first. With her profound understanding of medicinal properties, she quickly discerned the difference. Her brows lifted in surprise as she looked at Jiang Fan and exclaimed, "The essence that was previously hard to absorb is now fully effective on the body. How can this result be so remarkable?" Jiang Fan smiled as I said, "Everything is interconnected. Even opposing elements, when precisely balanced, can yield different effects. If you wish to learn more about this, feel free to seek me out." Gu Linger laughed. "Granny-san invited you to Wanyao Valley. Why didn't you go?" Jiang Fan chuckled. "She wanted to invite the apothecary behind me. Do you have an apothecary behind you? Did he teach you all these things? He must be quite formidable, perhaps even surpassing my father. Jiang Fan nodded. He's definitely more capable than your father. If given the chance, I will take him to the Wan Yao Valley. Although Gu Linger was aware of Jiang Fan's remarkable abilities, she remained oblivious to the experiences he had undergone. Shenming patiently fed Jiang Fan bite by bite. To outsiders, it appeared that Jiang Fan was enjoying a carefree life, accompanied by a beautiful woman and attended to by another charming girl. Yet, only Qin Feng, from a distance, felt somewhat discontented. He had been observing the pair closely. They had enhanced their dish with additional ingredients, undoubtedly amplifying its effects. Unfortunately, there was no space left for him, leaving him only with envy. However, he was not alone in his gaze. Several pairs of eyes were fixated on that side. Wan Sanqian and the mentors from the Pharmacy Institute were attentively watching the duo, noting every subtle action. Yet, they did not intervene, for Gu Linger, hailing from the Wan Yao Valley, would not harm her own. As for Wan Sanqian's mention of tomorrow's spectacle, no one paid it any heed. It must be said that this rare beast feast offered numerous benefits to the young cultivators present, with a few even finding a spot nearby to cultivate, allowing their bodies to further absorb the essence, achieving optimal results. Noticing that Shenming had not eaten a single bite, Jiang Fan frowned and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "I won't eat. It's all for my brother." Jiang Fan quickly urged, "You must eat, and eat more. This dish has little effect on me. You have yet to begin your cultivation, and this is the perfect time to lay a solid foundation. You must not be negligent." Shenming swallowed, about to refuse, when Gu Linger directly spooned food into her mouth. "Eat more, and then your training will be twice as effective." After consuming it, the little girl felt a warm sensation enveloping her. Wan Sanqian approached, cautioning, "This child has not cultivated yet. Consuming the rare beast feast will yield no benefits, and may even be detrimental to her health." Jiang Fan chuckled. Her constitution is robust. She can handle as much as she wants. After all, he was the medicine king. How could he overlook such matters? Wan Sanqian chose not to elaborate further. Although Shenming was petite, her appetite was substantial, and she polished off most of her meal, still fishing for morsels of meat to feed herself. Once everyone had finished, the dining hall's doors swung open again. A tall figure strode in from outside, brandishing a battle flag emblazoned with a bold red character for war, which he tossed forward with force. The flag unfurled, exuding a powerful aura of combat that soared above the newcomers, a blatant provocation. The flag lodged itself into one of the hall's supporting pillars, and the man declared with a grin, "Tomorrow at the welcoming event, the senior brothers and sisters will be sparring with you. This battle flag serves as a challenge. Accept it." Wan Sanqian and the others watched with smiles, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. The young individuals present were all proud and ambitious upon facing such a provocation. Several stood up immediately. "What do you think you are? Bullying us newcomers just because you are a senior?" The man chuckled, "I appreciate your spirit. Indeed, I am here to bully you. Whether you accept this battle flag is your choice. See you tomorrow." With that, he turned and left, leaving no room for retort. Throughout this exchange, Wan Sanqian and the others remained silent, seemingly pleased to witness such events. Fang Qi, still savoring the rare beast feast, kept his gaze fixed on the departing figure, his expression darkening. With the dining hall doors now wide open, Qin Feng felt less restrained and approached Jiang Fan, spoon in hand, dipping it into Jiang Fan's dish to taste the broth. Shenming, remembering that Qin Feng was an ally, playfully picked a piece of meat from the scant broth and offered it to him. Qin Feng accepted without hesitation, allowing her to place the meat in his spoon, which he devoured in one bite. "I must say, Jiang brother, you are quite inconsiderate. Though we are at the rare beast feast, the effects vary greatly. Do share some with me." Jiang Fan glanced at his spoon. "But you have already tasted it. Moreover, this rare beast feast has little effect on you. I can simply give you some pills next time." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face lit up with a grin. "That's your promise. I will hold you to it. With Miss Linger as my witness." Jiang Fan remained silent, watching the retreating figure, and inquired, "What did that man mean? A provocation?" Qin Feng shrugged. "It's merely a tradition of the Li Hor Academy. Although the Academy does not officially endorse it, the mentors are quite pleased to see it happen. I am unsure when it all began. During the welcoming event, last year's disciples will open the Academy's martial arts arena and spar against the newcomers in equal numbers. serving as a reminder that the so-called geniuses from the outside world are but ordinary individuals upon arriving at Lihua Academy. He took a sip of broth and continued. Lihua Academy has seen many talented individuals from various dynasties join. Whether they are dragons or tigers, they must all remain humble. Year after year, this has been the case. Last year, these individuals were thoroughly defeated, and now it is their turn to challenge the newcomers, naturally bringing them great joy. Gulinger asked, when entering the academy, will the gap from one year to the next be significant? To put it simply, since the inception of this tradition, newcomers have never emerged victorious. Do you think everyone can rise as swiftly as Jiang Fan? Jiang Fan shot him a glare, retorting, your words imply that your strength is much weaker than mine. Do not think I am unaware. I have investigated you in Longzhi County. Your rise has only been in the past 6 months. While I have been training with my father since I was 5, the effort I have put in is beyond your comprehension. Jiang Fan surveyed the young individuals in the dining hall. Only he and Qin Feng had reached the late stage of the innate realm. Only 3 others, including Fang Qi and Han Peng, had reached the mid-stage, with over 80% in the early stages, the remainder being exceptionally gifted disciples. As for the pharmacists, their combat abilities were almost negligible. Beside him, Gulinger mumbled, if each person were to receive a breaking-through pill, even doubling their numbers wouldn't be enough for us to handle. Jiang Fan retorted, do you think those are mere candies to be distributed at will? I saved some for my protection. Gulinger blushed slightly, then shook her head repeatedly. Of course not. My father asked for them, but I didn't give him any. Qin Feng interjected, please consider the feelings of a single dog like me. Shortly after, he noticed something was amiss with Jiang Fan. He had sensed an odd energy radiating from him earlier. What is it you are wearing? Why does it feel like your body is so stiff? Jiang Fan recounted his earlier encounter, prompting Qin Feng to chuckle. If you hadn't acted so recklessly, how could you have ended up adorned in that mysterious iron armor? However, that armor is indeed a treasure. I envy you. Chapter 52. Pharmacy Institute. Before Jiang Fan could respond, a woman's voice came from behind Qin Feng. Envious? Well, that's easily remedied. I shall put it on you right now. In an instant, the iron armor appeared out of thin air and was draped over Qin Feng. The woman was a mentor from the Qi Cultivation Institute, responsible for overseeing Qin Feng and his peers. Jiang Fan teased, now you need not be envious. Qin Feng stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. The woman stepped forward to steady him and remarked, be careful not to fall, otherwise, it will be challenging to get back up. You will adapt to this iron armor after wearing it for a while. Qin Feng shot a glance at Jiang Fan. Is this what you've been wearing all along? The woman answered on Jiang Fan's behalf, stifling a laugh. You have it much easier. The weight on him is twice that of yours. After examining Jiang Fan, she added, my goodness, it seems one Sanxian has truly struck gold this year. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Before he could finish, the mentor pulled him away, indicating there were further matters to attend to. Gulinger then bid farewell to Jiang Fan and followed the mentor out. Finally, only the disciples from the Body Cultivation Institute and mentor Wan Sanxian remained. Shen Ming, having finished her meal, sat quietly beside Jiang Fan. Wan Sanxian gazed at the flag still planted on the pillar and slowly spoke. This has been slapped in our faces. What are your thoughts? Fang Qi replied without hesitation. Let's fight back. Wan Sanxian slammed the table, exclaiming, exactly. When we are bullied, we must retaliate. Tomorrow, we shall compete with those ruffians. Rest assured, regardless of how fiercely you fight, your lives will be secure. Now, I ask you, are you afraid? Han Peng retorted angrily. Afraid of what? Let's take them down. Apart from Jiang Fan, these two were evidently the strongest among the young people present. With Fang Qi's spirited nature, the trio managed to stir the atmosphere effectively. A tall man boldly stepped forward and yanked down the battle flag, declaring, we have merely entered as students a year earlier. We are not concerned. Since they have provoked us, we shall not back down. Wan Sanxian looked at them with satisfaction and continued, very well. If we are to fight, we must devise a way to win. The alchemist department will not partake in this contest. Therefore, we shall only ally with the Qi training department. We are warriors, and we must not allow them to eclipse our glory. Upon hearing the word eclipse, Fang Qi sprang to his feet, his sudden energy suggesting he was weightless, indicative of his immense potential. He exclaimed, dare to eclipse me? Let us take them down together. Laughter erupted in the dining hall, while Jiang Fan chuckled quietly, not overly concerned. Previously, during the final assault in the secret realm, He had faced numerous native masters without fear, single-handedly incapacitating countless innate realm practitioners. No matter how formidable the Lihua Academy was, how strong could a year's worth of disciples truly be? Few could rival Chu Zhan, he presumed. Wan Sanqian instructed everyone to return and rest for a day, emphasizing the necessity of recuperating for the battles ahead. Soon, only a handful of disciples remained in the dining hall. Jiang Fan and his two companions stayed until the end, still clad in their dark iron armor, unable to hasten their departure. After a brief stretch to adapt to the armor, which signified an increase in physical strength and resilience, Jiang Fan approached Fang Qi and the others. "Shall we return to rest?" Fang Qi decisively shook his head. "I plan to go for a walk. Being hindered by this armor is not a sustainable solution. I hope to acclimate swiftly." Han Peng glanced at Jiang Fan and smiled. "It seems he's been spurred on by you. I might as well accompany him for a stroll." He was right. Adapting to the dark iron armor was imperative. Witnessing their determination, Jiang Fan refrained from further discussion and departed with Shen Meng. However, outside the dormitory area, Jiang Fan faced a dilemma. The male dormitory for body training practitioners was filled with rugged men, and although Shen Meng was only 11 or 12, she was already quite graceful, making it awkward for her to reside there. After much contemplation, Jiang Fan concluded it would be best to send Shen Meng to Guling or Chu Zhan's side. Once he became a core disciple and had personal space, he could bring Shen Meng back. Jiang Fan thought, in terms of environment, Ling Er's place was more suitable and the alchemist department offered a better setting. After sending her there, he would have an excuse to visit more often. With a plan in mind, Jiang Fan discussed it with Shen Meng, as he valued her opinion. He held a special affection for her, but their relationship resembled that of a brother and sister. As you can see, the current situation here is not conducive for a young lady. Therefore, you may need to stay with Sister Ling for a while. I'll visit you whenever I can and teach you alchemy. Would that be agreeable? Shen Meng, though reluctant to part from Jiang Fan, did not wish to be a burden. Just for a short while? Jiang Fan nodded. "I keep my promises. You know what Chu Zhan's place is like. Once I have my own territory, I will bring you along." The little girl said nothing further and followed Jiang Fan as they left. Having worn the dark iron armor for most of the day, Jiang Fan's steps, while not yet entirely normal, were no longer significantly impeded. He could move his arms freely, and at this pace he should be able to adapt fully within 3 days, ensuring no disruption to his daily training. As they walked, Shen Meng occasionally rubbed his arms, attempting to alleviate his soreness. When they reached the center of the academy, specifically the dormitory area of the alchemist department, dusk was approaching. The autumn air was refreshing, yet Jiang Fan was drenched in sweat, clearly having expended considerable energy. The female dormitory lay ahead, and Jiang Fan halted. "You go ahead and inquire about Sister Ling Er's room. Ask her to come see me." Shen Meng nodded obediently and proceeded toward the dormitory area. However, 3 young men blocked her path. "This is the alchemist department. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. Leave immediately." Shen Meng froze and retreated several steps, a child unfamiliar with such confrontations. Jiang Fan cast a cold gaze at the trio, noting their alchemist department garb. They appeared to be inner disciples, not the new students of this year. Shen Meng returned to Jiang Fan's side, watching the disciples warily, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. The 3 men frowned upon seeing Jiang Fan. One scornfully exclaimed, "Which department are you from? Are you ignorant of the rules? Don't you know that the alchemist department is not to be trifled with?" Jiang Fan replied calmly, "You frightened her, apologize." The trio paused, taken aback. As inner disciples of the alchemist department, they were accustomed to being revered, having not faced such words in years. One regained his composure and shouted in anger, "Who do you think you are? You demand an apology? She trespassed into the alchemist department. I'd be lenient not to punish her. Hurry and take her away, or you'll be the ones to pay." Shen Meng tugged at Jiang Fan's sleeve, her trepidation evident. This was a stark contrast to the fearsome Poison King she once was. Back then, she had never known fear, and her thoughts had been inscrutable. Jiang Fan sneered. "What nonsense is this alchemist department? Dreamer, go directly toward the dormitory. I dare anyone to stop you." This girl had endured a troubled childhood, and having brought her into his life, he could not allow history to repeat itself. Today was merely the beginning. Shen Meng hesitated, meeting Jiang Fan's steadfast gaze, her small hand gripping his tightly. Jiang Fan's expression was resolute as he urged, "Go find Sister Ling The though Shenmeng felt some trepidation. She did not wish to disappoint Jiang Fan. She recalled the day he had rescued her from the prince, his determination mirroring his current demeanor. Without further hesitation, she made her way toward the dormitory. The three young alchemists stared in disbelief, astonished that Jiang Fan paid them no mind. The little girl, in defiance of them, walked straight toward the dormitory, striking a blow to their long-held pride as alchemists. Fools! You're courting death. One of them, seething with rage, lunged for Shenmeng. The other two quickly followed suit. Shenmeng, filled with fear, shut her eyes and pressed forward, unconditionally trusting that Jiang Fan would protect her. Before the trio could reach Shenmeng, they suddenly stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Fan regarded them with indifference. Mia Yistas, do they truly believe themselves important? Shenmeng opened her eyes and turned back, witnessing the three men on the ground, which invigorated her spirits. She then boldly strode toward the dormitory. The trio lay incapacitated, utterly devoid of strength. Poison? You scoundrel, how malicious. One glared at Jiang Fan. As they spoke, an unbearable itch spread throughout their bodies, akin to tiny creatures burrowing within, causing excruciating discomfort. They writhed on the ground, howling in agony, while Jiang Fan remained unmoved. He had sensed their murderous intent and showed no mercy. Their cries drew the attention of several individuals in the dormitory, who turned to observe the commotion. Shenmeng, quick-witted, soon located Gu Ling, Ur's residence, and led her to meet Jiang Fan. Upon seeing the three men sprawled on the ground, Gu Ling frowned slightly. What happened here? Jiang Fan did not elaborate but stated directly, Shenmeng will be staying with you for a time. My current circumstances are rather inconvenient. If anyone dares to confront her, I would not hesitate to upend the Apothecary Institute. This was the first time Gu Linger witnessed Jiang Fan in a state of anger. Previously, his gaze had always been exceedingly gentle, but this time was markedly different. As Jiang Fan turned to leave, a voice called out to him, "Halt! You are the first to dare wreak havoc in the Apothecary Institute." Turning around, Jiang Fan saw 5 individuals, the leader of whom possessed considerable prowess, standing on the brink of entering the spirit refinement realm, appearing somewhat older than the others. Gu Linger furrowed her brow, shielding Shenmeng behind her. She was unconcerned about Jiang Fan being targeted, as she had yet to witness this man suffer a setback. After inspecting the 3 individuals, one of them frowned and remarked, "It appears to be a form of special poison. The effects are quite urgent. Using poison? How despicable! How can someone like you even think of entering the Li Hua Academy? Today, I shall rid the Academy of this scourge." Chapter 53. Overpowering Jiang Fan cast a cold glance at the group, tinged with disdain. The Apothecary Institute had descended into chaos due to their antics. They ought to reflect upon their own limitations. In their eyes, Jiang Fan was arrogant, completely disregarding their presence. The leader glared at Jiang Fan, "Arrogant fool. Do you truly believe you can bully the apothecary? Do you think we are mere external apothecaries?" One of his companions stepped forward. "Stop wasting your breath. Capture him first and force him to produce the antidote. The 3 of them cannot hold out much longer, due to the constraints of the Xian iron armor." Jiang Fan's energy reservoir could not be fully mobilized, yet his consciousness remained unrestrained. A medicinal pill materialized in his hand, which he crushed into powder. Suddenly, the leader charged at Jiang Fan, performing hand seals, enveloped in a layer of azure energy. Azure Shield. This Azure Shield was a defensive technique. Although its protective capabilities were not exceptionally strong, it effectively isolated toxins, clearly demonstrating their wariness of the poison Jiang Fan had employed earlier. Shenmeng whispered to Linger, "Will brother be all right?" Gu Linger nodded. At the very least, these few are far from his match. The final battle in the secret realm lingered vividly in her mind. An indelible image of Jiang Fan charging alone at the enemy. The other 4 circled around from 2 sides, intent on encircling Jiang Fan, all employing the Azure Shield, clearly intent on denying him any opportunity. Did they believe that simply possessing some potent poison granted them the right to act recklessly? Utterly outrageous. A cyclone appeared in Jiang Fan's hand, the powdered pill quickly merging within. His gaze remained indifferent as the cyclone erupted, scattering in all directions. Calmly, he addressed the strongest among them. "Is the Azure Shield truly effective?" Sensing something amiss, the leader abruptly retreated, but the other 4 were caught off guard, swept away by the ensuing shockwave. In an instant, 3 of them collapsed to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. Despite the continued activation of the Azurewood shield, it had proven utterly ineffective. Jiang Fan had not moved a single step, yet 7 figures lay sprawled around him. The first 3 had scratched themselves until they bled. With no sign of relief, only intensifying the itching, the remaining men finally realized they had affronted a formidable individual. Initially eager to showcase their prowess before Gu Linger, they now found themselves in a dire predicament, unsure of how to extricate themselves. Apothecaries were inherently esteemed, and disciples of the Apothecary Institute prided themselves on their superiority. Despite being fellow inner disciples of the Li Hua Academy, they maintained an air of condescension, never deigning to regard those from the other 2 institutes. Today, however, they had met their match. Who exactly are you? Jiang Fan remained indifferent, evoking the sensation of being scrutinized by a celestial being, entirely unlike the regard of equals. Offering no response, he turned to depart. His strides were unhurried, yet the apothecary did not dare to impede him, for he felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty regarding Jiang Fan's strength. Gu Linger, pulling Shun Meng along, prepared to leave. The leader hastily interjected, "Junior sister, it is somewhat inappropriate for you to take her inside, should we?" Gu Linger raised an eyebrow at him. "Do you truly think you have time to discuss this with me? If you wish to prevent these individuals from meeting their demise, you ought to hastily seek a connection to procure the antidote from him." The leader frowned. "Seek an antidote from him? Who does he think he is? Our institute boasts numerous Xian-tier apothecaries, not to mention several Earth-tier apothecaries. Do we truly need to plead with him for medicine?" Gu Linger offered no further explanation, leading Shun Meng away. With her presence, no one dared to obstruct them. The moment she entered the inner sanctum, the reputation of the young lady of Wanyao Valley had already begun to spread throughout the Apothecary Institute. The leader clenched his fists in frustration, unable to accept being disregarded by 2 individuals in succession. He possessed some pre-prepared antidotes and administered them to the group. Yet to his shock, the symptoms only intensified. Without lingering further, he summoned someone to tend to them and sought out a mentor, realizing that if something were to go awry, he would be held accountable. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan continued to acclimate to the Xian iron armor, aiming to perfect his physical strength before quickly entering the spirit refinement realm. Only by unlocking his potential could he truly harness his medicinal prowess. As the stars twinkled, Jiang Fan's speed had notably increased since his departure. Yet he returned to his dormitory late into the night. Upon entering, he found Fang Qi and another individual seated on their beds, cultivating. Their levels of cultivation were not solely attributable to talent. They had evidently exerted efforts beyond those of ordinary individuals. Fang Qi opened his eyes, astonished to see Jiang Fan, and remarked, "I say, Brother Jiang, you said you wouldn't join us in adapting to the Xian iron armor, yet here you are sneaking in practice until now. I look down upon you." Han Peng chuckled. "Jiang Fan has surpassed us by an entire minor realm. How could he possibly be slacking?" Jiang Fan waved his hands dismissively. "Do you think I desire this? Continue your cultivation. I am off to sleep." He collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted from the day's events. Fang Qi and his companion did not disturb him, continuing their cultivation, unaware that Jiang Fan had accomplished something monumental that day. The Apothecary Institute was in an uproar. It had been years since anyone dared provoke them so brazenly. Most importantly, Jiang Fan's use of poison against them was a slap in the face, should word spread that the Apothecary Institute sought an antidote from a young man. The collective dignity of their ranks would be irreparably tarnished. 3 relatively young mentors convened, observing that the 7 individuals were bound hand and foot. Should they be left unchecked, they might inadvertently injure themselves. The 3 mentors furrowed their brows. They had already examined and analyzed the situation, attempting to neutralize the poison. However, as before, the toxins only seemed to escalate, an exceedingly peculiar phenomenon. The number of inner disciples within the Apothecary Institute was already limited. As news spread, onlookers began to gather, curious to see if they could offer assistance. The poison appeared to evolve continuously, eerily reminiscent of a living entity. Who could have concocted such a thing? And how could it have ended up in the hands of a disciple from the Body Cultivation Institute? Another mentor remarked, "Let us not dwell on that. If this continues, these children will not last much longer. We should summon those few individuals. They would likely be quite interested in this peculiar poison." With that, he turned to leave. Another mentor inquired about the circumstances at the time. but the disciple fumbled over his words, speaking ambiguously. Gulinger, however, disregarded his hesitations and recounted the entire incident to the mentor. Upon hearing Gulinger's account, the inner disciples of the Apothecary Institute fell silent. As they tacitly accepted and understood that such behavior was becoming the norm, it was as if the disciples of the Apothecary Institute were inherently meant to be exalted. The mentor's brow furrowed. He recognized that the disciples might be somewhat arrogant, but he had not anticipated the situation had escalated to this extent. Another mentor exploded in anger. Nonsense. When did our institute adopt such ridiculous customs? I believe you have become so pampered that you've developed a host of flaws. If there is another conflict, you should all be dispatched to the front lines to comprehend the true relationship between cultivators and apothecaries. Teacher, please calm down. We acknowledge our mistake in this matter. But that individual was exceedingly malicious. Just look at the current state of those 7. Even if they recover, they will likely be left severely weakened. The disciple specializing in physical training was insufferably arrogant, openly disparaging our department, which prompted our intervention. The relatively composed mentor interjected, "We shall discuss his matters later. I only wish to know how he struck." The disciple, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I did not see clearly." Soon, the departing mentor returned with 2 esteemed elders, both significant figures within the academy. Though they were mentors from the apothecary department, their guidance was seldom sought, reserved primarily for core disciples. The 2 elders, with their silver hair yet youthful faces, scanned the crowd and, upon spotting Gulinger, smiled warmly. "Child, your father has finally let you come here." Gulinger was surprised to see them, as they were frequent visitors to the 10,000 Medicine Valley, renowned and powerful apothecaries. "I met Uncle Chu and Uncle Wu. Look how much you've grown, little girl. Soon, when you visit me, we old fellows will personally teach you. I assure you it will not be inferior to the teachings of Gu Feng, and you will quickly become a core disciple." This statement evoked immense envy among the young apothecaries present. They were aware of the stature of these elders, yet none possessed the privilege of Gulinger's status, forcing them to continue striving. However, they understood that establishing a connection with Gulinger would undoubtedly lead to a prosperous future. One young mentor, exasperated, remarked, "Shouldn't the 2 elders first examine these children? At this rate, we cannot predict the outcome. What is there to panic about?" The elder, named Chu, approached the 7 and began to channel his spiritual energy into one of them, meticulously assessing the toxins within. The nearby Taoist relayed the methods they had previously attempted and their variations. The elder furrowed his brow in surprise as he began to comprehend the situation. Another elder, evidently also sensing something unusual, remarked, "Interesting, very interesting. Even the toxins of the 10,000 poisons sect do not yield such effects. The one who concocted this poison possesses remarkable skills." Uncle Chu stated, "I can sense several herbs, none of which are toxic on their own, but when combined, they react significantly. This explains why the efficacy of your detoxification pills does not diminish, but rather intensifies." This served as an invaluable lesson for the apothecaries present. The young mentor quickly inquired, "Is it possible for you 2 to detoxify?" Both elders shook their heads in unison. Impossible. Their blunt response left the gathered apothecaries momentarily stunned. If even these 2 could not detoxify, would they truly have to seek the young man for a remedy? The mentor hastily protested, "Surely, you jest. You have discerned the issue. Just administer the appropriate antidote, and surely it would suffice. If we must seek a remedy, it will be a disgrace for our department to beg for aid. Regrettably, if you grant us 10 days, we should be able to resolve this. Yet, judging by their current condition, can they last that long?" A disciple whispered something to his mentor. The young mentor turned to Gulinger and asked, "Do you know that young man?" Gulinger replied bluntly, "What does it have to do with me?" Jiang Fan warned them. They brought this trouble upon themselves. Jiang Fan? Is he from the Jiang family? Does the Jiang family have apothecaries as well? The young mentor exclaimed, "This matter has yet to be publicized, and it concerns the reputation of our apothecary department. You cannot simply stand by and do nothing. If we wish to handle this discreetly, we must rely on you." Miss Linge. Gulinger shook her head, stating, "This entire affair has nothing to do with me. Those who cause trouble should be the ones to resolve it." With that, she turned to leave, fully aware of the despicable behavior exhibited by the apothecaries present and unwilling to advocate for them. The 2 elders frowned. "That girl is usually quite agreeable. What has caused this change?" and I still do not understand how these children were poisoned within the academy. The irate mentor glared at the disciples, relaying the events to the elders. In recent years, during a period of relative peace, you seem to have forgotten your place, growing excessively arrogant, neglecting the responsibilities of an apothecary. The elder named Chu scolded the three young mentors. Your lax supervision has led to this predicament. After their admonishment, the two elders turned and departed, clearly incensed. The more composed mentor, Mo Wenxuan, remarked to the two elders, "It seems this is a matter I must address personally. I hope to resolve it discreetly." The other elder reminded him, "Be polite with that young man. From his methods, he seems to respond better to gentler approaches." Before dawn, a knock resounded at the dormitory door. Both Feng Qi and his companion awoke simultaneously. Feng Qi arose to answer, feeling somewhat irritable. "Who is it? Must we be disturbed so early?" However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback. A man clad in the mentor's robes of the apothecary department stood outside, smiling at him, causing him to step back in surprise. "Mentor? I had no idea it was you. Do you seek us for something? Could it be the Academy wishes to reward us for our diligent training with some medicinal herbs?" Mo Wenxuan did not respond, but instead inquired, "Is Jiang Fan present?" Feng Qi, perplexed, replied, "Big brother Jiang? He is still sleeping. Do you need him for something?" Mo Wenxuan responded calmly, "Let us discuss it inside." But just as he spoke, Jiang Fan's voice echoed from within. "If you wish for a remedy, a single purple heart bamboo must be exchanged. Otherwise, you may as well leave." Jiang Fan lay in bed, eyes still closed, yet he was acutely aware of the visitor's intentions. At such a moment, not seeking a profit would be a disservice to oneself. The purple heart bamboo was a principal ingredient in crafting the purple mansion pill, and he certainly would not be courteous. Mo Wenxuan was momentarily stunned, about to speak when Jiang Fan's voice rang out again. "Feng Qi, show our guest out and close the door." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, leaving the mentor in an awkward position. Even more embarrassing for Feng Qi was that he had not yet grasped the situation, and the door closing startled him. He turned to Jiang Fan. "Are you out of your mind? You dare offend a mentor from the apothecary department? I was hoping for a gift of herbs." Jiang Fan merely rolled over, adopting a comfortable posture, disregarding Feng Qi's protests. Outside, Mo Wenxuan smiled, unperturbed. He was always composed, thinking, what a character this young man is. Purple heart bamboo, indeed. He certainly knows the value of what he possesses. With the door closed, there was no need for him to linger any longer. He would return quickly to confer with the other mentors and devise a plan. Jiang Fan's assertiveness had caught the apothecaries off guard. It was known that disciples from the other two departments often sought to cultivate relationships with the apothecaries, as their assistance in alchemy was invaluable for cultivation and training. The worth of medicinal pills was immeasurable. Yet, Jiang Fan appeared entirely indifferent to such dynamics, even disregarding the mentor's reputation, which was truly perplexing. Although the purple heart bamboo was precious, it was not a significant loss for the apothecary department, at least not when compared to their reputation. Moreover, the resources expended on nurturing these 7 inner disciples far exceeded the value of the bamboo. Upon obtaining the purple heart bamboo, Mo Wenxuan hurried to Jiang Fan's residence. When he returned, dawn had already broken, and many disciples were up, practicing their morning routines, an essential aspect of a cultivator's training. The presence of an apothecary mentor in this area was indeed rare, naturally attracting considerable attention. Feng Qi and his companion had already resumed their activities, and within a single day, they could feel a marked improvement in their physical condition, realizing that Wan Sanqian was not deliberately making things difficult. The Xian iron armor was undeniably a treasure. Upon Mo Wenxuan's arrival at the entrance, Feng Qi's face lit up with a smile, surprised that the mentor had returned so swiftly. "What brings you back so soon? Last time, it was Jiang Fan who closed the door on you. That was not my doing." This fellow was truly unreliable, immediately throwing Jiang Fan under the bus. "I know it wasn't your fault. I wish to see him." At that moment, Jiang Fan emerged from within, and upon seeing Mo Wenxuan's pleased expression, he recalled the man, though last they met. Mo Wenxuan had respectfully referred to him as the Pill King. "Have you brought what I requested?" Nodded, producing a brocade box approximately half a meter in length and handing it to Jiang Fan. Upon receiving it, Jiang Fan opened a small gap, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth, clearing his mind and invigorating his spirit. He needed no further inspection to discern the quality of the purple core bamboo. Fang Qi and Han Peng observed intently from the side, their curiosity piqued by the spiritual herb contained within the box. Jiang Fan tucked the brocade box away and retrieved a wine flask, tossing it to. Soak it in ice water for 3 hours, then in hot water for another 3. That should neutralize the poison. Was skeptical, yet Jiang Fan had already turned to enter the dormitory. He opened the flask, inhaled its odor, and found it colorless and tasteless, leaving him perplexed. With the flask in hand, he departed, planning to present the antidote to the elders for their inspection before deciding on further actions. Fang Qi and Han Peng inquired what Jiang Fan had done, but he merely smiled in silence, which left them feeling quite vexed. However, Jiang Fan was in high spirits. Having acquired the purple core bamboo, he could soon commence refining the purple mansion pill, thus preparing for his future breakthroughs. At the Apothecary Pavilion, approached the 2 elders with a wine flask. The elder, surnamed Chu, opened the cap, inhaled deeply, and frowned. "Old Wu, I fear my sense of smell may be failing me. Would you take a whiff?" The other elder took the flask, sniffed it, and exclaimed, "Is this truly an antidote? It lacks any medicinal scent." "Have you been duped by that young man?" replied. "Regardless of his antics, he is a disciple of the academy. Surely he would not jest about such matters? Then take it back and test it. If it truly neutralizes the poison, bring the remainder back to me." Nodded, clasped his fists in respect, and departed to administer the antidote to the 7 individuals. Meanwhile, Wan Sanxian had begun gathering disciples for the upcoming orientation ceremony, which was the main event of the day. Once assembled, Fang Qi began to complain. "We are expected to compete in these ridiculous outfits? We might as well be asking to be beaten to death." Han Peng retorted, "Enough with the nonsense. Our instructor surely has his reasons for this competition." Jiang Fan stood nearby, attentively sensing the changes in his physical body from the previous day's training. The alchemical techniques continued to operate, refining his physique and bones, and his progress was steadily ongoing, enhancing his physical strength. Wan Sanxian occasionally surveyed the 3, keenly observing their transformations with surprise. The improvements of the trio were exceedingly evident. However, he was particularly intrigued by Jiang Fan. Whispers of his recent exploits at the Apothecary Institute had reached his ears, and though unverified, it was likely that something significant had transpired. He could not help but admire the young scion of the Jiang family, who exhibited such fearlessness. "You have accepted the challenge. Shortly, the orientation will commence at the martial arena, which is how we shall welcome you. Are you prepared?" The crowd responded with a resounding cheer. "We are ready." All were in unison, save for Jiang Fan, who remained lost in thought, oblivious to Wan Sanxian's words. "Jiang Fan," Wan Sanxian called out, prompting Jiang Fan to finally respond with a puzzled glance. "Are you ready to face the challenge?" Jiang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, having been preoccupied with the sensations of his bodily transformation, which he deemed paramount. As for the competition, he felt confident in facing whatever came his way and did not dwell on it. Ji Hung scoffed from the side. "So having a higher realm grants one privileges, does it?" One attitude. Before Jiang Fan could reply, Fang Qi eagerly chimed in. "You are absolutely right. Those with higher realms do enjoy privileges. Even the instructors from the Apothecary Institute must come early to seek his assistance." Jiang Fan was taken aback. Fang Qi had unknowingly revealed a delicate matter. Han Peng coughed discreetly, attempting to remind Fang Qi, but this fellow thrived on attention and feared being overlooked. The disciples murmured in surprise, while Wan Sanxian looked on with keen interest. "Do elaborate on this. Which instructors sought him out?" Jiang Fan felt speechless, not expecting to see this side of Wan Sanxian. Realizing many were eager for amusement, he conveyed to Fang Qi telepathically, "Speak less. Otherwise, you may find yourself at odds with the Apothecary Institute." Fang Qi, being astute, quickly grasped the implication, realizing he had been too eager for the spotlight and had overlooked the underlying relationships. With all eyes upon him, he suddenly gazed upwards, exclaiming, "What lovely weather we have!" The crowd fell silent. Wan Sanxian did not press further and led everyone away to the orientation ceremony. The annual event was lively, with outer disciples bustling about, many of whom would remain for years. The orientation served as a source of motivation for them, as the allure of becoming inner disciples was immense. This year's newcomers gathered, and Gu Ling quickly sidled up to Jiang Fan. "Did you provide them with the antidote? What was all that about ice water and hot water? What on earth are you up to?" Jiang Fan smiled mysteriously. "An antidote? Just a flask of water. I filled it last night by the fish pond. It was never poison, merely their overreaction. As long as they don't overdo the antidote, rinsing with clean water will suffice. Even if left unattended, it would have alleviated their symptoms by day's end. Is it truly that simple? Jiang Fan affirmed, of course. You don't think I would take their lives, do you? That would be a grave sin, one I cannot afford. I merely wished to teach them a lesson. They were merely making a mountain out of molehill. Chapter 55. Drawing fire. Gu Linger covered her mouth and giggled charmingly. I always knew you wouldn't act rashly. But why have them use cold water first, and then hot water? Does it expedite the antidote's effect? He shook his head repeatedly, replying enigmatically. Don't you find it amusing? Gu Linger was somewhat speechless. She could not fathom Jiang Fan's reasoning. If the instructors from the Apothecary Institute were to discover this, they would surely be infuriated. Several disciples from the Apothecary Institute scrutinized Jiang Fan, attempting to discern his true nature. However, aside from his exceptional appearance, they found nothing particularly remarkable. At this moment, Wan Sanqian summoned Jiang Fan and the others. The dark iron armor will be removed for now. During the competition, do not hold back. Afterward, I will re-equip you. Until you become core disciples, you shall not be permitted to remove it again. Fan Guqi beamed. I thought we were to be restricted. Rest assured, with me, Fang Qi, here, no matter the opponent, I will bring them down. Wan Sanqian regarded him with a meaningful gaze. Let's hope you retain that confidence when the time comes. Jiang Fan understood that entering the intersect could lead to monumental changes within a year at the Li Hua Academy. Thus, this competition was merely to remind these overconfident youths that there were always greater talents beyond their own. Thus, victory was unlikely. Historically, no one had triumphed at the Li Hua Academy. Even Chu Zhan had not succeeded upon his arrival. Notably, Chu Zhan's grandfather was a master within the Apothecary Institute, known as Uncle Chu by Linger, which was why Gu Feng had consented to assist Chu Zhan's treatment. However, with Jiang Fan's participation, the outcome became uncertain. Many were keenly observing Jiang Fan's performance. Both Wan Sanqian and the Apothecary Institute were eager to uncover the capabilities of this enigmatic young man. As the dark iron armor was removed, Jiang Fan experienced an unprecedented lightness, feeling as though a reservoir of power surged within him. He immediately sat cross-legged, attuning himself to the changes in his body to adapt swiftly. Fang Qi, elated, clasped his fists towards Wan Sanqian. I, Fang Qi, shall not disappoint you. Wan Sanqian replied. Enough chatter. Show me your worth. The instructor who had taken Qin Feng away approached Wan Sanqian, smiling. It seems you have found 3 promising talents this year. You too are commendable. That lad from the Qin family possesses considerable skill. But without Jiang Fan's prowess, have you heard what transpired last night? Wan Sanqian nodded thoughtfully, uncertain about the specifics of the situation, but sensing that the Apothecary Institute had suffered a setback. I have received word that 7 disciples from the Apothecary Institute are gravely injured and still incapacitated. Despite their efforts throughout the night, Mo Wenxuan and his companions were unable to neutralize the poison. The female mentor, possessing more information, recounted nearly all of Jiang Fan's actions from the previous day, including Mo Wenxuan's 2 visits to Jiang Fan's dormitory, demonstrating the formidable power of gossip. Such a significant event has unfolded, yet the Apothecary Institute has not sought retribution. Of course, this is a matter of poisoning. If they were to make it public, it would be utterly disgraceful. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan has undoubtedly made an enemy of the Apothecary Institute, which could impede his future prospects and potentially drag down his peers. Wan Sanqian furrowed his brow. That shouldn't be the case. My relationship with Mo Wenxuan is still rather amicable. Indeed, Mo Wenxuan would not act against him. But the disciples involved in alchemy are another matter entirely. You know how reckless those youngsters can be. It would be wise to prepare yourself. Wan Sanqian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The events had transpired, and his focus now shifted to finding a resolution. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from the void, clear and distinct, sending a jolt through Jiang Fan. Young scholars, entering the Li Hua Academy is merely the beginning. I hope you seize the invaluable time within the academy to hone your skills and, when the Li Hua dynasty calls upon you, contribute your strength. Welcome. The voice was authoritative, emanating from the dean, a true master of the realm. After reaching the realm of refining the spirit, one progresses to the realm of life and death, undergoing 9 trials to break free from mortal limitations. Further advancement leads to the realm of fate alteration, where one's destiny can be reshaped. Each alteration comes with its own tribulations. After 9 such transformations, one truly transcends the physical realm, becoming a paragon among mortals, regarded as elite within the Li Hua dynasty. Yet, the dean of the Li Hua Academy surpassed even that, having attained the realm of divine law, possessing the manifestation of heaven and earth, and cultivating a formidable war spirit. When the voice ceased, it did not resume. A figure then floated into view, not the dean, but a middle-aged man who surveyed the disciples below. You are all fortunate to have passed the selection and entered the academy. You have heard the dean's words. I hope you will become the pride of this institution and swiftly rise to become core disciples. Before the welcoming ceremony commences, the seniors from last year wish to familiarize themselves with you. They are eagerly awaiting your arrival. He gestured into the void, and an image appeared in the sky, depicting dozens of Li Hua Academy disciples gathered in an open field, clearly awaiting a competition. This spectacle was visible from any corner of the academy, a feat only possible by those of considerable power. Fang Qi, visibly taken aback, gazed at the image and swallowed hard. Good heavens, if we lose, it would be utterly humiliating. How could we ever hold our heads high again? A nearby disciple, devoid of enthusiasm, replied calmly. Want to win? Don't be absurd. There is no chance. There are over 20 mid-stage innate masters on their side. They will sweep us aside. Even if Zhang Fan and Qin Feng are skilled, they too face opponents of equal standing, and not just 2. Though their combat prowess may not match that of the same level Chu Zhan, they are certainly not significantly weaker. We should just focus on not losing too disgracefully. This individual seemed well-informed, standing by with little enthusiasm. He continued, Newcomers, you have 10 minutes to prepare, after which I will escort you to the martial arts arena. I wish you a pleasant journey. Qin Feng approached Jiang Fan, filled with anticipation. What do you think? Brother Jiang, shall we aim for something grand? Throughout the academy, Qin Feng knew Jiang Fan best, having witnessed his journey to this point, marked by remarkable performances, both audacious and understated, while consistently paired with extraordinary elixirs. If Jiang Fan desired victory, he certainly had a significant chance. Jiang Fan smiled. Are you still concerned about this? Since we are at the Li Hua Academy, why not prove ourselves? What harm is there in being a little audacious? Besides, with you by my side, I feel quite confident. He glanced at the seniors in the martial arts arena above, lacking enthusiasm, boring. It would be different if there were some stakes involved. At that moment, Wan Sanqian, who had been observing Jiang Fan, smiled at his words. You seek stakes? That can be negotiated. Jiang Fan looked at him with newfound interest. Oh? If there are benefits for winning, it changes everything. Wan Sanqian nodded. Wait here. I will discuss it with Zhangman. Qin Feng's mentor was the alluring woman who soon returned, scrutinizing Jiang Fan before asking, Do you have the confidence to defeat them? Qin Feng chimed in. If he sets his mind to it, he will surely succeed. Wan Sanqian was surprised by Qin Feng's unwavering faith in Jiang Fan and asked, You better not be misleading us, boy. If you can win, I can guarantee you both a day in the library. The library was one of the treasures of the Li Hua Academy, housing countless texts and techniques, highly appealing to Jiang Fan. However, he remained unsatisfied and inquired, Can we converse with those inside? Wan Sanqian frowned. What do you intend to do? I want to place a bet with them. ISNT at their challenge? They should also bear some consequences. Wan Sanqian, unperturbed by the potential chaos, readily agreed. Very well. I will fetch the communication stone now. Jiang Fan turned to Fang Qi. Do you wish to make a name for yourself? The time for glory has arrived. Fang Qi hurried over, eager. Brother Jiang, what do you need me to do? Provoketh them. When the time comes, say this. Jiang Fan whispered his plan into Fang Qi's ear, who nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with excitement, clearly in agreement with Jiang Fan's scheme. Wan Sanqian returned, holding a communication stone, which he tossed to Fang Qi. Fang Qi, now exhilarated, declared, Seniors, this is Fang Qi speaking. The crowd in the martial arts arena raised their brows, some laughing. Are this year's disciples planning to surrender? They dare not even enter the arena? Fan lukire tortid, darenot. We simply do not wish to. Are we expected to fight simply because you send a weakling to provoke us? We would rather spend our energy training than waste time battling you inept fools. If each of you can produce a spirit herb as a wager, we might consider stepping in to guide you. Otherwise, it is pointless. You may as well remain there and await your defeat. Everyone was taken aback by Feng Qi's audacity. Not only did he openly challenge them, but he escalated the situation significantly. Entering would surely invite a collective assault. Wan Sanqian expressed concern, having already warned the trio to hold nothing back, as their opponents would show no mercy. With Feng Qi's provocations, a serious conflict seemed inevitable. Qin Feng pinched his forehead. Brother Jiang, you are pushing him into the fire. Jiang Fan chuckled. To secure an effortless victory, we must catch them off guard. We need someone to draw their fire. Qin Feng retorted, enough of this. Jiang Fan produced several elixirs and handed them to Qin Feng. You know what these are for. If the opportunity presents itself, I will consume the breakthrough pill. But we must agree, I will take 90% of the spirit herbs. How you choose to distribute the remainder is of no concern to me. Qin Feng nodded, agreed. After all, you're the main force. Jiang Fan replied calmly. Honestly, aside from 2 or 3 with higher realms, the rest should be quite manageable. Just watch and see. I know you are formidable. Chapter 56. The astonishing apothecary technique in a martial arts arena. Someone stepped forward. Wager? Are we the only ones expected to put forth a stake? You all emerge from various formidable factions, bringing forth your own enticing promises. Although the chances for you may be slim, at the very least, the senior brothers and sisters can ensure a gentler hand, allowing you to spend a few less days in bed. Feng Qi remarked. So, you are in agreement then? Everyone in the academy is watching. If you go back on your word, it will be impossible for you to elevate your realm, and your cultivation will regress, rendering you ineffective. Enough with the idle chatter. It's just 1 spiritual herb per person. We are more than capable of handling that. If you wish to bestow treasures upon us, do we have any reason to refuse? At this point, the academy was abuzz with excitement, an unprecedented scene. Even those cultivators who initially had no intention of attending gathered to witness the spectacle. Several instructors from the academy also approached, eager to see what peculiarities this year's newcomers possessed. The man floating in the air smiled. This year's newcomers seem quite interesting. However, I hope you are not overly confident. Dozens of spiritual herbs are no trivial matter. This contest truly piques my curiosity. Yet, he shifted his gaze downward toward the young individuals. But can you truly produce 1 spiritual herb each? The newcomers fell silent. Although a single spiritual herb was not particularly precious to them, offering it as a gift was still a painful sacrifice. Qin Feng exchanged a glance with Jiang Fan. I know you have an abundance of spiritual herbs. To reap the greatest rewards, you must contribute more. Jiang Fan indeed possessed numerous spiritual herbs, yet he wished to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Therefore, he focused on Wan Sanqian and smiled. Instructor, don't you think you should contribute a bit? Just over 30 spiritual herbs, a mere trifle for you. Qin Feng added, exactly, merely 20 or 30 herbs. For an instructor, that is hardly significant. Wan Sanqian furrowed his brows. You aren't planning to retaliate against us, are you? Intentionally causing us losses? Of course not. You should have faith in us. Qin Feng reassured. Wan Sanqian cautioned them. Are you aware of your opponent's strength? Moreover, with so many eyes on you, how confident are you in this approach? Jiang Fan replied calmly, 10 out of 10. His eyes radiated absolute confidence. The indigenous experts encountered in the secret realm far surpassed these individuals. With his alchemical skills, dealing with these youngsters would be a breeze. Wan Sanqian's eyes lit up. Excellent. I hope you do not disappoint me. I shall provide the spiritual herbs. Zhang Man added with a smile. Since you wish to act recklessly, I will join you in your madness. I will contribute the spiritual herbs from the Qi Cultivation Academy. As news spread, more individuals flocked to the welcoming gathering. The man floating in the air declared, now that the stakes have been established, let the martial arena commence. I hope you will bring forth an extraordinary outcome. Before the newcomers, a luminous barrier materialized, marking the entrance to the martial arena. Feng Qi led the way, always seeking to stand in the most prominent position, while Han Peng followed closely, fearing Feng Qi's impulsiveness. The newcomers entered the arena in succession, with Jiang Fan and Qin Feng trailing behind. Jiang Fan stretched his arms, thinking to himself, dozens of spiritual herbs. Merely contemplating it fills me with excitement. In the aerial projection, the figures of the newcomers gradually appeared, totaling fewer than 60, matching the number of their opponents, who scrutinized each other from a distance. Indeed, as the disheartened youth had mentioned, the overall strength of the seniors was evidently superior. This year, they had cultivated and grown within the academy, gaining fresh insights into their techniques and respective fields, starkly different from these newcomers. Jiang Fan observed from the back and noted that two individuals on the opposing side had reached the late stage of the innate realm, one specializing in qi cultivation and the other in physical training, creating a striking contrast. The remaining cultivators could be easily subdued by Jiang Fan's alchemical methods, requiring little concern. Qin Feng fixated on the shorter expert and whispered, "That one is mine." Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Are you only interested in that one? There are still many others. I am aware of your capabilities. In a group battle, you can exert tremendous power. With your suppression, the remaining cultivators will be easy to handle." The leader of the opposing group, a robust expert, scrutinized their team and noted only one comparable cultivator, Qin Feng. "This year's disciples are quite impressive, but unfortunately, you still have no opportunity. We shall graciously accept the spiritual herbs. Feng Qi, where are you? Step forward and apologize to your seniors. It may spare you some punishment later." Feng Qi retorted without hesitation, "Do you think you are Jiang Laoda? Your realm is merely slightly higher. Soon, you shall be the one begging for mercy." Laughter erupted among the disciples. Even the seniors across the way smirked at this lively character. The expert nearly exploded with anger, glaring at Feng Qi, arrogant little brat. "Pray that your strength is as solid as your boast." Suddenly, he commanded, "Prepare for battle." In an instant, the cultivators behind him unleashed their auras, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the newcomers. Those lacking composure stumbled back in shock from the sudden intensity, with their opponents claiming the psychological advantage. Only about 6 or 7 remained steadfast, and to Feng Qi's surprise, the seemingly unmotivated youth remained unperturbed, calmly observing the opposition, clearly not an ordinary individual. "Do you remember how the seniors taught us last year? Today, we shall demonstrate to our junior brothers and sisters how to deal with newcomers. Fight! Do not stop until they cannot stand." Without granting any time for contemplation, the dozens of opponents charged forward, their momentum staggering. Wan Sanqian gazed at the aerial projection and murmured, "They have already lost the psychological battle. I wonder what those two young men will do in response." Just then, a sturdy elder approached. "Wan Sanqian, you claim those young ones are reckless, yet you follow them into folly. That is a considerable number of spiritual herbs. It will be a shame to lose them. It has yet to begin. I have faith in my disciples. Confidence must be rooted in strength, yet I understand your sentiments. Last year, I shared your perspective, but history often repeats itself in astonishing ways." The elder, named Su Cheng, was last year's instructor of the Physical Training Academy and had a long-standing rivalry with Wan Sanqian. Wan Sanqian replied, "Since you are so confident in your disciples, let us both wager something. I am quite interested in your Chang Tian axe. Let's use it as a stake." Su Cheng, naturally unwilling to concede, countered, "I am more intrigued by your Xian Gui shield. Do you dare to wager?" Wan Sanqian gritted his teeth. His Xian Gui shield was of higher quality than the Chang Tian axe, making this a losing proposition. Zhang Man quickly pulled him back. "Do not act recklessly. That shield is your lifeline. It took immense effort to retrieve it." However, his straightforward nature compelled him to accept the challenge. "I wager." He promptly produced a palm-sized object resembling a protective mirror and handed it to Zhang Man. Su Cheng, equally decisive, removed a small axe from his wrist and passed it to Zhang Man, marking their stakes. Wan Sanqian felt a twinge of anxiety. "Jiang Fan, should you overreach, you will find yourself in dire straits. I assure you, these coming years will not be easy." In the martial arena, Feng Qi displayed unparalleled bravery. Sensing the hesitance among others, he charged forth alone. What is there to fear? They have merely been here a year longer than us. Dragon-demon battle decision. Feng Qi radiated a black light, enveloping himself in a layer of dark armor as his aura surged. Faced with dozens of opponents, he exhibited no intention of retreating. Followed closely by Han Peng, with 2 individuals leading the charge, they temporarily stabilized the morale of their group. Qin Feng quietly asked Jiang Fan, "When do we strike?" Jiang Fan grinned, his gaze fixed on the incoming throng. In 10 seconds, Jiang Fan's hair stood on end as a peculiar force manifested around him. And a pill appeared in his hand, swiftly transforming into powder. Divine sealing mist. With a low shout from Jiang Fan, that force erupted. A beam of light shot from his hand, exploding above the opposing crowd. In the next moment, a thick mist rapidly enveloped that area. Qin Feng let out a loud shout and charged forward, heading straight for the qi refining expert. Fang Qi and Han Peng had already engaged with the senior who practiced physical cultivation. The two worked in tandem, and, for a moment, they were not at a disadvantage, exchanging blows in a splendid display of skill. The newcomers suddenly felt a significant reduction in pressure, and they could vaguely see the figures lost in the mist standing still, as if momentarily stunned. Jiang Fan once again utilized his techniques, infusing some medicinal powder into his own methods and applying it to the newcomers. He spoke in a deep voice. "What are you waiting for? Attack them until they cannot rise." They were not fools and quickly understood that this was the result of Jiang Fan's strategy. Though they could not comprehend it fully, they knew that entering the mist would reveal the truth. After inhaling the mist, the senior brothers and sisters found their consciousness suppressed, and their movements became exceedingly slow. Before they could regain their bearings, the newcomers had already closed in on them. In the next moment, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly against them, leaving them without any means to retaliate. Outside the training arena, Su Cheng watched the defenseless disciples and exclaimed, "This is impossible." Wan Sanqian laughed maniacally, patting his shoulder. "Take heart. This time, you can create history. Your disciples have been beaten for 2 consecutive years." Meanwhile, on the apothecary side, Mo Wenxuan observed Jiang Fan with flickering eyes, having kept a close watch on him, as this young man had left a profound impression on him. He caught a glimpse of the pill, albeit briefly, but its effects spoke volumes. Was that a forbidden spirit pill? Yet he managed to maximize its efficacy through his techniques, and over such a vast area, it was truly astonishing. It seemed the apothecary's department had missed out on a genius disciple. He quickly approached Ling. "Is this Jiang Fan an apothecary?" Gu Linger nodded. Yes, during the initial test, he was dismissed by the evaluators from the apothecary's department. Mo Wenxuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting such an occurrence. He looked again at Jiang Fan, who, while employing his medicinal methods, controlled the mist with remarkable precision, undoubtedly indicating a gifted apothecary destined for great achievements. Not only Mo Wenxuan, but many mentors also received news of Jiang Fan's earlier disruption at the apothecary's department. Anyone capable of establishing a foothold in Li Hua Academy was far from ordinary, and they could all discern Jiang Fan's evident talent in the field of apothecaries. Chapter 57. A battle beyond one's rank. However, within the training arena, Qin Feng's opponent suddenly erupted with power, pushing Qin Feng back as he realized the situation had shifted. The winds began to stir. Focusing his breath, swirling sands rose around him, and the mist was rapidly dispersed. Qin Feng would not allow him a chance to turn the tide, with a folding fan appearing in his hand. He swiftly unleashed a barrage of attacks that forced his opponent back, shattering his wind techniques. On the other side, Fang Qi was giving his all. After several exchanges, he was considerably drained. Yet, alongside Han Peng, they managed to hold their ground. His eyes shone with fighting spirit. He firmly believed that if he could defeat the expert before him, he would undoubtedly steal the spotlight. But Jiang Fan stepped forward, grasping Fang Qi's arm and stopping Han Peng. "Go deal with the others. Finish it quickly. Don't waste time. I'll handle this one." Fang Qi, of course, was unwilling. "Chief Jiang, don't steal my thunder. Less chatter. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. The mist will last another 3 minutes. Don't waste your strength on this brute." The opponent fumed. "You bastard, who are you calling a brute?" Jiang Fan suddenly closed the distance, gathering his strength and throwing a punch, eager to assess the difference between his current physical prowess and that of a specialist in physical cultivation. The burly man did not retreat but advanced, throwing a punch in return, curious to test this seemingly frail young man. Boom! Their fists collided. Jiang Fan sank slightly, but stood firm. The muscular man staggered back 3 steps, clearly incredulous. Fang Qi and his companion delved into the mist, venting their frustrations on the seniors. As soon as someone lost their combat ability, they were teleported out of the arena. In just a few minutes, over 30 had been sent away, if not for several seniors wearing protective talismans, which significantly mitigated the effects of the forbidden spirit pill. The numbers would have been even greater. However, with the fierce Fang Qi and his companion joining the fray, the situation collapsed once more. More and more were teleported out, some seniors awakening in a daze, with others unable to comprehend who had struck them, only feeling a profound ache throughout their bodies, as if their souls had momentarily left their bodies, leaving them with no memories. Jiang Fan refrained from using his medicinal techniques. instead relying solely on his physical strength to battle the burly man, testing his own capabilities. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was also gaining the upper hand. As the mist dissipated, fewer than 10 seniors remained standing, while over 50 newcomers surrounded them, attacking without mercy. How despicable! You dare use poison techniques. Enough talk. The victor takes all. Aren't you also bullying us due to your numbers? You've practiced for a year longer than us. What is there to be arrogant about? The overwhelming numerical advantage left the seniors exhausted, with only 2 innate realm experts still capable of fighting, as they had hardly been affected from the outset. Facing such a multitude of newcomers, the 2 huddled together, filled with anger. Unfortunately, both were slightly weaker than Qin Feng and Jiang Fan, leaving them without hope. Yet they showed no signs of surrender, not knowing what they were waiting for. Qin Feng approached Jiang Fan. Stop dawdling. Eliminate them so we can celebrate. Before Jiang Fan could respond, Qin Feng had already swallowed a spirit power pill and charged forward. Almost instantly, a powerful fighting spirit erupted, and the ground of the training arena was dented under his foot as he arrived before the 2 opponents in the blink of an eye. The burly man met his charge, and upon collision, he was sent flying, his power completely suppressed. This left him utterly bewildered. How could a qi-refining disciple like Qin Feng unleash such overwhelming strength? Without pausing, Qin Feng suddenly turned toward the qi-refining senior, his body emanating a dark glow as his aura surged. Soul strike! With a dull thud, the cultivator was forced back several steps before collapsing. His complexion, paling as blood, trickled from the corner of his mouth. He felt as though his consciousness had been violently shaken, and his physical body had been struck by a colossal beast, leaving him injured before he could brace himself. Fang Qi and Han Peng gazed at Qin Feng in astonishment, clearly taken aback by his remarkable strength. Yet soon, the 2 pursued the burly man, while Jiang Fan remained still, sensing a change within his own aura. His brow furrowing slightly, he felt another presence in the distance, one he had not sensed before. Suddenly, he looked toward the far side and discovered a tall figure standing there, exuding a steady aura, seemingly having observed the battle for quite some time. It was a young man, but his aura was far from weak. Jiang Fan knew that this individual was certainly not at the innate realm. The young man had remained concealed, tilting his head to observe the unfolding conflict without making a move, yet Jiang Fan sensed a threat of danger emanating from him. Be cautious. Jiang Fan warned everyone. Outside, Wan Sanqian was taken aback upon seeing this figure. Su Cheng, you rascal, Luo Wu has broken through, and you still allowed him to participate in this? He should be reporting to the core disciples, not joining the welcoming event. Su Cheng shrugged. He just broke through yesterday. I only found out this morning. You can only blame your bad luck. Unfortunately, this Xian Gui shield will now carry my surname. Mo, Wen Xuan smiled wryly. The genius Luo Wu must be only 19. His aptitude is not much inferior to Chu Zhan, is it? The man floating mid-air spoke helplessly. The realm of spirit refinement? An overwhelming disparity in realms. There's nothing remarkable to witness. I thought this year's newcomers would create history for the academy. In a training arena, the burly man felt somewhat frustrated. You want to fight? But what difference does it make if we lose? The slender figure approached slowly. That's still better than losing. All those precious spirit herbs are not a trivial matter. Qin Feng returned to Jiang Fan's side. This is Luo Wu, an outstanding talent in physical cultivation. I didn't expect him to break through. This could be troublesome. Sensing the young man's realm, the newcomers instinctively stepped back, unwilling to confront him head-on. Fang Qi and his companion felt the same. Fang Qi, though arrogant, was acutely aware of the considerable chasm between his strength and that of the cultivators in the divine refinement realm. The remaining 3 senior brothers gathered together, with Luo Wu at the center, exuding a calm aura as he gazed into the distance at Jiang Fan and his companions. You are quite impressive. However, it is unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. If you wish to avoid suffering, you may leave now, but you cannot escape. He pointed at Jiang Fan, his eyes brimming with provocation. Among those who had just been sent away were many of his friends, and Jiang Fan was undoubtedly the instigator. Fang Qi stepped forward, asserting, "Leave? Nonsense. A fight would be far more interesting. I want to see what makes the cultivators of the divine refinement realm so formidable." Jiang Fan replied calmly, "Why should I leave? I have yet to obtain the spiritual herbs." Luo Wu, is it? Here's an idea. since the divine refinement realm has made its appearance. Why not raise the stakes a bit? What treasures do you possess? Luo Wu looked at Jiang Fan with derision. Knowing my realm, you still spout such nonsense? Stakes? What can you offer that I, Luo Wu, cannot accept? Jiang Fan smiled. Excellent. Then I wager 40 spiritual herbs. His words shocked everyone once more. Jiang Fan showed no signs of retreat before a cultivator of the divine refinement realm, and even proposed a substantial wager. Could such a situation truly allow for a reversal of fortunes? Luo Wu smacked his forehead. I'll accept as many spiritual herbs as you can offer. Do you really think that numbers can intimidate me? You clearly do not understand the disparity between the divine refinement realm and the innate realm. Jiang Fan chuckled. Disparity? Then allow me to see just how much you weigh. In the next moment, Jiang Fan advanced. Although Luo Wu's aura was suppressive, it was light and insubstantial, indicating he had recently broken through. Having undergone a rebirth, Jiang Fan's physical form was nearly perfect, having expended considerable spiritual energy to refine his body. Otherwise, he would have already entered the divine refinement realm within the Dragon Lake secret realm, given the immense effort he had invested in his rebirth. How could Jiang Fan's combat prowess be lacking? Could a newly ascended cultivator of the divine refinement realm truly suppress him? It was highly doubtful. Crimson fire, Jiang Fan declared, stepping forward as crimson flames surged from his arms, sending a wave of heat that stirred up the dust beneath him. He locked his aura onto Luo Wu, eager for a battle that would reveal the ultimate limits of physical strength, as he found the earlier brawny figure utterly disappointing. Luo Wu sensed the intense heat of the flames and frowned. Aren't you a body-refining cultivator? Jiang Fan smirked. Different paths lead to the same destination. What difference does it make between refining energy and the body? With that, he sprang into motion, his speed so swift that he appeared as a streak of red light charging towards Luo Wu. No one anticipated Jiang Fan's proactive approach. Luo Wu braced himself, only to hear an explosion as Jiang Fan's figure materialized, maintaining a striking pose. Luo Wu was sent flying, disbelief etched across his face. In their first encounter, Jiang Fan had gained the upper hand, a fact that was evident despite Luo Wu's momentary surprise. Everyone was astounded. Mo Wenxuan turned to Gu Ling beside him and inquired, how could he possess such combat strength? If he so desired, this newly ascended cultivator would have already been defeated. He had yet to display all his capabilities. This time he was bound to profit. With so many spiritual herbs at stake, he needed to ask him for a share. Noticing Gu Ling's calm demeanor, Mo Wenxuan felt compelled to reassess Jiang Fan. Luo Wu steadied himself, fully unleashing his aura. I never expected an innate realm cultivator to unleash such tremendous power. But it's still one T suffice. Battle spirit manifestation. A silver light enveloped Luo Wu, his slender frame instantly becoming more robust. Jiang Fan sensed a change in his physical strength, having previously studied the body-refining techniques Luo Wu employed. However, the flames of the crimson fire were compressed within Jiang Fan's arms, bursting forth upon contact to unleash tremendous destructive force. The two clashed, neither willing to retreat. Boom! The explosive sound echoed again, freezing the moment as their figures halted, fists poised against one another. Veins bulged on their arms. Luo Wu had nearly exerted all his strength, yet still failed to suppress Jiang Fan. Onlookers were left dumbfounded, with Qin Feng frowning in concern, unsure whether Jiang Fan had consumed a divine power pill. If he had not, it would be truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the crimson flames rapidly spread over Luo Wu, the scorching heat threatening to incinerate his protective aura. If left unchecked, the consequences could be dire. Luo Wu shouted, Overlord's might. His muscles expanded once again, and Jiang Fan felt a painful twinge in his arms as the opponent's strength increased. The flames intensified, and a spiritual herb appeared from thin air, only to be consumed by the flames. Luo Wu suddenly sensed an uncontrollable surge, and once more, he was sent flying. This second clash ended with the same result. Chapter 58. A battle to fame. Feng Qi stared wide-eyed, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. That guy retreated again. What was that all about? Qin Feng explained, that appears to be a form of medicinal technique, often employed by alchemists during battles, though Jiang Fan's is quite unique. At this moment, Luo Wu even began to suspect Jiang Fan was a master concealing his true strength. for he felt he was contending with an opponent of equal caliber. In terms of physical strength, he vaguely sensed he was at a disadvantage, which shattered his previous understanding. Among the academy, those observing the battle marveled at Jiang Fan's capabilities. Despite being at a disadvantage in realm, he still held the upper hand, a fact that left them astonished. However, Jiang Fan's last tactic of using the herb as support held a completely different significance in the eyes of the alchemist faculty mentors. M.O., Wenxuan murmured, this medicinal technique is quite extraordinary. Applying the herb directly against the opponent? Is this not the combat style pursued by alchemists? Where did he learn such a technique? Gu Ling also recognized the uniqueness of that strike, her eyes flickering with intrigue, though she said little. She remembered Jiang Fan's promise that she could seek him out to learn whenever she wished. Deep within the academy, an elderly man in simple attire observed the contest through a window, his ethereal presence commanding attention. A disciple of the Jiang family? Quite intriguing, but I cannot discern his methods. I wonder which master he belongs to, or from which region he hails. Jiang Fan regarded Luo Wu with a smile. Is that all? You're not as formidable as you claimed. Compared to Chu Zhan, you fall woefully short. Luo Wu retorted, you must be hiding your true realm. I would never stoop to such tactics. Are you dissatisfied? Then let us fight until you concede. The divine power pill appeared in Jiang Fan's hand, which he swiftly consumed, feeling a surge of power within him as he retracted the crimson flames and charged towards Luo Wu. Luo Wu adjusted his stance, gathering strength once more and lunged at Jiang Fan. In an instant, the two collided again. This time, however, Luo Wu was sent hurtling away, unable to fathom the monstrous power Jiang Fan had unleashed. Impossible, but Jiang Fan was already on him again, leaping high to deliver a kick that sent Luo Wu crashing into the ground, leaving him dazed. Jiang Fan did not relent, raining down punches. Luo Wu attempted to fight back, yet the strength he once prided himself on was completely overpowered by Jiang Fan. His protective aura shattered under Jiang Fan's relentless assault. Jiang Fan fixed his gaze upon Luo Wu's eyes. Are you ready to concede this time? Silence. Not only in the training ground, but throughout the entire academy. A hushed awe fell over the crowd, not merely due to Jiang Fan's overwhelming strength, but because of the astonishing combat prowess he demonstrated at his current realm, leaving everyone in amazement. Luo Wu lay battered and unconscious, unable to voice a single word, as he was carried off the training ground. At that moment, Qin Feng could finally ascertain that Jiang Fan had just consumed a divine power pill, elevating his strength to a terrifying level. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Although they were of the same realm, it felt as if he could only glimpse Jiang Fan's back from a distance, wondering when he might ever catch up. Han Peng whispered to Feng Qi, thank goodness you didn't provoke him. Otherwise, you would have been thoroughly bullied. Feng Qi instinctively nodded. After a brief silence, the newcomers erupted in excitement, the academy buzzing with energy. That figure would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on their hearts, having only reached the innate realm. How powerful would Jiang Fan become with further breakthroughs? Wan Sanxian gazed at Jiang Fan, at a loss for words. Beside him, Su Cheng still found it hard to believe what he had just witnessed. How could this be? Wan Sanxian, having received 2 treasures from Mentor Zhongman, chuckled. Old Su, you truly have a knack for losing. I shall graciously accept this axe. In the martial arts arena, the remaining 2 late-stage innate realm brothers showed no interest in continuing the fight. With Luo Wu's defeat, their final trump card had evaporated. One extraordinary individual. It appears the little king has found a worthy adversary, remarked the burly man, before he and his companion departed the arena. The man floating in the air smiled and said, you have truly opened my eyes, Jiang Fan, is it? I await you at the Elite Academy. I hope you continue to strive and not squander this extraordinary talent. He then spoke solemnly. This year's welcome ceremony concludes with the newcomers' victories. In the next moment, the image in the sky vanished, and Jiang Fan and his companions reappeared in the square, capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. Feng Qi produced a battle flag and tore it to shreds. This was the very flag their senior had set forth yesterday. We have won. He would not let any chance for glory slip by, and this occasion was no exception. The man hovering in the air remarked, congratulations. The rewards will be delivered to your mentor, and how you choose to distribute them is entirely up to you. This year's welcome ceremony concludes here. I wish you all a pleasant time at the academy. With that, he soared deeper into the academy, vanishing from sight. At this moment, Jiang Fan began to understand the limits of his abilities, and his spirits soared. Moreover, he could now reap substantial benefits. These spiritual herbs were incredibly significant to him, capable of resolving many of his concerns. The man who had just floated in the air was someone he recognized, likely still a core disciple of Lihua Academy. With remarkable achievements, he was now probably the foremost among core disciples, having reached the life-taking realm, which was the only way he could hover in the air. The path ahead was still long for him, requiring abundant resources, and thus, the more spiritual herbs, the better. As soon as Jiang Fan reappeared, he felt an overwhelming weight, nearly toppling over. It turned out that Wan Sanqian, clad in mysterious iron armor, had been waiting for half a day to equip the three of them with it. The recent battle had revealed limitless possibilities to him, igniting his anticipation. Feng Qi grumbled. Can't you let us catch our breath? Wan Sanqian retorted. Catch your breath? Luo Wu entered the academy a year before you, and now he has reached the refining spirit realm. You have no idea how much effort it will take to catch up. Just wear it. There is no harm in that. Fa Nu Qi counted. And what of the refining spirit realm? Was he not defeated by Big Brother Jiang? You know it was Jiang Fan who vanquished him, not you. And he hasn't. He complained. Wan Sanqian observed Jiang Fan with a smile, saying, Young man, you have quite the talent. Do not let pride consume you. Elevating your realm should be your priority. It seems a spot has been reserved for you in the core academy. At that moment, Mo Wenxuan approached. Jiang Fan, this isn't our first meeting. Are you interested in joining our Apothecary Academy? If you agree, Wan Sanqian's words won't matter. Our benefits far exceed those of the physical training side. Wan Sanqian frowned at the blatant recruitment attempt, feeling displeased. Wenxuan, do you dare to poach my disciple? Old Wan, I only wish to prevent you from leading him astray. Jiang Fan displayed numerous medicinal techniques during battle. He is undoubtedly a genius apothecary. Why would he linger here? Wan Sanqian was irritated but momentarily speechless. Jiang Fan interjected, I apologize, but I have no desire to leave this place. However, I can recommend a talented apothecary, a young girl named Shun Ming, who is close to Gu Linger. I believe your mentor's capabilities could discern her potential. Wan Sanqian beamed, promptly positioning himself in front of Jiang Fan. Did you hear that, Wenxuan? This is true charisma, something your trifling favors cannot replace. Now be gone. He pushed Mo Wenxuan away, anxious that Jiang Fan might change his mind. Jiang Fan had never intended to join the Apothecary Academy. After all, he was the king of medicines. Neither the Apothecary Academy nor the 10,000 Herbs Valley held any allure for him. Mo Wenxuan, of course, could not contend with Wan Sanqian and was pushed away quite a distance. Many disciples within the academy turned their gazes toward Jiang Fan, eager to uncover the identity of this remarkable individual. Prince Ji Hung observed from afar, realizing that Jiang Fan's strength had exceeded his expectations. With such a stunning display, Jiang Fan's status would undoubtedly rise. To offend him further could lead to trouble for himself. Wan Sanqian, brimming with joy yet reluctant to show it before Jiang Fan, smiled and said, Young man, I know you possess some abilities. If you require any spiritual herbs in the future, I can assist you in procuring them. However, it seems you won't remain with us for long. I believe breaking into the refining spirit realm will not be a daunting task for you. Jiang Fan nodded. I'll be sure to trouble you in the future. Now go rest. Today is free activity. You may explore the academy. The disciples departed one by one. With Qin Feng being taken away by mentor Zhang Man, Feng Qi sidled up to Jiang Fan, grinning. Big Brother Jiang, I knew you were impressive. You are heroic, dignified, and charming. Get to the point. Feng Qi, filled with anticipation, continued. Just now, I saw you consume a pill that dramatically boosted your strength. What was it? Could you enlighten us? Han Peng chimed in. Although we've heard of secret medicines that enhance power, we've never encountered one as effective as yours. Please, enlighten us, Brother Jiang. Jiang Fan chuckled. Indeed, it was a secret medicine left to me by my master. I have just consumed the last one. Feng Qi retorted, Humph, if you won't share, then forget it. It's all so mysterious. Qin Feng surely knows. I saw him consume one as well, and that burly man was suppressed by him. If you have more, could you sell us a bit? We could exchange it for spiritual herbs or other pills. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment before responding, Currently, I truly have none on hand. Besides, that pill would be of little use to you once you reach the refining spirit realm. Feng Qi replied, We are not you. It will take us some time to attain the refining spirit realm. We could keep the pill for emergencies. Jiang Fan glanced around. There are too many years here. Let us discuss this later. At the Apothecary Academy, Mo Wenxuan had already approached several mentors, inquiring about what they had observed. That Jiang Fan exhibits an exquisite mastery of medicinal techniques, yet belongs to a category I have never seen before. He must have a powerful figure backing him, likely a formidable apothecary. Another responded, "It is indeed plausible. Without the support of an apothecary, achieving such a realm at such a young age is nearly impossible. His talent for alchemy must be astonishing. But why did he not come to our Apothecary Academy? Our conditions are undoubtedly the best." Chapter 59. Astonishing talent, Mo Wenxuan remarked. "This young man has a strong character. If he says he won't join, he won't. If we must try, we can only approach Gulinger, as she knows him well." Gulinger, the young master of the 10,000 Herbs Valley, was only here for training, so we cannot leverage her against him, Mo Wenxuan stated. "Let us not dwell on that for now. There's another individual Jiang Fan is concerned about, the girl. I will personally test her soon to see if she is indeed as remarkable as he claims. Furthermore, find that scoundrel who drove Jiang Fan out of the test. I want to see who has the audacity to act so boldly." Mo Wenxuan held a high status among these mentors, and while the older ones typically stayed away, he largely oversaw the internal affairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and his companions returned to their dormitory. Fang Qi unearthed a jug of fine wine and eagerly pulled Jiang Fan over for a celebratory feast. Jiang Fan, not one to be polite, drank heartily and feasted on meat, while Han Peng and the others anxiously ensured he was well attended. "Drink together. It's dull otherwise," Jiang Fan declared. Regarding the matter of the pills, 2 spiritual herbs of grade 5 or above could be exchanged for a divine power pill. Fang Qi felt a bit awkward. 5th rank of the Xian tier? Jiang Fan shook his head repeatedly. Of course not. 5th rank of the Huang tier is sufficient. Only then did both of them breathe a sigh of relief. Spiritual herbs, naturally, come in various grades. Take the Zixin bamboo that Jiang Fan previously acquired. It is a 2nd rank Xian tier elixir. Most of the spiritual herbs collected along the way were merely Huang tier. The higher the quality, the greater the value of the herbs. Many powerful elixirs might have to forego their concoction due to the scarcity of a single rare herb. Fan Qi, with a face full of anticipation, inquired, "What is the effect of this divine power elixir?" Jiang Fan did not conceal anything and informed them that this was merely an elixir needed for those in the innate realm, with minimal cost involved. Given Jiang Fan's current cultivation level, refining it was not overly difficult, and if the divine power elixir were to be auctioned, it could fetch a handsome price. As for the 2 before him, Jiang Fan intended to befriend them, so he would not take undue advantage. Han Peng expressed disbelief. "One-fold? This divine power elixir is truly astonishing. No wonder you suppressed Luo Wu's power." Fang Qi, sitting beside Jiang Fan, grinned broadly. "Big brother Jiang, when can we exchange for the divine power elixir? I've already prepared the spiritual herbs. As I mentioned, I currently don't have any. Once I do, you'll be the first to know," Jiang Fan replied. Fang Qi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, as he was impatient and detested waiting. The 3 indulged in a hearty meal in the dormitory, completely oblivious to the happenings outside. After awakening, Luo Wu received a summons from the core academy, awaiting his report. However, he was still puzzled about Jiang Fan's sudden surge in strength and the peculiar power he had demonstrated. At such a young age, having reached the realm of refining the spirit, he was quite intelligent and spent the journey reminiscing about the previous battle. He recalled that Jiang Fan's sudden bursts of power seemed to be related to herbs. During their first standoff, Jiang Fan had tossed a herb into the flames, ultimately consuming an elixir. Yet what difference did it make? Even without consuming the final elixir, both of their combat powers remained relatively equal, and losing right after a breakthrough was a significant blow to him. At the entrance of the core academy stood a tall figure wielding a spear, waiting for him. Luo Wu looked over, momentarily taken aback. "Brother Chu." Chu Zhan smiled. "It was merely a competition. Do not take it to heart." "Did you see everything?" Luo Wu asked, feeling somewhat gloomy. Chu Zhan nodded and continued, "That guy is an anomaly. Even if I were to intervene, I might not be his match." Luo Wu, however, was unconvinced and quickly retorted, "How could he possibly compare to you, Brother Chu? If it weren't for the elixir, I would never have lost to him. I have fought alongside him in the secret realm. He indeed consumed a special elixir, but he hasn't taken the more formidable one yet. If he wishes to fight, there will be no contest. Chu Zhan spoke with unwavering conviction, as if recounting a trivial matter. Regardless of Jiang Fan's strength, it did not concern him. Having come this far and being referred to as the Little King, his only goal was self-improvement, constantly pushing his limits. Luo Wu chuckled bitterly, realizing he had once fought alongside Brother Chu. Chu Zhan patted his shoulder. It's just one defeat. Once you stand tall again, you will grow stronger. Don't dwell on it. Let me take you to report. Luo Wu nodded, shaking off his displeasure, his gaze gradually regaining its resolve. As for Jiang Fan, I shall await you at the core academy. When we next meet, I will surely not lose. Chu Zhan chose not to elaborate further. He had come specifically to prevent Luo Wu from experiencing a severe blow. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that it was not yet at that point. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan's combat power displayed during that moment indeed astonished him, and he found himself anticipating Jiang Fan's swift growth for a rematch. He was the kind of individual who grew stronger in the face of challenges, never shying away from confrontation. You've spoken wisely. I shall await you at the core academy. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Zhan had begun to regard Jiang Fan as a rival, a notion that Jiang Fan likely had not considered. That evening, Wan Sanqian arrived at Jiang Fan's quarters. Upon entering, he tossed 100 treasure pouch towards Jiang Fan. Goodness, I almost walked away with these spiritual herbs. A total of 110 stalks. I am quite envious. Fang Qi, upon hearing this, swallowed hard. Big brother Jiang, we must all share these herbs. You must gift us an extra divine power elixir. Before Jiang Fan could respond, Han Peng cut him off. Brother Jiang is so generous. He wouldn't slight the two of us. Wan Sanqian, though curious, did not pry further. He also reminded Jiang Fan that these were all stakes, including those from Qin Feng, and whether to share with them depended on Jiang Fan's discretion. Jiang Fan smiled contentedly and replied, I suppose I must apologize to Qin Feng then. Do they expect me to relinquish what has come into my possession? That is absolutely impossible. He was not particularly concerned about giving elixirs to Qin Feng, but the spiritual herbs were a different matter, as each herb could potentially yield significant benefits. Wan Sanqian chuckled, Do as you please. As long as you can withstand the pressure, I shall take my leave. You three must not be late tomorrow. Jiang Fan suddenly declared, Instructor, I intend to take a few days off. Wan Sanqian frowned slightly. It has only just begun, and you wish to take leave already? Jiang Fan felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet he needed to carve out time to refine a batch of elixirs to aid in cultivation and combat, which also included the Zifu elixir. He didn't want to seclude himself at the Alchemist Academy just yet, so taking leave was his only option. There were urgent matters to attend to, and he also wished to lay low, as he did not want so many eyes on him. However, he would keep the Xiantai armor with him, ensuring it would not hinder his training. This battle had drawn too much attention to Jiang Fan, which was not his intention. Wan Sanqian inquired, How many days do you plan to be away? Jiang Fan calculated and cautiously responded, At least half a month, but I prefer to keep my whereabouts confidential. So I ask for your discretion. Wan Sanqian retorted, So secretive. However, given your level of cultivation, a month's delay would not pose a problem. But you cannot take the Xiantai armor. Should any trouble arise, it would restrict your combat power, and I cannot be held accountable. Jiang Fan laughed. Then simply tell me how to remove the Xiantai armor, will you? I do not wish to waste time. You truly are quite cunning. However, given your talent, it is not a waste to leave the Xiantai armor with you. I will provide you with a talisman. By channeling spiritual energy, you can remove the armor. It can be used 20 times. Be careful out there and return safely. Wan Sanqian instructed. Jiang Fan accepted the talisman and nodded in acknowledgement. After Wan Sanqian departed, Fang Qi hurriedly asked Jiang Fan, Where are you going, big brother Jiang? Take me with you. You should stay here and diligently cultivate. Bringing you along would be of no assistance, Jiang Fan replied. This remark nearly made Fang Qi spit blood. Could you not phrase it more delicately next time? Jiang Fan simply stated no. Fan Qi. At the Alchemist Academy, Gu Linger brought Shun Meng to the concentration room. This was the training ground for the Alchemist Academy, where cultivating here was beneficial for spiritual awareness and greatly improved in alchemist control. Mo Wenxuan scrutinized Shin Meng from head to toe, unable to discern what was so remarkable about this little girl. Is this the Shun Meng you mentioned, Jiang Fan? Gu Linger nodded. Indeed. However, this little one has yet to begin her training. What do you seek her for? Mo Wenxuan did not explain, but approached Shun Meng with a smile. Little one, do you know what an alchemist is? Shenmeng nodded vigorously. My brother told me about it, and even taught me how to ignite fire in my palm. Mo Wenxuan chuckled. You mean fire control? That is not something one can simply learn. However, the next moment, Mo Wenxuan's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at Shenmeng's pale little face. With her palm facing upward, a faint flicker of flame danced in her hand. Although she had not undergone any training and possessed only a minuscule amount of spiritual energy within her, she managed to gather that meager energy, demonstrating an extraordinary level of concentration. Gulinger, standing nearby, was clearly taken aback as well. Ever since that day, when Jiang Fan taught her fire control, Shenmeng had secretly practiced in the shadows, reaching the level she displayed today. Mo Wenxuan regained his senses and raised his hand to channel a gentle force into Shenmeng's body. He spoke softly, "It is time to extinguish the flames." Instead of dispersing the fire immediately, Shenmeng allowed the flames to diminish gradually until they were completely extinguished in a clean and decisive manner. Mo Wenxuan's eyes flickered with excitement as he hurriedly produced a variety of herbs, instructing her, "Take a moment to inhale the fragrance of each herb." Shenmeng glanced back at Gulinger, who nodded in encouragement, prompting her to pick up one herb and bring it to her nose. Her expression was a mix of enjoyment and disgust. Mo Wenxuan watched with keen anticipation and then asked Gulinger to blindfold her. "Young lady, I will now shuffle the order of the herbs. Can you rearrange them according to the previous order?" Shenmeng nodded and picked up a herb from the table. Inhaling its scent, her face contorting in distaste as she muttered, "How foul." She set it aside and continued with the next one. Soon enough, she had rearranged the herbs precisely in their original order. Mo Wenxuan gazed at Shenmeng in astonishment. Her sense of smell is extraordinary. While an ordinary person would only detect a faint odor from the tiger tail grass, her reaction is profoundly intense. What a remarkable talent she possesses. If only she had begun her training a few years earlier, she would have undoubtedly achieved great things by now. Gulinger took Shenmeng's hand gently and said softly, "Menger, would you like to accompany me to the Valley of 10,000 Herbs? The people there are truly kind, and I can have my father teach you personally." Upon hearing this, Mo Wenxuan interjected, "Young lady, you are now a disciple of our Lihua Academy. Shouldn't you consider our interests as well? Shenmeng will receive focused training in the Apothecary division." Shenmeng murmured, "I want to follow my brother." Mo Wenxuan replied with a smile, "Jiang Fan will not be going to the Valley of 10,000 Herbs, so you must stay." Shenmeng nodded in agreement. Gulinger, feeling somewhat disheartened, was acutely aware of Shenmeng's prodigious talent. Unfortunately, she had not observed her closely in recent days. Otherwise, in a few years, the Valley of 10,000 Herbs would surely see the emergence of a formidable apothecary. "Menger, I have spoiled you for nothing," she lamented, with tears brimming in her eyes. Shenmeng looked pitifully at Gulinger. Noticing this, Gulinger quickly reassured her, "Do not cry. I was merely teasing you." Mo Wenxuan stated, "Child, rules cannot be broken. This year, you cannot become an inner disciple. However, your treatment will surpass that of the inner disciples. How's that sound? You will train with me moving forward." At that moment, a disciple entered and announced, "Instructor, the newcomer Jiang Fan has come to see you." Mo Wenxuan smiled. "Please invite him in. I wish to speak with him." The disciple withdrew, and shortly after, Jiang Fan entered. Upon seeing Gulinger and Shenmeng, a smile spread across his face. Shenmeng rushed towards him, spinning around him in delight before coming to a stop. "Brother, I can control the flames now. When will you teach me more?" Jiang Fan chuckled. "What you have done is hardly true control. You are far from mastering it. We must start from the basics." He then turned to Gulinger. "Thank you for your assistance earlier. Name your reward." Gulinger beamed at Jiang Fan, saying, "I want Menger to accompany me to the Valley of 10,000 Herbs." Jiang Fan had not anticipated such a request. "Perhaps we should consider another option. Sending her to the Valley of 10,000 Herbs may lead to her being overlooked. It will be better to wait until I return and then provide her with some medicinal pills." Gulinger frowned. "Return? Are you leaving?" Jiang Fan nodded. "I will be away for some time, at least half a month. I wanted to inform you personally." Mo Wenxuan reassured him, "You may leave without worry. I will ensure Shenmeng is well taken care of, and she will have superior treatment compared to the inner disciples." Jiang Fan shook his head this time. "I wish to take her with me. Upon my return, I will bring her to the Apothecary division." He had already made plans. This closed-door training was the perfect opportunity to guide Shinming in her initiation, a crucial step that must not be taken lightly. Mo Wenchuan frowned. What nonsense! She has yet to begin her training. It is perilous for you to take her along. If anything were to happen, could you take responsibility? I want to go with my brother, Shinming insisted, tugging at Jiang Fan's sleeve with determination. Jiang Fan smiled. A little one, I can certainly protect you. He then turned to Gu Ling, beautiful lady, I will bring you back a grand gift when I return. With that, he took Shinming by the hand and turned to leave. Mo Wenchuan was concerned that Jiang Fan might delay Shinming's training. Otherwise, she would miss the prime age for development. Without a strong enough foundation, even the most extraordinary talent would struggle to concoct high-level elixirs. Jiang Fan, what she needs now is to begin her training. Any further delay could lead to her missing her childhood. Jiang Fan raised his hand dismissively. I am well aware. Upon my return, I will bring her here. The two figures quickly faded from view, leaving Mo Wenchuan with a furrowed brow. This young man refuses to heed advice. Gu Linger smiled. Instructor, do not forget, he is also an apothecary. With that, she strode away, eagerly anticipating the surprises Jiang Fan might bring back. Under the cover of night, Jiang Fan led Shinming away from Lihua Academy. As they walked, he began explaining the fundamentals of cultivation. Given her remarkable control, she would find the initiation into training quite manageable, especially with the Apothecary King by her side. Even with modest aptitude, Jiang Fan could expedite her progress. Though young, Shinming was determined to strive for improvement, perhaps due to her past experiences as she listened intently. Jiang Fan recognized her desire to transform her destiny through her own strength. He was pleased to see that Shinming had improved significantly since a few days prior, suggesting that Gu Linger had treated her well. Lihua Academy was situated among the mountains, and after leaving the academy, Jiang Fan made his way towards the capital city. Before even exiting the Qingxin Mountain, they heard the roars of beasts, indicating a confrontation among demonic creatures in the distance. Jiang Fan guided Shinming towards the sounds, discovering two black rock beasts in a standoff, growling fiercely at one another, seemingly vying for territory. The black rock beast resembled a black bear, but with even sturdier forelegs and sharp claws capable of cleaving through stone. Though not particularly high in rank, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile. It seemed they had found a suitable location for his closed-door retreat. Black rock beasts are burrowing creatures with a strong sense of territory. A little arrangement would make for an excellent retreat site. As Jiang Fan explained, Shinming nodded along, somewhat understanding. The standoff lasted less than 10 minutes before one of the black rock beasts submitted and fled. The victor raised its head and let out a triumphant roar before swaggering away. Jiang Fan and Shinming followed at a distance, traversing a small patch of forest until they spotted a stone mountain in the distance. As they approached, the black rock beast entered a thicket of weeds, where the vegetation was dense and towering, reaching heights of 2 to 3 meters. Jiang Fan chuckled. I did not expect this creature to have such a concealed dwelling. Shinming expressed her concern. It won't eat us, will it? Jiang Fan reassured her with a smile. With me here, there's nothing to fear. If it dares to act arrogantly, it will become dinner tonight. With that, he led her towards the thicket, sensing the presence of the black rock beast until they located its entrance. The cave was excavated with several passages, but only one led to its resting area. Jiang Fan had no intention of disturbing it. He simply sought an ideal place for meditation. He chose a wide passage at random, conjuring a fireball in his palm to illuminate the surroundings. Shinming clutched his hand tightly, clearly still a bit anxious. After about 2 minutes, they reached the end of the passage, which opened into a spacious chamber, approximately 10 meters wide and 5 meters high, where they felt no pressure. You go over there and practice according to the methods I taught you. I will set up the exit. During alchemy, it is best to avoid disturbances from the outside to ensure a higher success rate. Shinming obediently nodded and moved to the side, earnestly trying to comprehend the surrounding spiritual energy, gradually drawing it into her body. Jiang Fan established a simple formation to isolate their presence and a defensive array to ensure that the black rock beast could not sense them. Even if it happened to wander nearby, it would not be able to breach their defenses for some time. After completing the setup, Jiang Fan approached Shinming and, upon probing her with his spiritual sense, discovered that the girl had drawn spiritual energy into her body but failed to circulate it. causing the energy to run amok within her. This left Jiang Fan both amused and exasperated. "Silly girl, do you wish to fall into chaos?" he admonished gently. "Focus and feel." Using his own spiritual energy as a conduit, he guided the energy within her body to form a cycle through her meridians, ultimately gathering it in her dried-up qi. Shenmeng, being quite intelligent, needed only a slight nudge from Jiang Fan to grasp the concept, and gradually, her qi began to form, slowly circulating within her dantian. As Jiang Fan withdrew his energy, he retrieved a bottle of elixir from the depths of his treasure pouch. This was a supplementary potion used during the body refinement stage, capable of solidifying her foundation and imperceptibly enhancing her constitution. After administering the potion, Jiang Fan stood guard beside her, refraining from interruption. The first session of cultivation seldom lasts long. Approximately half an hour later, Shenmeng opened her eyes. Her spirit noticeably lifted. "How do you feel?" Jiang Fan inquired. "Very well," she replied, gazing at her hands and sensing a difference from her usual state. Jiang Fan smiled. "Excellent. However, do not rush. Some matters require gradual progression. There is no time to waste. This closed-door session is for alchemy. You possess a remarkable talent in this area, and observing my alchemical processes will greatly benefit you. To become an apothecary, one must first start as an apprentice." With a wave of his hand, exquisite containers appeared before them, arranged meticulously. He was eager to teach Shenmeng about these spiritual herbs, which would serve her well. After all, recognizing the materials for alchemy requires discerning both form and flavor, a skill not easily acquired. These are all spiritual herbs. They are essential components for crafting supreme elixirs. Even a most skilled alchemist cannot conjure divine pills without proper ingredients, he explained. He casually opened one of the containers, revealing Huang Qi grass, a 7th-grade yellow herb resembling wings with a bitter taste, a common yet valuable ingredient for many medicinal concoctions. Another box revealed a 9th-grade yellow herb, Jiuling Shun, sweet in flavor and shaped like a doll. This herb was rare, typically found in deep mountain forests, and highly valued for its efficacy in body refinement elixirs. Jiang Fan patiently elaborated on each herb, while Shenmeng listened attentively, digesting all the knowledge he imparted. Among the over 100 types of spiritual herbs, there were more than 50, all of yellow grade. None reached the profound tier, which was to be expected. Such precious herbs were unlikely to be given away by his senior brothers, who were far from foolish. Shenmeng took each herb, bringing them to her nose to inhale their scents, and Jiang Fan offered no interruption. Whenever she had uncertainties, she would directly inquire, and he continued to answer her with patience. Regardless, Jiang Fan's gains this time were substantial. Acquiring such a plethora of spiritual herbs would allow for the creation of numerous much-needed elixirs, while solidifying a strong foundation for Shenmeng. As for the alchemical texts, without fragments to assist, he found it impossible to grasp the entry point. Legend has it that the creation of the universe technique could only be mastered by one individual, being a divine art. Thus, even with the intent to pass it on, Shenmeng would not be able to enter its realm. However, Jiang Fan gradually conveyed his understanding and experiences regarding elixirs, hoping to prevent her from taking any detours and genuinely alter her destiny. When the alchemical furnace materialized, Jiang Fan laid out the necessary herbs and meticulously explained the qualities and properties of each elixir. Lighting the furnace, he commenced the alchemical process. In all of creation, there exists a balance of mutual generation and restraint. An apothecary's craft lies in perfectly pairing these opposing forces to yield the best results. Each formula is an accumulation of past wisdom, yet it also imposes limitations on future practitioners. To transcend these constraints, one must break free from the rigid formulas and utilize cognitive ability to harmonize proportions, thus crafting truly extraordinary elixirs. As he began the alchemical process, Jiang Fan adopted a serious demeanor, demonstrating his respect and dedication to the art. Several herbs were cast into the flames, causing the fire to surge. The herbs whirling and gradually vanishing. Jiang Fan spoke again. Controlling the flame is the most fundamental skill in alchemy, determining both the efficacy and success rate of the elixirs. Let the flames dance freely, reaching the desired temperature, shape, and state. With each action, Jiang Fan conveyed essential insights to Shenmeng. Observing him diligently, she felt a tumult of emotions. The flames leapt and transformed within the furnace, the herbs merging, gradually coalescing into elixirs, a brand new world unfurling before her. Every word Jiang Fan spoke etched itself deeply into her mind. This particular batch only included one type of spiritual herb, a fifth-grade yellow herb, Rongqi Dan, an essential auxiliary elixir for the body refinement stage, enabling Shun Meng to cultivate more efficiently and purify her energy vortex. Upon completion, Jiang Fan stored the elixir in a bottle and tossed it to Shun Meng. You've learned enough for today. Take the Rongqi Dan and cultivate, digesting the knowledge you've acquired. Shun Meng nodded obediently, taking the bottle aside and refraining from disturbing Jiang Fan further. Without pause, Jiang Fan immediately began the second batch of elixirs. Time was ample, and the Zifu Dan required his utmost state of readiness for its crafting. This time, with sufficient materials at hand, Jiang Fan concocted 3 batches of Shunli Dan. At his current level, this elixir would yield the most beneficial effects. He still possessed a few breakthrough pills, enough to facilitate his advancement. He believed it would not be long before he stepped into the realm of divine refinement. At that point, he would need to create even more potent auxiliary elixirs. While the Shunli Dan would remain the same in effect, the required ingredients would differ drastically. If the Shunli Dan for the innate stage was classified as a second-grade yellow herb, the one for the divine refinement stage would need to reach the 4th grade of profound herbs, capable of fetching a sky-high price in the market. Each time Shun Meng awoke from her cultivation, Jiang Fan imparted alchemical techniques, ensuring she absorbed the knowledge thoroughly. His teachings were straightforward and direct, enabling Shun Meng to grasp the concepts easily. It is worth noting that during his own time, Jiang Fan was revered as the king of medicine. Countless master alchemists yearned for his guidance, yet few had the privilege to learn from him, barely a handful, all of whom were renowned within the alchemical community. Jiang Fan was devoted to nurturing Shun Meng, and her future accomplishments would surely be remarkable. Simultaneously, her cultivation progressed swiftly. Within just a few days, she had already refined her blood energy. This astonishing speed was to be expected, as Jiang Fan generously provided the most suitable elixirs for her training. Notably, the integration of the Mo Long crystal into the elixirs infused them with dragon energy, significantly enhancing their efficacy and subtly bolstering her constitution. Occasionally, Jiang Fan would divert his attention to observe Shun Meng's cultivation, ensuring her progress remained balanced and gradual. After half a month, the spiritual herbs in his treasure pouch had diminished significantly, and he had successfully crafted a batch of elixirs before finally taking a break. During this period, he had not rested, and now he felt utterly exhausted. This experience constituted a form of cultivation for him. The alchemical methods would temper his constitution, strengthening both his physical form and spiritual awareness, while gradually enhancing his internal energy. Seated cross-legged, he absorbed the ambient spiritual energy, sensing the acceleration of his absorption rate. After replenishing his strength, he prepared to concoct the Zifu Dan, the primary objective of his closed-door session. Shun Meng had transformed entirely compared to before her retreat. Her internal energy surged, and she frequently practiced her fire control skills, rapidly approaching the manifestation of her protective energy. Had Jiang Fan not consciously restrained her cultivation to prevent excessive advancement, she might have already begun crafting elixirs. After a full day of meditative focus, Jiang Fan awoke to find Shun Meng had prepared food for him, demonstrating her thoughtfulness and obedience. Occasionally, she would inquire about some fundamental concepts she did not comprehend. In summary, this little girl exhibited a profound interest in alchemy, a testament to her innate talent. I am currently focused on refining the Purple Mansion pill, which holds great significance for me. For the next few days, you may simply observe my alchemical processes without engaging in your own cultivation. Shun Meng nodded and then asked, "Do you need my assistance? I can help you gather the herbs." Jiang Fan shook his head, instructing her, "Just pay close attention to the changes in the flames while I refine the elixir. The crafting of the Purple Mansion pill is no easy task, and given my current cultivation level, I can barely manage it. Thus, I may not be able to divert my attention to teach you. However, during these few days, you have already learned a great deal and should be able to comprehend the process." Shun Meng agreed and obediently took her seat beside him. Jiang Fan replaced the cauldron with a larger one, and the crimson fire feather materialized before him, enveloping the surroundings in warmth. Herbs and spiritual materials appeared one after another around the cauldron. He tossed 2 pieces of sentient wood into the cauldron, and the flames from the crimson fire feather surged forth, instantly raising the temperature in the space. Jiang Fan turned around and tossed a piece of cold jade to Shen Meng. It will get quite hot here shortly. Hold on to the jade. It will help shield you from the heat, so do not worry. She quickly replied, you should use it too. Jiang Fan chuckled. No need, this is my flame. How could it possibly harm me? Just observe closely, and if anything is unclear, wait until I have completed the refinement to ask. The violet bamboo appeared out of thin air, radiating a purple glow before vanishing into the cauldron in the blink of an eye. The flames leaped higher, and the temperature soared as Jiang Fan remained focused, scrutinizing every detail within the cauldron. The violet bamboo remained steadfast amidst the crimson fire, showing no signs of alteration. Jiang Fan maintained his composure, expertly controlling the flames to intensify the heat. Another spiritual herb was added, causing the temperature to spike further. Due to the nature of the exotic fire, the color of the flames remained unchanged regardless of Jiang Fan's control. However, under the suppression of his consciousness, the purple aura emitted by the violet bamboo grew denser. Several herbs were submerged in the cauldron, instantaneously transforming into powder and merging with the violet hue. One after another, they continued to blend into the mixture. Shen Meng watched in awe, struggling to recall what had been added, yet Jiang Fan maintained perfect order, instinctively managing everything within the cauldron. The entire alchemical process was devoid of flaws, leaving Shen Meng momentarily dazed, clearly overwhelmed by the complexity of each step. Nevertheless, a smile adorned her face as she observed Jiang Fan, and she gleaned much from this experience as a novice alchemist. The refining took a total of 81 hours, and Jiang Fan remained engrossed, though his complexion was beginning to wane. The ink dragon crystal floated above the cauldron, signifying that the refining was nearing completion, and Jiang Fan relied on its energy to nurture the elixirs. Shen Meng sat cross-legged nearby, closing her eyes to gather her strength, given her current cultivation level. It was challenging for her to maintain focus for extended periods. With a resounding dragon's roar, the crimson fire feather transformed into a red light and entered Jiang Fan's body, followed closely by the ink dragon crystal. A purple radiance emanated from the cauldron, and as the lid was lifted, 5 pills glowing with a purple hue floated out. Jiang Fan swiftly collected them, placing each into separate vials. Feeling faint, he had no time to tidy the cauldron before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. When he awoke, Shen Meng was by his side, offering him an apple. Jiang Fan sat up and accepted it, inquiring, "How long have I been asleep?" "An entire day." Upon rising, Jiang Fan gathered the cauldron and remaining materials. Looking at Shen Meng, he was taken aback. "You have broken through? You have already cultivated your protective aura?" Shen Meng nodded eagerly, then summoned her aura, a faint golden layer enveloping her body. Jiang Fan's brow furrowed as he approached her, carefully sensing the changes within her. He spoke earnestly, "Do not consume those 2 types of elixirs to assist your cultivation for the next 2 years. Otherwise, your body will not be able to bear the strain. It seems I have been somewhat negligent. At 11 years old, your physique cannot withstand such immense power." Shen Meng, puzzled, replied, "But I feel great." Jiang Fan shook his head. "You have now reached the limit of what your body can endure. Even with my elixirs, cultivation must be gradual. After all, your training time has been too brief, requiring a period of consolidation. Do you understand?" Shen Meng nodded. "Menger will listen to brother." Jiang Fan nodded in response. He realized that he could not constantly keep Shen Meng by his side. Certain things needed to be communicated to her in advance for her benefit. He took a moment to sense the changes in his own physique, donned his dark iron armor, and felt confident that within 3 months, he would undoubtedly break through to the spirit refinement realm. At that point, his strength would significantly increase, and his pride in his alchemical skills would also advance in capability. After tidying everything up, Jiang Fan led Shen Meng out of the cave, encountering no sign of the black rock beast, which spared them considerable trouble. Shen Meng was in high spirits, skipping ahead while occasionally glancing back at Jiang Fan. "Are we returning to the Leaf Fire Academy?" Jiang Fan shook his head. "Not just yet. There is still time. I will take you to the capital to purchase some clothes." Upon hearing capital, Shen Meng paused and quietly asked, "Can I visit Grandma?" Jiang Fan frowned. "You have a grandmother?" "She's a very kind grandmother. If it weren't for her, I might have starved back then." Jiang Fan nodded. "I will take you to see her. Brother is the best." Chapter 62. Heritage. Shun Ming tugged at Jiang Fan's hand, urging him to walk faster. Seeing her smile so joyfully, memories of a once frosty beauty, who had appeared aloof in front of outsiders, seemed to thaw, revealing a captivating smile. Jiang Fan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the past, but he was determined never to let Shin Ming walk that path again. As for the capital, Jiang Fan felt it was imperative to make the trip. He needed to entrust the purple mansion pill to someone who would deliver it to his father. Before departing, he had left behind a significant number of elixirs, confident that with Jiang Tianhai's aptitude, he would break through in no time. It had been ages since Jiang Fan had visited the capital of the Li Fire dynasty. The two traveled for 2 full days until they reached the official road, a broad thoroughfare bustling with activity, teeming with adventurers and merchants alike. Shin Ming clearly was not unfamiliar with the area, pulling Jiang Fan toward the capital. Make way! Make way! Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, and Jiang Fan turned to see a carriage barreling toward them. The horse appeared spooked and unresponsive to commands. The carriage was black, emblazoned with the image of a white tiger, the emblem of the Guangnan prince's residence. Shin Ming's face displayed surprise as she froze in place. Jiang Fan frowned, exerting his aura upon the horse, which abruptly halted, rearing its front hooves and causing the carriage to jolt perilously close to overturning. Casting a cold glance back, he led Shin Ming away. The sound of galloping hooves echoed behind them, soon followed by a somewhat familiar voice that elicited a strange expression from Jiang Fan. Stop! Do you know who is in that carriage? How dare you obstruct the carriage of the Guangnan prince? If the young prince is harmed, can you bear the consequences? Shin Ming's face paled slightly as she whispered, Brother, the people from the Guangnan prince's residence are fierce. Jiang Fan, however, responded with a smile. Fierce? How fierce can they be? Moments latte. A string of curses erupted from behind. Who dared to stop the carriage? What bad luck! Ever since encountering that scoundrel from the Jiang family, my life has been nothing but misfortune. To think someone here, outside the capital, dares to disregard me? I must see who it is. Seize them. Jiang Fan turned back, grinning as he addressed the group. Oh, if it isn't the young prince. What is this? Are you looking to get beaten again? The young prince trembled, retreating several steps, as his guards steadied him. Why you? Jiang Fan, how could you be here? His eyes reflected fear, having been thoroughly beaten by Jiang Fan on 2 previous occasions. He had developed a certain trepidation towards him. The guards accompanying him, who had previously followed Lu Guanjia, also flinched at the sight of Jiang Fan, clearly taken aback by this unexpected encounter. The young prince is not to be trifled with. We should take our leave. The young prince hurriedly climbed into the carriage, shouting at Jiang Fan, you wait for me. This isn't over. After kicking the coachman, he urged, hurry up and get us far away from that person. The group hastily departed, intentionally avoiding Jiang Fan, which startled the surrounding pedestrians and carriages. Everyone knows of the young prince's arrogance, yet here he was, seemingly afraid of a mere youth. Who could this individual be? A prince, perhaps? Yet he appeared anything but. Shin Ming looked at Jiang Fan, asking, why are they afraid of my brother? Jiang Fan gestured with his fist, explaining, it's because I intimidated them. When you grow stronger in the future, others will also think twice before treating you so. Shin Ming observed the panicked figures retreating and declared, I want to become strong. This minor incident did not weigh heavily on Jiang Fan's mind. Although the prince of Guangnan wielded considerable influence, the Jiang family stood above him. The young prince was oblivious to Jiang Fan's status within the Jiang family, but such a prodigy could not be dismissed as insignificant. However, keen observers took note of Jiang Fan. The news of a young man driving the Guangnan prince away from the capital spread quickly, and many awaited the unfolding drama. From a distance, the grand city appeared remarkably prosperous, fortified with powerful formations that prohibited aerial travel. Even the most formidable experts had no choice but to enter on foot, lest they be deemed invaders and attacked by the defenses. Such a national protective array was beyond the capability of even the most esteemed practitioners, like the dean, who would dare risk their life. The city gates towered over 20 meters, guarded by numerous city sentinels. People constantly entered and exited, as the capital maintained 4 exits that remained open even at night. Jiang Fan led Shun Ming into the city, allowing her to meet those she wished to see. Upon passing through the city gate, Shun Ming hurried ahead, with Jiang Fan trailing not far behind. Although there were times when the guards were preoccupied, the city felt relatively safe. This capital was markedly different from Jiangfan's previous memories. During his last visit, it had been severely ravaged, nearly leading to the dynasty's downfall. Recollecting the past, Shenming dashed into a narrow alley. Jiangfan, using his divine sense to track her presence, followed closely. He wished to ascertain the truth about this so-called grandmother. If someone genuinely cared for Shenming, she would not have become the way she was before. Soon, he spotted Shenming halting outside a low courtyard, peering inside. Without waiting for Jiangfan, she pushed the door open and entered. "Grandmother, I'm back. Little Ming, why have you returned?" The elderly woman, dressed in fine garments, scrutinized Shenming from head to toe. "I missed you and want to see you." The old woman, taken aback by this, quickly questioned, "Child, you didn't sneak out, did you? If someone catches you, they could harm you. I will be implicated too. Gulme, I shall escort you back." Shenming's face bore a hint of grievance as she softly replied, "It was my brother who rescued me. He is not afraid of the prince." Outside the courtyard, Jiangfan furrowed his brow, displeased by the old woman's reaction. She scolded, "I brought you in from outside to spare you hardship, and even placed you in the palace as a servant. How could you be so ungrateful? You must serve the prince well. With your looks, he may take a liking to you and elevate you, allowing us both to live well." Shenming quietly asserted, "I will not return. I want to stay with my brother." At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the house, reeking of alcohol. "Why waste your breath on her? If the prince learns she has returned, we will owe a great deal and be forced to send her back. Many would kill to remain in the palace. Yet this foolish girl doesn't appreciate her fortune." The old man seized Shenming's wrist, leaving her frozen in shock. Outside, Jiangfan's anger flared, and he stormed into the courtyard, kicking the old man aside, shielding Shenming behind him. "You scoundrel, I will take your life." Jiangfan was genuinely furious. Shenming had always viewed these two as her saviors, but he realized they were no different from traffickers. It was a pity that the child had returned to see them. However, before Jiangfan could act further, Shenming grasped his sleeve. "Brother, let's just go." Jiangfan paused, but understood her intention. She had a kind heart. The old man, still in disbelief, cursed, "Who are you? Breaking into private property, I will report you." Jiangfan swiftly broke the man's leg. "Had it not been for this girl pleading for you, you would already be dead. Yet, while you may evade death, your punishment will be severe." Previously, he had dealt with the alchemist's powder medicine, throwing it on the old man while he was still dazed, then taking Shenming away. He did not want her to witness the old man's ensuing suffering. It was crucial to note that the old man was not an inner disciple of the Alchemist's Academy. He was merely an ordinary person, and the powder's effects would be greatly magnified on him. The old woman attempted to pursue Jiangfan, but he had already vanished into the crowd. Among the throng, Shenming walked silently ahead, and Jiangfan sensed her mood was far from cheerful. She was no longer a mere child. The old man's words had revealed much. It became clear that her placement in the palace was a lie. She had been sold into servitude. Reflecting on those past events, each memory brought a tear to her eye. Jiangfan placed a hand on her head, reassuringly stating, "Ming, I promise I will not allow anyone to bully you. I swear it." Shenming nodded gently, remaining silent. Jiangfan recognized her inner turmoil and chose not to press further. Subsequently, he bought her some clothes and trinkets, yet she remained sullen, lost in thought. As night fell, Jiangfan found an inn to rest. During dinner, he overheard cultivators discussing the upcoming auction at Wanjin Tower. Familiar with the tower, he knew it hosted valuable items worth acquiring. As fortune would have it, he decided to attend the auction. With only one day until the event, a night of rest would position them perfectly. After a period of alchemy and travel, he longed for a proper respite. Shenming's mood left him at a loss. The little one had been downcast, suppressing her feelings. Jiangfan could only hope she would eventually find her way out of this gloom. Remaining by her side in the meantime, the night passed quietly, and the following morning, Shenming had breakfast ready, even preparing water for Jiangfan to wash up. Jiangfan, slightly irritated, remarked, "I've told you before, you needn't do these things. You are not a servant." Shenming nodded, but said nothing. Sitting at the table to eat on her own, Jiangfan joined her, then asked, "How about we visit the auction at Wanjin Tower today?" Shenming remained as unresponsive as the previous evening, indicating a need for a different approach. He mysteriously added, "Wanjin Tower has many types of herbs. With enough money, you can acquire comprehensive herb and elixir manuals. Would you like that?" Shen Ming's eyes brightened momentarily. Can we? Jiang Fan smiled. Of course, it's just 2 books. I can afford it. At this, Shen Ming's spirits began to lift. Brother, you're so kind. I will work hard to learn alchemy and help you in the future. After breakfast, Jiang Fan guided her toward Wanjin Tower. The tower was grand and bustling, especially during the auction season, drawing countless visitors. During this time, Wanjin Tower would clear a section for various herbs on display, available for trade. Each item was clearly labeled with its properties and uses. Shen Ming was immediately captivated, fully immersed in her interest, while Jiang Fan closely observed the herbs alongside her. When encountering the herbs he needed, Jiang Fan would either substitute them with other medicinal plants or directly exchange them for elixirs. The Wanjin Pavilion had dedicated pharmacists to appraise these items, making the process quite convenient. Naturally, Jiang Fan would not forget his promise to Shen Ming. Although the herbal compendium from the Wanjin Pavilion was costly, it undeniably held immense value, even surpassing that of the Apothecary Institute in its completeness. This book was protected by a special formation, allowing only one person to view it. Once it recognized its master, no one else could access it. The value of this tome was akin to that of a spiritual treasure, far beyond the means of an ordinary person. Jiang Fan had essentially spent a fortune to elicit a smile from a beauty, sacrificing several exquisite elixirs to obtain it. Upon receiving the book, Shen Ming was elated, her previously furrowed brow easing into joy as she embraced the volume with affection. With an hour remaining before the auction commenced, Jiang Fan decided to take the young girl to find a private room, indulging in the premier treatment of the event. The auction hall was expansive, capable of accommodating a multitude of attendees. However, this also rendered the environment quite cacophonous. Individuals of status often opted for the VIP lounges on the second floor, which consisted of private rooms, ensuring their identities remained concealed from potential calamities after acquiring treasures. In such instances, the VIP lounge became a symbol of status. Even wealth alone could not guarantee entry into the Wanjin Pavilion's esteemed circles. Dressed in training attire, Jiang Fan and Shen Ming appeared rather inconspicuous, particularly on the second floor, where they easily attracted attention. Some young men approached them, saying, "Hey, are you in the wrong place? This is the entrance to the VIP lounge. Not just anyone can come here." Jiang Fan glanced over to see a group of young men, their attire indicating they hailed from some unknown faction. However, they clutched purple tokens in their hands, signifying their status as senior members of the Wanjin Pavilion. Clenching the tokens as if they were precious secrets, they were aware that even such high-ranking members had to wait their turn to access the VIP lounges when the auction began. Seemingly ignoring their taunts, Jiang Fan walked directly to the counter. With a flash of brilliance, a piece of spirit jade materialized in his hand, the very token gifted to him by Han Xinxue, the apex insignia of the Wanjin Pavilion. The attendant was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the spirit jade and hurriedly rushed out from behind the counter. "My lord, please come this way. I will escort you to select a room." The young men stood there, utterly stunned and embarrassed. Despite their formidable backgrounds, they recognized the significance of the item Jiang Fan had just displayed. Who was he? They were well aware of the influential young figures in the capital, yet they had never heard of him. How had he obtained such a prestigious token? It was something even princes might struggle to acquire. Their minds churned in confusion, and recalling their earlier mockery only served to slap them in the face. The token proved to be quite effective. The attendant continued to flatter Jiang Fan, inquiring about his needs and assuring him they would do their utmost to accommodate him. "Find me a room with a broad view, one that overlooks the entire venue." "Certainly, we have 5 such VIP rooms available, and fortuitously, one remains unoccupied. Allow me to take you there." Shen Ming gazed at Jiang Fan in astonishment. She had previously accompanied a prince to this auction, but even he had to wait outside, ultimately receiving a cornered VIP room. Jiang Fan's treatment, however, was entirely different. After a brief 2-minute walk, the attendant retrieved the key to the VIP room. Just as he was about to unlock the door, a voice interrupted. "Old he. Wait." The attendant turned to see a middle-aged manager approaching, flanked by several young men, clad in splendid garments and exuding an air of prestige. It was evident that they hailed from prominent families within the capital. Jiang Fan, however, was taken aback upon spotting a striking figure among them. Tall and elegantly draped in finery, she radiated allure, her long ponytail accentuating her beauty. Her eyes sparkled with haughtiness. Her cultivation level at the mid-stage of the innate realm. This woman was from the Jiang family, specifically his cousin, Jiang Yueyao. Jiang Fan had not anticipated encountering her here. The entourage surrounding her boasted formidable cultivations, one of whom, based on his attire, was one of the princes, his prowess surpassing that of Jiang Yueyao. Reaching the late stage of the innate realm, significantly stronger than Jihong. As he walked with an imposing presence, he strode alongside Jiang Yueyao, while the others chattered animatedly around them. The attendant beside Jiang Fan frowned, sensing impending trouble. What is it? The ninth prince and his companions wished to enter this VIP room. The group paid no attention to Jiang Fan and the attendant, engrossed in their own conversations, clearly exuding confidence and disregarding anyone else. He replied, "This gentleman has already reserved this VIP room. I ask Manager Zhang to kindly escort the prince and his companions elsewhere." Jiang Fan was surprised by the attendant's unexpected assertiveness, causing him to regard him with newfound respect. "Open the door." Jiang Fan's voice undoubtedly drew the attention of all present, and the young men shot him displeased glances. The attendant beside them immediately interjected. "The ninth prince possesses a premier token, and the others are senior members. They have the right of priority." He retorted, "Without a premier token, they cannot even enter. This gentleman also possesses a premier token. The Wanzhen Pavilion strictly adheres to its rules. I request Manager Zhang to escort them elsewhere." His firmness only deepened the discontent among the young men, who were all renowned elites of the capital. Jiang Yueyao scrutinized Jiang Fan, her brows furrowing slightly as she felt an uncanny familiarity, yet could not recall where she had seen him before. In her prideful youth, she had regarded Jiang Fan with disdain, hardly sparing him a glance. Coupled with his significant changes over the past 2 years, it was entirely reasonable that she did not recognize him. Jiang Fan fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yueyao, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Cousin, I never expected to meet you here. It seems we are indeed fated." The crowd paused, looking at Jiang Yueyao. The ninth prince raised an eyebrow. "Yueyao, do you know him? Is he from the Jiang family?" Jiang Yueyao suddenly snapped to attention. "You, Jiang Fan?" Jiang Fan chuckled. "I'm surprised you still remember me. However, this is not the time for a reunion. This VIP room is mine." Jiang Yueyao frowned. "Jiang Fan, I advise you to relinquish this VIP room. You cannot afford to offend any of these individuals." At that moment, Oldie had already opened the door. Jiang Fan's gaze swept over the young men, and he let out a cold laugh before grasping Shen Ming's hand and stepping inside without a second glance, utterly indifferent to their status. Oldie followed suit, closing the door behind them, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. The attendant, feeling rather awkward, said, "Oldie is quite principled. It's unavoidable. You all might as well choose another room. I'll assist you in finding a comparable one." The ninth prince remained unperturbed. "No worries, the auction is about to begin. Lead the way." Jiang Yueyao's eyes flickered with intrigue. She had never anticipated encountering Jiang Fan here, let alone discovering that he possessed a premier token. As they walked, she instructed the attendant, "Please convey a message to that man. If he is a true man, he must come to the Jiang residence for a meeting." The attendant nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I will deliver your message." The ninth prince smiled. "I never expected the haughty Jiang Yueyao to be so incensed. Has he offended you?" Jiang Yueyao scoffed. "Offended? If he weren't a Jiang family disciple, I would have relished the chance to eliminate him." The group wore expressions of confusion. While Jiang Yueyao was known for her pride, they had never witnessed her so enraged. Her usual demeanor was relatively carefree. The ninth prince spoke calmly. "No need to worry. He is merely here for the auction. Let him enjoy himself and leave in disappointment." Jiang Yueyao chuckled softly. "How can he compare to your highness? I see him as merely a bystander. I wonder where he acquired that premier token." The ninth prince, noticing her smile, quipped, "To spend a fortune for a beauty smile is indeed worthwhile. There is no need to dwell upon it too much. Otherwise, it may adversely affect your cultivation." Beside him, a young man flattered, "Your Highness the ninth prince speaks truly. Your broad-mindedness gathers the aura of an emperor." The ninth prince smiled faintly, offering no further words. Meanwhile, Mr. He retrieved the list of today's auction items and handed it to Jiang Fan before taking his leave. The VIP room was spacious, adorned with spiritual fruits and tea, all beneficial for cultivation, a luxury only Wanzhen Lu would lavish upon its guests. Shen Ming sat quietly in a corner, perusing books while enjoying the spiritual fruits. Jiang Fan approached the window, where he could clearly see the auction floor below. However, the glass was one way, preventing those outside from viewing the interior. Soon, Mr. Zhang conveyed Jiang Yuyao's words to Jiang Fan before departing. He had no desire to offend a guest wielding a top-tier token, preferring to maintain a respectful distance. The Jiang residence lay within the capital. Though Jiang Fan had never visited, he retained a rough idea of its location. The ninth prince was destined for greatness, an impressive figure indeed. To resolve matters concerning his mother and Xiao Qingzhu, he must first address his relationship with Jiang Yueyao. Ultimately, the conflict between him and Jiang Yueyao stemmed from Xiao Qingzhu and the Qiao family. Given her current status, the Jiang family would soon reclaim their residence, and he might as well take this opportunity to settle matters with Jiang Yueyao. The Jiang residence? I shall pay a visit. At Lihua Academy, Jiang Fan had become quite renowned, though most knew him only by reputation, his name not yet widespread. Only a select few were aware of his true identity. As he contemplated, the auction commenced, hosted by an enchanting woman clad in white, exuding grace as she surveyed the gathering below. Chapter 64. The Northern Netherfire. Welcome to the Wan Zhen Lu auction. Today, we have 9 exquisite items. May you all acquire your desired treasures and depart joyfully. Jiang Fan perused the catalog in hand, noting that among the 9 treasures, 2 were pills, one of which ranked 3rd, named Resurrection Pill. This was a common supportive pill for breakthroughs at the peak of the spirit refinement realm, rated only at the 5th grade of the, yet its formula was rare, making it difficult to concoct. As for its materials, it paled in comparison to the Purple Mansion Pill, lacking in both value and potency. Jiang Fan possessed 5 Purple Mansion pills, needing 1 for himself, 1 each for Gu Linger, Shen Ming, and his father, leaving an extra that could either be sold or exchanged if necessary. Upon noticing the second-to-last treasure, his spirit stirred. A trace of nameless fire? Jiang Fan had an unwavering passion for flames, a hallmark of his alchemist dedication. The world harbored countless types of extraordinary fires, some fierce and dominating, others soft and frigid. Each type was precious, yet occasionally, unique fires emerged, undocumented and enigmatic, their rarity rendering them high-risk acquisitions. Jiang Fan tapped the table, and shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman entered after knocking. "How may I assist you?" she inquired. "I wish to examine the second treasure. Could I see it in advance?" Jiang Fan requested. The woman apologized. "I'm sorry, we have no privileges. The auction items are sealed, and no one knows their whereabouts." Jiang Fan nodded and added, "Please fetch Mr. He."